Ladies and gentlemen, gather round your radios for a journey back in time. Step into the golden age of radio, where captivating stories and unforgettable characters come to life. Welcome to Golden Age Radio, where the magic of vintage audio dramas awaits.
That's right. Prepare to be transported to an era when families huddled around the radio, eagerly awaiting their favorite shows. It's a world where imagination runs wild and storytelling reigns supreme. Get ready to experience the nostalgia and charm of old-time radio like never before.
Join us as we bring you a curated lineup of 30-minute episodes that will whisk you away to a bygone era. Discover thrilling mysteries that keep you on the edge of your seat, heartwarming dramas that tug at your heartstrings, and side-splitting comedies that leave you in stitches.
Picture this: dimmed lights, crackling static, and the sound of a needle dropping on a vinyl record. As the stories unfold, let your imagination paint vivid scenes in your mind's eye. From distant lands to roaring cities, let your senses come alive as you become part of the story.
Lose yourself in the adventures of daring detectives, follow the triumphs and tribulations of fascinating characters, and journey through time and space with the power of sound. Each episode is a time capsule, preserving the essence of an era when radio was the heartbeat of entertainment.
But it doesn't end there. Golden Age Radio is not just a stroll down memory lane, it's a chance to create new memories too. Share these timeless stories with your loved ones, introducing them to the magic that captivated generations before us.
So, dust off your radio, dim the lights, and prepare for an evening of enchantment. Tune into Golden Age Radio and let your imagination take flight.
Stay tuned to hear our curated selection of 30-minute episodes. Relive the nostalgia, discover the classics, and immerse yourself in a world of unparalleled entertainment.
Golden Age Radio, where the past comes alive, one episode at a time.
Golden Age Radio, your ticket to timeless storytelling.
Subscribe for more videos.
Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce, but they all spell the same thing, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment is going to involve an innocent little picture postcard that almost turns out to be my death warrant. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had something for me.
I do. Here it is, Steve. A plane ticket.
Oh, no, not again so soon.
How soon can you get packed?
Look, the way you've had me hopping around the world lately, I don't even have anything left to pack. I've got a dirty shirt in practically every city in the world.
You're flying to Dublin, Ireland.
Oh, fine. I don't even have a necktie there, but why Dublin?
You'll be looking for an object about the size of a walnut.
I'm flying to Ireland to look for nuts. Look, I can find plenty of them right here at home.
This is the size of a walnut, but it's a whole lot more valuable. A roll of microfilm, Steve, containing the complete plans of our latest and most improved guided missile.
Oh, stolen, huh?
Yes, and we think we know who smuggled them out of the country. A man named Ernest Weber. If so, he's got a 2-day start on you. He left by plane the day before yesterday. Here's his picture and all the data we have on him. It isn't much, Steve, but we're depending on you to get that microfilm. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin. If you've got a job to do tomorrow, folks, get your Wheaties. Sure, Breakfast of Champions is for you, just like it's for Ralph Kiner, pride of the Pittsburgh Pirates. You may not play ball for a living, but whatever your job is tomorrow, you can do it better on a better breakfast. And it's a better breakfast you're starting with Wheaties. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Yes, whole wheat, good, sound, whole wheat. Plump and ripe and bursting with vitamins and minerals and protein for your vitality, your energy, your working power. So tumble the Wheaties out of the package, pour on the milk, put on the fruit, pick up the spoon, and smile. You're eating good to be feeling good. Breakfast of champions for people who are going places. Are you ready? Try 'em. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Yeah, that's my little cinch assignment. Just catch up to a guy who's got 2 days' start on me and isn't going to slow down any. It's Sunday when I get to Dublin. It takes me 6 hours to trace Weber to a hotel, only to find out he's left for London. In London, they give me a lead that sends me to Brighton. There's a lot of seacoast there, but no Weber. I tickle a cab driver's memory with a few bucks, and he tells me he took Weber to the depot 2 days ago to catch a train back to London. By now, I know this guy is really trying to cover his trail. I also know I'm losing time fast. For lack of any other leads, I go back to the rooming house in London where Weber had stayed before.
Ernest Weber? Why, yes. Yes, he returned here yesterday.
Is he here now?
Yes, he's in room 2, right up front here, just through those drapes.
Thanks. Don't bother to tell him I'm here. I want to surprise him.
Hello.
Oh, I didn't see you in the dark.
Looking for somebody? Old boy?
Yeah, room 2.
Well, no. Quite a coincidence. That's the door I'm standing in front of.
So I see. You mind getting out of my way? There's a guy in there I want to see.
Weber? I wonder why.
It doesn't happen to be any of your business.
Oh, I think you're mistaken there, old boy. Quite.
Yeah? Look, old boy, if you don't get out of my way...
So you want to see Weber?
I get it. You stand out here and stall me while he goes out the window. Now, look.
Why don't you look instead? Here.
Huh?
I'll turn on the light for you.
Hey,
Go ahead. Take a good look.
brother, from ear to ear.
Quite. Which brings me back to my original question. Why did you want to see Weber?
Before I answer that, I want to know who's asking it.
Name's buried. Inspector, that is.
I see. Well, as long as we're getting official, you better take a look at my credentials.
What ho? Washington.
Yeah. Weber smuggled some microfilm out of the States.
You know, that throws a little more light on it.
How so?
A chap named Sutherland turned up dead this afternoon down the coast in Hastings. We found a couple of postcards on Sutherland's body. Decided to take a look at the chap who'd been sending them, so I ran up here and found Weber dead.
Could I see those cards?
Righto. The postcards themselves look innocent enough. Here they are.
Thanks. First one was mailed from Dublin. Just arrived. We'll keep you posted.
Right. And the second was mailed to Sutherland from London. Like it here, but I'm moving on. We'll let you know when and where I settle down.
That sounds like there should be a third card.
We found only these two on Sutherland's body.
You gave this room a going over.
Quite. No microfilm either on Weber's body or in the room, if that's what you mean.
Either Weber's already sold the film, in which case I'm too late, or else he's got it hidden somewhere. I'll have to take my chances on it being hidden.
I don't envy you your search, old boy. A little like the proverbial needle in the haystack, you know?
Yeah. You say this other guy, Sutherland, was killed in a town called Hastings?
Right, it's south of here, on the coast.
Where was he staying there?
A spot called the Sea Cliff Inn.
Okay. I think I'll take a run down there and see what I can find out on that end.
Good evening, Governor.
Hi. Brother, that fog is really thick outside.
Oh, it's not really so bad, Governor. I've seen it a lot worse. Cooper's my name, at your service. Would you like a room?
I'd like a little information, Cooper.
Information? What about?
The guy who got himself killed here today.
Mr. Sutherland? Oh, poor bloke. Well, there's not really much I can tell you about him, Governor. You know, on a job like this, you can't help picking him up little things here and there, but I never heard this bloke Sutherland say nothing, and to the best of my knowledge, he had no visitors. Oh, hello, Harry.
Bit of a thick one outside, Cooper. Here's the afternoon mail.
Just put it on the desk there.
Righto.
Well, sorry I can't help you more about your friend Sutherland, Governor. But if you excuse me now, I'll be sorting the mail.
Okay. Wait a minute.
What's that?
You've got a picture postcard in that stack of mail. Let's see it.
Now, see here, I can't have you reading the guest's mail.
Let me have it. Yeah. From Weber, and it's addressed to Sutherland.
Oh, sorry, Governor. I didn't realize it was sent to your friend. Let's see. Why, it was sent from Brighton. Yes, that's a picture of the Empire Hotel there. Quite a nice spot, too.
The Empire Hotel, Brighton, as seen through the trees from Providence Point. Good-sized place, isn't it?
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. Just looking at the picture.
Oh, that blinking switchboard again. Excuse me, Governor.
Oh, sure. Take your time, Governor. I slipped the postcard into my pocket and eased quietly out the door while Cooper's on the phone. This is the postcard I've been looking for. The message reads, "Like it here. Guess I'll stay." And on the picture of the hotel, there's an X over one of the windows. So now I'm pretty sure where the microfilm is hidden. Outside, the fog is swirling thicker than ever. I can't see 3 feet in front of me. I head in the direction the depot's supposed to be, and then I hear steps. I stop. The steps stop. I start again. So do the steps. But in the fog, I can't tell where they're coming from. I stop again. The steps keep coming. Suddenly, a figure looms up, something shiny in his hand. I hit the sidewalk. The knife hits the door behind me. I scramble to my feet, take off after him, but he just melts into the fog. I can't tell which way he went, but I try about 3 different directions. I spot nothing. Finally, I give up. I managed to find the depot and take the train along the coast to the Empire Hotel in Brighton.
Good evening, sir. You wish a room?
Yeah.
Just sign the register, please.
Okay. There's one room in particular I'd like to have.
Oh?
I stayed here once before several years ago in that room and liked it very much.
Well, now I'll do my best to arrange it, sir. What room might that be?
I don't remember the number, but it's the 3rd room from the north end of the hotel on the 3rd floor.
Yes. That'd be 317.
Yeah, that's it. How about it?
One moment, sir. Now I'll check. Yes, here we are. I'm sorry, sir, but that room is taken.
I see. Who has it?
Miss Sheila Moore from Dublin.
Dublin? You mind telling me how long ago she checked in?
Why, no. She checked in only yesterday. I don't know how long she's planning to stay here at the Empire, sir. But if you really would prefer that room, well, now, perhaps you could talk to her and see if she'd be willing to exchange it for another.
You know, that's a good idea. See you later.
Yes?
Well, Miss Moore?
Yes. And who are you?
Steve Mitchell. I'd like to talk to you if I could.
And what about?
Your room here.
Oh, it's quite comfortable, thank you.
You don't understand. I'm not working for the hotel. Could I come in for a moment?
Well, I was just leaving for a little walk.
Okay, I'll ride down in the elevator with you.
All right. And just what is it you want to talk about, Mr. Mitchell?
Well, I was wondering if you'd mind taking another room.
Oh, and why would I want to do that?
Well, you see, I had the room you're staying in a few years back, and I liked it very much.
So do I. There's an excellent view from it.
Would you consider trading rooms with me?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, that room seems to mean a lot to you.
Strange. I was just thinking it must mean a lot to you.
After you. You're from Dublin, aren't you?
Yes.
On a vacation here?
My, but you're a nosy one, aren't you?
Yeah, sort of.
I've always wanted a holiday in Brighton, so now I'm taking one. And will there be any other questions, Mr. Mitchell?
Well, the reason I was asking about Dublin, a friend of mine passed through there a few days ago, and I thought you might know him, Ernest Weber.
Dublin's a large city, Mr. Mitchell.
Weber had an accident in London this afternoon.
Serious?
Fatal.
I'm sorry.
Maybe that isn't exactly news to you.
Now, if I don't even know the man, it would have to be news, wouldn't it?
Well, here we are. You know, if you should reconsider about the room...
I don't expect I will.
What's the matter?
It's a little embarrassing.
What I'd like to know
What
is,
is?
are we in
Man
England
and
or
his
in
wife
some
talking to
foreign
the
country?
clerk.
A fine thing when a man and his wife can't come down to a shore for a holiday without having a beastly thing like this happen.
Well, no. I'm very sorry, Mr. Chumley. I can't understand it. We haven't been troubled by burglars for quite a while.
But we have very little of value. Why would burglars pick our room? I can't... Oh, Miss Moore.
Hello, Mrs. Chumley.
But I thought you had a headache, my dear.
I did, but it's better now. I thought I'd just get a little breath of fresh air before bed.
The most dreadful thing has happened, my dear.
What do you mean?
Well, you remember right after dinner you said you had a headache.
Yes, a splitter.
And Mrs. Chumley and I had a bit of a stroll along the coast. But when we came back to our room just a few minutes ago, We found it completely ransacked.
What? What room are you staying in?
I don't believe I had the pleasure, sir.
Oh, this is Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Chumley. Mr. Mitchell just arrived.
No. Well, I can't quite see what concern it is of yours, old boy, but we're staying in room 217. That is, we were staying there until this beastly thing happened.
We'll have your room put back in order immediately, Mr. Chumley.
Very well. Come along, Martha. We may as well have a spot or something while we're waiting.
Room 217. That's the room right under yours, isn't it, Miss Moore?
I suppose so. Why?
Oh, just wondering.
Hey, were you able to effect an exchange of rooms with Miss Moore, Mr. Mitchell?
No, he wasn't.
Oh, well, very well. Now, I have another nice room for you, sir. 224. I've taken the liberty of having your luggage sent up there.
Okay, I guess that'll have to do. You care for a drink, Miss Moore?
No, thanks. I think I'll be getting back to my room.
Oh, change your mind about taking the walk?
Yes.
Well, I'll see you around, Sheila. Sheila heads for the elevator, and I fish the picture postcard out of my pocket and take another look. The Empire Hotel, seen through the trees from Providence Point. Up to now, I'd thought the X on the card was on the window of room 317. But now I see that a branch of a tree on Providence Point partially covers the window of 317 and that the X is under the branch. So the X could be either under 317 or over 217. And whoever else is looking for that microfilm apparently thinks 217's the room. I go up to my own room, still thinking about it. Reach for the light switch, and just then somebody lowers the boom on me.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. You know, the world isn't so tough to face when you've got a good breakfast under your belt, and it doesn't matter what part of the world you're facing either. Farmers can farm better, salesmen can sell better, sawyers can saw better on a better breakfast. And that's what you start when you start with Wheaties. Because here are flakes of whole wheat. Whole wheat. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Yes, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's why I say Wheaties can give so much. The vitamins, the minerals, the wonderful energy of whole wheat. And that's why I say, pull the chair out at the table tomorrow at breakfast time, sit down to a meal that starts with Wheaties, and see if you don't feel the difference in smoother work all morning long. It's the whole wheat nourishment that helps. Now, of course, it's no fun getting up in the morning to just a batch of vitamins and minerals. Wouldn't that be dull? But it's fun, you bet it is, to lay spoon to crisp, flaky little flakes called Wheaties. Pour on the cold milk, put on the fruit you like best, and eat happy. Breakfast of champions. Breakfast for you. Come on now, you try it. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. And now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Mr. Mitchell. Steve.
Huh? Oh, Sheila.
Are you all right?
No, but I guess I'll live. What are you doing here in my room?
Well, when I got down to my own room, it was all torn apart.
What?
Yes, and I remembered you'd been so anxious to get that room, and I thought you might have had something to do with it.
Look.
So I came down here to your room. And the door was partway open. I saw you lying here on the floor.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of rooms getting torn apart, take a look at this one.
Yes. I noticed it as soon as I turned on the light. What a mess.
Yeah. Looks like somebody's doing their best to remodel this hotel. First Mr. Chumley's room, then yours, now mine.
But what's it all about, Steve?
That's a good question, Sheila. Maybe I can give you the answer before long. After she's gone, I start putting my room back together again. Then I remember the postcard. It's not in the pocket I put it in. I go through my other pockets, and I find it in one of them. So whoever clouded me on the head a few minutes ago took a look at it then. Well, at this point, I don't know where the microfilm is or who has it. All I'm sure of is that I don't. And then I think about Sheila. Quite a girl. She's either real innocent or real smart, and I've got to find out which. The next morning when I go downstairs, I spot Mr. and Mrs. Chumley having breakfast.
Drive down the coast today, my dear. The sun's out for a change, and,
Good morning.
Huh? Oh, Mitchell, isn't it?
Yeah, we were introduced last night in the lobby when you reported your room ransacked.
Of course, Mr. Mitchell. Won't you sit down?
Thanks.
Care for a spot of breakfast with us, old boy?
No, thanks, but I would like to ask you a couple of questions about Sheila Moore, if you don't mind.
Not at all. Rather taking your fancy, eh?
Yeah, sort of.
By Jove, I don't blame you. If I were 10 years younger myself and, weren't, of course, already married to the loveliest person in the world.
You got that in just in time, Arthur. She does seem to be a lovely girl, Mr. Mitchell. What is it you wanted to know about her?
How long have you known her?
Matter of fact, we just met her yesterday afternoon. Rather amusing circumstances, come to think of it.
What do you mean?
We were just returning to our room from a stroll when we found her trying to unlock our door.
Oh?
Yes, you see, her room is directly above ours, and I suppose she'd got confused.
Yeah, sure.
We struck up a conversation with her, and it ended by agreeing to have dinner together. But she developed a headache and left us early.
And when you returned to your room after that, it had been torn apart?
That's right. I say, you don't think that she could have had anything to do with it?
There's probably no connection at all, Mr. Chumley.
I beg your pardon, Governor.
Huh?
Could I have a word with you?
Yeah, excuse me, Mrs. Chumley.
Of course.
Expect we'll be seeing you later, old boy.
Yeah.
Hope I'm not disturbing you, Governor. But you see, I had...
You're the hotel clerk I talked to in Hastings yesterday afternoon, aren't you?
Right you are. Cooper's the name.
Yeah. What are you doing here in Brighton?
Well, you remember I told you then I was coming up here on vacation.
Oh, yeah.
But, well, to tell the truth, Governor, I've been looking for you.
Why?
Well, like you told me yesterday, a hotel clerk who keeps his eyes and ears open is liable to pick up things here and there.
I get it. What's the bite?
Now, I'm not a greedy chap, you know, and how much it's worth is up to you.
Oh, wait a minute.
But I haven't told you yet, Governor.
Save it until I get back. What yanks me into motion is a glimpse of Sheila Moore with a dressing case under her arm just disappearing out the side door. When I get to the sidewalk, she's down the street renting a bicycle. She starts pedaling down the road that leads along the coast. So I rent a bicycle and climb aboard. Great way to be chasing a suspect. Well, it's 20 years since I've ridden one of these contraptions, and all the dogs in town seem to agree that now is no time to break the spell.
Get out of there. Go in. Get out.
I finally get out of town with both legs and both wheels. I can see Sheila up ahead of me, and she turns towards the coast, but when I get to the spot, she's disappeared. Then I see her bicycle tracks leading down towards a clump of bushes. I park my velocipede and ease over.
Well is right. Can't a girl even change into her bathing suit without you poking around?
A French bathing suit on an Irish girl in England. You know, that's the kind of international cooperation I like, Sheila.
You followed me here.
Uh-huh.
Quite flattering. You are the persistent type, aren't you?
I'm glad I was. I didn't realize what a beautiful view there is around here.
Oh. Well, I don't really have any complaints about the view from where I stand, either.
You know, two nature lovers like us ought to have a lot to talk about.
We might at that.
Maybe over a drink and some lunch.
I would like a swim first, though.
Go right ahead. Don't mind me.
As a matter of fact, I don't. It's been a wonderful day, Steve. Swim, lunch, bicycle ride.
Yeah. My legs are killing me.
And now it's sunset already. Just look out the window. Isn't it beautiful? Water, sun slipping down behind that point over there.
Providence Point. Yeah, you do get quite a view from your room here.
So now we're talking about views again.
Yeah, so it...
It's a nice day, Steve.
You know, the view's getting better by the moment.
View out the window, you mean?
Sure.
Now you see why I didn't want to give up this room?
Sorry you mentioned that, Sheila.
Hmm?
Look, this is all very pleasant, but if you're trying to pull a little razzle-dazzle over my eyes, you'd better give up.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know just where you fit into this deal, but it's time we found out.
What do you mean?
I think you know I've been looking for something.
Well, now, it's fairly obvious.
That's not what I mean. Yeah, it could have been you right from the start.
What could have been me?
You figured it was hidden in this room. That's why you wouldn't change rooms.
What?
But you couldn't find it here, so you thought it might be in the room directly below, Chumley's room. You tore it apart looking for it, but it wasn't there.
Steve!
And you tore your own room apart as a cover for yourself. At this point, you figured I might have gotten it, so you slugged me and searched my room.
Look, if there was something of value hidden here, and I had gotten it, do you think I'd still be staying around here? That would be stupid.
Stupid or awfully smart?
I don't know what this is all about, Steve. But all I can say is you certainly seem to have the wrong point of view about me.
Yeah. I guess so, Sheila. But if I've got the wrong point of view about you, that means I'm fresh out of Leeds and I'm licked.
What's the matter, Steve?
Wait a minute.
What's wrong? Why are you staring out the window?
Yeah. I guess I've had the wrong point of view right from the start. See you later, Sheila. I go outside, get on my trusty bicycle, and pedal around the shoreline to Providence Point. It's dark when I get there. I fish the postcard out and take a look, and then I find the right tree. It's on the edge of the cliff over the ocean. I start climbing. But the second branch I grab starts to break. I grab another one just in time to keep from taking a long dive. I climb a few feet more, and then I stop and sight along the tree towards the lights of the Empire Hotel across the water. Just a little higher. So I climb some more. Then I spot it, taped to a branch of the tree, the roll of microfilm.
Good work, Governor.
Huh?
Just toss it down to me, Governor.
Cooper, the hotel clerk from Hastings.
Right you are, Governor. Now just toss down that little bundle down to me, if you will, please.
So, your story about having information from me was just a cover to explain your presence here in Brighton.
Partly that, Governor. Of course, I did have some information, didn't I?
Yeah, I guess it all fits. You found out Weber and Sutherland were involved with the microfilm.
That's right.
You knocked off both of them to get it, and then you realized the clue was in the postcard that I had swiped. You followed me to Brighton, ransacked a couple of rooms, and then decided to let me figure out the postcard. I did. I realized the X on the card meant this tree, not a hotel room. So you let me lead you to the film.
Well, you've got it a bit twisted, Governor. I just stepped into the deal in the middle, you might say.
And it's time you stepped out.
Chumley.
No! Ah!
And now, Mitchell,
How's your charming wife, Chumley?
packing at the moment. We'll be leaving as soon as you give me the microfilm.
Looks like I made a little mistake in who was really behind this deal. You tore your own room apart just as a cover.
Quite. This blighter Cooper made a big mistake sticking his nose into the deal. But he's safely out of the way now. Toss that film down to me, Mitchell.
Sorry, no sale.
Now, look, old boy. Let's not be stupid. That film will bring me about 25,000 pounds on the open market. I've already killed 3 times to get it. And I'm quite capable of picking you out of that tree with one shot. It's a long drop down to the briny, you know.
So it is. But if I take the dive, this microfilm goes with me. Where does that leave you?
I see. Mitchell, perhaps in that case we could work out some sort of financial agreement by which we could both benefit.
There's only one agreement I'm interested in. If you want this microfilm, come up and get it.
Oh. Determined to play Tarzan, eh? Well, I think this gun of mine is more than a match for your muscles. Very well. I'm coming up, Mitchell. And this gun will be pointed at you every inch of the way.
You will hear the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment in a moment. First, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Well, tomorrow's Thursday, and you can breeze through your work right up till noon with Wheaties to help. Sure, what Wheaties can do for you every morning, every morning. Wheaties with milk and fruit at breakfast can help send you striding through the morning high, wide, and handsome. Because, listen, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Think of that. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's a lot of vitamins and minerals and protein for a Wheaties flake to be carrying around, but it's true, just as sure as Wheaties are crisp and sunny and naturally sweet. That's why Wheaties have so much. That's why Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. So get the energy there is in Wheaties. Have some tomorrow. Breakfast of champions. Yourself, see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
It's my only chance. The weak branch that almost broke when I climbed the tree. Chumley starts climbing. He reaches the first branch, still holding the gun on me. Then he grabs for the second branch. I dive at him. You can't aim when you're off balance.
Get off me!
Sorry. I'll take the gun. Here's a hammerlock for you. There. I think that'll keep you nice and meek for a while.
What are you going to do?
We'll go back and help your wife pack. Of course, your destination will be changed slightly, but most jail cells have some kind of a view from them, and speaking of views, that reminds me.
Remind you of what?
Of a pretty gorgeous hunk of scenery I want to resume my study of. Come on.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif, with music composed by Basil Adlam and conducted by Ralph Hollenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Dramatic portions were transcribed.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another dangerous assignment on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Coming up, The Falcon. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
The Cavalcade of America. Cavalcade of America, a series of episodes from American history. Stories portraying the qualities that have guided the American people from the earliest days to the present time. A group of distinguished educators, prominent in the American Historical Association, has cooperated to achieve the spirit of historical accuracy. It is the hope of DuPont that these human dramas will help perpetuate the finest traditions of American life, because these same traditions of service, courage, and hope have always played a vital part in the progress of DuPont. And today, the research chemists of DuPont Laboratories are carrying on in the same spirit, discovering and creating useful products so that the American people may have better things for better living.
From time to time in these programs, our cast will be headed by a notable figure of the stage or screen. Tonight, as this series is inaugurated, it is fitting, we think, that our first great actor should be that distinguished gentleman of the theater, Walter Hampton. You will hear him in each of the 2 episodes that follow. In the first, as Master Bradford, and in the second, as our South Dakota farmer.
As you watch the American Cavalcade pass in review, you find much that is not pomp and circumstance. A certain doggedness and perseverance, a willingness to stick it out at all costs, is the most distinguished attribute of the American. Let us turn the pages of history to the spring of 1621, to the Pilgrim settlement of Plymouth, Massachusetts. There we find a little group of men and women who have been gathered together by special order of the leader, Master Bradford. In one corner, a young woman and a young man have drawn a little apart from the rest.
Why has Master Bradford called us together, do you suppose, Master Winslow? When I first heard the sound of the drum, I feared it might be Indians. I rushed to snatch Peregrine from her cradle.
If there were danger of an attack, Mistress White, you wouldn't see Captain Standish resting calmly with his musket, I warrant.
Good Master Bradford looks stern and sad.
Little enough to make him smile these days.
He grieves for his wife, poor Mistress Dorothy. It was tragic, her drowning, 2 weeks after they landed on these shores.
Quiet. Quiet, please, for Master Bradford.
Quiet, I pray thee. My friends, I have called you from your tasks this morning to speak a message which will shape the future of Plymouth settlement. For 4 months, the good ship Mayflower has lain at anchor, unable to return to England by reason of the fearful storm and the mortal plague that took off many of its crew. But this morning her master tells me that, God willing, he will sail 4 days hence. You came to the New World with high hopes. Your faith has been sorely tested these winter months. But 51 remain of the 102 who came here. Many of you have lost those who were nearest and dearest. If you desire to return, go back to the soft ease of old England, we who are in command will not try to hold you, for God alone knows what awaits us here. Weigh your choice well, for once the Mayflower sails, there is no returning for anyone. I have spoken my message.
Well, Master Winslow,
Well, Mistress White?
Master Bradford's news seems to have pleased you.
Why not? What is there for me here? I'm no tiller of the soil. I've tried my best. I covet a more venturous life.
Is this not a mighty venture?
Nay, this is but hardship in a rude wilderness. Surely you will return too, Mistress White. What is there here for you? You've suffered much and buried your husband here.
And born my child here, remember? Born was the Mayflower near these shores.
Then, for the sake of that child, you should return to England. This is no country in which to bring up a girl. What chance has a child in this wilderness? Scarcely enough to eat.
Spring is coming. Soon it'll be time for planting. Everyone will be needed.
There'll be few enough for any planting. Perhaps none.
But, Edward, this is no time to turn back. We've made friends with the Indians. They've promised to show us how to plant their maize. Soon we will have a harvest.
You have a gallant spirit, Susanna, but you're wrong. The Indians have promised. They won't help us. I'll leave you to think over what I've said.
And why are you so interested in my going, Master Winslow?
Because I can't bear to leave you in this wilderness. I love you, Susanna. For these many months, I've thought of you, longed to take you away from this desolation.
Master Winslow, I admire and respect you. Once I thought I almost loved you. But Peregrine and I stay here and leave you the wandering venture.
But, Susanna, if you only knew how long I've loved you.
Good day, Master Winslow.
But, Susanna.
I play not with wandering dreams. And come what may, I am holding to this place and purpose.
Susanna. Susanna.
On the 5th day of April, 1621, the colonists of Plymouth again assembled. This time, not in the rude little meeting house, but on the rocky shore of Plymouth Harbor. All eyes are turned eastward to where the Mayflower rides at anchor, ready to set sail. On the shore, the captain, Thomas Jones, is bidding a last farewell to Governor Bradford.
Well, sir, the tide will be turning straightway. I must soon be pushing off.
We'll miss you, Captain Jones.
I hate to go and leave you all stranded here, sir, in this God-forsaken country.
The only countries that God forsakes, Captain, are those whose people have forsaken him.
Think you any will leave with me?
That young fellow Winslow, standing by the cliff.
Yeah?
He might go. He's no stomach for grubbing earth. He'd sooner be a sailor like yourself.
Mary, with only half a crew and some of them not fit to stand, I could straightway put more hands to the rope.
We need more hands ourselves. There's spring planting ahead. Only today a messenger came from the Norsets with seed and promise of aid.
Well.
My heart is great hope, and I still dare hope that none will leave. Mayhap 'tis folly, but already I'm proud of our little settlement in the New World, and I mislike to see anyone turn back.
Aye, I know. Like deserting a ship. Well, if you have any to make the passage, I hope they'll hasten.
Winslow still seems undecided. He and God must choose his path.
I'll row to the ship and watch for your signal to sail.
I'll fire a musket. But first, I must give our people every chance to decide.
Well, good hope, sir. I trust the next few months will be easier.
Master Jones.
Yes?
Just a moment, if you please.
Why, surely, Mistress White. Have you and your little baby decided to be our passengers?
Oh, no, Master Jones. I'm not leaving. But I have a little packet for my dearest friend in London.
Oh.
Would it be too much to ask you to take it for me? It's all superscribed.
I will bear it safely, Mistress White, never fear. And now I must haste and weigh anchor while the tide is right. Now, Godspeed.
Godspeed.
Godspeed, good master.
All right. Push her off, boys.
So the Mayflower sailed without you, Master Winslow.
Mistress White, you speak to me once more. Since that day at the meeting house when Master Bradford broke the news of the Mayflower leaving, you've scarce bade me good morning.
Oh, I beseech you, Master Winslow. I was angry. Angry because you were leaving. What made you change your purpose?
It was Master Bradford talking with the master of the ship. He said, I mislike to see anyone turn back. And Master Jones replied, aye, it would be like deserting a ship. But I see it now.
Oh, Edward, I too. I want to press on and make a new life here.
Susanna, might we not press on together?
Master Winslow, take care. There are many people here.
They give no heed to us. Their eyes are fixed on the Mayflower. Susanna, Elder Brewster has read the burial service over many of our number. But the marriage service never.
Men and women of Plymouth.
Master Bradford is about to speak.
Our good friend, the master, is at this moment boarding the ship. All sails are set. A sign from me, and the Mayflower will weigh anchor and turn her course for England. Before I give that sign, let me ask you all once more, for the last time, do any of you wish to return? It's not too late to change your mind. One word.
Last chance, Edward.
I've made my choice, Susanna.
Then I give the Mayflower the sign to sail. How white her sails gleam. Glad I am the sun is shining so fair today. The earth feels warm and rich at last.
Look, Peregrine. Oh, look, baby. I wish he might stand this morning on her memory.
She's looking landward.
Right, too. Why look back when there is so much ahead?
That fateful day, the Pilgrims made their choice and flung defiance at the dark forests of New England. Their will to carry on became a cornerstone of American character, and from such people came the power to conquer a continent. Slowly but surely, the cavalcade moved westward. After the pioneers came the farmers. 3 centuries have passed. It is the summer of 1931. Let us look into the kitchen of a small South Dakota farmhouse. Sarah Winslow is busily preparing supper.
Give these biscuits just about 5 minutes more. By that time, your father ought to be here.
Mom,
Yes, Ned?
Well, this is July.
Anybody who's been canning tomatoes over a hot stove all day don't have to be told that.
College opens in September. September 24th, the catalog says. What's the chances, do you think, of my getting to go?
Oh, it's too early to say yet, son. The summer's started out good. Crops are pretty promising. If nothing happens, I guess your father will be in a position to spare you in the fall. Take on a hired hand in your place.
I won't ask for a cent from Dad. With what I've saved and what I can earn, I'll get along fine, Mom.
Well, we'll see. I don't want to make any promises like we did last summer and then have to break them.
Gosh, what a summer that was. Not a drop of rain for 17 long weeks.
I can't even bear to think about it. Waking up morning after morning. See that sun like a great ball of copper. And the crops drying up, shriveling, shrieking for water.
Yeah. That's the worst of farming. You work and you worry and you break your back for months. And then along comes a drought or a freeze or a flood or maybe some kind of a blight. And where are you? You're worse off than when you started.
I know. And yet we keep on farming just the same.
I'm not so sure that I will. When I finish college, I might get myself a job in...
Your family have been farmers for generations, Ned Winslow. And I guess you're not going to give it up for any white-collar city job. Why, your great... Well, I don't know quite how many greats it was, but your grandfather was one of the first white men to plant corn in this country. The Indians showed him how.
Yeah, Mom. And his descendants have been planting corn ever since. To be burned up by the sun, or rotted by rain, or eaten up by pests.
What's this you're saying about pests?
Your son was just getting in practice for the college debating team, that's all. Oh, meanwhile, like as not, my biscuits are burned to a crisp.
Well, as a matter of fact...
And now you two get your hands and faces washed, and I'll have things dished up in a jiffy. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute, Father.
What's the matter?
Why, you've got a couple of grasshoppers on your coat, see? Oh, don't brush them off in here. Go outside. I don't want the nasty things to start hopping around my kitchen.
Hey, there's an awful lot of grasshoppers around lately. Just the last few days. Have you noticed?
Yes. Picked half a dozen of them off my cucumber vines this morning. Well, they were eating the leaves as greedy as anything.
They don't eat anything more valuable than your cucumber vines. We'll be lucky.
Well, you talk as if my cucumber vines didn't matter.
We don't depend on cucumbers for our living.
My cucumber pickle's taken second prize at the state fair for 3 years now. And if it don't take first prize this year... Oh, there's one of those pesky creatures under the sink.
Well, what of it, Mom? Well, they're harmless.
Not this variety.
What do you mean, Dad?
Well, these ain't the regular, ordinary variety of grasshoppers that you get every summer. They're a special breed.
Yeah, they got a couple of stripes down the back. I noticed that.
And an appetite that's never satisfied.
An appetite for what?
Anything and everything. Tad Sunderland was telling me today they had the same thing in Colorado one summer, about 10 years ago. When they got through devouring the crops, they even ate the binder twine.
Oh, Father, I can't believe it.
If you don't mind holding supper up for a few minutes, Mother, I'd like to put in a phone call.
Well, everything will get cold. Couldn't it wait till after supper?
I want to get hold of the county agent and ask him what to do about these grasshoppers.
Well, is there anything you can do?
Ed tells me they used poison for them in Colorado.
Poison?
They made up some kind of mash and mixed arson with it and spread it around their field.
Nice job for a hot July day.
You dish things up and get started. I'll be right back.
All right. Come on, son.
All right. I see you got cucumber pickle on the table, Mom.
We always have cucumber pickles with cold ham.
You may not next season, according to Dad. With these grasshoppers, I mean.
No, I'll protect my cucumber vines. Don't you worry. I'll cover them over so the grasshoppers don't see them. It's the green color that attracts them.
Oh, the grasshoppers will probably all be gone anyway in a little while. Dad's an awful alarmist. Always expecting the worst.
The worst has happened so many times, that's why. The drought last year just about ruined him. Here he comes now. Ned, don't say anything to him this evening about college. He's not in the mood to talk about it, I can see.
Yeah.
Well, Father, what did he say?
Seems just about every farmer in the country's calling him all of a sudden to find out how we're going to fight the grasshopper plague.
Weeks pass. A cloud of grasshoppers darkens the sun and settles over the fields, leaving them barren of crops and the farmers in desperate poverty. Finally, one hot August afternoon, we find Sarah in her kitchen.
Hello, Jane.
Oh, hello, Sarah. Just stopped in for a second. We're on our way to prayer meeting up in Jones Field. You going?
Yes, just as soon as Edward and Ned get in. They've been working day and night, scattering poison mash.
Mm-hmm.
But there's so much ground to cover, and only the two of them to do it.
Well, how about your cucumber vines? Were you able to save them?
My cucumber vine. Didn't I tell you what happened to them?
No. Last I heard, you was keeping them covered with dish towels.
You won't believe it, but those grasshoppers ate the vines, dish towels, and all.
I can believe it. You heard about the experience the Lindstroms had, didn't you?
No.
You know, the Swedish family that leased the old Fuller farm.
Oh, yes. What happened?
Well, they decided the best way to get rid of the grasshoppers was to send their turkeys out into the field to eat them up.
Yes.
So they figured it would clean out the grasshoppers and fatten up the turkeys at the same time, see? Well, when the turkeys came back home to roost that night, them grasshoppers had stripped them as bare as if they'd been plucked in your own kitchen.
Oh, how can you laugh, Jane? I think it's dreadful.
Well, if I didn't laugh at some of the things that's happening these days, Sarah, I'd go crazy. John's so worried, sick, can't eat nor sleep. If something don't happen pretty soon, I don't know what we'll do.
There's nothing we can do but go on. We can't quit.
How does young Ned feel about it? I hear he ain't so crazy about farming.
Oh, he's all right, but... Well, Ned don't set much store by praying, I'm afraid. He says the only thing that'll bring relief is spraying. Spraying poison in big enough quantities to really kill the pest.
Folks pray for rain in the churches and for relief from famine and pestilence. The Lord can send relief for them things. I guess he can send relief for a plight of grasshoppers. Oh, well, the folks are waiting out in the car. I better be going.
Well, we'll see you at the service. It's only a step for us.
Well, walking's better than driving anyway. Why, just coming down the short distance we did, our car got stalled twice. Grasshoppers clogging up the radiator. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Jane.
Hello, Edward. Going to service?
Oh, Jane. Yes, we're going as soon as Mother's ready.
I'll see you there. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I'll be ready in a minute, Edward. Let me get my hat. My, it's hot. 110 the shade.
Weather report over the radio said it was the hottest August 14th in I don't know how many years.
Well, it seems hotter when there's no green in sight. Well, I'm ready now.
All right. Are you coming to the service, Ned?
Oh, well, I suppose so.
Won't hurt you any. Well, let's start. Whew. Even hotter out here.
Yeah.
By the way, Mother, I saw Mrs. Granister in town this morning. She told me to tell you goodbye.
They're leaving?
They've left. She said she'd been driven over here to see you before they went. It was all decided so sudden.
Well, where are they going?
Someplace, she says, where there's no grasshoppers or droughts or floods.
Then they're giving up farming for good?
Looks that way.
They show good sense. The rest of us ought to do the same thing.
You don't really mean that, son.
Sure I do. What's the use of breaking your back, breaking your heart, farming?
Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to plant and cultivate and harvest crops, feed the rest of the world. Your cities are all right and fine, but where would they be without the farmer? Where would they get their bread and their butter and their milk and their other food stuff?
A lot of food they'll get from us this year. Look at that field we're passing now, Dad. Just stubble. Not a thing left.
There's always another year ahead of us, though. That's the great thing about farming. No matter how bad one season may be, there's always the hope and the chance that the next year will be a good one.
Yeah, if you can live till the next year on nothing but hope.
Well, we've still got our cows and chickens and a few acres of corn.
Oh, we're fighting a losing battle, though. What can you and I do, Dad? Scattering poison by hand against billions of grasshoppers.
The government may provide aid.
The government? They've promised help, but where is it?
When does college open, son?
College? Why, 24th of September.
You'd better write and send in your application.
Why, Dad.
I know how you feel about farming, boy. I know how bad you want to get away. I'd be the last person on earth to try to keep you here.
But, Dad, I couldn't go and leave you in a jam like this.
We can get along.
Would you and Mother leave, too?
How about it, Mother?
Leave the farm?
Our lease expires this fall.
But why should we leave?
Because times are bad.
That's no reason.
Others are quitting.
Not this family. Our folks have been farmers for generations, Father. Yours and mine both. The Winslows and the Morgans. They fought all the things that we've been fighting, and they won out.
Well, looks like service is about to start.
Oh, my, look at Jones Field. Just a lot of stubble. Why, last year it was waving corn.
Now everybody in the county must be here.
Seems funny, don't it, to be gathering for prayer in a field?
There's no church in the country big enough to hold this congregation. Anyhow, it's more fitting to pray out here. It's our fields that's been laid waste after all.
Farmers do have courage.
Look, the minister's standing in front of that great wooden cross. Let's stop here where we can see him.
All right, we can hear just as well here.
Oh, there's poor Mrs. Nordquist. She's crying.
Can't blame her. She lost her whole crop, and she's only been out here 2 years.
Oh, I must speak to her after the service. Maybe there's a little something we could do for her.
I hear she's almost starving.
There must be over 1,000 people here.
And everyone dog-tired from fighting grasshoppers.
You know, it's funny. A lot of them are worse off than we are. But somehow they don't look licked.
Look, the minister's holding up his hand for quiet.
Let us bow our heads in prayer. Almighty God.
You know, Dad, there's something about these farmers all out here praying. It gets me.
There is something in farming, son. I guess that's why your mother and I are staying.
I'm staying too, Dad.
No, don't you do it. You go to college like you planned. You've already put it off 1 year.
It won't hurt me to wait a little longer. Oh, Dad, I've got some money saved. It's yours, Dad. I want you to have it.
Why, son.
We'll see this thing through together, you and Mom and I. Listen. What's that? Oh, it's a plane, Mom. Just the mail plane.
The mail plane ain't due here for 3 hours.
Boy, I can't tell you how I feel. You're saying you'll stick with us.
Father, Ned, look!
What?
The plane, look!
Gosh, but it's flying low.
That cloud that's following it, what is it? Why, it's
poison, Big. It's a government plane scattering poison.
Manna from heaven, that's what it is. Our prayers have been answered.
Our fields are already white with it.
He's flying towards Rennis's farm now. The farm they live.
Oh, I'm glad we stayed, and that I stayed.
God bless you, boys. I knew you'd stay. You're a Winslow. You couldn't turn back.
No turning back. The will to carry on. The refusal to give in. This quality has helped shape the course of American history from the days of the Pilgrims to the present day. People whose names find no important place in history's pages, who quietly did their jobs and asked no credit, no glory. We salute them, heroes of the American Cavalcade.
Stories like this make us realize how completely dependent we are on our friend the farmer, on his courage and skill and resourcefulness, and what a daily struggle he has to wage, not only against weather and soil erosion, but against the hungry hordes of man's greatest enemies, the insects. Scientists have already classified more than 600,000 different kinds of insects in the world. If nothing were done to fight all these bugs, they could wipe out our whole human race in a single year. So it's a day and night battle that the farmer wages for us, literally a battle for our lives. And chemistry is his most powerful weapon. DuPont, producers of chemical products since 1802, is the farmer's ally, furnishing ingredients to fertilizer manufacturers, explosives with which to remove stumps and stop soil erosion, and plant sprays and insecticides that are used all the way from the orange groves of Florida and California to the wheat fields which are the breadbasket of the world. The aim of these services to American enterprise is to provide better things for better living through chemistry. The leading parts in this evening's episodes, which you have just heard, were played by that distinguished American actor, Walter Hampton. Next Wednesday evening at this same time, French O'Tone, one of Hollywood's brightest stars, will appear when DuPont again presents The Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents
X minus 1.
Tonight, Chain of Command by Stephen R.
This is about George. He's a friend of mine. Lives right here at the Brookside Atomic Laboratory with his family. My name is Charlie Boyle, by the way. I'm a security guard here at the lab. Been here now for, 20 years, I guess. Of course, they don't use the lab anymore. Lots of weeds and things, and, I stick around. There isn't really any place to go. Oh, well, I'm getting away from it after all. This is about George. Some of it I knew myself. A lot of it he told me after it was over. It began, it began the morning after George's wife lit into him.
I think, George, the least you could do is complain. After all, are you a mouse or a man?
Clara, what's the point of complaining? It'll just start trouble.
We do live at the laboratory. We have some rights.
The best thing we can do is just stay right where we are.
But it's dangerous.
There's nothing dangerous about it, just so long as we know what we're doing.
I'm not thinking about us. I'm thinking about the children.
The children know where they mustn't go.
George, I will not go on like this without a moment's peace of mind. If you had the slightest concern for my welfare or for the children's, you'd...
All right. I'll go talk to old Charlie, the security guard.
Why not talk directly to the superintendent?
Because of the complications. Now, I promise you I'll explain the situation to Charlie. He knows me. I've talked to him for over a year now.
And he hasn't the slightest influence.
I'll impress the seriousness of the situation on him.
All right, but do it now.
I will.
And be firm.
I'll be as firm as I can.
I was at my desk in the hallway. The place was deserted. I've always worked the night shift, except for my supervisor, Mr. Adams, who was in his office down the hall working late. I remember I was sort of dozing off when I heard George's voice in my ear.
Charles. Charlie.
Huh?
It's me, George.
Oh, yes, George. Yeah, how are you?
Fine. Can I have a chat with you?
Chat away. I got all night.
Good. It's about the trap.
The trap?
The one outside our door.
Oh, that trap?
Clara, my wife, says it's dangerous.
Well, now,
She'd like it removed.
Removed? Oh, no, George. That can't be done.
Regulations?
Regulations.
Suppose you just removed it without telling anybody.
Oh, they'd fire me, George.
I see. Clara's afraid one of the kids might get hurt.
Oh.
How about taking it up with the supervisor?
Mr. Adams?
Why not?
Well, it never occurred to me.
Why not give it a try?
Oh, I don't know. Mr. Adams doesn't even know you exist.
Maybe it's time he found out.
Well, it might get a bit sticky.
Give it a try.
Well,
come on, Charlie. Be a good fellow. Haven't we been buddies for a long time?
Oh, we've been buddies, all right, but, well, when it comes to something like
Will
this...
you try at least? Clara isn't going to let me alone unless something happens.
Okay, George. I'll give it a try. I straightened my tie and I brushed off my uniform real neat and I went into Mr. Adams' office. I could see the light under his door and I hear him on the phone, so I knew he was there.
Edgar? Adams up at Brookside Lab. Uh-huh. How are things in Washington? No, nothing serious. Just want to have a fingerprint check on one of our scientists. Uh-huh. Yeah, number 7X4582. That's right. How's the missus? Good. Oh, excuse me a minute. There's somebody at the door. Come in. Oh, hello, Charlie.
Mr. Adams.
Edgar, can I call you back? Fine. Yeah, what is it, Charlie?
Well, I'd like a word with you, Mr.
Well,
Adams.
look, Charlie, I'm on the phone to Washington. Is it a security matter?
Oh, in a way, Mr. Adams.
Well?
I don't know how to tell you, really.
Well, just tell me.
Well, sir, there's a mouse named George down in room 412 who doesn't want the trap outside his door.
Well, that's just too... What?
A mouse in room 412. He objects to the trap.
Look, Charlie, I'm busy. Is this a joke or something?
Oh, well, I guess maybe it is.
I mean, I like a good joke as well as the next fella, Charlie, but, well, I mean, it's late and I got a lot of work to do. Do you mind?
No, Mr. Adams.
Yeah, well, that's fine. You just get back to your desk, huh?
Okay, Mr. Adams.
And, Charlie,
yes, sir, yes.
Next time one of the mice complains, tell him to come in here and speak to me himself.
Yes, sir.
Edgar Adams here again. I'm sorry. One of the security guards playing a little joke on me. He came in to say one of the mice here at the lab is complaining about the trap outside his door. You got him down Washington, too, huh? Yeah? What do you do about it? Traps, huh? Yeah. Yeah, it's the only way, I guess. Yeah.
Well, I went back to my desk. George was there, waiting. I could tell by his expression that he knew the answer before he even asked me.
No soap, huh, Charlie?
No soap, George.
I guess I'll have to tell Clara.
Yeah, I'm sorry, George.
What'd he say?
Well, he said if you've got a complaint, see him yourself.
He said that, huh?
Yep. Of course, I didn't know what was going to happen. George didn't tell me till it was all over. I mean, really all over. And then it was too late for me to do anything. It turned out, though, that Clara, that's George's wife, told him that if he didn't go talk to Mr. Adams, she'd up and leave him. Yeah, leave him and the kids, too. So him and me, we went.
And nothing negative on his record, eh, Edgar? Well, okay. Yeah, excuse me a minute. Come in. Oh, what is it this time?
Excuse me, Mr. Adams. It's that mouse. He wants to talk to you.
I'll call you back, Edgar. Now, look, Charlie, I mean, this has gone far enough.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What the devil you got in your hand?
Well, this is him, sir. It's the mouse I was telling you about. George. Yeah, George. This is Mr. Adams, the security supervisor.
How do you do?
Huh?
How do you do?
Ventriloquism, huh, Charlie? Pretty good.
Oh, it ain't ventriloquism, Mr. Adams. He talks.
Yeah, sure he does. Well, look, now you had your little joke, and I got a lot of work to do.
I'd like a word with you.
What? Sure, that's remarkable. It really... Now, look,
George,
if you don't...
George, suppose I just leave you here and step outside.
That might be best.
Excuse me, Mr. Adams.
No, wait a minute. You can't leave that beast in here.
He won't take much of your time.
But, hold it. Leaving a mouse on my desk.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, of course. What?
I said, can you hear me? Some people have trouble.
I'm going out of my mind. It's a hallucination.
No, sir, a mouse.
Listen to... What are you?
A mouse. You know, cheese, rodents, all that sort of thing.
Do you mind if I touch you?
Okay, but take it easy. Careful, don't bend up the whiskers.
You're real.
Sure I'm real. Now, listen, about that trap.
The trap?
My wife is driving me goofy. Get it away from our front door, will you?
Your front door, yes. Yes, of course, Are you sure you exist?
I could bite you to prove it.
Never mind.
What about it?
What about what?
The trap.
The trap, yes, of course. Well, I mean, that's a security problem. Look, would you do me a favor?
It depends.
Tell me, how come you talk?
Simple. My ancestors have been around this lab since it was built. We've gotten a lot of gamma radiation. A couple of them were used as an experiment to test radiation endurance. There were surgical operations, grafts of human brain tissue to mouse brain tissue to check the effects of the rays on human brains and so on. You follow me?
Wait a minute. I remember there were some experiments where human brain tissue was placed in a mouse and then exposed.
That's it. Those mice, the ones that survived, were my great-grandparents.
Holy smokes.
So what about the trap? I mean, we're nice, peaceful mice. We don't bother anybody. We don't eat much. We mind our own business.
Wait a minute. You say your great-grandparents were the first of this talking line? I mean, are there many of you?
3 generations, Mac. That's a lot of mice.
Tell me, have you talked to anybody besides me?
Well, I talked to Charlie.
No, I mean besides Charlie.
I tried it with a couple of guys. They wouldn't listen.
These others, what do you call them, your relatives, have they talked to anybody? Tell me.
How should I know? I suppose they've talked to dozens of people.
Where are these people they've talked to?
The mental hospitals are full of them. It's a problem, see. We can talk to kids and, you know, the odd ones, but anybody else, they get scared.
Uh-huh.
So what do I tell Clara about the trap?
Clara?
My wife, Clara.
Oh, well, it's a security problem. I think I'll have to take it up with Washington.
Okay, take it up.
Yeah, I'll dictate a memo first thing in the... No, I won't. They'll think I've flipped.
Okay, I'll tell Clara.
Now, wait a minute. Let me make a phone call. Sooner or later, this thing has got to be dealt with. Edgar Adams at Brookside. Now, Edgar, old man, we have just encountered a rather unusual security problem here at the plant. Yes. No, nothing like that. Mice. Yes. Talking mice. No, Edgar, it is not a joke. I know we were joking a while ago, but it turns out there are talking mice here. Edgar, listen. Please, Edgar, will you listen? I'll put one of them on the phone. Now, listen, would you... Here, would you just talk, please?
What'll I say?
Just say anything. His name is George.
Hello? This is George. I'm trying to get the authorities to remove the trap from in front of my... What?
Yeah, let me have it, will you? Edgar, listen, I am not kidding, and I have not gone mad. This is on the level. In my office at this moment, there is a mouse who talks. In this top-secret atomic laboratory, there are several hundred such mice, for all I know. Look, Edgar, you don't believe me, and I don't expect you to believe me. No, I don't want a vacation. Good night, Edgar. He doesn't believe me.
We keep running into this all the time.
George, are you really interested in doing something about that trap?
Have you ever met my wife? Oh, of course you haven't.
Wait a minute, I got it. I'm going to call for a top-level security conference at the Pentagon. George, will you come down there with me? Will you? We won't say a word. We'll just appear.
Washington?
First-class accommodations will get you the best suite in town. Do you like cheese?
Do I like cheese? Can you get provolone down there?
Get what?
Provolone.
We'll get it. All the provolone you can eat.
I've never traveled before.
George, you'll love it. You'll love it. Chance to get away from the wife for a while, huh? What do you say, boy? You and me, huh? We'll live it up down there. Look, I know a couple of girls. I seem to recall they had mice in their pantry.
I don't know. I'll have to talk to Clara.
Look, tell her it's the only way to get action on the trap. Make it sound big, you know. You hate to go away from her, but it's for the kids. What do you say, pal, huh?
Well, okay.
Attaboy. Operator, get me chief of security at the Pentagon. Make it fast. This is an emergency.
I wasn't there, but like I said, George told me all about it after it was over. Seems him and Mr. Adams went down to Washington on a morning plane. George got a little plane sick, but he liked flying pretty good anyway. They checked in at the Statler, then went over to the Pentagon.
Order, gentlemen, order. As a chief, I hereby convene the meeting. It's been called as a Priority A emergency session by Mr. Adams, who, as you know, is security chief at our Brookville Atomic Laboratories. Mr. Adams?
Yes, thank you, Chief. Now, gentlemen, it may come as a shock to all of you. It did to me. But I've learned that some 1,200 English-speaking individuals have been operating freely within our top-secret laboratories at Brookville without any security clearance whatsoever.
You did say 1,200?
Actually, sir, 1,207.
Who are these people, sir?
Mice, Chief.
Mice?
Yes, sir, mice. I have one of them here with me. Somewhere. George.
Here.
Oh, well, there you are. George, would you just mind stepping to the center of the table?
Right.
Gentlemen, this is George.
How do you do?
Well, this is most remarkable.
George is the result of an experiment conducted some years ago in which bits of human brain tissue were grafted into live mice to test radiation effects.
And there are 1,200 of these inside the lab?
1,207.
Without security clearance?
Without security clearance.
Oh. Well. Sir, Mouse?
Call me George.
George? George, tell me what you know.
My wife wants the trap removed from our front door. She thinks it's dangerous for the children.
Has she been cleared?
Quiet, General.
Well, a major lapse of security.
I'm aware of the lapse, General.
What about the trap?
I refuse to countenance any act that will aid the entrance of more of these spies and saboteurs into the plant.
Who's a spy? I'm a mouse.
Tell me, have you overheard any conferences?
Maybe a few.
Seen any documents?
My kids play in the secret document file. It's the safest place in the lab.
Have you yourself ever seen any papers marked top secret?
Seen them? Heck, I've eaten them.
I believe this calls for some action, gentlemen.
Mr. Adams, if you and this rodent will retire to the next room, I think we'll have a brief caucus.
Yes, sir. George.
Okay.
Yes, sir. See you later, gentlemen.
Listen, what about the provolone?
Never mind.
Well, I think we should try to forget for the moment that these creatures are mice and deal with them as security problems.
Concur.
Now then, the first question is one of loyalty.
I raise a question at this point.
General?
Are these American mice?
Well, I assume that...
Well, but do we know?
You have a point, sir. Perhaps we ought to get immigration in on this.
Immigration? I'd say extermination.
Before we do anything rash, General, I think we ought to learn more about these creatures, who they are, what their habits are, their loyalties, how much they know.
Suppose this George creature won't tell us.
We'll have to use every trick in the book. Now, I would suggest we first try the velvet glove. The full treatment.
George told me about the velvet glove later. He said he didn't really suspect anything at first, what with all the excitement of being in Washington and so on, but after a while he got wind of what they were doing.
Room service. This is Mr. Adams in 712. Will you please send up a pound of
provolone.
Provolone, please. Cheese. Cheese. Yes, and some more wine. Yes, fine. Right away, please. They'll have some more right away, George.
Can't get enough of this stuff. Really delicious.
George, have a little more wine.
I don't mind if I do. This is the life, all right.
It's a great town, isn't it, George?
Stupendous.
By the way, George, those documents you mentioned eating, do you remember what they said?
Something about nuclear weapons. Listen, Adam, what about those girls you mentioned, the ones who had mice in their pantry?
Oh, yes.
How about giving them a call?
But George, a little late, don't you think?
Oh, the night's just beginning.
All right, George, I'll give him a little call. 6. Yeah, my memory serves. Hello, Gail. My memory serves. Bob Adams. Hi, just down on a quick business trip. How tricks, Gail? No, not a thing. By the way, did you still have mice? Mice? Yeah, but... You what? You exterminated... Oh, I see. No, I don't think I'll have time this trip. I just wanted to call you up, say hello. Yeah, maybe next trip. Fine, my dear. So long.
What'd she say?
Unfortunately, the superintendent has a cat.
I see. Wiped out?
Wiped out.
That's something I want to take up with my congressman before we leave town.
We'll do that, George. George, have another sip of wine.
You don't mind if I do?
That's it. Now then, George, about those documents.
Oh, you stop about documents. I thought we were in town for a good time.
We are.
Well, round up a couple of mice, man, and let's get with it.
Mice, I'll tell you what, George. You wait here. I'll go out and I'll see what I can do, okay?
Okay, but make it snappy, huh? I'm raring to go.
Next morning, Adams woke George and told him they were scheduled for another conference at the Pentagon.
George, wake up, huh?
Oh, what a head.
Come on, George, we're due at the Pentagon.
Easy, don't talk so loud. Wow. Where did you get those white mice last night?
Over at the National Research Lab.
Ooh. They must have been feeding those girls wheat germ.
All right, come on, George. Come on, you can sober up in the taxi. Come on.
All right, George, we've been beating around the bush long enough. Who are you?
I've told you, I'm a mouse. My name is George. I live in a hole at the Brookville Atomic Laboratory.
We know all that. We want to know who's behind you.
Nobody's behind me. Listen, you guys don't have to be afraid of me. I'm only a mouse.
It's the perfect fifth column. The ultimate weapon.
Do you realize that you and your family are living inside a secret government installation without any security clearance whatsoever?
I'm willing to be investigated.
How do we know you aren't an agent for a foreign power?
How do we know you aren't an agent for a foreign power?
Preposterous.
It'd be the perfect fifth column.
Gentlemen, I will not remain here to be insulted by this creature.
And I will not be insulted by you, sir. Gentlemen, good day.
No, George, wait, come back.
George, he went that way.
Get him off.
George! He's going into the wall.
Grab him.
Too late. He's gone.
Well, men, this is it. We'll have to decide on a course of action. We've got to recapture him.
Look, I think the first thing to do is get a cat.
He's too smart for a cat.
Well, something's got to be done.
Something's got to be done.
After all, these creatures have access to every secret file in the country.
Not to mention eavesdropping on our private lives.
The thing that bothers me is, gentlemen, they multiply in another 3 generations. There will be some 12 billion talking mice, 6 times the human population of the Earth.
It's no matter for fooling around. Kill or be killed, gentlemen.
The problem there is how.
We have reason to believe they're concentrated in Brookville. I say evacuate all humans and blow up the plant. Use the H-bomb if necessary.
I'm afraid you're right, General. We must exterminate.
I'll phone Strategic Air Command and alert them. SAC, please. Hello, Bill. This is Ed. Listen, fuel up a couple of big ones. No, nothing serious, but we may want to use them in the near future. Just stand by, that's all.
I'll call chemical warfare, get the best information on exterminating rodents. Hello? Hello? That's funny. It's gone dead. Hello? Hello? Something is wrong here. Sounds almost as if the line had been cut. Adams, got an alarm for that mouse.
Well, that was only the beginning, of course. Things began to happen pretty fast right after that. You bet your sweet satchel they did.
Well, Adams?
Yeah, I've been talking to Edgar. The FBI has located several hundred field mice, all of them non-talking. No trace of a mouse corresponding to our description of George.
I see.
Team of Secret Servicemen been combing the Pentagon and the White House. We've got 1,500 traps baited with imported provolone in the Senate chambers alone. So far, no luck.
And what about cats?
The American feline fanciers have volunteered 100 Mausers.
Oh, good. Any more telephone wires cut?
I'm afraid so, Chief, yes. He managed to gnaw through the private wire from the president's suite to the Pentagon.
Oh, I see. We'll get it spliced. What about the top-secret file on that new chemical warfare agent? Is there any trace of that?
They found the file, but he managed to chew out the key symbols. I'm afraid it's useless.
Well, keep tracking him down.
Yes,
Sooner
sir.
or later, we'll get him.
Yes, sir. Only one thing,
Well,
sir.
what's that?
I hate to mention it, really.
Well, go on, man.
Well, sir, the damage has appeared in such widespread places recently.
Well, go on.
Well, there must be more than just George. In fact, we're afraid he has reinforcements right here in Washington.
But that's impossible. How?
I don't know how, sir, unless...
Unless what?
Unless... Well, it seems, sir, that there were a couple of female white mice from the National Research Lab.
You mean?
Yes, sir. I'm afraid so, sir.
I guess maybe you know the rest. Within a couple of weeks, every cable, telephone line, power line, and every telegraph line in the United States had been cut. Also the wires on every plane, tank, train, and ship. They'd also destroyed every file in the country. That was only a month ago. Well, you can guess what's happened. Most everybody has left this part of the world. In this whole atomic laboratory, I'm the only human. And I'm not so sure I'll be around much longer. Yes, sir? The only woman. Not that they need a security guard, but, well, I'm just used to being here. I wouldn't know where to go.
Charlie.
What? George. George, is it you?
That's right, Charlie.
Well, you look awful. Where have you been?
Well, I was down in Washington, Charlie, about the traps, remember?
Oh, yeah. That was before all the trouble started, over 2 months ago. Well, what you been doing all this time?
Well, you know, we've been pretty busy protecting ourselves, cutting the lines and stopping transportation and such.
I figured it was the mice done it, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't like it, but it was them or us, so we did it.
Well, how come you look so terrible, though?
Well, we stopped the trains and the planes, you know, so, well, I had to walk back. That's one heck of a walk for a mouse.
Like I said, this is about George.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was an NBC Radio Network production.
Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy, exploring a wooded section of Mars, have just seen two men in strange, primitive masks holding a girl as captive. As the two Space Patrollers move to rescue her, Happy falls into a pit covered with branches and leaves.
You give me a hand, I'll pull you out.
Yes. I can't quite reach it.
I'll lie down on the edge of the pit. There.
Now, that's fine, sir. Now I can... Commander, look out.
What's the matter?
Look behind you. There's a man in a mask, and he's got a spear at your back.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Mystery of the Masked Martian. You hear those drums, Space Patrollers? They're coming from an ancient city on Mars, and they're sending you a special message from Commander Corey about the brand new super scary, super spooky-looking surprise Commander Corey has for you. A man from Mars totem head with magic forehead vision. Now, in just a few moments, you'll find out how you can get one. And wait till you see it, gang. Wow! This weird totem head is more than 12 inches high, fits over your head, rests on your shoulders, makes a complete disguise because that magic forehead vision plate lets you see out, but nobody else can see in. It's got a sinister-looking face in the front, a spooky-looking face in the back, ears that flop, a swell beak-like nose, and fang-like teeth. Put on your totem head, and your pals won't know whether you're coming or going. They won't know who you are either, because with the magic forehead vision, you can see them, but they cannot see you. It's like having an extra pair of X-ray eyes. Now, gang, here's all you do to get your very own Man from Mars totem head. Just send a Rice Chex or a Wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address, and 25 cents in coin to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Mystery of the Masked Martians. At regular intervals, giant towers rise up from the Martian desert, ready to relay power along the equator to a city far beyond the horizon. Around an uncompleted tower is a cluster of temporary buildings and stacks of supplies. In the office of Ed Hicks, superintendent of construction, Buzz and Happy look on as Hicks points to a map in this section of Mars.
Got all these towers up without a bit of trouble, Buzz. But from the minute we set up camp at this site, things have happened.
What kind of things?
Well, I suppose you could sum it up as sabotage. Supplies disappeared, food mostly. Mess hall burned down 3 nights ago. We've had accidents.
Accidents?
Anyone hurt? No, not seriously, but it slowed down our work considerably. Men have reached a point where they don't trust each other.
Uh-oh. On a job like this, that's bad.
You're right, Peter.
Still, there's nothing tangible to go on outside of these accidents. And they might be due to the men's nervousness.
No, nothing tangible. Except that one of my men is missing.
Oh?
One of the foremen, Turk Fowler, new man, he wasn't well liked.
Could your men have ganged up on him?
In the present state of mind, possibly. One of our scout tanks is missing, too.
Then this man Fowler may have run off.
Yeah. But anyone with any sense would have headed west toward the nearest settlement. Tracks leading from the camp indicate the scout tank headed east.
East? Nothing in that direction for hundreds of miles, except for a wooded section about 30 miles away. I know. As far as you know, then, there have been no strangers lurking around this town.
No strangers at all, except for the girl.
What girl?
I don't know her name. She drove into camp yesterday in a surface car. Wanted to buy some food. Seems we ran short of it. the girl doing out here? I don't know. I didn't see her myself. From what my assistant said, she was doing some exploring over to the east.
Could there be any connection between this girl and the mysterious events in the camp, or the disappearance of Fowler?
I don't see how. Frankly, I can't see a sensible explanation for anything. Fowler may have left because he was afraid of the men or afraid of what's going on here. Still, he seems to have headed in the direction the girl did, toward the east.
Well, if the men won't talk to you, I doubt that I could get anything out of them. Right now, at least. I'm worried about Fowler.
There's been an atmosphere ship at the camp, or they sent somebody to look for him.
Fowler doesn't want to be found. A search by air would give him a chance to hide. But another scout tank could follow his tracks across the wasteland. Have you got one available?
Yeah, sure. I'll have one fueled up right away.
Fine. Happy and I'll try to find them.
Mile after mile, Buzz and Happy follow the tracks of the stolen scout tank across the Martian desert. Then, across the almost level wasteland, they see a range of low hills covered with what on Mars is thick vegetation. As the spinning treads of their scout tank bring them closer to the hills, Happy turns to Buzz.
Commander, this is all beginning to look familiar.
Sure, Happy. We were here a few weeks ago to rescue that girl scientist.
Oh, yeah. And that knoll up there, that's where the spaceship crashed 900 years ago. The wreck that was supposed to have a treasure aboard.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Commander, look up ahead. There's a vehicle of some kind.
That's not a scout tank.
It's an ordinary circus car. It looks like it's stalled in the sand.
Must be equipped with special treads or couldn't maneuver on this terrain.
Well, didn't Ed Hicks say the girl who came into camp was driving a surface car?
Yes. We'll stop and have a look.
There's no one in the car, sir.
No one's in sight.
The tracks of that scout tank continue right past the car.
On toward those wooded hills. Look at these footprints. They lead from the surface car to the tank tracks.
Well, then the girl got out of this car and into the tank. And she must have gone willingly. There's no sign of a struggle.
Let's take a look at that car. Let's see who this car's registered to. Uh-oh.
What is it, sir?
Look what's lying in the back seat.
A mask. Why, it's the same kind of mask we found weeks ago near the wrecked ship and gave to... what was that girl scientist's name?
Lauren. It's the same mask.
Well, now we know who the girl was that visited the construction camp.
This car's registered to a vehicle renting company in Lowell City.
And Miss Loring must have driven all the way from Lowell City, hundreds of miles across the desert all by herself.
Apparently she's not her own now.
Do you think she's in any danger from Fowler?
Perhaps not. I don't know why he stole a scout tank and headed in this direction. Come on, Hank. Let's get back in the tank and follow these tracks.
There's the tank, sir, right at the edge of the woods.
And over at the left is the wrecked spaceship.
The black star. I don't see anybody up on the knoll. Maybe they're poking around inside the wreck.
That's where they were going. They wouldn't have parked the tank clear over here. They're probably exploring the woods, huh? Since Fowler may not be too delighted to see us. That'd be a ray gun.
Cautiously, Buzz and Happy work their way deep into the woods, following a trail marked by broken twigs and an occasional footprint.
They seem to have a definite idea of where they're going.
Yes, sir. But who's doing the leading? Miss Loring or Fowler?
The girl, probably. Fowler may be holding a gun on her.
And when we last saw her a few weeks ago, she was convinced that the people that crashed in the ship were space pirates and had hidden stolen jewels somewhere in this area.
Oh, the jewels, but everything else. The wreck was completely stripped.
Well, the last survivor of that wreck must have passed away 8 centuries ago. Hey, maybe he left a map, and Miss Loring found it.
Mm-hmm. There was one mystery about that wreck that Miss Loring couldn't explain. When the pirates crashed, the spacer phoned for help. According to the ancient records, there were 20 men and women aboard the Black Star. 18 survived the crash.
Yes, sir. And help never arrived. Those graves up on the hill near the wreck was that.
And that's the mystery. Remember, there are 20 graves. Who buried the last survivor?
Hey, that is a mystery.
Of course, the simplest explanation is the wreck of the wrong that there were 21 people aboard.
And Miss Loring may have all the facts now, Commander. It'll make quite a story. Those pirates landing with a ship full of stolen museum relics from Earth.
Yes, and the choice they had to make between living out their lives here on Mars or calling for rescue and going back to Earth as criminals.
And there could have been a battle between those who wanted to stay and those who
Oh,
wanted
wait,
to go.
I heard something like that.
There's a movement in that bush.
Maybe it was the man of the sun.
Smoke and rockets. What was that?
They struck that tree right behind us.
Commander, it's an arrow.
Listen. Whoever shot it is running away.
Well, why would Fowler be using a primitive weapon like a bow and arrow?
It's a girl.
Dinah Loring. She's in trouble.
Come on, Hap. Coming to a clearing.
Commander, look. Am I losing my mind?
Masks. I hold them.
Masks just like the one we found. The big teeth, the bulging eyes, and the feathers.
I thought I'd passed. And skins like criminals.
They're carrying bows and arrows.
For heaven's sakes. They're wrestling. They start to shoot me.
What about Miss Loring?
Let's make her unconscious. I can't go back to the car. The important thing is to get her away from those men. Risk what I can to do.
Yes, sir. Hey!
Happy. Happy, you hurt?
I didn't see this hole. It was covered up with branches and leaves.
Give me a hand. I'll pull you out.
Yes, sir. I can't quite reach it.
Now lie down on the edge of the pit. There.
That's fine, sir. Now I can... Commander, look out.
What's the matter?
Look behind you. There's a man in a mask. He's got a spear at your back.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment.
Weird. Fantastic. The Man from Mars, Totem Head. Magic Forehead Vision.
And you can have one, Space Patrollers. In a second, you'll find out how. And when you put on your own totem head, you'll look just like a real space spook. Even your best pal won't know you. It's more than 12 inches high, and from head to shoulders, your identity is a complete secret. That magic forehead vision lets you see out, but your friends can't see in, or tell who's wearing the Man from Mars totem head. Think of the fun you can have fooling them. They won't know which direction you're headed either, because the totem head has a face in the front and one in the back, too. It comes in real Martian colors, red and yellow, green and black, with floppy ears, a beak-like nose, and fang-like teeth. Now remember, the magic forehead vision, that's X-ray vision. You can see out, but nobody can see in. Gang, to get your Man from Mars totem head, do this. Just send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Mystery of the Masked Martian. Buzz and Happy have trailed the stolen scout tank across the Martian desert to a wooded area. In a clearing deep in the woods, they saw Dinah Loring, a girl scientist, struggling in the grasp of two strange figures wearing weird primitive masks. As the Space Patrollers rushed to her rescue, Happy toppled into a pit covered with branches. As Buzz stretched himself prone on the ground at the edge of the pit to assist Happy, another masked figure appeared. Right now, Happy is looking up from the pit, horrified as the man in the grotesque mask holds the point of a spear against the commander's back.
Don't move, sir. It looks like he's ready to jab you.
You've got your ray gun. Give him a blast.
Flew out of my hand. Like
I can get mine out of my holster without making inches.
Oh! Did he hurt you?
That's just a warning. The other thing they knew I was reaching for a weapon.
He's taking your gun.
For a savage, this one's smart. He doesn't know how to use my ray gun. He's making sure I don't use it. Proving how to reach with this pit.
Help him. Get that man out of pit.
He talks English.
You must know everything we've said.
Hurry!
All right. Get in here. Give me your hand.
Yes, sir.
Up you go.
There.
You stay right there. Do not move, or I will use my spear.
We won't move. Who are you?
I am Boyd. Captain Boyd. Stay where you are. I will pick your weapons into the pit.
I don't get this, sir. These people wear those masks and use bow and arrows and spears, and yet they can speak English. And this one calls himself Captain.
Could have finished disposing of that spear, but he didn't. I could rush in now, sir. It wouldn't help Dinah Loring, even if we overpowered him.
Well, there go our guns into the pit.
Go. That way. Across the clearing.
All right, boys. The captain, Boyd, but where are you taking us?
To the village of my people.
You shot an arrow at us a while ago. Your men are holding a girl. She's a friend of ours. Now you're threatening us with your spear. Why? We haven't harmed you.
That is a lie. The other man drew his weapon. It made big sound, and 2 of my men fell to the ground.
The other men? That must be Fowler.
Borg, listen. Those men that fell, there were no wounds on them, were there?
No, but they do not move.
They're merely asleep. They'll wake up and be all right again. Let us take the girl and the other man, and we'll go away.
No. You are not of the Great Ones. You do not wear masks. Therefore, you are evil.
Great Ones? Who are the Great Ones?
We will not talk here. Go. I will follow you with my spear at your backs.
We'd better hear him, Happy. I think Captain Borg will listen to reason eventually.
With the masked Martian walking behind them with raised spear, Buzz and Happy make their way through the woods. At last, they come to a clearing containing a few rude huts. In the face of a cliff are the openings of several caves. As Buzz and Happy are marched through the tiny village, they're aware of faces peering at them through the doorways of the huts. Captain Borg pods them toward a cave guarded by a huge man, also wearing one of the strange masks and holding a spear. The guard stands as though he were made of stone, except for a stiff salute to Borg with his long spear.
Get in the cave. I will come for you when my crew has decided your fate. Do not attempt to escape.
All right, Captain Borg, but there are a couple of facts you ought to know.
Get in the cave.
Okay. Come on, Happy.
Yes, sir. Hey, the girl in the cave.
Lander,
You all right, Miss Loy?
as well as can be expected.
What about Fowler? Is he here, too?
He was asleep in the back of the cave. He was hit by an arrow after he used his ray gun on George's men.
Is he hit there?
It's just a flesh wound in the shoulder, but we should get him to a doctor before it becomes infected.
From Borg's attitude, that isn't going to be easy.
Miss Loring, who are these people? Do you know?
Yes, but the truth is so fantastic you won't believe it.
They're descendants of the people who cracked open the Black Star. Isn't that right?
Yes, Lander. It's the most amazing example of survival I've ever heard of.
That ship crashed here 870 years ago. That means this is about the 25th generation.
Look at those graves on the hill. They're exactly 20. Why aren't there more?
Right here it's regarded as sacred ground. It's reserved for the great ones.
The Great Ones? Oh, that's the phrase Borg used.
Yes, these people believe that their remote ancestors were superior beings who came out of the sky.
They came out of the sky, all right, but they sure weren't superior. They were pirates.
Remember, Happy, in 800 years, facts can become distorted into legends.
Yes, but didn't they have any books on the ship?
In the struggle for survival, reading probably became a lost art in 2 or 3 generations.
It must have taken over their efforts to obtain food. Reading wasn't a practical skill.
But those crazy masks, they weren't practical either.
No, but they symbolized the greatness. Those masks are copies of those that were aboard the spaceship. Relics of primitive tribes that lived there thousands of years ago.
Yet they're not quite like the Earth masks, Miss Loy.
No. After all, these people are intelligent and creative. Each generation probably added its own ideas and designs.
Yeah, but you'd think they'd know that people who fly in spaceships don't wear primitive masks.
The first 3 generations probably realized it, but for hundreds of years, everything these people know has been passed on by word of mouth for 30 generations.
Yeah, I noticed that Borg calls himself captain and refers to his people as his crew.
Yes, those phrase will carry over from the original survivors of the spaceship crash. Each new leader of this colony becomes a captain of the crew.
Sounds funny at first, but I guess it makes sense.
How many people are there in this group now, Miss Loy?
Not more than 60.
Hey, that's quite a mob. When they've got bows and arrows and we haven't got any weapons at all.
It's ironic, isn't it? Those primitive weapons, those museum relics, hadn't been aboard that spaceship. These people couldn't have survived.
That's right. Chances are the ammunition for the modern weapons is exhausted in a few years.
No, right now I wish the spears and bows and arrows were exhausted. How are we going to get out of this fix?
The chief weapon now is to know how these people think and what they feel.
Exactly. Now, if we can convince him that...
It's Borg. Well, Captain Borg, what's the verdict?
Verdict? I do not understand. I have met with my crew. We have agreed that you will not leave our woods alive.
He's going to keep us here.
It is nearly night. Deimos, the large moon, is already climbing across the sky. When he is overtaken by a swift little brother Phobos, I will come for you. The best marksmen of my crew will aim their arrows so that you will not suffer.
Oh, that's great. Thanks a million.
The great ones will be avenged. Until I return, goodbye.
Well, I've been in some tough spots, but this is a nightmare. He calls the moons of Mars by their right names, and yet he's going to finish us off with bows and arrows, like some primitive savage.
What are we going to do?
Another half hour, it'll be dark. It gives us about an hour before Phobos passes the other moon. How's that shoulder, Father? It's pretty sore. Otherwise, I feel okay. All right, now listen. The worst I know about you right now is that you stole a scout tank from the construction camp.
I can explain that. I had to get away. The men were blaming me for that sabotage. But I didn't have a
Never
thing
mind
to...
that. We're going to get out of here. We've got to act tomorrow. For that bad shoulder, you aren't going to be much help in a fight, so Happy and I'll jump the guard outside the cave. You two be ready to run when Happy and I attack you. Don't worry.
He's standing out there, holding his spear.
Let's go.
You never knew what hit him.
Come on. Fowler, let's get out of here.
Look, that bonfire's burning.
What a weird sight. The whole village is out, and all in those masks.
pack of bloodthirsty savages. Wait.
Stand still a minute. Those bonfires and the light from those two moons, we're going to have a tough time getting away from here without being seen.
Commander, look. A couple of them are coming this way.
I don't think so, not yet. Let's run for it. No, Fowler, we wouldn't stand a chance. Up ahead of the yard, there's another cave. We'll duck in there until it's clear. Come on.
We made it. We aren't any better off now than we were before.
Yeah? We haven't got a guard standing over us. And Forbes' crew doesn't know we've escaped yet.
Just let the commander handle it.
Fowler, turn off that light. I'll take it easy, Commander. My back's to the cave opening. It won't show from outside.
One flash of that atomo light and we'd have the whole village in here on our necks.
Cave. Look back there in the cave. Looks like a museum.
Fowler, shield that light with your hand. Happy you and Connor stand close behind Fowler to block any stray beams.
Yes, sir. Wow, look at all this stuff. Masks, bows and arrows, spacesuits, and tools.
And drums. Primitive drums. This one is African. And this is the southeastern Asia. Borneo, perhaps.
Never mind the drums. Look at that.
Wow. A whole chest full of gems.
Rubies, emeralds. This one is worth at least 1 million credits.
Commander, this cave is sort of a shrine to these people. Here are the relics from their ancestors' ship, preserved for centuries.
Interesting, isn't it? Space suit of the 22nd century, next to prehistoric weapons. It's all the same to these people.
Fowler, leave those jewels alone. Now, let's take what we can. What good are they to these savages?
Put them back. We aren't going to steal the treasures.
Commander, are you nuts? This was pirate loot to begin with. Did their ancestors steal it?
We haven't got time to argue about ethics and honesty. You want to walk out of this cave, or do I carry you?
Well, okay. We could all be rich.
I'm more interested in getting away from here alive.
Commander, can I see if it's all clear outside the cave?
Now, wait, Happy. These masks. If we each put on a mask, we might be able to work our way around the edge of the village without being found.
You are nuts. What about our clothes?
It's a chance we'll have to take. If someone gets very close, our clothing will merge with the darkness.
It's worth a try.
Sure, even if they know we've escaped, they'd never suspect us of wearing these masks.
Come on. Pick a mask and let's get out of here.
A moment later, 4 masked figures emerged from the dark cave and strolled casually along the perimeter of the village. At times, they passed within a few yards of the villagers, and the weird masks seemed to change expression in the flickering glare of the bonfire. Buzz, Happy, and their 2 companions at last reached the darkness of the woods. Only then does Buzz permit them to remove their strange disguises.
All right, we're safe now. Yeah, if we can find the scout tanks. We can use photos up there as a guide. Tanks are almost due west of here.
We're hearing excitement back at the village. I guess they don't know we've escaped yet.
Maybe a few minutes. Let's get as deep into the woods as we can before that mob comes after us.
Commander, what's going to happen to those people back there?
If I were you, I'd order a space patrol squadron to wipe them out with blast guns.
Fowler, what a dreadful thought.
Somehow we've got to convince these people that we aren't enemies. It'll take time, patience, and understanding. But eventually they can learn to live in our modern society.
With the 2 moons of Mars racing across the sky over them, Buzz and his party at last reach the edge of the woods and stand beside one of the scout tanks.
Now let's get into the tank. It's a long trip back to the construction
Just
camp.
a minute. You 3 are staying here.
Hey, Commander, he's got a gun.
Yeah, it's a blaster. I'm going to put your tank out of commission, Commander, and then I'm heading for Lowell City.
Where did you get that weapon, Fowler?
Back in the cave while you were picking out your masks. And I've also got a handful of those jewels.
Don't be a fool. You can't get away with this.
I was going to stop him.
Better think it over. This is a very stupid move.
Oh, it is, huh? I've known for weeks that Miss Loring was planning this little one-girl expedition, and I knew if there was a treasure here, I'd make her lead me to it.
Commander, I never saw this man until he came out here next South Town.
Well, that's right. But I know your plans, Miss Loring. I got a job with the tower construction outfit to put me near the treasure.
And to sabotage. You engineered that to delay the construction on that particular tower until Miss Loring showed up.
Exactly. And her visit to the camp saved me a couple of scouting trips. Now just stand back. All of you. I'll make sure you can't use this tank to follow me.
Give me that gun, Fowler.
Corey, I warned you.
Well, I'd have to get him to his feet.
Commander, you had that gun pointed right at you. Why you pulled it?
He did pull the trigger.
Oh, and you took that chance?
It wasn't much of a chance. Fowler found that gun in the cave, right?
Oh, then you figured it wouldn't fire because it was so old.
No, Hap. Old weapons are often as deadly as new ones. I couldn't know about the gun, but I do know of human nature.
But, sir, what's human nature got to do with the gun not firing?
Human beings don't use spears and bows and arrows. It's a more powerful weapon available. I could be almost certain that gun had fired its last shot centuries ago. Okay, Hap, let's get Fowler into the tank. We've got a long trip ahead of us.
In just a moment, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure brought to you by Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle's chocolate bars.
How do you do, Captain Two-Fells?
Hey, who's that?
It's me, Happy. I fooled you with this man from Mars Totem Head, didn't I?
Well, you sure did, Hat. Why, you can't tell who's inside those spooky totem heads. That's magic forehead vision, Space Patrollers. It lets you see out, but nobody can see in. You're completely disguised when you wear your totem heads.
Smoking rockets, the totem head is fantastic. More than 12 inches high, all brightly colored with a scary totem face in front and another face in back, so your friends can't tell whether you're coming or going. Yeah.
And remember, the magic vision forehead works only for you, so you can see out, but nobody can see in.
Now, here's how to get your very own totem head.
Send the lid or a tracing of the front of the label of Nestle's Quick, together with your name and address and 25 cents, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri.
That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy have entered a manufacturing plant on Jupiter to capture a fugitive. Now, in a large, empty storeroom, they find their search blocked by a locked door.
It must be in the next room, sir. I heard a noise.
Let's get away from this door.
It looks pretty rugged. What happened to the lights?
Darkness should help off as much as second.
Listen. How did we get in?
That came from the other part of them. There are two of them here.
They've got ray guns.
Fly toward those sounds. We've got to hit them before they hit us.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Tattooed Atom. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Dever. Other players were Virginia Hewitt, Norman Jolly, and Ken Mayer. Dick Two-Fells speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday for exciting action on Space Patrol. Space Patrol was brought to you today by Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your newspaper for time and channel. This program is broadcast for Armed Forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC.
Thank you for joining us for
Radio
another thrilling episode of Space Patrol. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as we dive into Inner Sanctum, our next featured program. Get ready for chilling suspense as you delve into a tale of psychological intrigue and spine-tingling horror that keeps you on the edge of your seat.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience.
Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come in. Come in and pull up a tombstone. The chair situation is very grave here. Oh, don't worry if it seems a little dark in here, too. I've made arrangements with a few ghostly forms to come and glow. By the way, don't mind that guy in the box over there. We scared him to death last week. He's been horizontal ever since.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Death Watch in Boston, was written by Fred Mayflower and stars Mason Adams in the role of Carl with Ted Osborne as Charon.
In Boston, Beacon Hill looks down its narrow, brick-lined streets with seeming scorn at the harbor below. Tonight, the wind is from the sea, and there is a mist that's heavy with the odor of fresh fish, salt and spices. Tonight, too, there is a man who has a horrifying secret to tell. This man is Carl Dickens, intern from a nearby hospital who walks wildly, coat flapping, hair disheveled. Young, his body is. His eyes are old, his face haggard. He carries a heavy wooden box about 12 inches square. He's murmuring through bloodless lips.
Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore, nevermore.
A neon sign proclaims the door to be that of Captain Zeb's Tattoo Salon, established 1905. Carl Dickens stops, looks quickly behind him, and enters.
Greetings, mate.
Captain Zeb.
I didn't reckon to do no more tattooing tonight.
Captain Zeb, lock the door.
Huh? Hold on there.
Lock this door. You know me. I'm Carl Dickens.
Hey, thunder. So you be. What ails you, lad?
Lock the door quick, then put out your lights, please.
Sure. Seems to me like your one doctor needs a doctor, Carl.
No, Zeb. I don't need a doctor. I need someone like you to listen to me.
All right, I'll listen. What you got in the box?
It's part of a man's body. His head.
Oh? Sort of specimen-like for your medical work? That it?
No, Captain. It's the head of a man who was calling for me at my room at 11 o'clock tonight.
What's that?
Don't look at me like that. I'm not crazy, Captain.
You've been working a mite too hard over them books, maybe, huh?
I have been working hard, yes, but this is no hallucination.
I don't go along with believing a man can live without a head, son.
You don't understand. The man this head belongs to is Death. And it is Death who is coming for me tonight.
Better tell me the whole thing, son. Maybe I can help after all.
Will you come with me to my place after I tell you the story? Will you wait up with me till he comes, Captain? Will you?
Reckon I better, son.
You know my place on Pinckney Street on the hill. It's narrow and cramped with century-old houses. I've got rooms on the second floor of one place, 29 Pinckney. I've been there 2 years since I first went to the hospital. In my living room, there's a bay window that juts out over the sidewalk below. That's where my desk is. 2 weeks ago tonight it was. I'd fallen asleep over my books. Something at the window woke me with a start, a tapping noise. I went to the window and stared. Perched there was a bird. A bird as black as the night itself. I opened the window, and instead of flying away, the bird hopped upon my desk and stood with head cocked to one side of my open book. By now, I knew I wasn't dreaming. I spoke to the creature as you might have. Hey, isn't it late for a bird to be around?
It's late. It's late. It's later than you think. It's much later than you think.
I stared open-mouthed at the open window through which the creature disappeared. Then I smiled, realizing that it must be a pet, a minor bird, perhaps. I went to bed then, thinking it an amusing coincidence that the bird had been taught to say, "It's late," and that I had referred to the hour myself. That's what I thought then. Until 2 nights later. That's when I met the stranger for the first time. You see, Captain, I have a bad heart myself, and I'd worked very hard to save a patient who had a heart ailment, the same rather rare heart condition I have. By 10 Wednesday night, I felt certain she'd pull through. Just as I was going off duty, my night nurse hurried to me.
Dr. Dickens.
Yes?
Doctor, the girl in 14.
Well? No. Are you trying to say she died?
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, Doctor.
But I can't believe it. I did everything that could be done, and it looked certain. Are you positive?
Yes, I am. Dr. Smith just confirmed it. Oh, Doctor, you worked so hard on that case. You're worn out. Why don't you go home and rest? I said... Doctor, what's wrong with you? What are you staring at?
You were looking toward the window just now, as I was, weren't you?
Well, yes, I think so. Why?
Didn't you see something black fly past it, a bird?
No. Doctor, you look awfully pale. Can I get you something?
No. I guess I'm tired. I'll go for a little walk and then straight to bed. He was waiting for me when I left the hospital. And I would have walked straight past him, but he spoke to me.
Dr. Dickens.
Yes?
May I speak with you?
How'd you know my name?
Gabriel told me.
Gabriel?
Yes. This is Gabriel. I think you've met.
Oh, that's Gabe. Say, isn't that the bird that knocked on my window a couple of nights ago?
Yes. We were out walking, and Gabriel flew to your window. I see that you are very depressed. Can I help in any way, Dr. Dickens?
No, thanks. Patient died always gets me down.
Ah, and so needlessly, too.
What do you mean, needlessly?
You will understand soon, Doctor. Life and death are matters arranged elsewhere. Had it been so desired, your patient would have lived.
Who are you? What's your name? I don't think you said.
It is Charon. Charon. Charon.
Well, Mr. Charon, if I believed what you say, I would have to give up medicine.
Not at all. Everyone has a mission to perform, and should.
And what is your mission in life, Mr. Charon?
Ah, that. What is our mission in life, Gabriel? Speak up.
It's late. It's late. It's later than you think.
That was the first time I met the man who calls himself Charon. I asked for a couple of weeks off at the hospital. I thought it might be nerves. I stayed home and read detective stories. I was beginning to feel like my old self again, and on Sunday night, sometime around 9, I decided to turn in when there came more tapping on my window. This time I grinned. Well, Gabriel, come right in.
It's late. It's late.
Sure, I know it's later than I think. Awk, is that all you can say, Gabriel?
Take my beak from out my heart and take my soul from
Yes, I had heard correctly. The bird had quoted a full passage from Poe's poem, The Raven. At the same time, I felt a sudden chill in the room, sensed someone in the room, yet I had heard nothing. But I knew.
He also knows a bit of Keats and Shelley, Doctor.
How the devil did you get in here, Charon?
Your door was not locked. Tell me, Dr. Dickens, are you afraid of death?
No more than most people. But I'd rather not die if it's all the same to you.
I'd hoped you might think differently than others. At any rate, I have nothing to do with it. As I said to you before, Doctor, these matters are arranged elsewhere.
Where?
Elsewhere.
You're trying to tell me that you can predict death, is that it, Charon?
Of course.
I'd like proof.
Will you accept full responsibility for the knowledge?
Sure.
Give me a moment.
As I stood watching him, tall and black against the white door of my room, it seemed to me he had turned himself inward, and that the living part of him had stepped away, leaving only a gaunt shell. There was no life in him, only the eyes staring.
You will remember the name of Emily Cartier. Her passage has been arranged for. Good night, Dr. Dickens.
After he left, Captain, I walked straight to the phone to call the police. I tried to think of how my story would sound to them. That stopped me for the moment. But I did look up the name Charon had quoted. It was in the phone book, Miss Emily Cartier. Her home was close by in Louisburg Square. I called her at once.
Hello.
Is this Miss Cartier, Miss Emily Cartier?
Oh, yes. Who is this, please?
You don't know me, Miss Cartier. My name is Dickens. I met someone who claims to know you well.
Oh. Isn't that nice? Who is it?
A man named Charon.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Dickens. There must be some mistake. I don't know anyone by that name.
Are you sure?
Well, I'm just as sure as... Oh.
Miss Cartier! Miss Cartier, what is it? Miss Cartier! But I knew what had happened. I knew all too well. Emily Cartier's passage had been arranged for.
Hey. Anybody been giving you the bird lately? Very distinctive character, this Charon, don't you think? Pick him out in a shroud anywhere. Yes. Signs all his mail, eternally yours. Well, shall we get back behind the locked doors of Captain Zeb's tattoo salon? Now put yourself in Zeb's place. If a young, wild-eyed fella came to you with a wooden box, told you it contained the head of a man who was calling for him at 11 o'clock that night, what would you do? You'd listen, wouldn't you? Well, listen.
Hold up now, lad. Let me get the straight line of this. This man you think of as sort of death in mortal shape. Him and his bird. They told you they could tell when the body was going to die? Beforehand?
Yes. And to prove it, Charon gave me the name of the woman in Louisburg Square, Emily Cartier. She was murdered while I talked with her on the phone.
And it's simple, lad. The man was mad. A murderer. He killed her.
Did he? I thought that. I went to Louisburg Square after the call. I was determined to tell the first policeman I met the whole story. When I arrived at Emily Cartier's address, the place was teeming with excited people. Also, on the fringe of the crowd beneath a single street lamp, the tall, gaunt shape of Charon stood. I went straight to him. Mr. Charon, I'm turning you over to the police.
Oh, Mr. Dickens, why? Why?
Because I know you killed this woman. So, come with me. I will speak to the police for you. You don't dare come.
All right. Come on, folks. Go on home. Go to bed, will you, please?
Officer.
What do you want?
Officer, my friend and I are a little alarmed about this tragedy.
Why?
Well, we live nearby, you see.
Don't give it a thought now. We got the guy who did it.
You caught the murderer?
Sure. One of the neighbors shot him through the head while he was climbing out the window. Now go on home and forget it, if you can.
Well, Carl?
I wish you would leave me alone.
Oh, that is not possible. One way or another, you must come away with me when I leave.
I refuse to believe it.
Suppose I prove my point again. Suppose I tell you the name of someone else who will die. If I am right, you will raise no more objections to leaving with me?
And if your prediction doesn't work out?
You will never see me again. Agreed?
Agreed.
Very well. Gabriel, our friend would like to know who, do you know, is next to go?
Simeon Black. East India Docks. Simeon Black. The small wooden docks.
Simeon Black, is that it?
Yes, Carl. Simeon Black. Between 8 and 8:30 on the night of November 15th. That is a week from tonight.
All right, fine. If Simeon Black doesn't die then, I will never hear from you again.
That is correct. If Simeon Black dies, as I know it is arranged that he will, you will come away with me on the same night at 11. Good night, Carl. Good night, friend.
November 15th. It's tonight, isn't it?
Yes, Captain Zeb, that's tonight.
And what about Simeon Black, lad? This bargain you made now.
I found Simeon Black. Found him this evening. He was a seaman. The docks gave me his address, a cheap rooming house near the Charles River. The ship was due in at 7. Simeon Black had to live. I stood outside his rooming house waiting. About 5 minutes after 8, a big, burly, rough man came along, heading for the doorway where I stood. He was carrying this box. Simeon Black with 25 minutes to live. Are you Simeon Black?
Yeah.
It's very important that I talk with you.
Yeah, why? Who are you?
My name is Dickens. This is urgent. Please listen.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Do you know anyone who might want to do you harm?
You crazy mister. Sure I do. A couple of 100 guys all around the world. But you ain't one of them. Or are you?
No, I'm not. But I talked with a man who said you were going to die between now and 8:30. That's why I'm here.
Who?
A man named Charon. A man who has a pet minor bird that talks.
Yeah? I think we better go up to my room and talk, chum. Come on.
In his room, I told him all about Charon and the bird. There was a large clock on the steeple of a nearby dockhouse. I saw that the minute hand stood to 25 after 8 when I finished. Black stood up, his heavy face now pasty pale. The veins of his neck throbbed.
So you're the guy I've been waiting for. All right, Dickens. I met the man with the bird in Martinique. He told me there someday I'd be killed. He sent you. But I'm not playing. I don't die easy, see? This thing says I don't.
You fool! Put that gun down. Killing me won't help. All we have to do is wait till the time has passed. 3 more minutes. Sit down.
Nothing doing. You're gonna...
Give me that gun, you stupid fool!
Give it a you punk.
He was right. He caught it.
I couldn't believe my own eyes. I stood there gaping at the floor. The hook that had been Simeon Black was crumpled grotesquely on the bare boards of the room, his denim shirt staining darker and darker as I watched it. Through my fogged mind, I heard the clock strike the half hour outside. Simeon Black had died as Charon had predicted. But I had killed him. The gun was still in my hand as the door opened and Charon, tall, gaunt, lips smiling, eyes smoldering black, stood there.
You see, Carl? I've kept my bargain. Simeon Black is dead.
You made me do this. You played me against Black. You knew something like this had happened.
Carl, when are you going to understand? Yes, I knew. But these things are arranged.
By you.
Of course.
I made a bargain with you.
Yes, you did, Carl. I will call for you at 11. We will leave together. No.
You are leaving now, Charon. No! For a moment, I thought I hadn't hit him. He stood there without a tremor. Then from his thin, colorless lips, a trickle of blood coursed down his chin. I can't tell you the triumph of the moment. The days of supernatural, fantastic horror seemed to run out of me. The sight of his blood told me this man wasn't death. This was a clever man who had somehow used me. Everything seemed right again in the world. No matter what happened to me, no matter what.
That's your story, lad? All of it?
Not quite, Captain Zeb. As I regained my senses and saw him there still smiling mirthlessly on the floor beside Simeon Black, I had an impulse to be certain that he wouldn't come back to me. I found a knife in Black's kitchenette. I suppose I still wasn't thinking clearly. Stupidly, I thought perhaps even a supernatural being divested of its head might be powerless. Now I know better.
So you toted the top of him here from the waterfront in Simeon's duffel box?
Yes. And as I walked here, I began to realize Charon will keep his end of the bargain. That's the story, Captain Zeb.
Kind of puts me on the spot, lad.
I know. You want to call the police?
Should you know?
But you did promise to come to my place and wait till after 11 anyhow.
I did. It's 15 of 11 now, lad. I'll go along with you. Go ahead.
What time is it, Zeb?
Most 11. But I tell you again, lad, ain't nothing gonna happen now.
But I feel it. Sort of a chill. A tight, scared feeling about my heart. I know Charon is coming for me. I feel it.
Bosh.
Listen, Zeb, listen. It's death coming. I feel it in my heart.
Yeah, sure, but...
All right, Charon. All right. I'm ready.
Carl. What's up? What the devil? Dead. He's dead. Come in, hang it. Come in.
Dickens. Carl Dickens.
That's him there, officer.
What's wrong with him?
Well, you can believe it or not, I was just talking to the lad when he pops off. Turned blue in the face and just stopped talking.
He's dead.
Thought so. But how?
From the look of him, I'd say heart case. Have to wait for the coroner. The queer things you come across in this business.
Queer? How come you to be here? Just at 11. That's a queer one to me.
Well, we got a stiff without a head down at the waterfront a couple hours back. Found a diary on him, and we've been checking up.
Who was it?
Guy named Charon. Was let out of Devil's Island when they closed it up a couple of years back. According to the diary, he's been out to get everybody ever had anything to do with his being sent up.
A nut?
Must have been a smart one. He names 3 people he wanted to get rid of. Played one against the other, I guess.
But who? Who killed him?
I don't know. Sergeant's working on it. All I know is in this character's book there's a note says, see Carl Dickens, Pinckney Street, 11 o'clock, November 15th.
What?
What?
Too late. Too late. What's too late? Oh.
What the devil was that?
It's just the bird here. Minor bird. Talks. Leastways, I think it's a bird.
My. You'd better see the headman, Zev. You know, one thing to learn about all this is you should never lose your head in a crisis. Or you shouldn't lose your head anywhere, for that matter. Oh, yes, just a bit of advice, folks. If some bird comes up to you and says, it's late, you agree with them and call the zoo right away. It's probably a minor bird, and minors should be in bed when it's late.
Inner Sanctum came to you through the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, transcribed to free you from the 4 walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are standing outside a room, horror gripping you, while before your eyes, seen through the transom window, the most beautiful girl in the world is about to die because of you.
Today we escape from reality with a fascinating story of a girl who lived a weird second life, as John Jessel told it in his gripping story, The Adaptive Ultimate.
No, Daniel, I can't do it. You have a very interesting theory,
It's
but...
more than a theory, Dr. Bach. I've proved it. It works. I tried my serum on tubercular guinea pigs, and it cured them. They adapted themselves to the tubercular bacillus and live. I tried my serum on a dog with rabies. He adapted himself, too. I tried it on a cat with a broken spine. The cat instantly adapted itself to its injury so that the spine had time to knit and heal. Don't you see what a tremendous discovery this is?
Yes, perhaps.
Well, think what that would mean in accident cases. There'd be no further need for emergency surgery. Don't you see that? No matter what the condition, the injury to the body, a mere injection of my serum would permit the patient instantly to adapt himself to his condition and live.
No matter what his injury.
Exactly.
A serum made from insects.
From a common fruit fly, the most adaptable of living organisms. Tear off a wing and it grows a new one. Tear off its head even. Stick on a new head and that too will adhere in time. Think of imparting that same adaptability to human beings.
To grow new heads, it has merit.
Oh, now, please, Dr. Bach.
All right. No, seriously. I know this may be a great thing, but to permit you to experiment on a human being, no.
The most hopeless case you can find, Dr. Bach. Someone already doomed.
Well, if someday I discover in the hospital a hopeless case, understand it will be hopeless.
I understand.
And if the patient shall consent, then you will have your human guinea pig. Well, Dr. Scott, you requisitioned for yourself a hopeless case? Permit me. Here is your guinea pig.
What is it, Dr. Bach? TB?
Yeah, final stage. A matter of hours at most. She might have been attractive once, but now, hair like string, skinny like a skeleton, and flesh like wax.
Dr. Bach, you call this a fair test? I said hopeless, but I didn't say a corpse.
The lady is returning to life, such as it is. Well, Dr. Scott, I regret I have not a more palatable subject for your experiment, but this is what I promised, a hopeless case.
It's all right, I'll try it. Oh, what's her name?
Let me see, it's on the chart here. Zelas.
What was that?
Her name is Kira Zelas.
Oh.
Young lady. Permit me, I am Dr. Hermann Bach, Chief of the Staff, and I would like to introduce one of our promising young doctors.
He wants a date, I suppose.
Miss Zelas.
Hello, Brown Eyes.
What?
Your eyes are brown, aren't they?
Miss Zelas, you see, I've perfected a serum.
I like brown eyes.
Well, this serum might help you, but it has never been tried on a human being before. Well, I thought if you have no objection...
What are the odds?
Odds? Well, actually, you've everything to gain.
And nothing to lose.
Well?
How right you are. Okay. I'm all yours, Brown Eyes. Go ahead. Experiment away.
Dr. Bach, prepare her arm.
24 hours and she is yet alive. I would have said yesterday it would be impossible she should survive the night. So it is now 48 hours, and she actually seems better. But miracles such as this have happened before, and without serums. A week, and she still lives. Each day she becomes better. It is miraculous. The spots on her lungs are disappearing. Her coughing is stopped. There is no sign of bacillus in the culture. But even more amazing, a reaction to abrasions, skin punctures. Yesterday I took a blood specimen. Before I had 1 cc, the puncture in her skin had closed. Yes, in 30 seconds. The ordinary person, it takes a day, 2 days for it to heal. With Miss Kira Zelas, 30 seconds. It is amazing. Then I will not dispute it. Your serum has worked a miracle. She is cured. And now I must just discharge her from the hospital.
Well, Dr. Bach,
You had forgotten that time must come sometime, But you see, I must. She is cured, and we need the room.
Well, yes, I know, but... Well, she should be under observation. We don't know what effects will show up.
I think, Daniel, you have an extraordinary interest in Miss Zelas. So I have asked her to come here. She is outside. Shall we invite her in?
Why, yes, of course.
Send in Miss Zelas, please. Now, observe well your miracle. Miss Zelas, come in, sit down.
Thanks. Oh, hello, Brown Eyes.
Hello, Kira.
I have sent for you, Miss Zelas, because I have good news. Today I am discharging you from the hospital.
Oh?
Yeah? Today you are free to go. That pleases you?
Madly.
Kira, you have people, perhaps? A family?
Aren't we all brothers and sisters under the skin?
Miss Zelas, I will come to the point. I wish to make you a proposition. I mean purely a scientific...
Yes, I know. An experiment.
Precisely. We are interested, Dr. Scott and I, to observe the further effects of the serum he gave you.
Yes.
I will pay you board and room and $30 a week. You will live at my house. I have a housekeeper, Mrs. Getz. She will look after you. Is that satisfactory?
Wouldn't I be a fool to say no?
Excellent.
Does, Brown Eyes live there, too?
No, but Dr. Scott will continue to have a clinical interest in the experiment. Miss Zelas, have no fear.
Good.
Yes. Well, it is now almost time for dinner. I will take you, Miss Zelas. You will join us, Dr. Scott?
Why, yes, fine, Dr. Bach.
Very well. We shall meet outside in, 10 minutes?
That'll do me nicely.
Miss Zelas, you wish to wait here or maybe outside? A little fresh air?
I think I could use a little air.
Good. There is a little park across the street. You will find benches there to rest. We will meet at the front entrance in 10 minutes.
Dr. Bach, what is it? What's the matter?
Some sort of commotion across the street in the park. Oh. Where is Kira?
Well, I thought she'd be here with you.
Perhaps she is still over there in the park.
What do you suppose? Come on! Dr. Bach, it is Kira. Kira, let me through, please. Kira, let us through, please. Officer, what's happened? What is this? Why are you holding this lady?
You know this woman?
Yes, of course. What is it? What's the matter here?
Plenty. Your lady friend here merely walks up to an old gent about 60 or so, picks up a nice hefty rock, and beats his brains out.
Officer, there must be some awful mistake.
Yeah, her mistake. Cold-blooded murder. Come on, sister. There's the wagon.
But, officer, listen.
You'd better come along, too, mister. Mona Lisa here don't seem to be much in the mood for talking. We'll need someone to tell the desk sergeant her name.
Kira, this is terrible, seeing you here like this. I've got to get you out of here. I've got to help you.
It's not so bad when you're here.
Well, listen, this is all a terrible mistake. If you'll tell me what...
Mistake?
Why, yes, of course, you... Kira, you didn't kill that man.
If I said yes, what would you do?
Why, I'd tell him you weren't responsible. I'd tell him about the serum. I'd tell him it was my fault, that somehow the serum I gave you caused your mind to snap, something that... Well, that would be the only explanation.
You'd do this? Ruin your career, no doubt? Just to save me?
Oh, yes, of course I would.
And what would they do to me?
I don't know exactly. Put you away, under observation, something. Kira,
Then my answer's no, I did not kill the man. Oh, don't worry, I won't be convicted. I'll take care of myself very well. I'll, as you say, adapt myself to the situation.
All right, now, Mr. Salvatore, continue. Tell the court in your own words precisely what happened.
This old man, you see, is buy circus peanuts from me every day. For months, every day. And this one day, pull out this pocketbook. It's a billfold. And I'm look, it's stuffed with the bills. Big money. He say, Salvatore, can I make a change for $20? And I'm a laugh. I'm say, mister, I'm a peanut man. You take the peanuts and you pay me tomorrow. He said, thank you very much. He turn around, and then here's this dame, she pick up, it's a great big stone, and it conks him. It's a murder.
I object, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
Continue, Mr. Salvatore.
Oh, she nothing more to say. This dame, she bend over, and she reach in his pocket to take the money. I'm a grabber, people come, police come, and
Mr. Salvatore, can you describe this young lady to us?
Oh, see, I remember her very well. She's skinny. She's ain't no beauty, you know. Got the black suit, the brown hair, eyes, don't know, dark, you know, maybe brown or blue.
Thank you, Mr. Salvatore. Your witness.
Mr. Salvatore, you say that the young lady, the assailant, had brown hair and dark eyes?
Si. Brown hair, dark blue eyes.
And do you see the young lady in the courtroom?
Oh, si. She's a sit right to...
What's the matter, Mr. Salvatore? Are you pointing at Mrs. Alis?
Si.
May I ask the defendant to rise, please? Mrs. Alis, will you kindly remove your hat, please?
Dr. Bach, look. Her hair, it's become the color of aluminum.
Your Honor, I submit that this defendant does not possess dark hair, nor, if you will observe, dark eyes. I am prepared, therefore, to submit a lock of her hair to be tested by any chemist the court may appoint to prove that the pigmentation is entirely natural. Now, Mr. Salvatore, do you still say that this is the young lady you saw in the park?
I'm think she's...
Is she?
Mamma mia, no!
Good Lord, Dr. Bach, that hair of hers. Did you see it? It was the color of aluminum. She was beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful. And so she has been acquitted. They call her innocent. Daniel, I am a convert to your great principle of adaptability. But where will it end? You start with an ideal, and you wake up to discover you have created a monster.
But she was acquitted. It was all a mistake.
You really believe that?
Dr. Bach.
Yes, Mrs. Gritz?
She is here, Doctor.
She?
That woman in the newspaper.
Ah.
Kira is here?
You said she was so poor, such a church mouse. Ah, you should see her.
What do you mean, Mrs. Gitz?
So fine, so great a lady.
I'll go and talk to her, Dr. Bach.
Hello, Brown Eyes.
Hello, Kira.
Aren't you glad to see me?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Oh, congratulations on your acquittal today. We were there.
I know. I sensed it. I was hurt that you didn't come up and congratulate me.
Well, there were photographers and what... Why, Kira, your hair, it's black again.
Isn't it always? Don't you like it?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. It's beautiful.
Am I beautiful, Brown Eyes?
Very, very beautiful.
And are you happy to have me back?
Yes.
I always did like brown eyes.
Kira.
Tell me, how do you like my new clothes? My gown?
Why, it's very nice.
Nice. It's exquisite. I have a whole new wardrobe, hats, shoes,
Well,
suits.
how, Kira? Where did you get the money?
Money?
You only had $3 when you left the hospital.
Oh, so I did.
Kira. Kira, you did take that wallet from the old man.
Well, naturally.
You did murder him.
Certainly. Oh, come. Don't look so shocked. Oh, I'm tired, Brown Eyes. You'll excuse me if I appropriate Dr. Bach's room. Good night.
Dr. Bach, we've got to do something.
Yes, Daniel, we do.
I haven't slept a wink all night trying to think of what we can do.
I've been here in the laboratory all night. I think I know.
What?
This serum of yours, it has accomplished a miracle, yeah. It is the adaptive ultimate. Changes that take the ordinary person days or months, she accomplishes instantly. She walks into the sunlight, she is tan. She walks out, she is pale again. When she is in danger, she adapts. She could survive the electric chair, the hangman's noose. She was in danger in the courtroom. She adapted. She changed her whole appearance at will, so she could not be identified.
Yes, I know.
Oh, you must not blame yourself. You could not know what you were creating. Now, this morning, I operated on one of your guinea pigs. I found this. The pineal gland hypertrophied. That is what causes it.
Well, then we could operate and and maybe change her back.
Yeah, but she can adapt to anything, anesthesia included. How can we operate? Unless we get her consent.
Well, perhaps.
Oh, you are dreaming, Daniel. Do you really think she will consent now? Now that she has power? Perhaps more power than any human being ever possessed before. Power for evil. And she has already killed one man, remember.
But if we watched her, Doctor, kept her under guard...
Yeah, again, Pygmalion falls in love with his Galatea. No, Daniel, no. She must be destroyed. We must perform surgery at once.
Well, she'll die.
She will go back to what she was, with but a few hours to live. It is best, Daniel.
Yes, I suppose so.
Yes? Yes, Mrs. Getz? Danke.
What is it, Dr. Bach?
And so perhaps she is also telepathic. She sensed what we were about to do, and now it is too late.
What do you mean?
Miss Zelas is gone. Disappeared.
Dr. Bach, did you call for me?
Yeah, Daniel. Have you seen the evening paper yet?
No, not yet.
Then here. After 2 months, there is news of our Miss Kira Zelas.
What? Let me see that. Where? Oh. The surprise of the evening was the appearance of John Callan, ambassador at large, diplomat extraordinary, the man slated to head the forthcoming World Atomic Energy Control Commission. Mr. Callan, one of Washington's confirmed bachelors, squired the gorgeous Kira Zelas.
You see? She has become gorgeous, our drab little urchin.
Miss Zelas, the dazzling beauty who affects a dark wig by day and a white one at night.
A great power of adaptability, courtesy of Dr. Daniel Scott. Dark by day, white by night.
Well, what are we going to do, Doctor?
Do?
The World Atomic Energy Control, the one real hope of world peace. Kira isn't interested in peace.
What can we do? Surgery, I know. But politics? We must wait and see. We must wait and see how far your mad woman will go.
Washington is agog with rumors about the romance between glamorous Kira Zelas and John Callan, the newly appointed head of the World Atomic Energy Control, one of the most powerful political figures on the globe.
John Callan leaves tomorrow for the crucial atomic energy conferences at Geneva, Switzerland, and sailing on the same boat as the exotic Miss Kira Zelas, with whom his name has been frequently linked. Rumor has it Miss Zelas acts as a sort of unofficial assistant to Mr. Callan, thus making her one of the most important women in the world.
Glamorous, exotic. Of such fragile stuff is world peace fashioned these days, Daniel.
I wonder what she intends to...
Somebody calling at dinner time?
Oh, sit still, Dr. Bach. I'll see who it is. Yes? Kira.
Hello, Brown Eyes. May I come in?
Why, yes, of course.
Oh, our exotic guinea pig,
Good evening, Dr. Bach. I'm not intruding.
Of course not.
You're very kind. John and I... You've read about Mr. Callan?
Oh, yes.
We're leaving for Europe tomorrow for the conferences in Switzerland.
Yes.
He had a series of meetings to attend tonight, so I told him I would stay here.
You're staying here?
I took the liberty of saying you were my uncle, Dr. Bach.
Oh.
John will call for me in the morning on his way to the airport. We're leaving at 8. I do hope I'm not too late for dinner.
Not at all. In fact, we're very happy to have you here. Aren't we, Dr. Scott?
Kira.
Hello, Brown Eyes.
What are you doing out here in the garden?
Waiting for you.
You knew I'd follow you?
Of course. Have you missed me?
You know I have. Oh, Kira, listen to me. Do you love this John Callan?
When I want love, I'll come to you, Brown Eyes.
Well, then why? What is it, money?
Money? I don't need money anymore. What does an empress need with money?
Empress?
That's what you've made me. The most powerful woman the world's ever known. John Callan. He's supposed to be important. But in my hands, he's clay, to be molded as I wish. Do you see what that means?
Yes, I see. You hold the fate of the world in your hands.
Exactly. To do with as I want. And I shall. Would you like to rule the world with me, Brown Eyes?
Kira, you're evil.
What is good? What's evil? Come here, Brown Eyes. Look at me. And forget such things.
Are you asleep, Dr. Bach?
Sleep? Who can sleep?
Kira's insane, Doctor. Do you know what she's planning to do?
I heard.
Oh. Maybe we could get to this Callan.
Yeah, and then what?
Well, if we could talk to him, tell him...
Tell him what? Didn't I talk to you? Would you listen? Where is she?
Oh, she's gone to sleep.
I tell you, there's only one remedy, surgery. It is the only hope.
But she'll never consent to surgery, Dr. Bach, and she's probably immune to anesthesia.
Maybe not all anesthesia.
What?
Downstairs in my laboratory, I have a tank of ethyl chloride.
You mean operate here tonight?
Yeah, tonight. Right here, where she sleeps. All right, then. Now stop staring down at her. Pour the anesthesia onto the cone. Hurry.
That ought to be enough to anesthetize an elephant.
Onto the face, quickly.
All right.
Stand tightly. Hold it
I'm
close.
trying. She's forcing my hands. I can't hold her. She's too strong.
Fools! Did you think you could make me unconscious? You were going to operate on me. Is that what you were planning? Or were you going to slit my throat with that scalpel? Look.
Kira, don't!
There. You see? I plunge your knife into my heart. I withdraw it. And the wound is healed. Now, go away, both of you. I want to sleep. John will be calling for me at 8.
Past 5 in the morning. 2.5 hours more and she will leave. And the world will be one step nearer chaos. We are scientists, Dan. We have a responsibility to civilization. We must find a way to destroy this...
Carbon dioxide.
Carbon dioxide,
It's a
of
fundamental
course.
biological law. No human can survive in its own waste product. Carbon dioxide is a human waste. Dr. Bach, if we could fill the room where she's sleeping with carbon dioxide, she'd become unconscious. You could operate then. Who are you calling?
The hospital. I will have them send over 2 tanks of carbon dioxide.
Do you think it should work then?
We must try anything. Hello, this is Dr. Bach. Let me talk to surgery. Now hurry, it is an emergency. The tube is ready. You sealed the crack under the door?
Yes.
You closed the window?
Yes.
All right. Let us start the gas. Oh, then, through the transom above the bedroom door, you will be able to observe her reactions. You placed the lighted candle inside the room?
Yes, Doctor. I left the candle on the table.
Observe it carefully.
All right.
When it goes out, your Miss Kira Zelas should be unconscious. Then, can you see inside the room from up there?
Yes, Doctor. Candle is flickering, Doctor. Wait. No, it's still flickering. It's just gone out, Doctor.
Excellent. It means there is now a concentration of 8 or 10% carbon dioxide. The average person would long since be dead.
Doctor.
Yeah, Dan, what?
Oh, just a minute.
Yes?
She's breathing much more quickly now, convulsively.
Chain stroke breathing.
She's opening her eyes now.
What?
She's getting up.
Getting up?
She's staggering. Holding her throat, Doctor. She's gasping. She's moving toward the door. She's trying to unlock the...
So...
She's seen me. She's trying to...
Well. What is it?
She's collapsed. It's over.
Yes?
How do you do, Dr. Bach? I'm John Callan.
Why, yes, of course. Come in.
I haven't taken you away from anything.
Oh, no. We were performing some surgery, my associate and I. I have a miniature surgery here for emergencies, and we have just finished.
Is that the patient on the table?
Yes.
Is she...
Yes, she is dead.
Too bad. Seedy-looking creature, wasn't she?
She was a charity case.
Well, I won't keep you. Is Kira here?
No, she changed her plans. She said there were some things she wished to do, and she would meet you at the airport.
Well, that's a woman's prerogative, isn't it, changing plans?
Yes.
I'd better get a move on, then. Nice to see you, Doctor. I hope we'll meet again when I return from Europe.
Yes, that will be nice, Mr. Callan, and good luck on your mission.
Thank you, sir. Goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye. Well, Daniel, maybe we will get some sleep now. Dan?
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. I was daydreaming. She's lovely, isn't she?
Lovely. Yeah, Dan, lovely. May she always be in your memory.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Today we have presented transcribed The Adaptive Ultimate by John Jessel, adapted for radio by Chet Spurgeon and Herb Futran, with editorial supervision by John Dunkel, starring Edgar Barrier as Dr. Bach and Stacey Harris as Dan Scott. Featured in the cast were Elsie Holmes, Frank Gerstle, Larry Dobkin, Tom Charlesworth, and Ann Morrison. Special music was arranged and played by Ivan Ditmars. Next week,
you are trapped in a dark, empty house. A girl lying dead at your feet. And surrounding you, closing in on you, are the band of killers, deadly enemies of your country and yourself. And they are intent on murdering you.
Next week, we escape with the famous story Confidential Agent by Graham Greene. Be sure to tune in at the same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, October 12th. The Lux Radio Theater presents The Curtain Rises, starring Ginger Rogers and Warren Williams, with Alan Mowbray and Very Teasdale. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Ginger Rogers, Warren Williams, Alan Mowbray, and Very Teasdale. Our play, The Curtain Rises. Our guests, Doris Kenyon and Mrs. Leela Rogers, dramatic coach and mother of tonight's leading lady. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille, and our director of music, Louis Silvers. To you who crowd our theater tonight, and to you millions whose theater is your home, greetings from Lux. This hour in Hollywood comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the pure white soap whose active lather and delicate perfume have made Lux Toilet Soap the favorite beauty care used by 9 out of 10 of Hollywood's leading stars and lovely women everywhere. And now, on with the show. Ladies and gentlemen, that distinguished producer of screen and radio, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Just 444 years ago today, Christopher Columbus made good his promise to see America first. He discovered a new hemisphere, and we celebrate the occasion by discovering in Ginger Rogers a new star. It's true that Ginger has appeared in many pictures. She's the young woman of Fort Worth who came to the screen in Young Man of Manhattan. As a singer and dancer, she has few, if any, equals. Yet every time she asks a producer for a dramatic role, our young star is in the position of Christopher Columbus. who, as a young tar, was thrown off a ship because the captain swore he'd never be a sailor. Tonight, however, Ginger's ambition to play a straight dramatic role is fulfilled. We shall hear her as Elsa Carling in the Lux Radio Theater's drama, The Curtain Rises, by Benjamin Kay. Playing opposite Ginger is Warren William. When a youngster, Warren was the dashing hero who laughed at onrushing locomotives and snarling villains and consistently rescued lovely ladies in the early serial films. Graduating to the stage, he returned to pictures, played Julius Caesar for me in Cleopatra, and will be seen next in Go West, Young Man. He performs tonight in the role of Ronald Phillips. Alan Mowbray will be heard as Gregory Matthews, and Viri Teasdale as Carol Stewart. And now, The Curtain Rises on The Curtain Rises, starring Ginger Rogers and Warren Williams. There's a gay party in progress at Carol Stewart's New York penthouse. The radio is turned on full blast, and the living room overflows with a noisy, good-natured crowd of merrymakers. Everyone seems to be having a grand time. Everyone except Elsa Carling. Elsa, a plain, awkward-appearing young lady in horn-rimmed glasses, stands in the foyer straightening her hat. There's the suggestion of a tear in her eyes. As she turns to leave, Carol Stewart comes from the living room.
Elsa, what's the matter?
Nothing's the matter.
You've got your hat on.
I'm going home, Carol.
Home? But the party's just begun.
I know, but...
Wait a minute. Now, will you please tell me what this is all about?
Oh, it's nothing, Carol. Really, it isn't.
You've been sitting against the wall all evening. I haven't heard you say a word, and you didn't dance once.
Well, no one... I mean, I've got a headache, Carol. I don't feel like dancing.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Well, I'll call Arnie.
Oh, no, don't bother. I can go home alone.
Don't be silly. Arnie brought you here.
I know, but he only did it because you asked him to, and I don't want to spoil his evening. And...
Oh, Elsa, stop it.
Hey, Carol, what goes on?
Stephen, come here. Elsa's going to leave.
Oh, that's too bad. You want me to call a cab?
No, we don't. I want you to find Arnie. Tell him to take Elsa home.
Really, Carol?
Go on, Stephen.
Oh, sure. Right back.
I could have gone home alone.
Of course, but why should you? Now, that's the trouble with you, Elsa. You always let men think they're doing you a favor.
Well, it was awfully nice of him to call for me.
I suppose you told him that.
Of course.
Oh, Lord.
Well, it was nice of him. He didn't want to bring me.
How do you know? Did he say so?
No, he didn't say anything.
Well, Stephen, where's Arnie?
Oh, he's coming. He's talking to a couple of people, and, look, Elsa, can't you stay a little longer?
Oh, he doesn't want to take me home?
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, that's all right. I don't mind.
I'll speak to that low-down newspaper reporter. Where is he?
No, please, Carol. I'll go alone. Good night.
Elsa, wait.
Good night.
Say, was she crying?
If she wasn't, it's not your fault.
Well, here I am.
Just a wee bit late, Arnie.
The press is never late. Where's our little wallflower?
She's gone home.
Oh. Yeah?
Well, you needn't look so pleased.
What's the matter with her?
She said she had a headache. The real reason is that she sat in that room for almost 2 hours and not one of you even so much as looked at her.
Oh, now, Carol.
My dear hostess, I brought the lady to your charming party. My responsibility ended there.
You might have spoken to her.
I tried that in the cab. Result? Terrible.
Arnie's right, Carol. The girl can't talk without blushing.
Oh, keep quiet. Elsa's one of the nicest girls I know.
Granted, but she's a prim little old maid.
Elsa isn't an old maid. She's younger than I am.
Being an old maid hasn't anything to do with age, Carol. Some girls are old maids at 18.
Oh, poor Elsa.
There you are. When you think of her, you say, poor Elsa. You're sorry for her.
Yes, I am. She's missing so much in life. Inside, she's so sweet and sympathetic and clever. Well, she is clever. Only somehow she doesn't know how to let it out.
Well, I suggest she learn how.
Gather ye rosebuds while you may.
Right. But first, she'd better take off those glasses.
Hello? Elsa, darling. Where have you been hiding? I haven't seen you for ages. You've taken the studio? But why? Of course I can come. Stephen? Yes, I can bring him. Arnie, too? Elsa, what is it, a party? Who? Gregory Matthews? You mean the actor? Well, I don't know. I'll try.
Maybe Arnie can get him to come. Elsie, you got me all excited. What's it all about? Well, I know, but... All right, tomorrow at 9.
Carol, I'm awfully glad you came before the others. What did you do with Stephen and Arnie?
They stopped by for Gregory Matthews.
Oh, then he is coming.
Arnie says so. A newspaper man can usually get what he wants from the theatrical profession. Well, so this is your studio.
Do you like it?
It's grand. What's the idea?
Oh, I have an income of my own. I can afford to have a place for myself.
But, Elsa, you have a lovely home, so that's not the reason.
Oh, Carol, my home has always been a prison. No, I don't mean that exactly. The prison was largely myself. First my outside self, and then my inside self.
Outside? Inside? What in the world are you talking about?
Look here, Carol. You're engaged to be married, aren't you?
Yes.
You love Stephen, and he loves you.
Yes.
He kisses you, doesn't he?
Of course.
Carol, do you know that I've never been kissed?
What?
Oh, I don't mean by my father or by my uncles or at silly parties. I mean by a man, a strange man.
Is that why you've taken this studio, in order to be kissed?
I thought you'd understand.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't mean it that way.
Carol, you're the only one I can talk to. Please let me tell you.
Go on, dear.
Well, I know what's the matter with me. I'm not pretty. I never was. I have no charm for men. Even as a little girl, I used to see boys putting their arms around other girls and stealing kisses. Oh, I wanted that, too. I want it now.
But, darling...
I want romance, Carol. I want what every girl wants. Love, kisses, and the arms of a man around her.
But what in the world has all this got to do with your taking a studio and Gregory Matthews?
Well, I want to see if I can't arrange to have Gregory Matthews give me lessons in acting.
Lessons in acting? But you surely don't expect to become an actress.
Well, no. But you see, I've seen all the plays that Matthews does. I know all the parts. I got the books and studied them. And I feel now that all I need is a little coaching.
Oh, I see. If you took lessons, you and Gregory Matthews could play all the love scenes together. Is that it?
Oh, Carol, really?
Now, don't tell me that's not the reason.
Well, maybe.
You've got a crush on Gregory Matthews, haven't you?
I haven't. I mean, I don't know whether I have or not, but lessons in acting won't do me any harm.
Elsa, you're a fraud. But I can't say I blame you. It must be rather nice to be kissed by Gregory Matthews, especially when it's your first kiss.
Carol, am I wicked in thinking this way about it?
Mm-mm. Thinking isn't wicked.
I mean, it isn't wrong for me to plan this.
Oh, of course not. Yet I'm a little worried about one phase of it.
What's that?
Suppose the handsome Mr. Matthews gives you lessons, and you play scenes together, and you really fall in love with him. Won't you be letting yourself in for a lot of suffering?
I'll take that chance. At least I will have lived for a little while instead of going along as I am now, just nothing at all. I'm willing to feel hurt. Even pain is an emotion.
And that's why you're giving this party, to meet Gregory Matthews.
Yes. And now that it's here, I'm just a little nervous. I don't know how to explain it to him.
Oh, don't worry. You'll find a way.
But if I could speak to him alone...
Of course, darling. I'll get rid of the others. You leave it to me. You'll have Mr. Matthews all to yourself.
Oh, thank you, Carol. You're such a comfort. Won't you sit down, Mr. Matthews?
Thank you. But don't you think we'd better join the others?
Oh, no. I was telling Carol of something I particularly wanted to ask you, and she was good enough to arrange this.
Oh, indeed.
Yes. An actor's life must be such an interesting one, Mr. Matthews.
Yes, it is interesting, but it means work, more than you have any idea. Now, we actors have very little time to ourselves.
I think I've seen you in everything you've played.
So?
I like the play Late Blossoming best. That love scene in the orchard, after the soldiers have gone. Oh, it's so lovely.
Yes, it was a beautiful scene. You liked it, eh?
Oh, you play it magnificently.
Thank you. Now, a difficult scene with so many undercurrents of emotion, so many nuances, needs the most perfect timing. Later this season, I'm going to put on Romeo. And, of course, Juliet. I have always believed Romeo a splendid part for me.
Oh, yes, a lover. You play love scenes with such fire, such passion. Why, in Late Blossoming, when you kissed Dorina...
Yes, of course. Now, Miss Carling, you said there was something you wanted to ask me.
Oh, well, I hardly know how to ask it, but... Mr. Matthews, I'd like to have you give me lessons in acting.
Lessons?
Oh, it wouldn't be difficult. You see, I've studied all your plays. I know all the parts by heart. I got the books and studied them.
But, Miss Carling, this is impossible.
Oh, I realize how busy you must be, Mr. Matthews, and, of course, the fee. I hate to talk about such matters to you,
Miss
but...
Carling, please, this is very distressing. Don't you understand that I am not to be hired?
Oh, of course, that's what makes it so difficult to talk of a fee. But I wouldn't care what the fee is. I'd consider it a great favor.
It's not a matter of a fee or a favor, Miss Carling. I simply cannot entertain your suggestion, not for a moment. Me, Gregory Matthews, give lessons? It's preposterous. Please consider this final.
Final?
I said final.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me for taking up your time.
My dear girl, here, stop it. Stop it.
I can't.
But you must. I don't like to see a woman cry. I can't help it, but I don't feel like being a teacher.
I can't help it if I feel like crying.
Well, there's something to that, of course. Tell me, does it really mean so much to you, this learning to be an actress?
Oh, yes, yes.
Well, I have a suggestion to make.
Yes?
Yes. Remember, it's only a suggestion. I'm not sure that it can be done.
Well, what is it?
Well, at the theater, we have what is called an understudy. You know, an actor who learns all the parts. Now, this understudy, what's his name? Phillips. Yes, Ronald Phillips. He's a very capable fellow. Of course, he hasn't my appearance or my ability. But he knows his business, and he's quite poor. Understudies, you know, get little pay. I'm sure he'd be glad to give you some lessons and be very grateful for the fee. Well, what do you say, Miss Carling?
Well, do you think he'll come?
I will tell him that you are a very dear friend of mine, that I'm very much interested in you. Oh, don't worry, I will arrange it.
Then, if he teaches me, and if I learn awfully well, then will you play one scene with me?
Yes. When he tells me that you've learned how to act, I will play one scene with you. Now, shall we join the others?
Yes, Mr. Matthews. Thank you so much.
Oh, come along, and for heaven's sake, put some powder on your nose.
Yes?
Is this Miss Carling's studio?
Yes, sir.
My name is Ronald Phillips.
Oh, yes. Miss Carling's expecting you, sir. Come in.
Thank you.
Who is it, Anna?
Mr. Phillips, miss.
Oh, you may go, Anna.
Oh, yes, miss.
My name is Elsa Carling, Mr. Phillips.
How do you do?
It was nice of you to come so soon.
Oh, not at all. Nothing's too much for a friend of Mr. Matthews.
Has Mr. Matthews explained everything to you? About the lessons, I mean.
Oh, yes. I don't believe I've ever seen you at the theater, Miss Carling.
Oh, I go to the theater very often.
I mean backstage with Mr. Matthews.
Oh, I see. No, I haven't been backstage. Mr. Matthews calls on me here.
Oh, yes, of course. I suppose you've seen him in all his roles?
Oh, yes. I think he's magnificent. You know, I know all of his plays by heart. You see, I've accomplished quite a little already.
Well, learning lines is a very small part of acting, Miss Carling. The least important part.
But I can't learn to act unless I know the lines, can I?
You can't learn to act unless you learn a lot of other things first.
Well, I don't understand.
No? Well, would you mind walking across the room for me?
Walk? You mean like this?
No, Miss Carling, not like that.
What's the matter?
Oh, forgive me, Miss Carling, but you have no poise, no balance. An actress must have poise. You don't take much exercise, do you?
No.
Well, you'll have to walk 1 hour every day, rain or shine, 1 hour steady, with head up and shoulders back.
But I don't like to walk.
Mr. Matthews told me that I was to give you lessons, so you'll have to walk 1 hour every day. After that, you will have bending exercises, stretching exercises, practicing facial expressions in front of a mirror, and vocal exercises for accent and enunciation.
I don't think I like your method.
No, perhaps not, but I'm sure you'll like the results.
Maybe.
That's the trouble with you amateurs. You think acting is the easiest thing in the world. You don't want to work.
But I'm not an amateur.
No, what are you then?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I'm just nothing at all.
Oh, no, don't go to the other extreme. I only want to see that you start right. There's a lot to learn, Miss Carling. For instance, do you know how many ways there are of saying ah?
Ah?
Yes, ah.
How many?
Hundreds. Look, I walk into a room. I'm cold. I see a cheerful fire. I say, ah, a fire. You hear? Ah.
Oh, yes.
Then somebody says something that I don't believe. Do I say, ah? No. I say, ah.
Ah.
Exactly.
Oh, that's fun. Let me try one.
All right. You walk into the room. Your fiancé is there, in the arms of another woman. What do you say?
Ah.
No. No, that's disgust. We want anger.
Ah.
That's pleasure. You aren't glad, are you?
Oh, wait, let me try one more. I walk in. Aha! Is that better?
Well, it'll have to do for now.
You know, I think I'm going to like this. Even the exercises and making faces at myself.
And the walking?
Oh, but you're going to walk with me. To show me how, I mean.
Well, the first lesson or two, yes. When you learn to walk properly, then of course it won't be necessary for me to walk with you.
Oh, of course. But then the scenes. We will play scenes together.
Yes, certainly.
Shall we try one now?
Well, if you want to. Do you really know all of Mr. Matthews' plays by heart?
Oh, yes. Do you know the play Late Blossoming?
I am Mr. Matthews' understudy.
Oh, of course, but... Well, you know the scene in the orchard when the soldiers are about to leave and Dorina kisses him.
Oh, yes, that's a nice scene. That'll do as well as any other.
As well as any other? Why, that's the finest scene that Mr. Matthews plays.
Well, of course, the way he plays it with scenery and opposites Helena Dale, of course. It's beautiful. But here is a scene to run through without scenery and costumes. You see what I mean?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Phillips. I didn't mean to be so in earnest about it. Would you rather play some other scene?
Oh, no. That'll do very well. We'll just take the end of the act. Are you ready?
Oh, yes, I'm ready.
Dorina is by the fence, looking in the direction the soldiers have gone. Albert enters from the left. I see you. Dorina.
Albert, my darling.
Yes, maybe you'd better take off your glasses for this.
Oh, excuse me. There.
Oh, that's fine. We'll start again. Dorina.
Albert, my darling.
A little quieter, I think.
Oh, yes, of course. Quieter.
We'll go on from there. Dorina, come here by the tree, where we can't be seen.
But, Albert, I saw you march away with the regiment.
They're resting on the other side of the hill. I slipped away. I had to see you just once again, my darling.
Albert, you shouldn't have come back. A little while ago, you went away. I cried, and then I stopped. But when you leave this time, I shall cry and never stop crying.
Miss Carling, don't be so nervous.
I can't help it.
But it destroys the feeling. You see, this is the scene leading up to the kiss.
Yes, I know.
Well, let's go on. If there be tears for every kiss you gave, and yet more tears, for every kiss that I'll be bringing you, you'll not have tears enough.
Meanwhile, there will be tears. Oh, why did you return in that 1 hour I should lose you twice? Courage, my love.
Yes, I know the line. Well, courage, my love. What if you lose me twice? What if we lose each other 20 times? A cloud may hide the sun, erase the moon, but they return in glory like our love. Was that a trumpet call?
Don't go. Don't go.
I must. One kiss.
One kiss.
And then farewell.
One kiss.
I take it now, my love. What? Here, Miss Carling. Miss Carling. Good Lord, she's fainted.
In just a moment, we continue with The Curtain Riser, starring Ginger Rogers and Warren Williams. Right now, let's go down to the colorful Mexican Quarter between Hollywood and Los Angeles, an after-hours mecca for all who work in moving pictures. Here, two extra girls meet.
Where's Bill, Sally? And didn't Jack and Loretta come with you?
Oh, Bill's over there, buying me a Mexican lollipop. Jack's around here somewhere, but he's alone.
Oh, that's funny. You know, it seems to me Jack hasn't been giving Loretta much time lately.
No, he hasn't. Loretta's in the dumps about it, too. And you know, it's really her own fault.
Somebody ought to give her a tip about her complexion, that's what. Anybody that ever worked in pictures would tell her what to do.
Just a simple thing like the right complexion care can mean the difference between popularity and loneliness. Any girl who has a really lovely complexion is attractive. But unfortunately today, there are all too many girls who have cosmetic skin, enlarging pores, dullness, tiny blemishes, simply because they don't remove stale cosmetics, dust, and dirt thoroughly. Lux Toilet Soap guards against this danger. You can use powder and rouge as much as you like if you depend on the active lather of this fine soap to remove them thoroughly. Why don't you try Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care of 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars? And once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue The Curtain Rises with Ginger Rogers, Warren William, and an all-star cast. It's 3 months later. The dramatic lessons have proceeded regularly. And under the instruction of Ronald Phillips, Elsa has become a new person. Gone is the old timidity and awkwardness, and in its place, a newfound gracefulness and ease. Carol, Elsa's friend, is astonished at the change.
Darling, turn around and let me look at you.
Am I really so different?
Different, Elsa? It's miraculous.
You mean the dress?
Yes, even the dress. I've never seen you look so chic, but it's everything about you. You're so fresh, so vital, so youthful.
Arnie Saunders says I even walk and talk differently.
Arnie Saunders? Has he been here?
Oh, he drops in once in a while.
I see. By the way, what happened to your glasses?
Oh, I never wear them anymore. Since I've been taking lessons from Ronald Phillips, I discovered I can really see quite well without them. It's funny, isn't it?
Yes. This Mr. Phillips doesn't happen to be understudy to a magician.
No. He's still working for Gregory Matthews. Understudy and assistant stage manager.
I suppose Matthews drops in also?
No. I haven't seen him since the night you were all here.
Well, but you're getting yourself ready for him.
Am I?
Aren't you?
Honest, Carol, I haven't even thought of Gregory Matthews lately.
You haven't? Then what are you going on taking lessons for?
Well, they've done me a lot of good, haven't they?
Yes. But that wasn't the purpose when you started. It was all to lead up to a kiss. Tell me, Elsa, this understudy, does he ever kiss you?
Oh, yes, whenever the scene calls for it.
Who selects the scene?
Well, you see, we go through our exercises and then we just pick some scene and run through it.
And he kisses you?
Yes.
Well?
Well, it's very nice.
Such enthusiasm about a kiss.
What did you expect me to do?
Faint?
I did.
What?
I did, the first time he kissed me.
Now, wait a minute. I think I'm beginning to understand. The way you look, the way your eyes shine. So that's it. And I thought it was all from the lessons.
It is.
How you must look forward to them.
I do. Carol, every lesson is like going to a play. It's an adventure. Before Ronald arrives, it's just as if I were sitting in the audience before the play begins. And then he rings the doorbell, and the curtain rises.
Elsa, you're in love with him.
Is it love to be on pins and needles until he arrives?
Yes, that's love.
And is it love to feel all empty when he's gone?
Yes, that's love, too.
Well, I seem to have all the symptoms, don't I?
Not all of them, but it's a good start. Funny, I had the idea all along that it was Gregory Matthews.
But I've told you I haven't seen Gregory Matthews.
That's just it. You've been playing all these love scenes with Ronald. Perhaps if you saw Matthews again, you'd find that it was he after all.
Do you really think so?
I don't know. You started with a crush on Matthews. Tell me, Elsa, has Ronald told you that he loves you?
Well, that's it.
That's what?
I haven't the slightest idea whether he loves me or not.
He kisses you, doesn't he?
Yes, but it's all in the acting scenes.
Well, you kiss him, don't you?
Yes, but he probably thinks that's acting, too.
Doesn't he say anything?
Yes, but it's always about lessons.
Oh, that's bad.
But sometimes I've noticed he just stands and looks at me.
Ah, that's good. Do you still pay for your lessons?
Yes.
That's bad.
But he never asks me for it.
Ah, that's good. You know what I think, Elsa?
No, what?
Over at the theater, they all look up to Matthews as a sort of god.
Well?
That includes Ronald Phillips. And don't forget that it was Matthews who sent him here to give you lessons. Maybe he thinks you're Matthews' fiancée.
Oh, Carol!
Well, you look pleased.
Oh, what a thrill that anyone should think that I was Gregory Matthews' fiancée.
Well, please make up your mind whose fiancée you want to be, Matthews or Phillips.
Oh, Carol, I thought you'd know.
No, I don't know, and I don't think you do either. Now, look here, Elsa. If your Ronald thinks you're engaged to Matthews, naturally he wouldn't dream of making love to you.
How loyal he is.
Loyalty fiddlesticks. We've got to get that idea out of his head.
But how?
That's up to you. Is he coming here this afternoon?
Oh, yes, he comes every afternoon.
Uh-huh. Well, get him talking about Matthews. Try to find out what's in his mind.
And then?
And then show him what's in your mind, if you know what's in your mind.
Yes. Only...
Only what?
I was just thinking, isn't it a shame that I never got to play a scene with Gregory Matthews?
Come in, Mr. Phillips. You're late this afternoon.
Sorry. We've been having the final dress rehearsal of Romeo and Juliet. I won't be able to stay very long.
Then there won't be any lesson today?
Well, a short one.
Oh. Do you know I've worked out a new way of saying ah?
Really?
Mm-hmm. Would you like to hear how it goes?
Very much.
Well, a girl has just had a quarrel with her lover. You're the lover, see, and you've just gone out of that door saying that you'll never be back. The girl is heartbroken, and she goes over there and sits down and cries. Now, the lover has changed his mind and comes back through the open door, and he stands as you are standing, looking at the girl. She jumps to her feet, rushes over, and throws herself into his arms and kisses him like this. Well, how was that?
Very good. But what about the ah?
Oh, the girl would probably forget all about that.
Yes, of course she would.
But didn't I do it well?
The pantomime, yes, but it lacked a little sincerity. The feeling is improving, but...
Oh, you're always saying that.
Oh, but it's true. It's the same when we play Romeo and Juliet. In that other play we did yesterday, the scene where the princess meets her lover.
Oh, you mean, when you are gone, I cannot move my lips except to breathe your name. And, oh, my love, when you are here, they are in dreamless sleep until you waken them upon your own.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Can't you see? You're just saying words. There's no lover standing before you.
Well, I tried it last night when I was alone, and it seemed to go all right.
Look, forget all about me. Close your eyes. Now picture your lover before you. Picture the man you love more than anyone else in the world. Now, again.
When you are gone, I cannot move my lips except to breathe your name. And, oh, my love, when you are here, they are in dreamless sleep till you waken them upon your own.
Yes. Yes.
Did you like it?
Glorious. It's incredible what you've learned in 3 months.
You're really pleased with me?
Pleased with you? Of course I am. Soon there won't be anything left for me to teach you.
Oh, no. You mustn't say that.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I mean, I'm sure there will always be something for me to learn. I'll never know as much about the theater as you do.
No, about the theater, perhaps not, but voice, technique. You could step on the stage tomorrow.
Oh, marvelous. Have you told that to Mr. Matthews?
No, I haven't.
Why not?
Why, I've never discussed you with Mr. Matthews.
That's strange. I think he'd be interested in how I was getting along.
Haven't you been keeping him informed?
Why do you say that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I merely thought that...
What? What were you thinking?
I was thinking we aren't getting on with our lesson. You'll never learn to act this way.
Maybe I'm learning something else.
Shall we do the exercises now?
If you want. Why don't you like to talk about Gregory Matthews?
What? Who said I didn't?
But you never do.
Gregory Matthews is a splendid actor and my employer. I have a great respect for him. We'll try the REA exercise first.
All right. REA. 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 Does Mr. Matthews do this every day, too?
Of course. Speaking is like singing. The throat must be kept open and free. Now, the may, me, my, mo, moo.
May, 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 may. Me, 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 me. Do I do that as good as Gregory Matthews?
You can't do anything as good as Gregory Matthews. My, 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 my.
My, 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 my. You needn't be quite so loyal to him.
That isn't loyalty, that's a fact. Mo, 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 mo.
Mo, 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 mo. There's some things more important than facts.
What?
Mother facts. Moo, 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 moo. Excuse me. Hello? Yes? Oh, he's here. It's for you, the theater.
The theater? Oh. Hello. Oh, hello, Mr. Matthews. Yes. What? How? What happened to her? Good Lord. Well, what about Geraldine Day? What? Well, I don't know who... Yes, I do. I do know someone. Elsa Carling.
What is it?
Shh. I said Elsa Carling. Of course she can. Listen to me. She can do it. She knows it backwards. I know she can.
What can I do? What can I do?
Be quiet. Hello. Hello, I'll bring her right over to the theater. Right away. Goodbye. Get your hat.
What?
Your hat. Our leading lady has been taken sick, and her understudy can't be found.
Well, what has that got to do with me?
It's got everything to do with you. Don't you understand? They can't find a leading lady who knows the part. You know it. You're going to play it.
Play what?
Romeo and Juliet with Gregory Matthews.
3 minutes. Curtain going up in 3 minutes.
Carol, this is awful. I can't play Juliet. I can't.
Stand still. Now, Elsa, listen to me. You've got the chance of a lifetime.
I won't do it.
You've got to. You can't let Gregory Matthews down.
Oh, yes, I can.
All right, but what about yourself?
What do you mean?
Don't forget the purpose of your lessons. Matthews will hold you in his arms and tell you that he loves you. He'll kiss you.
He won't. I won't let him.
What?
Not in front of all those people.
But it's in the play.
I don't care.
Miss Carling, are you ready?
No.
Mr. Matthews, she said she won't go on.
Well, go on, but she must.
Curtain going up. Curtain going up.
Hold it. Miss Carling, you've got to help us. Come out in the wings.
I won't.
Well, I can't start to play Romeo unless I know whether I have a Juliet.
Well, why don't you get someone else?
Miss Carling, listen, I'm pleading with you. I, Gregory Matthews.
Oh, if I only had a chance to think.
There's no time to think. You've got to act. Come on, will you come, or do I have to carry you?
Mr. Matthews.
Come on.
No. Put me down. I can't do it. I'll die. I know I'll die.
Well, of course you will. Juliet always dies, but not until the last act.
Oh, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name, or if thou wilt not. How if, when I am laid into the tomb, I wake before the time that Romeo comes to redeem me? There's a fearful point. Then I'll be brief. Oh, happy dagger, this is thy sheath. There rust, and let me die.
How about a picture, Miss Carling? We want a picture.
Thank you.
Outside, everyone. Miss Carling must rest. Outside.
I want the story, Elsa.
Yes, Sonny.
Not now, Arnie. Leave her alone.
Miss Carling.
Oh, Mr. Phillips.
May I congratulate you? You were wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
One of the finest Juliets I have ever seen. 11 curtain calls. 11. Elsa, you were magnificent.
From you, Mr. Matthews, that's a great compliment.
Yes, but in our love scenes, you turned away.
Did I? Oh, I'm sorry.
I think she'd better rest, Mr. Matthews.
Why, of course. Come here, my dear.
Yes?
Let me look at you. You're beautiful, Elsa.
Oh, Mr. Matthews.
Beautiful. The world is at your feet, my child. You will go on, onward and upward, and the stars shall ring with the name of Elsa Carling.
Please,
I ask no part in your new world, my dear. Only to be remembered occasionally as a humble mime who recognized your genius and gave it its rightful place. Just this I ask. This and a reverent kiss from your most reverent admirer.
No, please, not now. Let me go.
My lips, two blushing pilgrims, ready stand to smooth that rough touch with a tender kiss.
Oh, no.
Here, Elsa, what's the matter with you?
Oh, good heavens. She's fainted again.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ginger Rogers as Elsa Carling, Warren William as Ronald Phillips, and our all-star cast return to the microphone shortly in the concluding scenes of The Curtain Rises. The mother of tonight's star, Mrs. Sheila Rogers, today directs at RKO Studios the only little theater of its kind. While this theater produces plays for the public, it is maintained as a dramatic training school which every new player under contract to RKO must attend for a year. Our talk tonight contains an important announcement to all theaters and theatergoers. Ladies and gentlemen, a writer, director, and mother, Mrs. Sheila Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. We have a little theater on the lot at the RKO Studios where we produce plays with our young contract players because we feel that it is in the theater the inexperienced player will get the experience they need for their motion picture work. Here we forget film technique and produce a drama exactly as in a legitimate theater, right down to the grease paint. And by the way, when the performance is over, that grease paint is removed with Lux toilet soap. Oh, yes, Lux is the official toilet soap of our little theater, just as it is in the Stars dressing room on the lot. And now for the announcement Mr. DeMille referred to. Mr. S.J. Briskin, production chief of RKO Studios, has selected the Lux Radio Theater over which to announce to the little theaters, stock companies, and legitimate theaters throughout the United States that he will lend to them for their productions any of our young contract players, when available, as guest stars to appear for 1 or 2 week engagements without charge. Mr. Briskin makes this offer because it is from the theaters that motion pictures have secured so much material and talent in the past. The motion picture industry has even been accused of destroying the legitimate theater, robbing it of its talent. This need no longer be a problem. In your theater, our player will get the training he needs, and the legitimate theaters will receive an impetus of new life by being able to announce an engagement of a Hollywood actor or actress. So Mr. Briskin asks you to file your application for one of our players at his office in Hollywood, addressing him Mr. S.J. Briskin, B-R-I-S-K-I-N, Production Chief, RKO Studios, Hollywood, California. Thank you, and good night.
Good night, Mrs. Arthur. I congratulate RKO on the splendid effort to aid the stage. The Curtain Rises, starring Ginger Rogers and Warren William, with Alan Mowbray and Viri Teasdale. Elsa's night of triumph ended when she fainted in Gregory Matthews' arms. The following morning, her studio room has the semblance of a florist shop. And as she reads her telegrams of congratulation, Anna enters carrying 2 more bouquets.
Here you are, Miss Collins.
More flowers? Let me see quick. Oh, with love from Gregory Matthews. Oh, dear, who's the other one from?
Mr. Arnie Saunders.
Oh, Arnie. Anna, are you sure nothing came from Mr. Phillips?
Not a thing, miss.
Oh, see who it is, Anna.
Yes, miss.
Good morning, Anna.
Oh, come in, Miss Stewart.
Carol.
Hello, darling. My, look at all the flowers. How are you feeling?
All right.
Did you see the papers?
Yes. The critics were awfully nice to me, except 1 or 2. They said I was competent.
Oh, you're getting touchy. You mustn't mind that. You were grand. You've no idea how natural it all sounded.
Carol, do you really think I could be an actress?
Of course. You were one last night, weren't you?
Yes, but, I don't know.
You did it once. You can do it again.
I wonder. Oh, it's marvelous to act. To hear the audience applaud as they did last night, it was thrilling.
The afterpiece was even more thrilling.
What afterpiece?
Your little scene with Gregory Matthews in the dressing room. The kissing sequence.
Oh, that.
What do you mean, oh, that? When he kissed you, you fainted dead away.
Oh, I was excited.
I should say you were.
Oh, not because he kissed me. It was a general excitement. I was nervous and tired and wrought up, that's all.
Then his kiss didn't mean anything to you?
Not that.
So it's Mr. Phillips again.
Again?
What do you mean? You know Ronald's place in the theater is fixed. He's an understudy. You may go up like a rocket. Do you think you can go on taking lessons from him?
Of course. Ronald knows so much more than I do.
He may have other ideas about that.
I don't understand you.
Elsa, if it's a career that you're after, then everything is all right. But if what you want is love, then I'm sorry you made such a success last night.
I don't agree with you at all. I'm sure Ronald is very proud of me, and we can go right on with our lessons just like before.
For how long?
Oh, I don't know. I feel much more confident now.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning, Win.
It's Arnie and Stephen.
Hello, Elsa. I tried to keep this news hawk out, but he's too persistent.
That's all right.
It better be. You know the power of the press, my girl. Now, what about that story?
Oh, not now. I can't concentrate yet.
All right, then. What about having dinner with me?
I can't.
Oh, let her alone, Arnie.
Now, don't give me that, my girl. This is the greatest story of the year. Unknown girl makes good.
Please don't, Arnie. That was only a freak performance. I'm only taking lessons.
You mean to say you're going to go on taking lessons?
Of course.
Well, I'll say that little professor of yours knows how to teach. Let me print this story, and all the girls in New York will be crazy to take lessons from him.
No, Arnie, you mustn't.
Why not?
Because it would give her a lot of publicity which she doesn't want.
But I thought publicity is just what an actress needs.
But I'm not an actress. At least, not yet. I'm not even sure that I want to be.
Well, that makes a good story, too. May I print that?
No.
Good morning, good morning.
Oh, come in, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you. I had to drop by and see how you were feeling, Miss Carling.
Oh, I'm fine this morning. You know everyone here, don't you?
Of course. How do you do, Miss Stewart? Well, my Juliet. Wasn't she perfect, Mr. Sanders?
Swell.
Everyone is talking about her. And what did you think of me?
Okay.
I thought you were a superb Romeo, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, thank you. It's my favorite role, you know. All romance and fire. Ah, those magnificent lines. That man Shakespeare. How well he understood what we actors need.
Don't you think Elsa was marvelous in the balcony scene?
Charming, yeah. How was my voice in that scene, Mr. Sanders?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Yes.
Yeah. It's a difficult scene, that. You see, I am talking up. The head is thrown back and the throat muscles are constricted. That is where technique comes in.
And you really think I came through all right?
Yes, marvelous. Really, I couldn't believe it.
I told you I was going to work hard.
Yes, but it's almost a miracle that you performed in so short a time.
Oh, Elsa loves to study.
Miss Carling, do you remember what I said the first time you spoke to me about this?
What do you mean?
Well, I told you I would not give lessons to anyone regardless of what they offered me. Well, I have changed my mind. From now on, I will be your teacher.
Oh, that's great.
But what about Mr. Phillips?
Oh, that's all right. After all, it was I who sent him to you to teach you the first principles. But you are past that now.
But he's worked so hard, it doesn't seem fair to suddenly cut off the lessons he's been giving.
Well, don't let that worry you. I can get him other pupils, and after I finish teaching you, we will play many plays together. Someday we will play Late Blossoming. Do you remember that exquisite scene of the orchard under the apples at the end of Act One?
Oh, yes, but I don't think I'd like to play that scene, Mr. Matthews.
Do you know, the very first day I met Miss Carling, I knew she had talent. So when I spoke to Phillips, I said, Phillips, I have a little friend I want you to give lessons to. Who knows, perhaps we may make an actress of her someday.
You said that to Ronald Phillips?
Why, of course. You know, he has his pride, too. To just ask him to become a teacher to a wealthy girl, well, that might not have gone down so well, and now you see how you have justified all that we've done for you.
Oh, come in, Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Phillips.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't know you were entertaining.
Oh, that's all right. Really it is.
Why, of course, Phillips. Come in. We're glad to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, are you proud of your pupil, Mr. Phillips?
I said so last night. You give an astonishing performance.
Phillips, I congratulate you as much as I have Miss Carling. You have justified everything that I've said about you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. That's high praise.
Let me add my congratulations, too.
And mine. You teach well, Mr. Phillips. Just to think of our Elsa becoming a star overnight, thanks entirely to you.
No, that's very kind of you, but I think you're giving me entirely too much credit. And if you'll permit me to say so, to Miss Carling, too. She isn't a great actress yet.
Oh, I thought Elsa gave a beautiful performance.
So did I.
Oh, now, don't take Phillips too seriously. You know, a little professional jealousy.
No, Mr. Matthews, there's no professional jealousy. I'm trying to be completely honest with Miss Carling. You wouldn't have me do otherwise, would you?
No, of course not. But Mr. Matthews thinks I did very well.
I certainly do. And you know what I've promised her, Phillips? That from now on, I will take her lessons myself.
Yes, I expected that.
No. If there are to be more lessons, Mr. Phillips will give them.
I'm afraid that'll be impossible. You see, I am leaving this morning for Chicago.
What?
Chicago?
Yes. I'm opening there in a new play. I've got a very good part, and I couldn't pass it up.
May I ask when you made this decision?
Well, the part was offered to me several weeks ago, but I preferred to stay in New York. However, I've changed my mind.
Well, of course, that is very unexpected. But that is the life of the theater. But have no fear, my dear fellow. After all the training you've had with me, you will make good there. I know you will.
You don't have to be patronizing, Mr. Matthews. I am no longer a member of your company.
But, my dear Phillips.
And I'm not your dear Phillips.
But what in the world has got into the fellow? You'd think we were mortal enemies. Just because you're leaving the company, there's no reason why you should act like an angry schoolboy.
No, I'm sorry. Will you excuse me, Miss Carling? I haven't much time.
You're going now?
I'll have to. I'm catching the 11:20 for Chicago.
Then our lessons are over?
Well, for the present. Perhaps someday. Goodbye, Miss Carling.
Goodbye.
What an extraordinary young fellow.
He's gone.
Yes, well, I shall have to get myself a new understudy.
Elsa, come and sit down.
He's gone, and I still don't know.
Don't know what?
I don't know.
My dear girl.
But I'm going to find out. Anna!
Elsa, what are you going to do?
Don't stop me now. Where is that girl? Anna! Did you call me? Anna, pack my bags, all of them, in my trunk.
Elsa!
Miss Did you hear me, Anna? Hurry, I've got to leave right away.
Elsa, where are you going?
To Chicago on the 11:20.
11:20 to Chicago. 11:20 to Chicago on track 24. Track 24. 11:20.
Here you all, sir. Section 14.
Leave the large bag down here.
Yes, sir.
Here you are.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello.
Why, Miss Carling, what are you doing here?
I came down to say goodbye.
Well, that's awfully nice of you. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. It makes me sad to see you going.
It makes me sad, too.
I'll miss the lessons. They were fun, weren't they, Ronald?
They were more than fun. Each lesson was another step in the painting of a portrait.
You were the artist, Ronald.
I helped, that's all. But now that it's finished, what more is there to say?
You've been wonderful in all that you've taught me. No one could have made me act the way you did. Ronald, I don't think I want to go on the stage again.
Yes, you'll go on. Onward and upward. With Gregory Matthews helping you, why shouldn't you reach the top?
Tell me, Ronald, why did you suddenly make this decision to leave New York?
I've already told you.
But you said you wanted to stay here, and suddenly this morning you decided to leave. Has it anything to do with last night?
I'd rather you didn't ask that.
But it's something I've got to know.
Last night I saw him kiss you. I knew I couldn't stay here any longer.
But, Ronald, that didn't mean anything.
No, it looked like it did.
Ronald, don't tell me you were jealous.
Before I go, I want to tell you something. We may never meet again, and perhaps that's why I'm telling you. I love you. For weeks I've loved you. In the scenes we played, when I held you in my arms, it wasn't the teacher, it was me. And when you kissed me in those scenes, I know it meant nothing to you, but I'd leave with my heart singing.
You love me?
I'll never stop thinking about you as long as I live. I'll never stop seeing you in my dreams and hearing your voice in every other voice.
Ronald, I love you, too.
You love me?
Of course. Why didn't you tell me all of this before?
But I thought you and Gregory Matthews...
Oh, Ronald, darling, please stop being an understudy.
The curtain falls and the curtain rises. But Ginger Rogers will be heard again in just a moment. One of the few who have twin careers, both of them successful, is Doris Kenyon. Her work in motion pictures is only an interlude in a busy career as a singer. Given her first stage role by Victor Herbert, Miss Kenyon in films has played opposite John Barrymore, Rudolph Valentino, and George Arliss. Since the passing of her husband, Milton Sills, she's divided her activities between the screen and the concert stage. You'll see her next in Paramount's new picture, Along Came Love. And now, just 1 hour before her departure on another concert tour, she sings for us. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Doris Kenyon.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. My song tonight will be in memory of Victor Herbert. I'll sing Thine Alone from his operetta, Eileen.
Oh,
Thank you, Doris. Just one question before you go. Since your return from abroad, have you noticed any change in Hollywood?
Yes. I'm delighted to find the motion picture producers more receptive to something I've hoped would come to pass ever since the advent of music on the screen, and that is the introduction of grand opera in films. Perhaps when I return from my trip, the first opera will have been chosen. I'm leaving now, and you can be assured my trunk contains plenty of Lux toilet soap. I've found that a lovely complexion is just as important before a concert audience as it is before a camera. To you, Mr. DeMille, to Lux, and to its radio theater, my thanks, congratulations, and good night.
Good night, Doris. Perhaps we'll meet in Grand Opera. The music you're hearing is from Ginger Rogers' current picture, Swing Time, and gives me an opportunity I'm going to take advantage of right now. Miss Rogers, may I have this dance?
Why, Mr. DeMille, so sweet of you to ask me.
So brave of you to accept. Let's dance closer to the microphone. People are entitled to hear what we say. What's your next picture going to be?
Stepping Toes.
Stepping Toes? Ginger, you're making me self-conscious. What follows that?
Mother Carries Chickens. And that will be quite a change for me. No songs or no dances. Dancing, you know, can be pretty hard work sometimes.
All right. I can take a hint. I can take it. Let's sit this one out.
Oh, no, dancing isn't that hard.
Gary Cooper lost 8 pounds working for me in the Plainsman. He never danced once.
How did he do it? Running away from Indians?
No, running after them. You ought to see the Indians. They're just skin and bones.
Well, I'm telling you, the Vanishing Red Men would vanish faster if they had to rehearse the way Fred Astaire and I do. Every number we dance is preceded by about 30 hours of rehearsal. That's quite a strain, but I love it. As soon as Mother Carries Chickens is done, I hear rumors that I'm going to do a film in Technicolor. At least I hope so. And now, Mr. DeMille, may I thank you and Lux Soap for a very delightful evening.
Thank you for a delightful performance. And the dance.
Thank you, Miss Rogers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. In a moment, Mr. DeMille tells us of next week's play and stars. Tonight, our cast included the following players: Alan Mowbray, Deary Teasdale, Frank Nelson as Stephen, John Gibson as Arnie, Leora Thatcher as Anna, and James Eagles as Callboy. Ginger Rogers and Mrs. Leela Rogers appeared through courtesy of RKO Studios. Warren William through courtesy of Emmanuel Cohen. Alan Mowbray, RKO Pathé, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he wrote the musical score for the new film Ladies in Love. May I refer you now to Mr. DeMille.
In the Casper Milquetoast School of Comedy, Frank Morgan is without peer. Next week in the Lux Radio Theater, you will hear Mr. Morgan playing the role of timid, mild-mannered Ambrose Applejohn. And what happens after Ambrose dreams that he's his pirate ancestor come to life again, the swaggering buccaneer, Captain Applejack. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Walter Hackett's famous play, Captain Applejack, starring Frank Morgan and Maureen O'Sullivan, with a brilliant cast headed by Zita Johann and Akim Tamiroff. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to narcotics detail. A gang of veteran dope peddlers moves into your city. They offer $100,000 worth of heroin for sale. They make their contacts. They're ready to do business. Your job, stop them.
You'll be amazed when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes.
Buy a pack of Fatimas.
You'll find they now cost the same.
Light a Fatima. Your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, what a difference.
In Fatima, the difference is quality. You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
Try comparing Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, June 24th. It was sultry in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out on narcotics. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 9:27 a.m. when I got to the Charing Cross Apartments on 12th Street. The side entrance.
Hi.
Hi. Anything doing?
Nothing.
How's the bug working?
Better. One of the fellows in the crime lab came out and fixed it last night, went next door and replaced the microphone. I'm getting real sour on this detail, Joe.
Well, here, let me take over for a while, huh?
Yeah, you bet you. Here. My ears feel like a couple of baked cauliflowers. 2 solid weeks holed up in this place with a pair of earphones on.
Yeah.
What do we got to show for it? That woman next door hasn't even mentioned narcotics in 2 weeks. All she does is eat, sleep, and play solitaire. Goes out for groceries once in a while.
Hold it. Somebody ringing the buzzer next door.
First visitor in a week.
Yeah. Just a minute.
Yes?
Your name's Mayflower.
That's right. What is it?
I talked to a friend of yours, George. Said it might be a good idea if I let you in.
What do you want to see me about?
Well, it's business, Miss Washburn. Could we talk inside?
All right, come on in.
Let me plug in these earphones, Joe.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to introduce myself, Miss Washburn. My name's Howard Scully. You and George were former associates, I understand.
Oh, we worked together a little. What can I do for you?
Well, George and I are old friends. We were in business in Hong Kong before the war. He's a nice fellow, George.
No, I have a date downtown in half an hour. I don't have much time to talk.
Sorry, I didn't realize you were in such a hurry. I'll get right to the point.
Yeah.
My business partners and I just came up from Mexicali a few days ago, and we have some merchandise that's ready for the market. It's good quality.
That's what I hear.
I contacted George, thinking he might introduce me to some prospective buyers. Said he didn't want to handle any merchandise at this time.
Why not?
Oh, it's something about the police. Seem to be watching him. He just didn't want to take any part in any business venture. Not just yet.
And George gave you a bum steer sending you to me. I can't help it.
Well, you haven't heard my proposition.
I don't have to hear it. Count me out. I don't fool around with junk, any of it. It's a tough rap out here.
Well, if you'll just listen to my proposition, Miss Washburn. I'm not, no, please, I'm not asking you to be involved. perfectly safe and legitimate transaction in mind. You'll be well paid for your time and effort with no risk whatsoever.
Yeah, I know. All you big connections make it sound good.
George tells me you're acquainted with the right kind of people. People with money, that's the kind of people that my partners and I want to meet. Now, all I'm asking you to do is introduce me to a few such persons for our mutual benefit, and then you just leave the rest to me.
Yeah, it's still too much. If I gave you an office to a buyer and you were caught, they'd get me for conspiracy.
No, there's not.
I've seen too much of it, Scully. It's no sale.
Well, you'll just have to believe me, Miss Washburn. No one's going to be caught. Now, we work in an entirely different manner. The police haven't any idea of our method of operation. We've tested it in 6 big cities in the Orient. And not once did it fail us, and I tell you, it's not going to fail us here.
It's your story.
Well, it's
I'm not chancing a rap to prove you're wrong.
Well.
Here, do you want a cigarette?
Yes, thank you. No, that's right.
Okay. Thanks.
Now, I'm only asking one thing, Miss Washburn. An introduction to the right party, and that's all. Now, you know my reputation. I'll make it well worth your while. If the connection is right, you can live on your take for the rest of the year.
I don't have many friends, just a few whom I guaranteed for my payoff.
Well, I can deposit the money with George. He'll hold it until the deal is made. You'll be real rich, Miss Washburn. Come on, what do you say?
An introduction, that's all.
That's all we'll need. Our product speaks for itself.
I know a fellow out in Hollywood. His name's McMillan. I can call him and tell him to meet you.
That'll be fine. How so?
I'm not going to introduce you.
No, that won't
I'll
be...
set up a meet for you, that's all.
All right, that's all we ask. Do you have this, Mr. McMillan?
McMillan.
You have him meet me tonight?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Now, tonight at 11:30, I'll be at the corner of 7th and Alameda. Now, remember this now.
Yeah, all right.
Corner of 7th and Alameda at 11:30 exactly. I'll have on a gray coat, and I'll be carrying a book. Now, McMillan shouldn't have any trouble recognizing me. You just tell him to walk right up to me, put out his hand, and say, "My name's McMillan," that's all. I'll know if he's the right party. My name's McMillan. That's all he has to say.
All right, I've got it. I'll pass it on to you.
Fine. Well, I'll make arrangements with George as soon as possible to take care of your fee. Thank you very much, Miss Washburn.
Not at all. Just don't be too sure of yourself. The fuzz in this town could smell a by 3 miles away.
We'll take care of the police, Miss Washburn. The system should teach them a few lessons. Well, goodbye, Miss Washburn. Thanks very much.
Yeah. Don't come here after this. Call me on the phone.
Certainly. Goodbye.
Joe, wait a minute. She's going for the phone. Come on.
Just a minute.
Try the door. It's locked.
What do you want?
Police officers.
All right, what's the pitch?
I'd like to talk to you downtown.
About what?
Howard Scully.
What about him?
We know why he was here. Get your coat, please.
I haven't done anything.
Come on, lady, let's go.
I told Scully I didn't want in. He made the proposition, but I didn't buy it. You know that. I didn't buy a word of it.
We did. Before the suspect was taken downtown, we informed her landlady to tell anyone that she'd be out of town for a week. That information was to be passed on to any of her friends or business acquaintances who might try to contact her. After that, we took Mae Washburn back to the office. After being questioned thoroughly, she was detained for further investigation. At 2 p.m., Ben and I met with Captain Kearney, Central Narcotics, and Inspector Virgil Beckner, State Narcotics Bureau, Southern Division.
$100,000 buy, is that what they have in mind?
That's the word around town, Skipper. Washburn girl told us the same thing.
The Washburn woman was approached for an office, huh?
Yes, that's right, Beck. She was ready to go when we picked her up. Pusher's Howard Scully, you remember him?
About 9 years ago, wasn't it, the Tijuana deal?
8 or 9 years, yeah. That big heroin buy, they tagged every one of the gang but Scully.
Yeah, he's no amateur. He's got every narcotic law in the book memorized. He sets the deals, takes the gravy, but he never gets tagged. How about the federal narcotics men, Romero? They've been briefed on this deal?
I called Harry Stone over that this morning. They've been following it, too. Said he'd be over this afternoon.
The setup of this McMillan guy. What do you think, Captain? Clear sailing there, Beck, as far as I can see. Scully set up to meet with Mae Washburn. Ben and Joe grabbed her before she could contact McMillan. Unless Scully's got a Ouija board, he still must figure everything's Jake. Then we could have a man meet with Scully tonight and pass himself off as McMillan.
Well, shouldn't be too much trouble. From the way he talks, Scully's never seen McMillan. Has no idea what he looks like. It's just a guess.
Neither one of you are known to Scully, are you?
I never met him or his friends.
I worked that case last February when we grabbed Ray Murdoch. He used to be a mule for Scully. That's as close as I've been.
Well, I'm afraid that's too close. You know how many hype friends Murdoch has in this town. If any of them spot you and pass the word to Scully, the whole deal's choked off. Joe? You think you could pass yourself off as McMillan for a couple of days?
I'd like to give it a try.
Beck, what do you think?
Good with me. We can help with the tailing. Only one possible hitch I can see.
Yeah?
We're not positive this guy McMillan's a total stranger to Scully.
It sure sounded like it, didn't it, Joe? The way Scully and the watchman girl were talking.
It's possible Scully might have seen a picture of McMillan. Maybe he knows something about his background, his habits, how he does business.
It's possible, yeah.
Suppose Scully starts asking you questions, Joe. How are you going to cover it?
Well, we could talk to the Washburn girl again. She might brief us.
Now, if we need the guy's life history, let's pick it up firsthand.
How do you mean?
Get McMillan.
Late that afternoon, Stanley McMillan was located at a small restaurant out in the valley and quietly placed under arrest. He was booked at one of the outlying stations on suspicion of violating the State Narcotics Act. We questioned him and got all the necessary information on his background that we needed. He told us that he had never seen or had any dealings before with Howard Scully. 7:30 p.m. I went home, changed my clothes, put away my gun, ID card, and the rest of my identification. An hour later, I checked in at a small hotel near 5th and Main Streets. 11:15 p.m., I left the hotel and started for 7th and Alameda Streets, where the scheduled meet with Howard Scully was to take place. As in most cases, there was one all-important rule that I had to work by. If the suspects were to be arrested and successfully prosecuted, we had to get them with narcotics in their possession or under their control. And one of the first things that the working detective learns is that dealers such as Scully rarely do the actual handling of narcotics except at the actual moment of sale. If the officer fails to make an arrest at that moment, the odds are stacked heavily against the conviction of the narcotics criminal. 11:30 p.m. I got to the corner of 7th and Alameda Streets. I walked up to a man standing by a lamppost. He was short, heavily built, dark hair, dark eyes, and a small scar on his chin. He had on a gray coat, and he carried a book under one arm. I put out my hand.
Yes?
My name's McMillan.
Oh, glad to know you, Mr. McMillan. My name's Scully.
Why are you?
Understand we have mutual friends, is that correct?
That's what I'm told, yeah.
You're from Louisiana originally, New Orleans.
No.
Oh, that's so? Thought you were from Louisiana.
Missouri, St. Louis.
Oh, I see. I suppose we go for a drive, huh?
My hotel's down on 5th. We could talk there.
Oh, I think my car would be better.
I can't afford to waste time. I got customers waiting.
You can believe me, this won't be a waste of time. I'm prepared to do business.
All right, let's go.
Fine. No, go ahead, McMillan.
All right, thanks.
Now, will you raise that handle on the other side so I can get in?
Yeah, sure.
Fine. Thank you. You can't be too careful in L.A., I hear.
Yeah, that's right. There's a lot of heat.
Oh? I hope none of it's on you.
Don't worry, I'm clean.
No tumbles.
Would I be here if there were? I got customers to protect, good customers.
Fine. You know, maybe we can do business. How much can you handle?
How much you got?
How about 10,000 worth. Standard rate, full measure. Hardly cut at all.
Sounds fair. We drove 3 more blocks, and then Scully pulled the car to a stop underneath a row of spreading palm trees on a deserted street. He pulled the emergency brake on, then he turned to me, clamped my arms to my sides, and shook me down. What's the pitch here? What's the idea?
No offense, McMillan. Simple precaution in case you had a gun.
What do you take me for, mister? I'm not used to doing business this way. That might go real great in the East, but it's nothing out here.
Oh, no. I said no offense. This is a hot town. You could be a fuzz. You can't be too careful, you know that.
Yeah, well, you don't have to pull that careful stuff with me. Who set up this meet, anyway?
May Washburn.
All right, if you can't trust her, you can't trust me. Or maybe I'm not in the mood for business.
No, come on. Take it easy, Mac. We work this right, and we both got a good deal.
Well, let's get to the point. Where's this stuff?
You bring the money, we'll bring the merchandise.
Wait a minute. The car that pulled up behind us. Let's get out of here.
Oh, you're nervous, Mac. Relax. That's my partner. Come on, I'll introduce you.
All right.
Hi, Jim. Jim, this is McMillan. Mac, this is my partner, Jim Rhodes.
How are you?
Yeah.
Do we do business, Howard?
Guy's all right, Jim. He's ready to score.
How much does he want?
Whole bundle. We can start with 10 G's worth.
Can you handle that, McMillan?
I'd say so if I couldn't. I don't give it away.
You get the money, you get the stuff.
When?
10 G's worth tonight, rest next week.
Well, midnight now. What do you expect me to do? Bring the money with me?
Howard will pick you up at 3 a.m., same corner.
Sure. Well, that doesn't give me much time, does it?
It's enough time if you're really looking. If you're just shopping, we'll forget about it right now.
A lot of my customers live out of town.
That's interesting.
10 grand is no geezer. Suppose I can't get all the money together.
Then don't show up. All or nothing.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action. Oh, no.
Ah, that's different.
Yes, what a difference.
There's a difference you can hear, there's a difference you can see, but the difference in Fatima is quality.
Yes, friends, when you compare long cigarettes, you'll find that in Fatima, the difference is quality. Quality of tobaccos. The finest Turkish and domestic varieties, extra mild and superbly blended to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, plump cigarettes rolled in the finest paper money can buy.
Quality even to the appearance of the bright, clean yellow package. Carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
Fatimas cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all, long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
June 25th, Thursday, 12:30 a.m. I had 2.5 hours to raise $10,000. The narcotics dealers, Howard Scully and his partner, Jim Rhodes, had laid it out for me. Either I had the money by 3 a.m. or there was no deal. If it failed to come off, our plan to trap the narcotics gang would be worth nothing. Rhodes and Scully could possibly find another buyer without our knowledge, make a deal, and flood the market with their store of narcotics. I knew it'd be impossible to get the $10,000 together. We had only one alternative. Fake our way as best we could. I went back to the hotel, put a call through to Captain Kearney at the office, and told him what had happened. He went to work on it. From the Narcotic Details Emergency Fund, set up for such purposes, we got together $600. From Chief of Detectives Thad Brown, Deputy Chief White, the State Narcotics Bureau, and anyone else available by phone, we succeeded in rounding up another $350. 2:30 a.m. The money was tied in 2 small bundles, with hundreds, 50s, and 20s on top. $1 bills were sandwiched in between. The 2 bundles were placed in a briefcase and delivered to me at the hotel on 5th Street. A gun was also in the briefcase. I took it out, put it in my pocket, closed the briefcase. 2:45 a.m. I left the hotel with the money and started for the big meet. 3 a.m. 7th and Alameda.
McMillan, how are you?
Scully?
We're down this way. You have the money?
Well, your pal said all or nothing. I got it.
Let's have a look.
How about the merchandise?
We can check it in the cards right down here.
Rhodes?
Hi. Money?
Yeah, that's right. I got the money. Now, how about a look at this stuff? I'd like to know what I'm buying.
We can stop on the way for a sample. Okay, Howard. Care for some, McMullen?
What do you got?
Cashew nuts. Have some.
Thank you.
There's lots of heat in this town. Cops as thick as flies.
Yeah, that's right. Rough time. I gotta be careful.
What's the reason, anyway? When did it start?
Well, about 6 weeks ago, Bulls tagged some high school kids. Half dozen of them.
Huh?
How for? Well, they were regular hypes. Just punks, 18-year-olds. A couple of them were 17.
Young squirts.
Yeah, and the heat's gonna get worse. One of the punks cashed in yesterday. Read it in the paper. Overdose.
Not gonna help, is it?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'm playing it close. I got good customers, and I'm not gonna risk my neck.
How much stuff you think you can handle a month, McMillan?
No thanks, no more. Oh, I got about 30 mainliners. They're regular and they're sure. 8-10 ounces a week, but they like good stuff, no alley hype junk.
Howard must have told you that's all we handle, good stuff. If it goes right, we could make it a permanent connection with you.
Well, I'd like to see what you're offering first.
We'll have a good look. All right, Howard, you know where to pull up.
Yeah.
You stay in the car, McMullen.
All right.
Yeah. All right, Mac, you can get out.
Yeah.
There you go. Some of the best white stuff you've seen in a long time. Satisfy yourself.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, it's standard.
It's all good. Not just that sample.
Okay, I'll go.
Okay, now how about the money?
All right, have a look. There you are. 1 stack. 2 stacks, 100s, 20s, 10s. A few 5s in there. It's 10 grand. Satisfied?
Okay. Jim?
Right.
Excuse me, Mac, just a minute. Just checking.
What do you think you're doing? Get your lousy hands off of me.
Now, no offense, McMillan. These are simple precautions.
Precautions, nothing. We're doing business, aren't we? You shook me down once tonight. Now, how many times are going to take you?
No offense, Mac. He's just checking, that's all.
All right, then. Suppose I fan you two down. I got the dough. How do I know this isn't a hijack deal? Now, come on. This business works both ways. Either we have a deal or we don't. We play ball on both sides or not at all. I'm getting sick and tired of taking second place.
Okay, Mac, okay. Take it easy. Forget it, Howard. Let's all go back to the car.
Sure. I'm sorry, Mac. No offense.
Yeah.
Okay, let's close the deal.
Where are we going to go?
Don't worry, it's a safe place. Okay, Howard.
$3:35 a.m. In another hour, it'd start getting light. I knew they'd planned to have the buy take place before then. According to our plan, Ben and Sergeant Hunt, along with the other team of men from the State Narcotics Bureau, they were to tail us to the place of the meet and move in on a signal from me when the buy was actually in progress. 3:45 a.m. Scully drove out North Figueroa onto Pasadena Avenue and turned right onto Avenue 43. We headed up Montecito Drive. The area became more deserted. There were no homes around, no buildings of any kind to provide cover for anybody that might be following. Somewhere below, we could hear the rattle of a freight train on its way to the Southern Pacific yards. Off in the distance, I could see the lights of the city. They looked pretty far away. Scully finally pulled the car to a stop on the crest of the highest hill in the area. We got out.
What do you think, Mac?
Well, a nice view.
Yeah. Spent a long time finding this spot. Foolproof.
Yeah?
Bring him over here, Jim. Let's show him.
Come on. See there? Clear view of everything down below. At least half a mile in every direction. No chance of getting trapped up here.
Pretty smart. That's the way I like to deal.
If there's any cops following us, we can see the lights before they get here. Plenty of time to cover up any evidence. Cops ask questions, why, we tell them we're just looking at real estate up here. It's pretty good, huh?
Well, I gotta hand it to you. You can't be too careful. What do you do for lookouts?
Let me show you. Swede? Oh, Swede.
Who's that?
Friend.
Yeah, Jim?
Well, what's the pitch? Who is this guy?
Business pal of Howard and me. Swede, this is Mr. McMullen.
What do you say?
How do you do?
Look, how many people do you need to make a buy, Rhodes, huh?
Swede's a lookout. It's a big fella, isn't he?
We got enough people here for a Sunday picnic.
We need a lookout. You just got finished saying it. We can't be too careful.
Well, come on, let's wrap it up. Where's the stuff?
Swede, you want to go?
Okay, Howard.
How far does he have to go?
Close by. Stuff was put away down in the tall grass. Nobody ever found it.
It's a good idea. I like the way you operate.
Swede will have the stuff for you in a minute. Well, how about the money? Should we count it?
Rather wait till Swede gets back.
Okay. Let's wait for the car.
Can't beat this spot, can you, McMullen?
No, it's good.
You had no idea how much time we spent looking for it.
You did real good.
Yeah. Here you go.
Okay, thanks.
Now the money,
Well, how about counting it out here, huh? I'd feel better keeping an eye on that road down below.
Okay, good idea.
Well, let's count it, Mac, huh?
Yeah, all right. Here you go. There's one bundle, and there's the other.
I'll count it, Jim.
Yeah, snap it up. We've been here long enough already.
1, 2, 4. There's quite a few $1 bills here.
Huh?
Well, there's a few of them, but it's all there, 10
Well,
grand.
that's how it could be with all these ones.
Here, let me see.
Don't bother, Rhodes.
Here, what are you trying to pull?
All right, get away from the car, Scully. You too, Swede.
Put the gun down, Mac. You won't get away
Get
with
your
it.
hands behind your head. That means you too, Rhodes.
Nobody's hijacked us, McMillan. You're not going to be the first one.
It's no hijack, mister. This is a pinch.
He's a fuzz. He's a lousy fuzzy. I knew I should have found him again.
Shut up, Howard. You know we can square this with you, Mac. 5 grand cold cash, no questions.
You're talking to yourself, Rhodes.
I'll make it 10. 10 grand cash. Now you can't afford to pass that up.
Come on, how about it, Mac? You're human just like we are. You can use the dough.
You keep your hands behind your head, mister.
Use some sense, copper. Swede's as strong as a horse. I could put him on you, he'd break every bone in your body.
You're gonna have to get past this gun first.
You're not going to stop all three of us. How do you think you're going to get back to town?
Don't worry, you won't have to walk.
You'll never get us downtown. Swede'll break you in half. He'll kill you.
You just gave me an idea, Rhodes.
Huh?
You're pretty tough. Shouldn't bother you. I'll kill the Swede right now. You and Scully can carry his body in front of me. We'll start walking down that road and we hit the nearest place with a phone. I think that'll take care of it, won't it?
He hasn't got the guts, Jim.
Turn around, Swede.
Oh, look, don't kill me, mister. I'll go with you. Don't shoot.
Turn around. Stay where you are, Scully.
Don't kill him, Copper. Don't kill Swede. We'll do anything you say.
Somebody coming. Look, Mac, we'll give you every dime we own. $50,000 and tell him nothing's happened.
Ben, over here.
50 grand, Mac. You can't lose.
Right, Joe. Back over this way.
The 3 of them, Ben.
Okay. All right, behind your back. Come on. Couldn't get here any sooner, Joe. Had to park at the bottom of the hill if they'd have seen us.
Stand still, mister.
Yeah.
We circled around on foot, climbed up through the grass.
I was beginning to think I lost you.
All right, you two, get him behind your back.
Back.
Hi, Joe.
Here's the junk right here. These 2 packages.
Good. That ought to sew it up.
Look, talk it over with your partners, huh? $50,000. You do the right thing. It's all yours.
How about it? 50 grand. You can't lose.
What they talking about, Joe?
Well, they got a big deal. They'll give us $50,000 if we let them go.
How about it, Tex? You could use the dough. New car, new house. Just forget you ever saw us. Easy as that. 50,000 cash. What do you say, Tex, huh?
Sorry, you got the wrong man.
What?
My name ain't Tex.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
In a moment, the results of their trial. Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. In his training, the working detective is taught the importance of thoroughness. He has learned never to overlook even the smallest detail. What may seem unimportant to the novice may well be the one thing to help the working detective successfully culminate his case. So with the cigarette. The people who make Fatima are well-trained and thorough in the manufacture of their cigarette. Fatimas contain the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And pack after pack, Fatima is extra mild. If you're a long cigarette smoker like I am, smoke Fatima. They cost the same, but in Fatima, the difference is quality. Smoke Fatima.
May Washburn, Howard Lewis Scully, James Henry Rhodes, and John Swede Nelson were tried and convicted. They received their sentences as prescribed by law and are now serving their term in the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases, portions transcribed from official files.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Calling all cars, the presentation of the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Police calling all cars, attention all cars, the sheriff's office. Broadcast 65 regarding a train wreck and a robbery in Mint Canyon. Suspect described as tall, thin, wearing a mask, That's all. Rose and Philip. Tonight we bring you a dramatization of the wreck of Old 59. With us in the studio are the men who escaped a painful death in that wreck of the S.P. Crack Flyer. Engineer R.C. Ball and his fireman R.C. Fowler. They are here to live over again with you the most thrilling experience of their lives. Tonight's story is described in the February issue of the Calling All Cars News, a unique publication given away by all service stations selling Rio Grande cracked gasoline. If you have not already driven in and asked for your free copy of the Calling All Cars News, do so tonight or tomorrow. There is no obligation. You need buy nothing. And you will find tonight's broadcast doubly enjoyable when you also read the true story and see the pictures. Get the habit of going to your neighborhood Rio Grande dealer the first of every month and getting your free copy of this unusual publication. It contains the latest movie news, previews, and photos of new films. Read the sensational true story of Jean Harlow's life. And there's a radio guide to help you find the best programs on the air, and a theater guide. This periodical is only one sample of the free services you get from your Rio Grande dealer. When you buy Rio Grande cracked gasoline, you get Tetra Ethyl, plus extra power, plus extra speed, at no extra cost. When you buy Sinclair Opaline motor oil, you get an oversized quart for a quarter, 2 extra ounces free. Rio Grande's remarkable growth in sales proves that Rio Grande dealers offer the best values in this market. Tonight, we had hoped to present as our guest officer Sheriff Eugene Dixeloo of Los Angeles County. But a summons from the governor has taken him to Sacramento, and he has delegated as his representative the hero of tonight's case, an officer who followed his man across half a dozen states and finally brought him to earth in Oklahoma. Presenting Captain Tom Higgins from the Sheriff's Office of Los Angeles County.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I guess I'll have quite a time living up to that send-off Dr. Lindsay just gave me. To tell the truth, I'd much rather be chasing the toughest frame wrecker in the country than standing up in front of this mocking little brown microphone. Casey Jones, my partner, and I got quite a kick out of running down the man who wrecked the West Coast Limited. I guess the case developed on hunches. Those things that officers talk and get, but can't quite explain. Of one thing I'm very sure. If the boys in the sheriff's office hadn't chipped in with their hard-earned dough to finance me for the trip, the chances are that Vernon the train wrecker would never have been touched so soon. But I'm getting way ahead of the story. Just sit tight and you'll hear all about it.
A few minutes past 6 o'clock on the evening of November 10th, 1929, the S.P. Crack Flyer, the West Coast Limited, pulls out of Los Angeles bound for Portland. Slowly the long train cuts up Alameda Street, through the garish lights of Chinatown, rattles over the siding, stops briefly at Glendale and Burbank. San Fernando once left behind, the Limited gathers up speed for the long dash across the Mojave Desert. Progress sits past the train windows, a blur of light, as the engine whistle blasts the black. The Flyer is doing better than 50 miles an hour as it roars around the gentle curve behind Snowy Baker's Ranch. A lithe serpent of light, its fiery head shooting sparks to the yellow stars above. Inside the train, more than 100 passengers enjoy the comfort of furious travel, dining from clean white linen in the dining room, reading the latest magazines in the club car, serene and confident that they will be speedily delivered to their destination. And then... with a sickening lurch, the engine
Covington leads the track. Plows into a ditch, carrying tender and hard after him. Escaping steam hisses about the top engineer and fireman. A broken fuel line bursts into flame. In the dining car, passengers are hurled from their tables, scalded with hot liquid. The lights go out. The lights go out. Women scream, men shout. Terror descends on the desert. Through a darkened car strides the conductor, seeking to quiet the hysterical passengers.
Nothing to get excited about, folks. Nothing to get excited about. We haven't been able to find out exactly yet, ma'am, but the engine jumped the track. All the cars are still upright.
Conductor, get me a light in here. My wife's cleaned it.
Sorry, sir, you'll have to get her outside. We open the doors on the right-hand side. What? George, you rascal. What are you doing in there?
Oh, I'm saying my prayers, boss. I'll pretend to meet the maker.
Lawrence, you get out of there and help those passengers off the car.
Oh, I'm scared to do that, boss. Something awful's gonna happen.
Something awful will happen to you if you don't get out of there and do as I say. All right, folks, step out this way.
Oh, look here, conductor. Cost me money. The railroad company will have to deliver me in Portland on schedule or they'll hear from me.
I can't do anything about that, sir. From the looks of this thing, we're lucky we're alive. How about it, George? The passengers are all out?
I said the engine's burning. Someone up there. The engine is
Okay, coming up.
Just stay where you are. Nobody's going up to the front of this train.
Who are you?
Tell me who I am. This Rod's my calling card. All right, folks, line up against the car and reach for the sky. This is a hold-up, and I mean business.
I say, just like the cinema. Very the Wild West.
All right, Sam, let's start and tell out. I'm in a hurry. Come on, you fork over. Here it is. You two, ma'am.
All right.
Give me that first.
Here it is.
Here, mister, I don't want your ticket, just your dough.
There's a doctor down there. The engineer is pretty badly burned.
Hey, you conductor. Tell him to hold his horse.
But I...
Go on.
All right. I'll send somebody up in a minute.
Well, hurry up. He's in a bad way. Look here. I'm a doctor. Let me go up there where I'm needed. Okay, but kick in first. Very well. That's everything I have on me. All right. Now stand up there, then. All right, lady. Let's have your dough. You too, mister.
I'm the police.
Well, they didn't waste much time getting the call in. Just sound of our invitation to Sam, my friend. Thank you all for your contribution, and I hope I haven't caused any too much convenience. Again, my thanks, and good night. The engineer, suffering from painful burns, is quickly taken to a hospital, and a relief train dispatched from Los Angeles returns the battered and shaken passengers, none of whom have been seriously injured. All night long, a posse of deputy sheriffs and rangers combed the hills for a trace of the train robber, but as day breaks on the wreckage of the West Coast Limited, no sign of the criminal has been found. With the coming of light, the investigating officers make a closer inspection of the scene.
Whoever did this job knew his railroading. How come? He pulled the spike that held the fish plates to the ties. The rails were loosened and they spread when the train went over them. But notice he didn't touch the tie wires connecting the rails.
What are they for?
They're part of the signal system. If they were shorted, the blocks would automatically have been shut off to warn the limited.
Smart guy, huh?
You bet he was. But I can't savvy why he went to all these pains for the $300 or so he lifted from the passengers. He didn't even try to rob the mail cars.
Maybe he's too smart to monkey with a federal rap.
Yeah, maybe.
Hey, John, here's something made up.
What?
One coat. Searching party just brought it in.
Well, that's it. Yeah. No identification on it. Might be anybody's coat.
Well, we better interview some of the passengers and see if they can identify it. Several passengers do identify the coat as the same worn by the bandits. And in addition, add the frugal information that the man had a thin face and freckles. With such meager information, the manhunt is prosecuted with little success. Then, about a week later, on a ranch near Riverside...
Hey, Joe, come over here. Get a good laugh. Nancy's trying to tell me how tough he is.
Yeah, what's he saying?
He says he's a good friend of a lot of safecrackers in Los Angeles.
Yeah, well, you come down to L.A. with me. I'll show you. I'm in the know down there. They got respect for me.
Yeah, you're such a hot guy. I'll come out here jamming orange.
Oh, I got a job in the groves to lay low for a while. You know how it is.
Sure. What's your specialty, Les? Pickups or good thing murder?
Oh, I ain't particular. I handle a rod pretty good. And I'm not bad at wrecking trains.
Yeah.
Well, you wrecked that train last week, huh?
You never can tell, boys. You never can tell.
That's sure. Maybe they better tell the truth, huh?
I don't think so.
Well, maybe he ain't lying, Joe. Maybe we should tell the cops, huh?
Tell the cop what for?
Quien sabe? Maybe there's a big reward for him.
Well, it won't hurt none to find out. I don't like him much anyhow.
Meade, the Dragnet orange ticker, is arrested and closely questioned by several deputy sheriffs. After some time, he confesses.
Sure, I did it. I broke open a section toolkit and pried the spice loose. But I wasn't in the holdup.
You weren't, huh? Oh, why not?
Well, I happened to run into a couple of guys when I was bumming down from Bake to Lux. They propositioned me to fix the track. They gave me $250 for the job and told me to beat it.
Who are they?
I don't know their names.
Well, what did they look like?
Well, one was about 40. He had gray hair and black eyes and was about my build. Yeah, and the other was younger. He had light hair and blue eyes, and he was about 5'4".
Remember anything else about them?
Only that the young guy wore a torn coat.
You realize in ripping those rails that you might have killed a lot of innocent people?
Yeah. Yeah, I might have at that, mightn't I?
Well, what did you do it for?
$250.
Take him back to his cell, Sergeant. Yes. Well, boys, I guess this closes our case. We've all worked hard, and I want to thank you for your splendid cooperation. Well, maybe the sheriff is satisfied, Tom, but I'm not. I don't think Meade pulled this job. I've been thinking the same thing, Casey. Let's follow this thing through. I've got a hunch I'd like to work on. What is it? I think this guy Meade is a nut. And there is something screwy about the way he talks, and there's a goofy look in his eyes. All right. So let's do a little off-the-record investigating. First, we'll send his description, mug, and prints to every bug house on the Pacific coast.
Deputy Sheriffs Higgins and Jones are right. Their query receives a reply from the Medical Lake Asylum at Spokane, Washington, that Meade is an escaped inmate of the institution. This discovery reopens the case. Newspapers again devote columns of space to the story and carry the legal description of the train robber. The newspaper stories send an excited young woman into the sheriff's office, where Higgins and Jones interview her.
I think I saw the man who wrecked that train.
You did? When?
The night of the wreck. My father gave him a lift into Hollywood.
What?
Yes, and he had a thin face like the paper said.
Now, just a minute, miss. Please start at the beginning and tell us just what happened.
Well, we live in Burbank, and on the night of the wreck, my father and mother and my sister Helene and I were driving into Los Angeles when a man hailed us.
Yes?
Father stopped the car, and he got in the back seat with sister and me. He said he'd been in a train wreck, and he'd like to be driven to the Hollywood Hospital if we were going that way.
Where was this?
Between Burbank and Magnolia Park.
Yes, but the wreck occurred near Saugus.
Well, he said he must have been out of his head and wandered across the hill. He said he didn't remember a thing from the time the train jumped the track till he came to the road where we picked him up. Helene and I wanted to go back and see the wreck, but this man said he was hurt pretty bad, so Father said he'd best send him to the hospital. But he had a thin face, just like the paper said.
And did he have freckles?
Well, he had liver spots on his face. They might be mistaken for freckles in the dark.
Anything else you noticed about his appearance?
Why, yes, he had a drooping eyelid. A left eyelid, I think it was.
A drooping eyelid, thin face, liver spots. I got it, Casey, I got it. Got what? I know who pulled this job and also pulled the train robbery in Wyoming last week. You mean the one that was similar to the SC job? Yeah. Well, who is it? Wait a minute, that's the fast. Let's get an identification from this young lady. Just a second while I go through this mug book. Captain, we know who wrecked the West Coast Limited. You do? Yes, sir. And it's the same guy who wrecked the Union Pacific's Portland Flyer near Cheyenne last week. Well, who is he? Tom Vernon, three-time loser. Oh. He ran the donkey engine in the cruising yard while he was at Folsom. I sent him up the last time. He came to see me when I got out last month. Said he was going straight. Apparently he has. I've been awful dumb about this. I should have connected him with this thing before. Well, how are you sure he did it? Just talked to a girl whose father gave him a lift from Burbank into L.A. a few hours after the wreck. She identified his mug, and his description tallies with those furnished by the victim. Now, here's the payoff. I got a letter from Vernon from Denver on the 14th, telling me he had left Los Angeles on the morning of November 10th to look for work in Denver. Now, the 10th was the day of the West Coast Limited wreck. And Vernon was trying to build up an alibi. Well, the check of the bus lines and trains would prove whether you're right. Yeah, Jonesy and I'll make that check. But I know I'm right. And if I do find he left after the wreck, you let me go to Denver and bring him back? Well, Tom, I'd sure like to, but we haven't any funds for that purpose. No funds? What do you mean? Dean Biscuit went all the way to Honduras for Clara Phillips.
Well, you see, Tom, the state law says that you can have any amount of money to travel to another state or even to another country to bring back a fugitive already under arrest. But there are no funds available for expenses of officers seeking evidence or apprehending a mere suspect.
Well, all I got to say is that's a screwy law.
Well, unfortunately, we can't do anything about it.
If I had any money of my own, I'd pay my own way.
The only thing we can do is to ask Denver to pick Vernon up.
And they'd probably muff it. They don't know the guy. I do.
I'm sorry, Tom. That's all we can do.
What a nice 8-ball that puts us behind.
But Higgins' partner quickly unsnarls the legal knot by informing the deputies of the robbery squad of the situation. Within 5 minutes, they raise a purse of $200 and pledge that much more, so that Higgins may go to Denver and bring back his man. A check on the bus terminal reveals that Vernon left Los Angeles for Denver at midnight on November 10th, 4 hours after the wreck, instead of on the morning of the 10th, as he had claimed. Higgins loses no time in getting to Denver, and there, with the assistance of acting captain of detectives James Maxwell, he searches the rooming houses and hotels of the Colorado capital. Finally,
got anyone registered here by the name of Vernon?
Vernon? Let me see. When would you come in?
November 11th, probably.
No, there's nobody here with that name.
Anyone been here in the past couple of weeks that looks like this picture?
Sure. Only didn't use the name of Vernon. Said his name was Harley.
Good. Is he in now?
No, he checked out about a week ago. Said he's going to Cheyenne.
Cheyenne, huh? Well, it looks like I'm just beginning to travel.
Higgins boards the next train for Cheyenne, and upon his arrival in the Wyoming city, pays a call upon Sheriff G.H. Roman of Laramie County.
Sheriff, I just dropped in to tell you I was in town. What brings you up this neck of the woods, Higgins? I'm looking for Tom Vernon.
Tom Vernon? I'm looking for him, too.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Well, it might surprise you to know he's right here in Cheyenne.
What?
That's what they told me in Denver.
Well, where is it?
That's what I'm going to find out.
I'll go with you.
I don't need any help.
You got a warrant for his arrest?
No.
Well, I have. You couldn't run without me if you did find him.
I guess you're right there.
I'm not going to let that $10,000 reward slip through my fingers without trying for it.
Okay, Sheriff. We might as well work together as lose time arguing about a reward we haven't earned yet.
But the search in Cheyenne merely results in the information that Vernon has returned to Denver. Higgins hops a train for the city, and to his great disgust, Sheriff Romza accompanies him. Arriving in Denver, Higgins ducks Romza, and tired out, goes to the nearest rooming house. He spends a restful night, and next morning is studying his notes of the case when the chambermaid comes to clear up the room. She is cleaning an ashtray when her gaze falls on Vernon's picture thrown carelessly on the dresser.
Well, the crazy place.
What's the matter?
How come you to be having a picture of Mr. Vernon?
Do you know him?
Indeed, I do, and a nicer man you never met. Kit handsomely he
Is he
does.
staying here?
No, he left a couple of days ago. He's gone down to Oklahoma.
Yeah. Where in Oklahoma?
Well, he told me to forward his mail to Pawnee, Oklahoma. He's down there visiting a circus man called Pawnee Bill.
Thanks. That's just fine.
Oh, for the love of heaven, what are you throwing all those things back into your bag for?
I suddenly remembered I got to catch a train for Oklahoma. Oh, and here's $1 for being such a good chambermaid.
Higgins spends the hour before train time at the Denver police headquarters. Here once more he runs into Sheriff Lonza, who somehow hears his destination. When the train pulls out of Denver for Pawnee, Higgins is again disgusted to find Lonza aboard. That night at a Kansas way station, Higgins wires Jones, his partner, begging him to get a warrant sworn out for Vernon's arrest. Jones gets right on the job, and the next morning when Higgins and Lonza arrive at the Pawnee jail.
Good morning, Marshal. I'm Deputy Sheriff Higgins of Los Angeles County. This is Sheriff Romza of Laramie County, Wyoming.
Pleased to meet you, gentlemen.
Thanks.
We're holding Vernon a prisoner here for you, Higgins.
That's 12.
He's my man, Marshal. Well, you see, Sheriff, we got a warrant telegraphed to us last night from Los Angeles County asking us to arrest this Vernon fella. So, we went out and got it.
I stole a march in that time, Romza.
You haven't got your man yet.
But I'm going to get him.
Look here, Higgins.
If I take that man back to Wyoming, we'll hang him.
We've got a death penalty for train wrecking in California.
But I happen to know that no one's ever been executed for train wrecking in your state.
I promise you we'll demand the death penalty in this case.
I'm not sure that you'll get it, though. I know this man will swing in Wyoming.
Well, I'm not going to give him up to you.
You haven't got him yet. You'll have to extradite.
We will.
Maybe you will, and maybe you won't. Might interest you to know that the governor of Wyoming has just gotten back from a 2-week hunting trip. He's a guest of the governor of Oklahoma. That ought to make some difference.
Yeah, it ought to. But we'll see whether it does or not.
District Attorney's office.
Pawnee, Oklahoma, calling from the Bureau on Bed.
Just a minute, please. Long distance, sir.
Who is it?
I don't know. Pawnee, Oklahoma, the operator said.
I'll tell you. Hello?
Mr. Bird?
Yes?
Just a minute, please. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, Bureau.
Yeah, who's this?
Tom Higgins, Bureau.
Oh, yes, Tom.
I'm down here at Pawnee, Oklahoma, and I've got Tom Vernon in jail. But Wyoming's starting extradition proceedings right away. It seems the governor of Wyoming and the governor of Oklahoma are buddies.
Now, don't worry about that. I'll take care of things. You sit tight, and I'll see you in the morning.
In the morning? How did you get here that quick?
Don't worry about that, too, Tom. Great work, old man. See you tomorrow. Get the sheriff's office on the wire. Tell them to send a man by plane to Sacramento and get Governor Young to sign extradition papers returning Tom Vernon to California. Then get the governor on the phone, and I'll talk to him myself. Is my bag packed?
Yes, sir. It'll all be here.
Good. Then call Western Air Express and arrange to charter a plane to take me to Pawnee, Oklahoma.
When do you want to leave?
In 3-4 hours, as soon as the man gets back here from Sacramento with those papers.
Meanwhile, in the Pawnee jail, Sheriff Romza has tried to steal a mark on Higgins. He has been drilling Vernon hour after hour.
Might as well stop lying, Vernon. You did that job at Cheyenne.
You're crazy. I wasn't anywhere near Cheyenne when that job was full.
Well, where were you?
In Denver. The night it happened, I spent at a rooming house near the station. I tell you, I'm clean.
How do you know where you were on the particular night of the robbery?
Because I was sitting in the lobby and heard them tell about it over the radio.
You're lying, Vernon. It's all a lie, and it won't work. You left Los Angeles on the night of the 10th. You started for Denver, yeah. Stopped off at Cheyenne, and you pulled that job on the way. Had to be that way. You left in the midnight train on the 10th.
But I didn't, see? I left on the morning train, and I can prove it.
How?
By a good friend of yours, Higgins.
Higgins? You're nuts.
I am, huh? Well, then ask him if he didn't get a letter from me sent from Denver on the 14th.
Why'd you write to him?
Never mind that. The important thing is that I did. And in that letter, I told him I'd left on the morning train.
I'll be...
Well, Rumper, you might have let me know that you were going to put Vernon on the map.
What is it, Higgins? Vernon says he has an alibi to prove he couldn't have done either of the train jobs. It's you're it.
I'm it.
Some letter he sent you that proved he left there before that job was done and came straight to Denver.
You got it, too, didn't you, Higgins? Well, now, what do you know about that? By George Rumser, he's right.
You mean to tell me you had me chasing this guy all over the country when you knew he had a cast-iron alibi?
It looks that way, Rumser. You know, I'm surprised that a smart guy like you was taken in. And you mean I'm free to go? Perfectly free, Vernon, except for one thing. It just happens that I've known you long enough to know you're a liar as well as a crook. So I checked the trains and buses out of L.A. on the 10th. You didn't leave there on the morning of the 10th. You left at midnight, 4 hours after the Saugus job was over.
What's your idea of all this? Has he got an alibi or hasn't he?
Sure, he's got an alibi. An alibi he wrote himself, and it's as phony as he is. Now, listen here, Vernon. I can assure you we've got a case against you that you can't beat. We've got a positive identification from the family that gave you a lift into Hollywood. And we'll be able to identify you half a dozen times over as soon as those victims see you. The simplest thing for you to do is to come clean. Okay, Higgins. You've always been square to me. I wrecked the train and held up the passenger.
And after you made you get away from Los Angeles, you went to Denver, then to Cheyenne. You wrecked the Union Pacific flight on November 25th.
I did not.
Don't lie to me.
You can't prove it.
Wouldn't be so sure about that. Got a case against you can't beat. You're going to hang for this, whether you confess or not.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm willing to admit something I did. Sure, I wrecked the SP train, but I didn't do nothing else. Why did you wreck the train, Vernon? I thought you told me you were going straight. Oh, I was. I tried to get a job from the SP as a fireman. They wouldn't take me on when they discovered I was an ex-con. So I got sore and figured I'd get back at them by wrecking the train. What about all those innocent people you might have killed? I guess I didn't think much about that. So you just wrecked the train for revenge, huh? Yeah, that's all. What about the robbery? Well, I didn't intend to rob the passengers, but when I saw the confusion, it seemed too easy, so I took as many of them as I could before the cops arrived.
When you found out how easy it was to wreck trains, you tried it again 15 days later in Cheyenne.
I didn't. You can't make me say that. I don't know what you're butting into this thing for.
I committed a crime in California. I'm going back there to face trial.
Maybe you are, and maybe you're going to Cheyenne to hang.
The following morning, Buren Pitts flies into Pawnee. Higgins, Romser, and he are quickly closeted with the governor of Oklahoma, who listens quietly to the pleas of California and Wyoming for the prisoner.
Your Excellency, this criminal has confessed his crime in California. He belongs to us. We will surely convict him and put him away where he can no longer threaten society.
If this man remains alive, he'll always be a threat to society. Give him to Wyoming, we'll hang him.
We can speedily convict him on his own confession. Wyoming would have to conduct a costly trial.
I don't care how much a trial it costs. We'll sting him up in the end. He confessed to the California crime because he's afraid of the death penalty.
I will promise you this. If Vernon is returned to California, and if by any chance we should fail to obtain a conviction, we will turn him over to Wyoming.
Well, gentlemen, I've heard enough of the case to see that only one course is clear.
What is that, sir?
The California crime occurred prior to the Wyoming crime. Therefore, California has a prior right to the criminal. Surely, Sheriff, you can have no objections in view of Mr. Pitt's promise to turn the criminal over to you if he fails to obtain a conviction.
I want to see this man hung.
Oh, I'm afraid we must let justice take its course. The only fair solution of the situation is to award the criminal to the state of California, which I am sure will see justice done in this case as he always has in the past.
1 month after he had wrecked the West Coast Limited, Tom Vernon was locked in a cell in the Los Angeles County Jail. Although the district attorney delivered an impassioned plea for the death penalty, Judge William Pell Agley sentenced the train wrecker to life imprisonment in Folsom Penitentiary. Being a three-time loser under the California Habitual Criminal Act, Vernon may never receive either probation or parole and must spend the rest of his days behind prison walls.
Thank you, Captain Higgins.
Oakland, California. All police cars and fire engines operated by the city of Oakland are to use only Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Maricopa County, Arizona. Attention, all sheriff's cars. Official orders. You are to use Rio Grande cracked gasoline exclusively in all emergency equipment.
Berkeley, California. Fire engines, police cars, ambulances, attention. Your city specifies that only Rio Grande cracked gasoline shall be used in emergency equipment.
Los Angeles, California. For the third consecutive year, this city has decided that Rio Grande cracked gasoline is the only one to be used for all police cars, fire engines, and emergency equipment. Use no other gasoline. Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars to the Sheriff's Office. Cancellation broadcast 65 regarding a train wreck and robbery. Suspect in this case now in custody. That's all. Rolls and close.
Calling All Cars is written and produced by William N. Robeson. This is your narrator, Cedric Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. the pioneer days of the western United States, gunmen and soldiers, outlaws, cattlemen, and Indians lived dangerously and knew the thrill of adventure. But the most daring figure of them all was the masked rider of justice. Stories of his deeds have been told and retold through the generations. And now return with us once more to the days when the Phantom of the Plains fought crime with justice. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old fellow! Stretch out those great legs of yours! There's an important trial in the town of Hastings! Hi-yo, Silver!
As the Lone Ranger rode by on Silver, he said that he was heading for the town of Potsdam. When the masked man and his faithful Indian companion Tonto entered town, they found the streets deserted, although it was only mid-afternoon. The townspeople had left their work to attend the trial of young Bob McAllister, charged with murder. But old Lem Purvis did not share their curiosity. He was content to sit on the steps of the courthouse, idly whittling, until the voice of the Lone Ranger demanded his attention.
Say there, what's going on inside the court?
Hey? Great guns, you're masked.
Don't let that scare you. What's the trial for?
They're fixing to hang young Bob McAllister. And if ever there was a man framed, Bob's him.
What's he accused of?
Robbery and murder's all. Well, they can hang him for murder, but by darn they can't get back what he said to have stole because he didn't steal nothing. Don't know who did, but Bob didn't.
Why are you so sure of that?
Stranger, when a man lives to be my age out here, it's because he's got blame good judgment and has the knack of picking out straight shooters from the ornery run of polecats and buzzards. McAllister's a straight shooter and always has been. You yourself, for instance.
What about me?
You ain't what your mask can make you out to be. No, sirree. I ain't talked with you 5 minutes, and I size you up as a right-thinking hombre. And in spite of your mask at that.
I'd like to hear more about McAllister.
Well, he'll be found guilty afore sundown, hanged before sunup, and then some skunk will have peace of mind, knowing Bob's paid for the murder of Joe Findlay.
You said Bob was not guilty.
Sure as my name's Lem Purvis, he ain't. It's a dirty shame the way things piled up agin him. He didn't have no alibi for the night Joe was knifed. He was known to have rowed with Joe a couple hours previous, so Sheriff Green called on Bob at the express office where he worked, found the murder knife in his desk where some rat put it, and hailed him into court for trial.
Tonto?
We stay here for time.
Exactly.
You better not. Our sheriff's gosh awful ambitious, and he'd likely jail you and hang you just because you wear a mask.
I'll take that chance.
But Sheriff Green ain't as slick as I am sizing the man up. You better not take no chances.
We'll go over to the side of the building. I see an open window there.
We hear trial there?
Yes.
That's again my good advice to you, stranger.
Thanks for the advice, Lem.
If you thank me, take it and shove on.
And let Bob McAllister hang for what he didn't do?
Well, there ain't much you can do to stop it.
I can talk to you again.
Hey?
And possibly you'll tell me which of the men in town you think might have framed McAllister. Come on, Tonto.
Maybe old man advice good.
Tonto, we're going to stay here.
Don't you know that?
And did you keep on sobbing?
We see trial now. There, window.
We'll get as close as we dare. Tonto, it looks as if the jury's coming in.
Yeah.
And from their expressions, it looks as if the worst has happened.
It's a hanging jury if ever I seen one. Bob ain't got no chance at all.
I wonder if he's really guilty.
The sheriff sure thought so when he gave his testimony. Order! Order in this here court! Order! Will foreman of the jury in the case of State versus Robert McAllister, charged with the murder of Joe Findlay, please rise?
Yes, sir.
And take that hat off. Ain't you no respect for the court?
Not a heck of a lot.
That'll do. Don't you get so flip. Has the jury reached a verdict?
We has.
Then let's hear it.
We find the prisoner guilty as charged.
The prisoner will please to stand and face the judge.
I don't suppose there's any use in me saying any more now, is there, Judge? No, McAllister, there ain't. You do, however, have a chance to speak before I pass sentence if you got something worth saying.
I have. I got something to say.
Well?
I know what the sentence will be. I'll hang. But there's just one thing I'd like to ask. Let me go to my mother for just a couple of hours.
Where is she?
It ain't far, Judge. Only a couple hours riding. She ain't able to get around much, and when I'm gone, I don't know who'll take care of her. She'll need cash and need it bad, and, well, I've got some cash hidden.
The stolen cash?
No, sir. It was bonds that was stolen from Joe Finley, not cash. The cash is my own. Ma don't know where it is.
Can't allow a condemned man to leave here. Anything else to say?
But, Judge, I've got to see Ma.
Tell someone where the cash is and the message will be taken.
Tell someone? With the way this trial's been handled, I wouldn't trust anyone.
What's that?
Someone in this town framed me for murder. I'd sooner have Ma not get the cash than give some rat a chance to steal it.
That's enough from you, McAllister. The court will now pass sentence. I sentence you to be hanged by the neck until dead. The time? At sunrise tomorrow morning. The sheriff will take the prisoner in custody and put him under constant guard till morning.
Come on, Bob.
All you folks stay in your seats till the prisoner's removed.
You needn't hold your gun on me, Sheriff. I know there ain't no use trying to break loose.
Serve you right, you murderer.
Listen, I'm not going to stand.
Ain't no use you replying to talk.
Kill Joe Finley, huh? Well, you'll see him where he's gone right soon.
I'll go to the jail with you, Sheriff.
Take the other side of the prisoner, Larson. Go on, McAllister.
Hi there, Bob. Tough luck. I was rooting for you, but I was afeard the cards were stacked.
Quiet, Lem. Ain't allowed you to talk to the prisoner.
There's the jail straight ahead, Bob.
I ain't a killer, Larson. I don't want to be hanged.
I know you don't, Bob, but I ain't so sure you're guilty. I'm doggone it all. It was the evidence. Wish there was something I could have done to help.
Shut your mouth, Larson. That ain't no way for a deputy to talk to a condemned man.
I wouldn't mind the hanging half as much. If only I could get to see my mother. Just long enough to give her the cash.
I suppose you don't care to tell me where it is any more than you do anyone else in town.
I ain't trusting no one. This real murder of Joe Finley is slick. He'd get that cash if anyone in town knew where it was. I'm not going to...
Wait. Stand aside, Injun.
You wait. Me want talk with the feller.
Move along. It ain't allowed.
Where your mother live?
I ain't talking.
You tell me.
No.
Get back there. Blast you ain't allowed to run alongside us like that. We can't allow
Tell
you...
Redskin, Bob. You can trust him.
I ain't telling nobody.
Let me talk with you, Injun. I got some ideas of my own.
That night, Bob McAllister sat alone in his cell, while Larson, the deputy sheriff, stood guard outside. As he watched, the masked man and Tonto were moving quietly toward the shadowed jail.
We're justified, Tonto. I'm sure of it. That's right. I'm convinced that Bob told the truth. I'm afraid there's little chance to save him, though. There's too much evidence piled up against him. You know what Lem feller told you. Yes. Lem Purvis does seem to be a good judge of men. If only we can get Bob to his mother, I'm sure he'll feel a lot better. That's right. She'll at least have some money to take care of her. There's the jail. There guard. Can you make out who the guard is? Looked like deputy. Which one? The Larson feller. The only man in town outside of Lem Purvis who had a kind word to say to Bob. I'm sorry he's the guard, but it can't be helped. We're here to help Bob. Come on, Tonto. We'll move ahead slowly. We don't want him to have the chance to raise any alarm.
There ain't no use my trying to sleep anyhow. So you may as well talk if you don't mind, Larson.
I don't mind, Bob. Anything I can do to make it a little easier, I'm glad to do it.
Thanks.
It wouldn't do, though, for me to be seen confabbing through the bars like this.
I suppose not.
Don't you reckon it'd be a good idea to try and sleep?
For what? I got about 6 hours left on Earth. Why should I waste them sleeping? This is the last time I'll see them stars in the sky. The last time I'll be able to talk to anyone. And I didn't kill Joe Findlay. It ain't right, Larson. It ain't just.
Take it easy, Bob. Getting head up won't help none.
And Mother, she don't even know I'm in trouble. She'll be looking for me to come home tonight. And I won't be able to. Then she'll learn what's happened. Then I can't stand thinking of it, Larson.
Now, look up, Bob. We all gotta go someday.
But hanging, going as a murderer.
If he ain't guilty, you'll get square judgment later on.
But what of the real killer? He goes free.
Now, look here, Bob. I reckon I showed you I'm a friend, ain't I?
Yeah, sure you have, Larson.
Done all I could for you, huh?
Yeah.
I'd do more if you'd let me. I know how you feel about trusting anyone, but it's important that your mother get that money you got hid. I'll take a message to her. Wait.
Huh?
Quiet. Thought I heard something over yonder.
I didn't hear it.
I did. I never get an Indian. Not keep him quiet.
You didn't hit him too hard, did you, Tonto?
Knock him out. I know.
Well, be sure he isn't seriously hurt. Then gag him and tie him up.
I don't savvy this. What does it mean? Who are you?
McAllister, if you have the chance to see your mother, will you be willing to come back here before daybreak?
I'd do anything for that. If I could see him out for just a few minutes...
That's why we're here. Found the keys on the deputy, Tonto.
Me got him.
Here, Silver.
Your mask?
Yes.
Why are you doing this for me?
Because I think you deserve it. Come on out. We'll let you see your mother. You'll have to travel on my horse with me. Tonto, you stay here and watch the deputy.
Me watch him.
Is he conscious yet?
No.
Well, keep an eye on him.
Gosh, I'm sure sorry you had to clout Mike Larson so hard.
Why?
Well, he was right fine to me. Hope he ain't hurt bad.
He isn't.
He was willing to do most anything for me.
He seemed very friendly.
Yeah, but come on. Let's start riding if I got to be back here by sunup.
Very well.
Hope the guy should take good care of Larson, Injun.
Tonto do.
I almost told him where the cash was hid. I reckon I might have took the chance if you hadn't come along. But wait. How do I know you won't steal the cash?
I don't know where it is.
You might watch Ma when she goes for it. How do you know about it in the first place? Well, answer me.
Wait. I'm thinking...
Well, I guess I'll have to take a chance on you. I ain't no choice. I know Larson would let me out of the jail. He's too honest to betray his job.
Honest, is he?
Sure.
Very well, Bob.
Huh?
Back in jail with you.
Oh, hold on. Wait a second.
Go.
Oh, what's the
I want
matter?
to talk to you some more.
Oh, let go of me.
Get back there. Tonto, get some water and try to bring the deputy around as soon as possible.
What did I do to make you change so sudden?
You said you'd trust that deputy. Well, trust him.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
And now to continue our story. Bob McAllister, sentenced to death for murder, wished to send his savings to his mother, but felt that no one could be trusted. The Lone Ranger, believing the young man innocent, planned to release Bob long enough to carry the money himself. But at the last moment, learning that Deputy Sheriff Larson had proved friendly to his prisoner, the masked man returned Bob to his cell. 15 minutes later, the deputy recovered consciousness. Bob watched him from behind the bars.
My head.
You ain't hurt bad, are you, Larson?
Who hit me?
A redskin.
I remember now. Where'd he go? What'd he do?
Don't know where he went, but he didn't do anything. I figure he might have planned to help me bust loose, but got scared away by something.
You sure fetched me a whack. How long was I knocked out?
Not so very long. I don't have no way of keeping time.
All right, so I'll hunt for that Injun tomorrow as soon as you...
As soon as my hanging is over.
Oh, it's a darn shame. Your ma won't never have that cash.
Deputy, I've got to trust someone.
You're foolish not to. Ain't nothing to lose. I'd see that your ma got it.
I'm going to trust you.
Good. I'll do what I can, Bob. You ought to know that.
Look here. There'll be another guard put on the job tonight, won't there?
Sure.
I wish you'd head for Ma's place as soon as you're relieved. Tell her all that happened, and tell her that I ain't guilty. That'll make it easier for her to bear. She'll believe you.
I'll tell her, Bob.
When you've told her, then tell her where my savings are hid.
Where's that?
Inside a hollow tree stump, 50 yards in front of the house.
That'll be easy to find.
Sure it will.
It's going to be hard telling your ma about you.
I know. But Ma'll take it with her chin up. She's that kind.
I hope so. Be pretty late at night when I get there, though. Next guard has to relieve me first, and then it's a couple hours' ride.
Ma'll be awake.
She will?
Yeah. She expected me to be coming home sometime before morning. And she'll likely be waiting up for me.
Oh.
There'll be lights in the house. Don't let me down, Larson. I'm trusting you.
I won't let you down. Not on your life. I'll ride for your house as soon as the next guard comes to take my place.
When the deputy was relieved, he immediately saddled and rode to the McAllister home as he'd promised. When he arrived, Bob's mother was half asleep in her favorite rocking chair, a lamp burning on the table beside her. The deputy knocked. She opened her eyes.
Oh, that must be Bob come home. Must be I barred the door, not thinking. Oh, the door ain't barred at that. I wonder... Is that you, Bob?
No, ma'am. It's Deputy Sheriff Larson.
What do you want at this time of night?
I got news about your son, ma'am. Open the door.
What about him? Has something happened? Where is Bob?
What I got to tell ain't pleasant, ma'am. Mind if I step in?
Oh, come in. Come in, Deputy Larson.
I don't know just how to start, ma'am.
What's happened to my son?
I believed in him all through. That was why I trusted me where I wouldn't trust nobody else.
Will you get to the point?
Well, a while ago there was a man killed. Name was Joe Findlay.
Well, what about it?
Bob was working in town, as you know.
Yes?
He'd had a little argument with Joe, but none of us thought it was as serious as it turned out to be.
You don't mean Joe? Joe Findlay was...
The law charged Bob with the knife.
Oh, there's a mistake. My Bob wouldn't do no such thing.
That's just how I felt, ma'am. Even when they searched his desk where he worked and found the knife he'd used, I wouldn't believe it.
Bob didn't do it.
The law found different. He's been found guilty, and I reckon you know what that means.
It means Sheriff Green's made another mistake.
Being his deputy, yeah, I should have thought just as he did. But I didn't think Bob was guilty. I was guarding him tonight, and he asked me to come here and tell you what happened. He wanted me to tell you that... Well, ma'am, they don't lose no time in carrying out the laws here. He's to hang at sunup.
Oh.
Yeah. Now the worst is over.
I
He said you'd be brave about it, ma'am.
I will be, Mr. Larson. We got to be prepared. Prepared all the time. We got to see the West take those we love the most. I saw this country take my husband from me. I saw 2 of my children go. That was because of Indians. Now because the law, the justice of the East ain't come this far, I see my boy, Bob, taken from me.
I'm right sorry about it, ma'am.
Bob ain't guilty, Mr. Larson.
I'm afraid that I
He
can't...
ain't guilty. My mother knows. I can't tell how, but if Bob ain't confessed to the crime, he didn't do it. Unless he tells me with his own lips that he done it, I won't believe it. I'll get my shawl and my bonnet.
Where are you going?
To see my boy, of course.
But, ma'am, you can't do
There's a horse and wagon in the barn. If you'll take me, I'll go to see Bob. I got to get to hear from him if he done it or not.
Well, he ain't allowed to talk to anyone.
I'll find a way to talk to him.
I'm sorry, you can't go. I got to travel myself now. I just brought you the news like I promised Bob I'd do.
But, Mr. Larson...
Sorry, ma'am. By the way, Joe Findlay had some bonds stolen from his place when he was killed. They ain't been found yet. If you happen to see them around anywhere, now or later, you'll know Bob took 'em.
How would I find him?
Bob come here, didn't he? He might have hid 'em around the house someplace. I have to go now.
I'm going with you.
Sorry, not with me. I got orders about that.
They won't stop me from getting to my boy. Well, that deputy might have waited for me, drat him. Now I'll have to hitch up the horse myself. There he goes, heading away as fast as he can. Who's that out there? Who are you?
Better stay in the house, ma'am.
Oh, what are you prowling around here for? Come close so as I can see you or I'll fire.
You better not try any shooting, Mrs. McAllister. I'm Sheriff Green.
The sheriff?
That's right, ma'am.
Oh, is it true? Is Bob going to hang? Oh, tell me that it ain't the case. Tell me my boy ain't going to hang.
I ain't nothing to say just yet, ma'am. Let me go inside your house where it's light.
You haven't said he was going to hang.
Can't tell just yet.
Well, what's that you got?
Mrs. McAllister, I took this tin box from the hollow stump where you just seen me.
Oh.
Do you recognize the box?
Oh, yes, Oh, that is...
Don't tell me anything that ain't true, ma'am. I'm trying to get the facts on something.
Well,
That's Bob's name scratched on the tin there.
Yes.
His box, ain't it?
Yes, sir.
Thanks for being honest.
He never did tell me where he kept that box hid. He kept saying that if ever we was in awful trouble and had to have money, we'd have it saved up in there.
Mm-hmm.
My boy was always thinking of a rainy day. Oh, but I don't care about that now. I want to get to town and see Bob.
Let's just have a look in this box first. Now then. Looks like bonds here, don't it?
Yes.
There ain't much cash here, not more than $15, $20 in silver. These bonds are worth something, though.
I ain't interested, Sheriff. Let me go to Bob.
Mrs. McAllister, these bonds are the one that was stole from the man Bob went to jail for killing.
No.
Yep, they sure are. Old Joe Findlay owned these bonds, and the man that killed him stole him.
Sheriff Green.
Yeah?
Hurry.
Where?
Come on. There's more to be seen. I brought your horse up to the house.
Who's that masked man?
Tell you later.
Hurry before it's too late.
I'm coming.
Oh, Bob didn't steal him. He's been framed, Sheriff. Listen to me.
See you later.
Come.
I'm with you.
Oh, Sheriff, he ain't a thief. He ain't a killer.
Wait right there, Mrs. McAllister. We'll be back.
But that man...
Wait for us, ma'am.
And keep that lamp burning in the window.
My
Keep the lamp burning.
Get up there. Get up there.
Hail, Silver! Come on!
The Lone Ranger and the sheriff left the McAllister home and rode swiftly to a point several hundred yards distant. There they found Lem Purvis standing beside a powerful chestnut mare.
What's the word, Lem? I got your signal when you lit the fire.
And I got the signal from that there point south of here. We all worked like you said.
Where's the other signal?
It's Tonto down there. See his fire?
Come on, then. Hail, Silver!
The masked man and the sheriff, with Lem following behind, urged their mounts toward the small signal fire where Tonto waited. The faithful Indian greeted them with a shout.
There, another fire. I see you, Tonto. Follow us.
Get over, fight, fella. Hi there. Wait for me.
We wait for no one. This is the night to ride for justice. Come on there. Come on, Silver.
Led by the swift strides of Silver, the group made their way toward another signal fire. But ahead of them, concealed, as he thought, by the darkness, Deputy Sheriff Larson was hastily scooping a hollow in the soft earth next to a limestone rock. We hear him as he speaks aloud.
I can get the cash hid away. Get back to town before the old woman gets there. I gotta do it. Can't take the chance of having her talk to Bob. That wouldn't do. Now I reckon we
Don't make a move.
What?
We got you.
Cover, Larson. Green, what's this mean?
Means I size a rat up right. We got you cold.
You dirty killer.
I'll have a look at what you're planting there, Larson.
Listen, Sheriff. How'd that man get loose?
I let him loose. Take a look at what he has, Sheriff. Keep him covered. Yeah, here's cash.
Lots of it. And more Joe Finley's bonds as well.
Let me explain that.
Here's Finley's watch. Larson has put a noose around your neck instead of Bob McAllister's.
You went to the hollow tree, all right. You stole my cash and left some bonds to frame me tighter than ever, if they was ever found.
I did not. Trouble with that lie, Larson, is that we was there and seen you.
You're framing me. It's a put-up job.
It was a put-up job, all right. From the time the masked man here believed in Bob and mistrusted you because of what Lem Purvis told him.
I did, and I was right. I never misjudged a man in my life.
You see, Larson, while you were knocked out, Bob McAllister told how you were so eager to do him a favor and tell his mother where his cash was hidden. You're not a man who does favors of that sort. You weren't satisfied with what you'd already stolen. You wanted Bob's cash as well. You plotted to get it just as we thought you would.
And you went further. You figured to solve my cash in the same hiding place with the rest of your loot.
Yeah, and you done more than we hoped you would.
What are you going to do about it?
Ain't you anxious to know how we come on your hiding place?
What's the odds?
Bob went with Tonto Lem Purvis when you left the house. Each time you turned, one of them stayed to mark the turn. When you finally stopped, each lit some brushwood to fetch all the others. We got you red-handed.
Well, you won't get me alive. I'll show you what.
I got him. By darn, I'm still handy with a 6-gun.
My leg.
Rope the skunk.
My leg's broken. Can't stand.
You don't need to stand, Larson. You're gonna hang. You better get for home, Bob. Your ma's waiting up for you.
I'm free?
There'll be formalities in court, but I guess you can go home for what's left of the night. I'll see you get back your cash after court's over with. Now, where's the masked man that got me to try a scheme to find a killer?
Oh, shucks, Sheriff Green. Him and his Indian friends moved off after this rat was shot.
But I want to see him.
Don't reckon you will. By cracky, he's just like me. The two of us sure can size up a straight shooter like McAllister and a polecat like Larson as well.
Come on there, Silver! More trouble ahead! Hi-yo, Silver!
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. From Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Fugitive's Trail.
It is approximately 11:30 on the night of January 21st, 1948. Mr. and Mrs. Ben Purvis are driving back to their ranch on the outskirts of Newby, Texas. The car, a small black sedan, finally swings off the main highway, turns into a long, narrow dirt road leading to the ranch buildings.
Looks like we got company, Ben. There's a car parked in front of the house.
Yeah. Probably one of Arlene's boyfriends.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I thought you told her we didn't like your fellas hanging around.
Oh, now, Ben, he probably just stopped by to pick her up and take her home. We told her we'd be back about this time.
Well, just the same.
Now, don't crab about Arlene. You know, babysitters are hard enough to get out here without...
Well, I still think you could find somebody else. I was never sold on that girl. She's kind of wild and unpredictable.
Oh.
Never know what she's going to do.
She's all right, Ben. Just stop worrying.
Looks like Dave Fenton's car. Yeah, that is his car.
Hey, you sit still, Ben. I'll open the garage doors.
Thought he and Arlene split up.
So did I. Must have patched things up, I guess.
You got the plants Mrs. Sutton gave you?
Right here.
What sort of flowers they gonna be?
Yellow. Miss Sutton told me the name, but I forgot. I think they look real nice alongside the house, they don't you?
Yeah, I guess so.
You know, Ben, I'm kind of glad we went over to see Miss Sutton tonight.
Yeah, she's a real nice old lady.
Mm-hmm.
Sure held up fine at the funeral this afternoon.
It's going to be hard on her for a while, though, poor thing. After all, she and Mr. Sutton were married almost 40 years. Now he's gone.
Yeah. Well, Doc warned him to slow down after that last attack he had. But no, he wouldn't hear of it. Uh-oh, it sounds like our youngun's acting up.
Well, he shouldn't be crying now if Arlene gave him his 10 o'clock bottle.
He'd just like her to forget.
Arlene, what? Ben, she's not here. That's funny. Arlene?
Probably in with the baby. Hey, what's this?
What's the matter?
Look, chairs turned over and...
What? Look, my good table lamp on the floor. Oh, Ben, look, it's broken.
Hey, what the heck's been going on around here? Arlene?
Here, honey, you take the lamp. I'm going in to see the baby.
Arlene! Where is that fool girl anyway? Baby all right, Helen?
His blanket was on the floor. He's just cold, that's all. See if Arlene's in the kitchen, will you, Ben?
All right. I'll be darned. Honey, come here a minute, will you?
Is Arlene in here, Ben?
No, look at this.
What?
Baby's bottle, full. Here's a warming pan. She didn't give him his feeding.
Well, I wonder where she is.
I'm going to have a look out back. Doggone kid.
Careful on the porch, dear. Better turn on the light.
Okay. Good Lord.
Ben? Ben, what's the matter? What? Ben, who is it?
Young Dave Fenton. He's dead.
On discovering the body of Dave Fenton, Ben Purvis immediately called the sheriff's office. The sheriff put out an all-points bulletin for the Rankin girl and requested aid from the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned, arriving at the Purvis Ranch shortly after 4 a.m.
There's the body, Jace. Blast caught him right behind the ear. Not very pretty, is it?
Shotgun wounds never are. When this happened?
Doc figures sometime between 9 and 10 o'clock last night.
Uh-huh. Just a kid.
19. Worked at his pa's gas station in town. Seemed like a real nice boy, Jace. Real nice.
Anybody touch this shotgun?
No.
Who's it belong to?
Ben Purvis. Says he generally keeps it behind the kitchen door.
It's babysitter Arlene...
Arlene Rankin. Here's a description of her. I sent a man over to her house right after Purvis called me. Her pa said she hadn't come home. The man's still out there keeping an eye on the place in case she does show up. I don't think she will.
Which one's Purvis?
Over there by the fence, talking to the Justice of the Peace.
Ben! Oh, Ben! Okay, Jeff, be right with you.
If you want to talk to Mrs. Purvis, Jace, she's inside.
Later, maybe.
You want me, Sheriff?
Yeah. Ben, this here's Ranger Pearson. Jace, Ben Purvis.
Howdy, Ranger.
Howdy, Mr. Purvis. Sheriff tells me that you and your wife were out visiting when this happened.
That's right. We were over at the Sutton place.
What time did you leave the house here last night?
Well, now, let me see. I drove over to Arlene's house around 6:30. I picked her up and brought her back here. Then the wife and I left. I guess that was around 7.
You know if she was expecting this Fenton boy to drop in on her?
No, I don't.
Had he ever come around here before?
Oh, sure, lots of times. He dropped by to take her home. Only he stopped coming around a couple of months ago.
Why was that?
Well, near as I can figure, she and Fenton must have had a falling out of some sort. Maybe she got tired of him. She had a lot of boyfriends, new ones, every time you turn around.
I see. Who's the latest, do you know?
No, it's pretty hard to keep up with her. A couple of weeks or so ago, it was Lenny Hayes.
Was he supposed to come by last night?
I wouldn't know that, Ranger.
You usually take her home?
That's right, whenever there's no fella here to pick her up.
You know, Jace, I figure that Fenton here got sore because she threw him over. They had a fight. She killed him and beat him.
Yeah, it could have happened that way. And it could have been the reason why she didn't take Fenton's car. She'd been spotted too easy.
That girl. Ain't surprised she'd pull a stunt like this at all.
Now, this gun of yours, Mr. Purvis, you always keep it loaded?
Yes, sir, and it's usually sitting behind the kitchen door.
Did Arlene know it was there?
I don't see how she could have missed noticing it, Ranger.
I want to take this gun with me, Mr. Purvis. Have the lab men check the fingerprints.
Well, sure. Go ahead.
All right, Sheriff. I guess the JP can take charge of the body now. Let's get moving.
Anybody in mind you want to see?
Yeah. Some of Arlene's friends. We'll start with the boy she's been going with lately, this Lenny Hayes.
He lives over the drugstore. Oh, but let's see. It's after 5 now, Jace. He's probably on his way to work.
Oh, where's that?
Auction barn. He's sort of a general handyman there, tagging cattle, herding them around the place.
All right. Let's look him up. The gray of dawn was creeping over the horizon as we reached the auction barn. The sheriff and I mounted the stairs to the platform overlooking the pens below. You see Lenny Hayes anywhere, Sheriff?
Yeah. Yeah, there he is down there coming along the runway. Lenny? Oh, Lenny? Yeah? Want to talk to you. Come on, Jake.
Morning, Sheriff.
Morning, Lenny.
I figured you'd be coming around.
Oh, you heard what's happened.
Yeah.
This is Ranger Jace Pearson, Lenny. He wants to ask you some questions.
Sure.
When'd you see Arlene Rankin last, Lenny?
Yesterday afternoon at the Sutton funeral. Everybody in town was there, I guess.
You talked to her?
For a few minutes. I asked her to go to the basketball game at the school gym, but she couldn't. She'd already promised to sit for the Purvis folks.
I see. What happened between Arlene and Dave Fenton, do you know?
They just busted up, that's all.
How'd he take it?
Well, he could be pretty nasty when things didn't go the way he wanted. He called her up a lot after that, wanted to patch things up, but Arlene wouldn't have any of it. He got good and sore a couple of times.
Do you think Arlene was frightened by him?
Well, sure, the guy was crazy jealous and never knew what he might do.
I see. Do you have any idea where Arlene could be right now?
Nope. No idea at all.
All right, thanks.
Could I ask you something, Ranger?
Yeah?
Look, if Arlene did kill Fenton, it could have been self-defense, couldn't it?
Maybe.
Suppose he come out there looking for trouble. Couldn't she have picked up the gun to scare him away, not meaning to pull the trigger?
And the gun went off accidentally. That what you're driving at, Lenny?
Sure, why not?
Well, in that case, she shouldn't have run away.
Well, yeah, that was a crazy thing to do, I guess. But look, if she was to give herself up now, and if she could prove it was self-defense, an accident...
Go on.
Well, I mean, things would go easier on her, wouldn't they?
Has Arlene been in touch with you, Lenny? Has she?
Listen, Ranger, I don't want to get in any trouble. But...
You won't if you tell the truth.
Well, this thing is getting me down. I want to get it off my mind. If I told you where she is, would you give her a break?
I'm not a judge. Where is she?
She phoned me last night from Covington, from the bus depot.
Covington, huh?
Yeah, she said she was in trouble. Wouldn't tell me what it was. She said she needed money, and, well, I didn't have any. Not even enough to buy gas to drive over there.
What'd you tell her?
I told her I'd see if I could raise some, but, well, she hung up on me.
What time did she make this phone call?
Around midnight, a few minutes before. I remember because I was listening to the radio and the station signed off while I was talking to her.
There's a bus comes through here around 10:30, and it pulls into Covington a little before midnight, Jace. That's the one she probably took.
Come on, Sheriff. Let's head for Covington. We spent the major part of the day combing the town of Covington. There wasn't a single trace of Arlene Rankin. Late that afternoon, the sheriff and I wound up at the bus depot. Got to talking to the woman behind the lunch counter.
Well, let me see now. Girl about so high and blonde hair. Come in on the late bus, you say?
Uh-huh.
Let me see. Youngster, was she?
17.
Say, that wouldn't be the Rankin girl, Ranger.
That's right.
Heard about her on the radio this morning. Say, you mean she's here in Covington?
We believe she was here last night.
Land sakes, imagine that.
Well, have you seen a girl answering her description, ma'am?
Well, no. Wait a minute. Say, there was a girl, just like your description.
You sure, ma'am?
Mm-hmm. Last night, by closing time. I was throwing out the coffee when she come up and asked me for a glass of water. Girl about so high, real attractive.
She act nervous or upset?
She sure did. Oh, and say, she asked me where the Lowry place was at. That's Ned Lowry owns a hardware store.
Ned Lowry.
That's right. Him and his wife live down the street 3 blocks. Big white house on the corner. Want me to show you?
No, thanks. We'll find it, ma'am.
Doesn't seem to be anybody at home, Jay.
I'm pretty sure there is, Sheriff. I heard someone moving inside.
Hey, you're right, Jace. There is somebody in there. I just saw the window curtains move. Reckon I ought to slip around back.
Hold it.
Yes? Oh, Ranger, what is it?
Afternoon, miss. We begin to think there wasn't anyone at home.
Sorry if I kept you. I was taking a nap. I wasn't sure if I heard someone at the door or not.
We're looking for a girl named Arlene Rankin.
Arlene Rankin? Well, there's no one here by that name.
Is that so?
This is a Lowry residence.
We know that, miss.
Well, there are only three of us living here. My sister, her husband, and myself.
You don't know Arlene Rankin?
No? Should I?
Here's her picture, miss. Ever see her before?
Let's see. No, I never saw her before.
Your sister and her husband at home?
No, I'm alone.
Mind if we come in?
Well, no, but...
We just want to look around.
Sounds like it's in this room, Jace.
There's no one in there. It's just...
We'll have a look anyway, miss.
Window shutter, Jace. Wind's banging it against the house.
It's broken. Kept me awake half the night. Look, if you tell me what this is all about...
That suitcase over there on the chair, miss. Who does it belong to?
Well, that's mine.
Yours, eh?
Baggage tag here says Continental Trailways, Jace.
That's how I got here, by bus.
What's that, miss?
I arrived last night, just here visiting my sister.
What time did your bus get in last night?
Oh, it was around midnight.
You talked to anyone at the depot?
No, I don't think I did.
Are you sure?
Wait, I did ask the woman at the lunch counter how to get here.
I see.
That lady back at the lunch counter sure has an imagination, Jace.
Tell me, miss, did any other girl get off the bus when you did last night?
No other girl.
You positive?
Yes, I think so.
What do you make of that, Jace?
Take a look at this photograph again, miss. You recall seeing this girl among the passengers? Well?
No, I don't remember seeing her. Of course, the bus was crowded, and I really didn't pay much attention to the others on board.
I see.
Look, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
No cause for you to worry, miss. Sorry we bothered you. Come on, Sheriff. There was no reason to doubt the word of the girl at the Lowry house. Arlene Rankin hadn't gotten off the bus at Covington the night before. The sheriff and I drove back to his office in Newby, and we had another talk with Lenny Hayes.
But it's the truth, I tell you. Arlene did call me.
She's not in Covington, Lenny. We're pretty sure of that.
Well, maybe she went on.
Don't see how she could have done that. All roads been blocked.
You've been lying, haven't you, Lenny?
No.
You could have made up that story about the phone call from Covington just to throw us off the trail.
No, I didn't. You gotta believe me.
We're willing to lay odds you never received a phone call, Lenny. That Arlene wasn't even on that bus last night.
She must have been.
I'll get it, Jason. Sheriff's office. Yep, just a minute. Company D in Dallas calling you, Jason.
Thanks, Sheriff. Hello. Yeah?
You know, Lenny, you can save us a lot of trouble.
What's that?
What do you mean?
Stop trying to cover up for Arlene.
I'm not...
You're
Yeah,
trying
thanks.
to protect her by sending us on a wild goose
Come on.
chase.
That's not true.
Now, listen, Lenny, there's no sense
Hold
in
it,
you...
Sheriff. Looks like maybe we owe Lenny here an apology.
Oh?
That bus we figured Arlene wasn't on was being vacuumed in Dallas this afternoon, and a purse was found behind one of the seat cushions.
A purse? What about it?
Belonged to Arlene Rankin.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Now, we continue with tonight's case, Fugitive's Trail, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
Finding Arlene Rankin's purse on that bus indicated we'd been wrong about Lenny Hayes. Yet the girl we'd talked to in Covington had been positive that Arlene hadn't gotten off the bus there the night before. I put in a call to the Continental Trailways Company and found out that the driver of the bus was due back in Newby in an hour. We were waiting at the bus station when he came in.
Nope, I don't think I can help you, Ranger.
You know what the Rankin girl looks like?
Yeah, saw a picture of her in the Dallas paper this afternoon.
You don't remember seeing her get off the bus anywhere along the line?
Nope.
Do you remember seeing her get on the bus here in Newby?
Look, I picked up quite a load here last night. A lot of high school kids, Ranger. Maybe this Rankin gal was one of them. Maybe she wasn't. Didn't pay much attention. I just wanted to get rolling.
In a hurry, were you?
I was running behind schedule. See, ordinarily there's a 5-minute wait here. 1 cup of coffee. Well, I had 2.
Oh?
Basketball game, the high school gym went overtime, and, well, I didn't want to shove off. I knew most of the kids were counting on getting a bus.
Wait a minute. You were late taking off?
Oh, sure. Almost 10 minutes.
What time did you arrive at Covington?
Well, with all those stops along the way, I lost another 5 minutes. Didn't pull into Covington till 12:50.
12:15?
Yeah?
Yes? Yes, Sheriff, yeah. All right, driver, thanks.
Sure enough. Sorry I wasn't much help, Ranger. See you, Sheriff.
Yeah. Kind of interesting, isn't it, Jace? If the bus didn't get to Covington until 12:15, how could Arlene have called Lenny from the bus depot there a few minutes before 12?
Doesn't seem to add up, does it, Sheriff?
Of course, Lenny might have got the time mixed up.
I don't think so. He seemed pretty sure of it, you'd call.
Yeah, that's right. He must have lied.
We'll know about that for sure once we talk to the telephone company over at Covington. Back at the sheriff's office, I called the Covington phone company. Asked them to check a call from the Covington bus station to Lenny's number in Newby. There was no record of any such call. The sheriff sent one of his deputies out to bring Lenny in, and we waited.
Well, and it's just like we figured, Jace. The girl wasn't on the bus at all. Only how do you account for the purse? It was found on the bus.
A plan, Sheriff. Then he could have slipped aboard the bus last night, put it in there while the driver was in the cafe having coffee.
Yeah? Yeah, he could have done that.
Be mighty careless of a girl to forget her purse when she's trying to make a getaway, don't you think? A little too careless.
I won't say that thought hasn't crossed my mind, Jace.
And you know, Sheriff, something else bothers me. It seems like Lenny went to an awful lot of trouble trying to cover up for the girl.
Well, any kid who's as crazy about a girl as he is about
I know,
Arlene.
but if he was really trying to shield her, he'd have done a lot better by keeping his mouth shut. He's been real cooperative. He's been working at it a little too hard.
What are you driving at, Jason?
Just a hunch, Sheriff. But if I can force Lenny into making a move, it might be in the wrong direction for him, but in the right direction for us.
Yeah, hold it, Jason.
Hello?
Well, come on in, Lenny. Thanks, Charlie.
Any news of Arlene?
Not a sign of her yet.
Well, Dallas is a pretty big place.
The fact that her purse was found on the bus in Dallas doesn't necessarily mean she's there. She could have gotten off the bus anywhere along the line.
Yeah, I guess so.
Lenny, about this phone call you said you got.
Still don't believe me, huh?
Maybe you were mistaken. Maybe Arlene just told you she was calling from Covington.
No, I heard the operator. She said it was Covington.
I see. Well, we'll check with the phone company anyway just to make sure.
Check with the phone company? But Arlene called me from a payphone. How can you check?
Well, it doesn't make any difference. Phone company keeps a record of all long-distance calls. Didn't you know that?
No, I didn't.
Well, anyway, that isn't why I asked you to drop in, Lenny. We think you can help us.
Mm-hmm. So what?
We'd like you to talk to some of Arlene's friends. Maybe you can find out more than we have.
Me?
You want to help us, don't you? You'll be helping Arlene.
Well, sure I want to help.
Well, then get to her friends. Tell them if they know something, they better talk up. You can get in a lot of trouble by withholding information.
Yeah, I guess they can.
Okay, that's all, Lenny. Let us know if you hear anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll let you know, Ranger.
The sheriff and I waited a few moments after Lenny had left the office, and then we eased out into the street. We saw him get into his car halfway down the block and take off. In the darkness, we watched the taillight disappear toward the edge of town. We followed him.
What's he up to, Jace?
I don't know.
That's the second time he's driven around the cemetery. Arlene wouldn't be hiding in there, would she?
Look, he's turning onto the other highway now, heading south.
Good. Maybe we can get a little closer, Jace. Lots more traffic on that road.
He's speeding up.
Suits me fine. At least we'll get to wherever we're going that much sooner.
A quarter of an hour later, Lenny Hayes turned off the main highway into a narrow dirt road. I switched off my headlights and followed. We spent another 15 minutes trailing him as he cruised up and down the back roads like he was searching for something. Then we wound up on the highway once more. When we reached the outskirts of Newby, he turned again, drove right into the cemetery, stopped.
Any sign of him, Jace?
There's his car parked up ahead. Easy now. Better stay here in the shadows. Might spot us in this moonlight.
I'd sure like to know what the Samuel that kid's up to.
Hold it.
Yeah.
There he is.
Oh, where, Jace?
Over there, near the fence.
What's he doing?
He's digging.
Say, wait a minute. Look at the flowers over there, Jace. Pushed over to one side. That's Harry Sutton's grave. What's he doing digging around there?
Freshly turned ground, Sheriff. If he's trying to hide something, he can do it quickly. Let's move up a little closer.
Yeah.
Here. This way around the hedge.
Yeah.
We'll move up behind his car. Stay down, Sheriff.
What's he doing?
Stop digging. He's coming this way, to the car.
Now what?
Just open the trunk compartment.
Let me take a look. Yeah. Now he's pulling something out of the trunk. It looks like it.
Even at this distance, there's no mistaking what he's dragging out of there.
A body.
I guess we can get him now, Sheriff.
All right, Lenny. Stop where you are. Don't move. Huh? He's making a break for it, Jace. Let's go. This way, Jace. He's heading around back of the chapel.
Hold it, Sheriff.
Where the blazes did he go?
I don't know. Listen, do you hear anything?
Nope. Hey, wait a minute. I thought I saw something move over there behind that tombstone. Let's take a look.
Wait. Circle around that way. If he is there, let's see if we can maneuver him in position so he'll make a break for his car. I'll be waiting for him.
All right. Careful, though. He may have a gun.
All right.
There he goes, Chase! Hold it, Lenny.
Let go!
Simmer down now, boy. This is as far as you go.
Let go of me.
I said simmer down.
Okay, Ranger.
You all right, Jace?
Yeah. Come on, let's go around back of the car and have a look at that body.
Yeah. It's Arlene Rankin, all right, Jace.
How about it, Lenny? You feel like talking?
Sure. Why not? Arlene, she was just playing me for a sucker. She was really crazy about Fenton all the time, just using me to make him jealous.
When'd you find that out?
Last night when I sneaked over to the Purvis place. I saw them together. I went out of my head, I guess.
So you went inside, got the gun, and shot Fenton.
Well, I didn't mean to do it. I just wanted to scare him. I didn't mean to.
I suppose you didn't mean to kill Arlene either.
No, but I had to. I had to kill her to keep her from talking.
You had the body in the trunk compartment here all this time?
Yeah. I waited too long last night, trying to make up my mind what to do with it. Sheriff's men were all over the place looking for her.
You thought you'd get away with making it look like Arlene had killed Fenton and run off. Huh?
I almost did get away with it.
Yeah, almost. The penitentiary's full of people who almost got away with it, too. Come on, let's go. For the brutal murders of Dave Fenton and Arlene Rankin, Lenny Hayes was sentenced to Huntsville Penitentiary for the rest of his life.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McRae.
One day last year, we received a card from a little girl who wanted to be a Texas Ranger. She said she didn't have a horse, but she did have a mule and could ride. We learned last week that this same little girl was stricken with a serious illness and has been in bed all summer. When she heard our first show a few weeks ago, she asked her father to help her write a poem and send it to us. We'd like to read it. R is for Ranger, stalwart and strong. A for his aim that never goes wrong. N for his nerve, calm, steady, and sharp. G for his gun, never misses the mark. E is for effort, endurance in fight. And R for respect for the things that are right.
Vanaloo, that's a fine poem, and it's deeply appreciated. Honey, you're going to get well, 'cause in spirit, you're a Texas Ranger.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Cattle Drive. The cast included Tony Barrett, Lillian Bayef, Whitfield Connor, Parley Bear, Sam Edwards, and Marion Richmond. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Adrian Gendot, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keith. Hal Gibney speaking.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Sunday is your invitation to fine radio entertainment with The Big Show, Phil Harris and Alice Faye, and Theater Guild on the Air. Yes, hear all three on NBC. Next, it's The Big Show on NBC.
Now we present Herbert Marshall as the man called X, the Friday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Transcribed for you by Cannon Towels, famous for color, for design, for durability. Among towels, America's #1 best-seller. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. But before we set out on tonight's adventure in mystery and drama, here's a word about dramatic values.
Hurry, 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 hurry to the greatest May towel sales in history. Famous Cannon towel sales. Packed with value, big, beautiful buys, terrific bargains. Don't miss them. Get to your store now and get in on these great money-saving events. Cannon towels give you the most for your money in beauty, value, lovely color, and design.
Cannon towels absorb more, wear longer, stay lovely longer.
No wonder more people buy Cannon towels than all other towels combined. Get the most for your money. Get Cannon.
Big, fluffy, thirsty Cannon towels.
As summer comes, you always need more towels. Now's the time to get them. And the towels to get are Cannons right now in these big Cannon towel sales. See them in your newspaper. Get to your store quickly. Get in on the big, big, big Cannon values.
It has been said many times, of course, that wherever there is danger in all the far-off places of the world, there you will find Ken Thurston, the man called X. And rare it is when Ken finds time to sleep even one night in his own Manhattan apartment. And rarer still when he sleeps there uninterrupted.
Ken Thurston speaking.
Mr. Thurston, you're home.
Oh, pig.
Only by living such a good, clean life do I get so lucky.
Oh, sure. What time is it anyway?
Well, here it's one time, there's some other. Who knows? Mr. X, you gotta help me.
Help you what? Why do I have to do it at 5 a.m.? So long, you. Call me later.
Mr. Thurston, wait.
Wait nothing. Go get some sleep.
But you don't understand. I just run into a dead man.
Oh, fine. Now get yourself a hotel room and sober up.
But it's true, Mr. X. He just got in from Honolulu, and I met him accidentally in San Francisco, and and he brought me down here, and you know who it is? It's George Koloff.
George Koloff? Oh, Koloff's been dead for 6 months.
That's what I told him, but he says he can explain the whole thing. Mr. Thurston, I'm scared. I think he's planning to give me the business.
Where are you calling from? Where are you now?
Who knows? It's a big house that belongs to somebody down here at...
Pagon. Operator.
I'm sorry, sir. Your party has hung up.
Operator, this is Ken Thurston.
Oh, yes, Mr. Thurston.
Will you trace that call, please, and phone me at the bureau right away?
Well, when you come right down to it, Ken, there was never any actual proof that Koloff was killed in that plane.
I know, Chief. It was more a matter of reasonable assumption.
Right.
But the plane did crash at sea. There's no question of that. Records washed up along the California coast for weeks afterward.
But apparently Koloff didn't crash with it. Unless you don't think Zellschmidt's trying to pull a fast one of some kind, Ken?
No, I don't think so. I'd say Koloff just outguessed us.
Well, we aren't the only ones he outguessed. Walked into that Los Angeles aircraft plant wearing a phony beard, handed them a forged letter, and flew off in their latest model test plane. Their top secret job.
Yeah, and he's been doing things like that for years, Chief. One of the slickest boys in the whole espionage business.
Well, at least he slipped up on that job.
Maybe.
Huh?
I got a hunch that plane crash was part of Koloff's plan. That it wasn't an accident.
But what could he gain by it, Ken? The plane itself was the only thing that... Hello? Yes, he's here. Just a second. It's for you, Ken.
Thanks, Chief. Ken Thurston speaking.
This is long-distance operator 74, Mr. Thurston. I have the report you requested on that call.
Yes?
The call was placed from the residence of a Countess de Grazia in Carmel, California.
Countess de Grazia. Carmel, California. Thanks very much, operator. Let's see, I can fly to San Francisco. I can hire a car there. Drive down to...
Ken, who's the Countess de Grazia?
I don't know. At the moment, she's apparently Pagon's hostess.
That's quite a house party. Zellschmidt and a dead man.
A former dead man, Chief. There's a big difference. Call you from Carmel. Well, here we are. Huh? Pagon. Locked. Well. Pagon. Well, shall I let you out, or would you rather beat the door open?
Mr. Thurston!
Just relax now. Well, so that's the game.
What's the news? I want out of here.
All right, just as soon as I disconnect this booby trap. There. Well, your friend, the Countess, seems to have some unusual ideas of hospitality.
Countess? Hey, Mr. X. The only one I saw was George, the double-crossing crook. He was supposed to pay me $500 to keep my mouth shut. I mean to, well...
You never were much good at blackmail, Pagon.
Mr. Thurston, I swear, but...
Never mind. So he lured you down here from San Francisco and then locked you in a broom closet. Where's he now?
Who knows? I haven't heard a sound for the last hour. I guess he...
Oh. Well, let's take a chance. Countess de Grazia residence?
Hello, is the Countess there?
Not at the moment, but I'm her business agent. Could I help you?
Well, yes, this is the Eureka Travel Agency. Would you tell the Countess that I have a reservation on the Lurline to Hawaii tonight?
I'd be happy to.
I'll have her ticket at the pier office. Oh, and the ship sails in 4 hours, you know.
Yes, I know. I'll tell her. Thanks a lot. Come on, Pagon. I got a car parked out in front.
Where are we going, Mr. Thurston?
Hawaii.
Oh, I'm fine now that... Hawaii? In a car?
We may. If we don't get up to San Francisco before that ship sails.
The way I figured, Mr. Thurston, this Koloff guy just wanted everybody to think he was dead.
That's the way it figures.
You mean I'm right?
Well, you can't always be wrong. It's against the law of averages.
The only thing I can figure is why... Oops! Hey, are we trying to break a speed record or something?
No, we're trying to find out whether that car back there is following us or... Hold on.
Well, They're sure sticking to us tighter than a wet bathing suit.
I know. And I think it's the same car that was parked down the street from the
Mr.
counter.
X, they're going to pass us.
Wish I could get some speed out of this thing.
Look, there's a curve coming. They're crowding us. Crowding it in. Crowding us.
Come on, Hey, Hey, where are you? Hello? Can you come down and give us a hand?
Just let me get my first aid kit out of the truck.
Fine. Pagan. Pagan, can you hear me?
I saw your lights go over the bank. Stopped my truck as quick as I could. Is anybody hurt?
I'm all right. I guess my friend's knocked out. Here, help me lift him up.
Right. Okay. Now. The car passed me doing 80 or better. What'd they do, sideswipe you?
I guess so. It happened pretty fast. Yeah, turn the light on his face.
Cut in the forehead. It's not bad. A compress will stop the bleeding. Here. Let me get one here.
One sure thing. We can always count on you boys in an emergency.
Well, when you spend most of your time on the road, you get used to helping people. Never know when you need help yourself. There. You'll be all right in a few minutes.
You heading towards San Francisco by any chance?
No, I'm going south. I'll take you as far as Salinas Junction, though.
Good, I can phone from there.
You, got an important date of some kind up in Frisco?
Oh, very important. It's for the Countess and a dead man.
Huh?
We're sailing for Honolulu together, if I get there in time.
What?
Simply can't do a thing about it in spite of your credentials, Mr. Thurston. Ship sailed 20 minutes ago. That's that.
You know whether the Countess de Gracia was on board?
She was. I escorted her to her stateroom personally.
Did you arrange a reservation for a man named George Koloff?
No, only for the Countess. I wish I could help you, Mr. Thurston, but it's just too late. Ship's probably moving through the Golden Gate right at this minute.
Well, that's fate, Mr. Thurston. Maybe it's all for the best anyway. Those characters are pretty tough cookies. Let's go get some seafood, eh?
That's a good idea, Pagon. Only I'm having mine on board that ship.
But I just told you, Mr. Thurston.
Never mind. Do you know where I can charter a fast launch in a hurry?
Yes.
Good. Now, I'm going to put call through to New York on this phone. You use the other one there to get the Lurleen by radiophone. I'll talk to the purser if you can get him. Or if not, the captain. Now, hurry.
Mr. Thurston, you mean we got to climb all the way up to the deck on that little ladder?
Yeah, now wait, Pagon. Don't get caught between the launch and the side of the ship.
Wait till the launch, rise into the swell, then grab the ladder, Mr. Thurston.
Right. Watch it, Pagon. Get ready. Here we go. So long, boys. Thanks for the lift.
I don't know why I didn't desert while we were still on dry land. Climbing up ladders in the middle of the ocean. People trying to kill us.
Oh, relax, Pagon. Now you'll have another chance to blackmail Koloff.
Hey, I never thought of that.
Here, let me give you a hand.
Thanks.
That's it.
Well, we seem to have quite a welcoming committee.
Well, it's a little unusual to break the schedule, slow down the ship, and take on passengers
I
at sea.
imagine, yeah.
But I've had radio calls from New York, Washington, the Maritime Bureau, even from the owners of the line.
Well, I pulled all the rank I could think of to get aboard, Purser.
Yes, sir. My name's Blake. I've arranged a pair of cabins for you, assigned your table, and... Oh, here's one of your table companions now.
I was afraid I would have to make myself obvious, Mr. Blake.
Countess, this is Mr. Ken Thurston, Countess de Grazia.
I've been looking forward to this, Countess.
Really? Well, I must say it is a little unexpected on my side.
Oh, you have to admit that neither of your two attempts was particularly clever.
Touché.
I didn't know that you had met.
Only indirectly, Mr. Blake.
Yes. And now that we do come face to face, we are outside the 12-mile limit. Fortunately.
Which means, of course, that we can make our own rules. Tell me, how's George?
Koloff? Oh, I think you are going to be a highly entertaining dinner companion, Mr. Thurston.
I'll try my best. maybe we'll find we have a lot of things in common. Like airplanes and espionage, ghost stories and George. Oh, yes, especially George.
We will continue with The Man Called X in just a moment.
Here's a word from RCA Victor. What the fireplace was to early American homes, the television set is to modern American homes. It's the center not only to your life, but your living room. So be smart. Insist not only on RCA Victor million-proof television, proven in well over 2 million homes, but on RCA Victor million-proof television in a console cabinet. You have your choice of a breathtaking variety of RCA Victor console models, every one a furniture masterpiece, worthy to occupy the most important place in your living room. Period models like the Regency and the Rutland and the Hillsdale, which look like treasures straight out of an 18th century palace. Classic models like the Provincial, whose simple dignity makes it equally fitting for cottage or castle. Streamlined models like the Modern, a clean-line, functional beauty on a swivel base. See your RCA Victor dealer tomorrow for your RCA Victor television console. And to you and your family, in every sense of the word, happy looking.
And now to continue with The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall with Leon Velasco as Pagan Zellschmidt. An international espionage agent named George Koloff, supposedly dead for 6 months, is seen in a San Francisco bar, and the resulting chase finally leads Ken Thurston to a cabin aboard his ship, now 1 day out of Honolulu. Also aboard is Koloff's confederate, the Countess de Grazia, but so far the quarry himself has not been found.
As far as I'm concerned, Mr. X, I don't even care if we never find that character.
Oh? What's happened to your enthusiasm, Pagan?
Enthusiasm? I've looked at passengers all week until I'm green in the face. And so what if I did find him? You wouldn't let me blackmail him anyhow.
So that was your reason for trailing him down to Carmel?
Well, why not? He's a crook.
No.
Yes, he is.
Now, we dock in Honolulu tomorrow, and as far as I've been able to find out, Koloff isn't on board. Why not?
Oh, don't ask me.
He admitted to you that he'd just come from Hawaii. And as soon as he talked to the Countess, she headed for there. Just doesn't make sense that he wouldn't go along with her.
Doesn't make sense to me either way, Mr. Thurston.
I don't think that stolen plane crashed accidentally. I think Koloff planned it that way. But why? And where does the Countess come into it? Why this trip to Honolulu? Unless...
Unless what, Mr. X?
It's a possibility. Let's see, the Purser 272.
I wish I knew what you're talking about.
Hello, Mr. Blake? Ken Thurston. Say, I wonder if you can meet me in the baggage hold in 5 minutes. Yes, it may be very important. Goodbye.
Let's see now. The Countess de Grazia's baggage should be in cubicle 17 right here ahead of us, Mr. Thurston. Of course, she has a pair of wardrobe trunks and some other luggage with her in her cabin.
I know, and it'll be tough to get into it. I'm hoping we find something here.
Find what, Mr. Thurston?
I don't know, Pedro.
Oh, here we are. Now, her things are right against the bunker here, I believe. These 2 steamer trunks and this wooden case.
Well, the trunks could be legitimate. But this wooden case... Heavy, too, Mr. Blake. Have you got anything but use to pry the lid off?
Well, one of these steel cargo wedges ought to do the job. Don't say we, though, Mr. Thurston. My orders to cooperate only go so far.
Oh, thanks. Maybe a wild goose chase, but it's well trying.
Oh, I wish somebody would tell me. What are we looking?
I did tell you, Pagan. I don't know. Well, let's see what the Countess is taking.
It looks awful complicated. Do you know what it is, Mr. Thurston?
Yeah, I know what it is. One of the latest models of the new robot stabilizer for jet fighter planes. A top military secret.
Well.
So that was Koloff's game.
What do you mean?
He wasn't after the whole plane, only this stabilizer. He must have taken it off, parachuted into the water with it, and left the plane to crash into the ocean. I wonder if the Countess owns a yacht.
As a matter of fact, she does, Mr. Thurston. I heard her discussing it with one of the other passengers a few evenings ago.
And she probably has a prospective buyer for this thing waiting in Honolulu. Only what's happened to her partner, Koloff?
Look, Mr. Thurston. This name on the outside of the case. Leo Bornlin, Honolulu.
Yeah, she's keeping herself covered. In case of trouble, she can claim she never saw the case before. I think I'd better find out a little more about the Countess.
Well, the ship's radio is yours, Mr. Thurston. Anytime you want to use it.
Thanks. Meanwhile, I wonder if I could borrow about a dozen of those steel cargo wedges.
Well, champagne. They are going all out this evening.
Last night of the voyage, Countess, is the customary captain's dinner.
And the last one we shall have together, Mr. Thurston. I'm going to miss these delightful little conversational interludes.
Oh, I thought they'd been more like passages at arms.
But clever. And clever men are so rare. Why, I am sure you must have fathomed all of my darkest secrets by now.
No. I'm afraid you've beaten me there. I imagine you know much more about me than I know about you.
Well, I was born of impoverished but piously honest Ukrainian peasant stock.
Yes, and at the age of 2, you were kidnapped by a roving band of gypsies.
You have found out.
It was only after narrowly avoiding being sold in the slave market in Algiers that you decided to become a spy.
Oh, dear, I had no intention of telling that part.
And it was then that you adopted the name Countess de Gracia.
The Count was quite old and an awful bore. I poisoned him for his title.
Oh, of course.
Let that be a warning to you, Mr. Thurston.
The poison, you mean? Oh. I'm tasting the wine very carefully.
I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Thurston, but I thought this radiogram might be important.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Blake. Do you mind, Countess?
Not at all. Go right ahead.
Thanks. Will you excuse me?
What? Aren't we going to go on with my history, Mr. Thurston?
I don't think so. You see, it's quite unnecessary now. Good night.
I'm starved, Mr. Thurston. What a low-down trick to leave me here alone, this cabin, for a whole hour and 10 minutes.
Well, we flipped a coin to see who ate first, Pagan.
I know, but...
Using your double-headed nickel.
Yes, but I thought I had the one with the double tails.
You didn't, though. Here it is.
Oh, a pickpocket. Mr. X, sometimes I think you're as bad as that Countess cookie.
No, I doubt that. And according to this radiogram, she's not a countess.
What do you mean?
That's only one of the aliases she uses. She manages to hold passports from 3 different countries. Been suspected of espionage over and over and never been convicted. Oh, well, you may as well go on down and eat, Pagan. I'll take care of the baby in the closet there.
Boy, you only have to tell me once. All the great food they got on this boat, the only chance I... Mr. X, door's locked.
I see. Well, back away from that porthole.
Hey, somebody shoved the nozzle some kind through the...
That's a live steam hose. Here, into this closet. Quick!
I don't get it, Mr. Thurston. What was the idea?
The idea was to scold us if we... Yeah, there it goes.
Steam. I knew I shouldn't have come to this boat.
Come on now, here. Help me stuff some clothes in the cracks around the door.
It's getting hot. Mr. X.
It's going to get hotter. We won't last 2 minutes in here unless...
It's too hot even to... Mr. Thurston, I think I'm...
Hey, young, you may be lucky. It's hotter and hotter. Help! In here. Where?
Here they are. Now give me a hand. That's it. Drag them out into the air. Boy, it's hot in here. That's it. Now. Mr. Thurston. Mr. Thurston, can you hear me?
That's you, Blake?
Yes. What happened, Mr. Thurston?
Somebody tried to boil us with a steam hose.
I can't understand it. Nobody but the crew would know where to find a hose, and they...
The crew? Why, of course.
What?
I double-checked every passenger on board, but I didn't check the crew. Help me up, Mr. Blake. Let's go.
This is Mr. Hawkins, our chief engineer. Mr. Thurston, Charlie.
Oh, how do you do?
I told you about Mr. Thurston's authority.
Oh, yeah. Well, anything I can do to help.
Well, what we're doing is checking the crew, Charlie. We've pretty well covered the deck gang already. Looking for a man named Korloff.
Korloff? No, there's nobody by that name in my bunch.
Well, you're probably using an assumed name, Mr. Hawkins. In fact, how about Bornlin? Leo Bornlin?
Borland. Oh, yes. One of my oilers is named Borland.
Good.
He's working down there now on the number 2 injector pump. You want to talk to him?
If he's the right man, I want a good deal more than just a talk.
Oh, come on. I'll show you where he is. Oh, watch your step. These deck plates get kind of slippery with oil sometimes.
Oh, sure.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Thurston. He's not working in the galley. I looked over the whole bunch.
I think we found him, Pagon. He's a man here in the engine crew with a name the same as the one on that wooden case.
He ought to get life, trying to make a clam bake out of us.
Well, that's Borland yonder, bending over that pump slide.
That's him, Mr. Thurston. That's Gordon.
Yeah. Well, the rest of you better wait here.
Wait. He's seen us, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, look out. He's got a gun.
Koloff, drop it.
I'll drop it!
Get back, all of you. Koloff, stop.
Oh, he's running around behind that pump.
Yeah. Koloff, drop that gun.
Come in, Sergeant. You see the...
Right into the slide valve.
Come on.
Oh, that pump, Mr. Thurston. Look, it didn't even slow down.
Let's go on deck, get some fresh air.
Boy, what a night, Mr. X. 1,000,000 stars.
For once, you didn't make an overstatement.
Hey, what's that glow in the sky? Way up ahead there.
Honolulu, I imagine. We're due to dock at midnight.
Oh, so that's why there's parties going on all over the ship. Hey, maybe we ought to go and celebrate too, Mr. Thurston.
Some other time, Pagan.
Oh, cheer up, Mr. X. Everything's solved now. And so what if that Karloff's dead? He had it coming. And that phony countess... Hey, what are you going to do about her?
Nothing.
Nothing? You mean you're not going to run her in?
It wouldn't do any good. I've got no evidence on her. She's beaten a lot tougher cases than this.
Oh, but you can't just let her get away.
Oh, I doubt very much she'll get away, Pagan. 10 to 1 she has a buyer for that stabilizer waiting for in Honolulu.
Well, maybe so,
She'll collect a good deal of money from him.
Yeah, well,
And
sure.
when he opens that wooden case and finds there's nothing in it but steel cargo wedges, well, I think he might be a little vindictive.
Yeah, I see what you mean. And in the meantime, we take the real stabilizer back to United States.
The real stabilizer, huh? Oh, it's a valuable piece of military equipment, all right. It's a good thing it didn't fall into the wrong hands. But the way this shaky world goes wobbling around off balance, I don't think the real stabilizer has been invented yet. Now, there would be a cause for celebration.
Our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall, will return in just a moment. If you suffer from pains or headaches, neuritis or neuralgia, you should discover what many thousands have known for years, that Anacin brings incredibly fast, effective relief. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Probably at some time you've received an envelope containing Anacin tablets from your physician or dentist. Thousands of people have been introduced to Anacin this way. Try Anacin yourself the next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You'll be delighted at how quickly relief can come. Anacin is spelled Anacin. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100 for your medicine cabinet. Ask for Anacin today. Now, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Those you heard in tonight's cast were Joan Banks, Will Wright, Peter Leeds, George Neist, Hattie Lang, and Carlton Young. There's enough intrigue in next week's story to fill a book, and Ken finds himself right in the middle of it. And flat on his back, as usual, will be Leon Belasco as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X is the Friday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. transcribed for you by Cannon Towels, famous for color, for design, for durability. Among towels, America's #1 best seller. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to hear The Magnificent Montague with Monty Woolley, formerly heard on Friday, now brought to you as a Saturday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, same time and station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X.
William Bendick stars in The Life of Riley. Enjoy it on NBC.
Subscribe for more videos.
Suspense.
This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. With us in Hollywood tonight as star is Mr. Gene Lockhart, whose remarkable characterizations on the screen have won him a notable following with American audiences. It is with rueful satisfaction, but with satisfaction nonetheless, that the genial Mr. Lockhart contemplates his reputation. Because of his cinematic misdoings, his numberless treacheries, betrayals, and cowardly villainies, he is one of the most hated men in the country today. Our story this evening by John Shaw is called Statement of Employee Henry Wilson. And so with the performance of Gene Lockhart, as he relates and relives the events of the climactic moment in Henry Wilson's life, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
I was aware that I was trembling. I tried walking slowly back and forth in front of the desk, but even in motion, my knees felt weak and my whole body shook. Why was it always I who trembled and never this pompous insect sitting in front of me? His voice was cool and mocking. His voice was clear and hard.
Well, I sympathize with you, of course, Wilson. But the error must be brought to Mr. Larkin's attention. There is quite a big mistake there. Quite a costly mistake. Mr. Larkin must know.
He wouldn't cover it up. I knew that. 2 years ago, this man had come with the firm. For 8 years before that, I had worked there, enjoying the work, liking the people. And then he had come there. Have you ever stood quietly by and watched someone rob your house and steal your pocketbook? I was helpless. He was ambitious. He was clever. He was fluent. And as of tonight, I was his subordinate. 2 years against 10 years. Around the office, I had a reputation of being casual and carefree. But I hated this man. Every inch of me hated this man. And it was not a new hatred.
Of course, there is no question of your honesty.
His voice was patronizing. The patient teacher and the unruly pupil. I hated him. He smiled up at me and waved his hand in dismissal. He almost brushed a small iron vase off the top of the desk with the gesture. I had seen that vase so often, but I had never seen it out of the eyes that I was looking at it with now.
Good night, Wilson.
Good night, I said. Good night, clever boy. I walked out into the corridor and rang for the elevator.
Terrible night, ain't it, Mr. Wilson?
I heard the boy talking,
these elevators
like
are
he was
vast,
yelling
too.
at me from some distant mountain. He was talking and I was answering, but what either one of us was saying I didn't know. I was thinking of something else. I looked at my watch as I stepped out of the car. It was 11:30 already. I mentioned it.
You've had a long day today, Mr. Wilson.
Those were the first words of the boy that I heard clearly, very clearly. Yes, I told him.
Oh, plenty of overtime this week.
I stood and looked at him for a moment.
Mr. Dodds is still in the office. You might drop in and see if he wants anything. I think he'd be very grateful.
I will, sir. I certainly will. It'll help to pass the time, sir. I don't like to complain, but these nights pass awful slow sometimes.
Yes. Go up and see if he wants anything. Go up and see.
I walked out of the lobby and came back into the building again when the boy had gotten into the elevator. 4 flights up. I took the stairs slowly. I was in no rush. I must let the boy get out of the room first. He said the nights passed slowly. This one wouldn't, and yet there would be an eternity compressed in it. When I got to the 4th floor, I stood at the top of the stairs and watched the door to Dodd's office. The elevator was parked at the floor, so I knew the boy was in the room. A short while later, he came out, and I crouched back in the shadows until he'd gone down in the car. And then I walked into the room, not in a crouch or moving my feet so that no sound would wake the stillness, but casually, honestly. There was a small waiting room to Mr. Dodd's office. In 2 years, he had a waiting room. In 10, I had none. I felt like laughing at the symbolism of that fact.
Who's there?
I called out my name and entered his office.
Yes, what is it, Wilson?
He was still sitting down, and the iron vase was still alongside of him, very close to him. I started to talk. I don't know what about, business, things in general, I've quite forgotten. I reached across and picked up the iron vase casually, very casually. But his eyes went wild suddenly, and he jumped. And I hit him square on the top of the head with the vase. It wasn't a very good shot. I had no leverage. But he started to slump back in the chair. I hit him again, hard, and again and again. And a red streak ran across his forehead, and he lay still. I put my hand against his heart. For a moment, there was a soft beating, and then I could feel nothing. I was very calm and very warm. I was calmer than I'd ever been before. I wiped off the vase and put it back onto the desk. I ran through the papers that Dodds had been looking at until I found the one paper I was looking for. I ripped it into little bits, and I put the pieces into my pocket. Outside the building, my first act would be to scatter the pieces. I'd cover my mistake myself. I moved slowly back to the door. I wiped the doorknob and looked once around the room before I opened the door and stepped out into the waiting room. And then...
Going home, Mr. Wilson?
I stood there, afraid to turn, afraid to think. I slammed the door shut behind me and stood in front of it.
Are you all right, Mr. Wilson?
I tried to talk, but the words got caught somewhere in my throat. It was the sweeper, Tom Higby, the night sweeper. I almost fainted. Everything had been set so nicely. I'd left the building. The elevator boy had come up and found Dodds in good health. Someone had stolen in later and killed him. That would be the elevator boy's story. If suspicion attached to anyone, it would be to the boy. I had left the building. But now, this.
Are you all right, Mr. Wilson?
I'm fine, Tom. A bit of a cold, that's all. Weakens one. How are the wife and kids?
Fine.
The shock was wearing off.
Mr. Dodds is in his room now, Tom, working very late tonight. You'd better, let his office go for this once.
Well, if you say so, Mr. Wilson. I could give it a quick brush, though, sir. I wouldn't disturb him none.
I stood firm in front of the door. For a moment, I wondered if he'd seen anything when I'd come out of the room. It was possible. He could have looked over my shoulder. No. No, he hadn't seen anything. He began to sweep the sitting room, and I stood and watched him. I couldn't let him get out of here. I'd go to the chair if he told me about being there. And I couldn't kill him, too. Oh, what a quick step it had been back to normal. I was nervous again, and I felt a sickness at the bottom of my stomach. I tried to talk, and I sounded stupid. Tom looked at me. I wouldn't have to touch him. It would be his word against mine, and I had left the building. I opened the door quickly and went back into Dodd's office. I tried to keep my eyes away from that thing at the desk. I remember that he'd kept a bottle in one of the drawers, and I took it and brought it out to the sitting room with me.
Oh, Tom, Mr. Dodds has a birthday tomorrow, and he wonders if you'll drink his health with me.
Well, I don't think you better take any tonight.
Mr. Dodds has a birthday. Sometime tomorrow he'll be a day old in the next world. Tom was famous for his liquor habits, but he hesitated.
Well, now...
I poured the drinks.
I don't think I better have...
Up with it, Tom, and down with it. And here's to Mr. Dodds.
Well, all right. Here's kindness.
He drank one. He drank another. He drank a third, and still I poured them into him. He got talkative and grew very gay, but he didn't pass out. I looked at my watch. It was almost 12:30. 1 whole hour I'd wasted with him. I could stand no more. He was drunk. Any test would show that. His story tomorrow would be listed as a drunkard's babble. I had left the building an hour ago. I couldn't afford to waste any more time. I walked behind him, and he was laughing. And I hit him as hard as I could on the back of the neck. He pitched forward off the chair onto the floor. I dragged him into Dodd's office, and I lifted him into the chair facing Dodds. I brought the bottle in from the sitting room and put it on the desk in front of Dodds. I took the iron vase and curled Tom's hands around it for the fingerprints, and I dropped it at his feet. A bottle, a fight, a killing. I was sweating. I went out into the sitting room again and almost fell to my knees. I was frightened. I had to get out of here. I got to the lobby and looked out of the shadows at the elevator. The boy was sitting on a chair outside the car, and he seemed asleep. I came out of the darkness and went quickly towards the street and began to walk rapidly. I wanted to get somewhere out of the world. Would I ever sleep again? We murderers are not supposed to, and I wanted to rest. I had a sudden idea. I went into a cafeteria and used the telephone. I called the building and got the elevator boy on the phone.
Hello there. Hello, Jim. Oh, this is Mr. Wilson, Jim. Has Mr. Dodds left yet?
The voice that answered me was sleepy, and the words were hard to make out. But I knew all the answers.
Well, listen closely, Jim. Will you tell him that the address of the place we were talking about is 144 Gray Street? Yes, yes, that's right. Oh, he'll know what I mean. Will you go up and tell him now, Jim? All right. Thanks a lot, Jim.
I was sure the sweeper would be discovered in the room with Dodds. The address was a Turkish bath. It was logical. A man working all night might want to go to a Turkish bath afterwards. Jim would walk in now, and heaven only knew what came next. The sweeper would be caught like a rat in a trap, drunk, and with a murdered man sitting across from him. I walked home through streets that crushed me in their shadows, between walls that whispered at me as I passed. I sat up in my room for hours listening to the sounds Manhattan makes in the night. And finally I fell asleep. And I sat and I slept and I dreamed until sunrise. I woke with a start. I was shaking like some miserable wet cur. I took a drink and tried breathing deeply. Somewhere I'd read that deep breathing killed that scared feeling. What in blazes was I frightened about? I was safe. I was completely safe. But when I left the house, I was still shaking. I walked all around the block that the building was on before I went inside. It looked like any other morning. On the floor where my office was, I saw a policeman. And then another. And then my world was surrounded by a ring of police and plainclothes men. I must watch my nerves. I must move carefully, very carefully. None of them paid any more attention to me than they did to any of the others. They assembled all of us in the president's office, and then one of them, a sharp, alert young man, began to talk.
Last night, an attempt was made on the life of one of your associates, Mr. Charles Dodds.
A murmur ran around the room. I was talking with the rest, being surprised with the rest. But what did he mean, an attempt? Dodds had been dead. Or had he?
Fortunately, however, the attack was not successful. And Mr. Dodds has supplied us with some rather unbelievable information. Information which
I tried to hold myself. I felt faint suddenly, and then something happened inside me, and I did not break. It was a trick. It was a trick, I was sure of it. The detective stared at us, running his eyes across our faces, across my face, searching, staring, and then he He shrugged his shoulders.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Dodds was killed. And another man you might know also died last night. Mr. Thomas Higbee, the night sweeper.
Higbee? Dead, too? Again, that rustle of voices, that droning conversation that I was part of. Some of them had known Higbee, liked him. I hadn't meant to kill him. Could there be some mistake? I wanted to ask one of these men, was there some mistake? I hadn't meant to kill him.
Mr. Dodds was clubbed to death. The night sweeper died of a heart attack. Nothing more is known as yet about what happened here last night. You must all consider yourselves at the disposal of the police. Till you're told otherwise. Now, if you...
Blast them. Why didn't they say something? They were lying to these people. Nothing more was known. That's nonsense. Why, it was all there for them to see. It told its own story. Higbee had killed Dodds. Poor, harmless little Higbee had killed that big, famous executive. And now...
Mr. Wilson, will you come this way, please? Just a little routine questioning, that's all. Everybody here will have to undergo it.
I must watch myself. I must go very slowly.
Sit here, won't you, Mr. Wilson? Now, do you remember what time you left the office last night?
Yes, it was 11:30. I remember mentioning it to the elevator boy.
Uh-huh. And what time did you get home?
Oh, somewhere about 12:30, I guess. Yes, just about that time.
Is there anybody who would swear to that?
Well, the elevator boy...
Oh, I don't mean that. Is there anyone who saw you go into your house at 12:30?
I hardly think so. At that time, the streets aren't too well populated, you know, officer, and I live in a house where people mind their own business. I really don't know anybody in the house, and I doubt if anybody saw me go into it. But you can check with the elevator boy, though, as to my going home at 11:30, because...
Yes, we have already. You weren't on the best of terms with Dodds, were you, Wilson?
Oh, I was fond of him. But I don't know what right you have to say a thing like that.
Well, he kind of did you out of a job around here, didn't he?
Oh, he was a smart man. Mr. Dodds was an exceptionally smart man. It was not at all a disgrace to lose a position to him. When I left him last night, he was in excellent health. And if I killed a man every time I had a job taken away from me, I'd have quite a long line of victims behind me. Of course, I'm just joking, you know.
You made a phone call to him last night, didn't you?
Yes, to the elevator boy. I remember suggesting that he go to a Turkish bath after he'd finished work to sort of tone up. They're very good, you know. And I mentioned that I knew a very good one that I could recommend. And then when he asked me the name of it, I couldn't think of the address of the place. And I thought of it later, though, and I phoned the building.
Where'd you phone from?
From a little place in the neighborhood.
And about what time did you phone?
Well, it was about 12:25, I guess. I was getting a little mixed up. It couldn't have been then. I was still in the building at 12:30. They were confusing me.
You called at exactly 12:55. So you must have miscalculated the time of your arrival at home. However, that isn't important. None of us is expected to time ourselves from place to place, are we? When we find too good an alibi, we get kind of suspicious. Well, I don't think we'll have to bother you anymore, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you. He asked me to send somebody in to see him as I went out. I forget who it was. I was thinking very hard. I went into my office and sat down. So easy. Was it possible the whole thing was over? And so easily?
Hello there, Wilson. Very sad, this business. Very sad.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Larkin.
But we must go on. Mr. Dodds would want it that way.
Yes, sir, he would.
It's a responsible job he had, Wilson. But you've been with us long enough to know that.
Yes, sir.
Do you think you can handle it?
Well, sir, yes, sir, I think I can.
Good. Get your stuff together and take over Dodd's old office. You deserve this, Wilson. And I'm sure you'll reward our confidence in you.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Of course, I hardly expected...
On second thought, I think you'd better go into his office right away and sort of straighten out some of the things on his desk. I'll have one of the boys bring your things in later.
Very well, sir.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir. The fat, pompous pig. Why hadn't he said those things before last night? They were all in a spot now. They needed poor, stupid Wilson. They needed me to get them out of a hole. The further the thing went, the funnier it got. Books were wrong about virtue and good counting for anything. To get ahead, you either married the boss's daughter or killed the boss. I took a pencil and a small notebook and went out into the corridor. I stood for a moment outside Dodd's office, just like last night, and then I pushed the door open, slowly. The sitting room, and then the door to the office.
I opened it and walked inside. I heard the door close softly behind me, and I stood there, smelling the death in the air. And then, I saw it. I saw it. I tried to yell, but I couldn't get the words out. There in front of me, sitting in the chair where I'd propped him last night, was Tom Higby, his eyes open, his expression blank and staring, and at his feet was the bottle and the vase. The same bottle, the same vase. Dodds was all that was missing. I turned and I bolted into the hall.
Higby. Oh, what's the matter, Wilson? You look like you'd seen a ghost.
In the office. In the office. Higby.
Higby? Why, Higby's dead, man. What's the matter?
Mr. Larkin. Where's Mr. Larkin?
Why, here I am, Wilson. What's the matter?
In the office. In the office.
What? Why, nothing's the matter in here. I don't...
I walked in after him. There was nothing there. Nothing. No Higby. No bottle. No vase. But I saw them. I saw them. Oh, was I going crazy? Was I beginning to go mad? I felt Larkin's pat on my shoulder. He murmured something about everybody being a little touchy, a little jumpy. And then he left. And I was alone in the room. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. I stood. I stared at the desk and at the chair. No one was there. No one could have been there. I must watch myself. What?
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, not at all.
I seem to be in the wrong room. I'm Mrs. Charles Dodds.
Oh.
I'm looking for that young detective. He doesn't seem to be out here.
Well, I believe he's in the end room questioning the employees.
Well, then I don't suppose he'll be able to see me for a little while. Do you mind if I wait here for him?
Well,
Thank you so much.
Excuse me for a second. Charlie, will you tell the detective that Mrs. Dodds is waiting for him in my new office? Oh, you've already seated yourself. I was going to suggest that perhaps this seat might... She was sitting in his chair. There was blood in that chair.
This is quite all right, thank you. Charles would have liked to see the way everybody's taking his death. Everyone is so kind to me.
Mr. Dodds was a fine man. A fine man.
You're Mr. Wilson, aren't you? He used to talk about you. Thought you were a very bright person. He seemed very fond of you. I don't know how I'll be able to go on without him.
Mrs. Dodds, you mustn't. You mustn't.
I'm sorry. He wouldn't like to see me carrying on like this, would he? We were going to buy a home in Westchester this summer. Did he ever tell you that? Yes. Just outside Yonkers. We have two lovely little ones, Toby and little Mary. He loved the New York State countryside. We talked so much about it.
On she rambled. He liked this. He didn't like that. The children, Toby and little Mary. Toby and little Mary, she was driving me crazy. Stop it, I wanted to yell. Get out of here and leave me in peace. Get out of here, you witch. Get out. Get out.
Mrs. Dodds, Detective Lewis would like to see you now.
Thank you for everything, Mr. Wilson. And goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye, and get out and leave me alone. I hadn't meant to do anything like that. I hadn't wanted to do any of the things I was doing. All I wanted to do was to kill Dodds. All these other things, they weren't mine. I hadn't killed Higby. He can't haunt me. His wife can't cry at me. Heart attack. That's it. Higby died of a heart attack.
I beg your pardon, sir. Have you seen Mrs. Higby? The detective is looking for her.
How would I see her? Am I everybody's guardian? How can anybody get lost in this office?
Sorry, sir. Mrs. Higby? Mrs. Higby?
Stop it, you
Mrs.
fool.
Higby!
You howling idiot. Can't you be looked for quietly? You will drag Higby from his grave with your yelling.
2 widows.
What?
You manufacture widows, don't you, Mr. Wilson? Widows and orphans. Tell me, Mr. Wilson, is it your life's work or is it just a hobby with you? Tell me, Mr. Wilson.
Who is that? Who is that talking? Do they think they can make a fool of me? The office communication. It's off.
Oh, stop it, Mr. Wilson. You'll go balmy.
Oh.
You've committed the perfect crime. Don't go crazy and spoil it.
No.
Perfection is instinctive with you, isn't it?
Yes.
Not a plan that you make. Spontaneous perfection.
Yes.
There aren't many could do that.
Go on. Go on. Voices can't frighten me. They deserve to die. And that's why they're dead.
Thou shalt not kill, Mr. Wilson. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not kill.
Not Higby.
I didn't kill him. His heart stopped. Do you hear me? That's all. I didn't kill him. Now, you voices, stop. Do you hear me? Stop it, I command. Stop it.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wilson?
What do you mean, is there something wrong? Do you hear them, too? Well, you mustn't listen. They lie. Do you hear me? They lie. Now, get out. Get out. Get out. You must talk only to me. Do you understand me? Only to me. Not to these others. Don't say anything to them. Only to me. Only to me. Well, what do you want?
Well, I don't know.
You think they'll say something bad about me, don't you? So you can carry me off to jail. That's what you're waiting for, isn't it? Well, you're going to be disappointed. You see, they're quiet.
What's quiet?
Yeah, who's quiet? You think I'm going to tell you. They won't say anything unless I tell them to, and I'm not going to tell them to say anything, not one little word. Last night you wanted to know all about last night. Well, you asked them, but they won't tell you.
Look at the expression on that face. Look at him, Lieutenant.
They were there. They saw me hit him. But they won't say anything. They were there, but they won't tell you a thing. Not one little word, not a single thing.
He's a gibbering idiot.
Because I'm not going to let
I shouldn't have let you monkey around.
No.
We could have gotten it out of him some other way. You and your psychology. You know, you should leave that stuff in colleges.
All I did was plant Higby in the office and route Mrs. Dodson here and talked into the ventilating system.
Yeah, those voices had me creepy, too.
Incidentally, Dodds was single.
What?
That girl's my fiancée. She's an actress.
Well, well, why did you tell him Higby was dead? No, maybe you better not explain. Psychology, huh? Well, what are we going to do with the confession now? We should have pinched him the moment he walked in here. Maybe I'm lucky I never went to college.
There's no use you waiting here. They won't tell you anything. They're mine, all mine. I tell them what to say.
All right, get the wagon up
Can't say
here.
a word.
I'm not going to walk this thing through the streets.
I won't say a word.
Henry Wilson, it's the judgment of this court that you be sent to the Hillview Mental Home and be kept there in close confinement until...
On the voice went. I had stopped listening to voices, all but the ones that I couldn't help hearing. But I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I tell people that, and they look at me queerly. The stupid fools. The guards here have spread the lies that I have fits. Lies. Lies, I tell you. They say every night when the moon comes up, I have fits. Loud, roaring fits. Well, they lie. Because it's then that I hear the voices. I hear Dodds and his wife and Toby and little Mary. And I sit quietly and I listen to them. Do you think I could have a fit in front of them? Do you now? No, I'd be ashamed. I tell you, I'm not crazy. And they lie when they tell you that. They lie, all of them. They lie. They're lies. 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 Lies.
And so closes Statement of Employee Henry Wilson, starring Gene Lockhart. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is the Man in Black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next week, same time, when our two distinguished stars will be Margot and Philip Dorn. They will appear in a suspense play by John Dixon Carr entitled Cabin B 13. Producer and director of Suspense is William Spear, who with Lud Gluskin and Lucian Morowick, conductor and composer, and John Shaw, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
Suspense fans, please note that this program will shortly move to a different day of the week. Suspense will come to listeners in Eastern and Central time zones on Thursdays, beginning December 2nd, and to Mountain and Pacific time zone listeners on Mondays, beginning December the 6th. Now remember, Thursdays, beginning December the 2nd, in Eastern and Central time zones, and Mondays, beginning December 6th, in the Pacific and Mountain time zones for Suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the fear you can hear. Welcome to the sounds of suspense, to the terrifying world of your own imagination. And I hope you won't hold it against us if we scare you a little with a tale that really could happen, I suppose. But when you hear the outcome, you'll hope it never does. Consider the case of Paula Richards, age 24, who put her future in the hands of an old fortune teller and dealer in the macabre.
But one thing I must add about our arrangement.
Yes?
On the birth of the child, I will demand one favor. You must promise to grant it.
A favor? What?
I shall ask it when the child is born.
But I can't promise that when I don't know what it is.
It's a very small favor, but it is part of the bargain. And believe me, Mrs. Richards, if you do decide to bargain with me, I warn you to be ready to keep your part of it.
Our mystery drama, Mother Love, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Jurin and stars Joan Hackett. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll return shortly with Act One.
Some research experts say you can't taste the difference between beers. Well, if they're right, then Anheuser-Busch wastes a barrel of time Beechwood aging Budweiser. Only they don't think so. Brewing beer right does make a difference. And they're betting a bundle that you can taste the difference in Bud. When it comes to brewing Budweiser, the Anheuser-Busch choice is to go all the way because they still care about quality. Look at it this way. If the Bud people have a choice between what some experts say and what beer drinkers say, well, you'd better believe they'll go with you beer drinkers every time. When you say Budweiser, you said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
This is WBOR New York, your station for Mystery Theater.
Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has a beautiful buy to help you serve dinner. Fine imported porcelain china. The beautifully crafted Lovelace pattern by Crown Victoria. An elegant white-on-white platinum-banded pattern to complement any table. Now available only at ShopRite. The basic place setting pieces, dinner plate, cup and saucer, dessert plate, and bread and butter plate, are just 39 cents. 39 cents each with every $3 purchase. A different place setting piece is featured each week at this special price. You'll want to collect all the magnificent completer pieces and matching ovenware available every week at low prices, too. Visit ShopRite and start your set of lovely porcelain china today. It's a beautiful buy.
Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
Offer not available in Westchester, Ulster, Orange, Dutchess, and Columbia counties.
A doctor's waiting room is not the most pleasant place to spend a winter morning. And for Paula and George Richards, this morning is a very fateful one.
What's taking him so long?
Easy, honey. Dr. Morton has other patients, sick patients.
Why can't Dr. Morton say yes or no? Why does he have to keep us waiting?
He wanted to see us together, in person. I understand how he feels. Sometimes a doctor's word can make or wreck a life.
This waiting is making a wreck out of me. I'm going to call Mr. Jordan. I'll tell him I won't be in today. I told him I'd be late, but I'm just no good for work today. I'm sure the doctor won't mind my using his phone.
Jordan Electric.
Oh, Mr. Jordan, I didn't expect you to answer.
Oh, Millie's out sick. What's the verdict, Paula?
I don't know yet. That's why I'm calling. I'm too upset to come in today. Is it all right?
Sure, I understand. The books can wait another day. No audit till the end of the quarter anyway.
Thank you.
What's the holdup?
The doctor's busy. We're next.
Courage up, Paula. I've got my fingers crossed for you.
Thanks, Mr. Jordan. Goodbye.
Bye, Paula. He didn't mind, did he?
No, he didn't. He said if I wanted...
Mrs. Richards, Mr. Richards.
Hello, Doc.
Oh, thank heavens.
Will you step inside, please? Come right in. Take those chairs by the desk.
Thank you.
I'm sorry you had to wait.
Doctor, I'd like...
I know, Miss Richards, you're anxious about the tests.
Oh, you have no idea.
Easy, honey.
I'll come right to the point. I think that's what you want.
Yes.
Please, Doctor.
All right. I can't sweet-talk my way through to make it easier for you. The results are negative. I'm sorry, Mrs. Richards, but from my examination, Dr. Field's examination, and the lab tests, you simply cannot ever hope to bear a child.
Oh, George.
It's certain, then? Absolutely certain?
Yes, it is.
Would artificial?
No. The trouble lies with Mrs. Richards. She's physically incapable of conceiving of bearing a child.
I was trying to prepare for this, but it sort of hits you right between the eyes.
Take me home, George, please.
I hate to leave you alone today, but I have to get to the studio.
It's all right, George.
You know that I'm not going to love you any the less, Paula.
Darling, I just wanted to give you a son.
So it's not in our cards. We have each other. That's the main reason we got married, to be together. A baby would have been the extra icing on the cake.
Don't stop loving me, George, please. Please, George. Don't stop loving me.
I told you I won't, honey, and I meant it. You'll be okay today?
I'll be okay. I won't be singing around the apartment, but I won't be jumping out the window either.
I hate like the devil to leave you, honey, but I'm due on the air with the noon news.
I'll be all right. See you at 7.
Paula, what's the news? I've been dying for your call all morning.
Edna, would you have lunch with me today? I know our date isn't until Friday, and I know that it's snowing awful hard, but if you could just...
Of course I'll have lunch, but get me down off the ceiling. What did the doctor say?
I'll meet you at the towers, 1 o'clock?
Oh, of course. Paula, what happened? Bad news?
Yes, bad news.
Oh, I can imagine how tough it is for you, Paula.
No, you can't. I'm going to lose George.
Did he say that?
No, just the opposite, but... Oh, Edna, I know. I have a feeling.
Oh, now, Paula, honey, don't start planning your own downfall.
I'm afraid it's all planned. It's all in the cards.
In the cards?
Yes, you know, it's just an expression.
Well, honey, I don't know whether I should suggest this.
What?
Well, you're just mentioning cards. It seems sort of frivolous at a time like this, but... Well, there's a woman down in the East Village. She tells fortunes, with cards and tea leaves.
And what could you do for me? Tell me what I already know.
Well, this woman specializes in herbs. She calls herself Mother Love.
Mother Love?
Well, now, mind you, I'm just suggesting, but maybe, just maybe, this woman could help you.
How?
Sometimes these old crones can read things in the future. Maybe a baby is in the cards for you.
After the doctor said that there wasn't...
It's just an idea.
Well, how do you know this Mother Love?
Oh, quite by accident. About 6 months ago. Henry and, well, maybe it was Ed. Anyway, it was the current one at the time. We were bar hopping in the village when we came on this fantastic storefront. The window was painted green and purple with red curtains, and it said Mother Love in orange letters. Fortunes told, secret herb remedies. Seemed like a lark, so we went in. And all I remember from then on was mumbling and incense. And being told, 1, I'd never marry. 2, that I was too fickle and flighty. And 3, that my mother had had a wart on her right thigh. It's darned if the old crone wasn't right about that, too.
Edna, the idea that a fortune teller spell can help me have a baby is just nonsense.
Well, looking at it in the cold light of day, you're right. It's just a thought. Oh, something to say, I guess. Oh, honestly, Paul, I feel so uncomfortable. I mean, what do you say to someone in your predicament? Hello?
Edna?
Oh, hi, Paula.
Edna, look, last month you mentioned a woman in the village. She works with herbs.
Mother Love? Oh, Paula, you don't mean you've been thinking seriously about that?
Not until now, not really, but I'd like to know how to find her.
Well, I seem to remember it was on 8th Street. No, it was 9th. Yeah, 9th, near 1st. Well, that's about all I'm sure of.
9th, near 1st.
Now, Paula, I wasn't really being serious last month.
Well, it can't do any harm. Right now, I'm ready to grab at any straws.
Oh, when are you going?
Saturday.
Have you told George?
No, he'd be furious.
Do you want me to come with you?
Would you? I'd feel a lot better.
Now, Paula, let's not go too far.
What does that mean?
Well, we all laugh at fortune-telling and spells and brews, but sometimes when we want to believe, well, things happen.
I'm going to this mother love because I want something to happen. Maybe she can't do anything to help me have a baby, but I'm going to try. Look, it was all your idea, Edna.
I think it's at the end of this block.
What a neighborhood. Makes my skin crawl.
That's it.
I see what you mean about those red curtains and orange letters.
Looks like a Coney Island transplant that failed.
Mother, love fortunes, told secret herb remedies. Well, mother love, here I come. Good heavens. I never expected anything like this.
It's not what I remember. Oh, but then I'd been bar hopping. This rug. It must be worth a fortune.
Edna, look at the paintings.
There's too much incense, though.
Mother has company. Good morning, ladies. Come in. How can Mother serve you? Your fortunes, perhaps? Maybe an ailment? Well?
I'd like to talk to you.
It will cost you. Mother's time is expensive.
Well, I'll pay.
Are both of you?
Oh, no, I'm just along for the ride.
Come then. We'll go into my studio.
Edna,
I'll be here.
This way, my dear. Through the curtains. It's a little dark, but I like it that way.
Mother, is that you? Mother?
Of course, Claude.
Mother, is that you?
Don't be alarmed. He's harmless. He's my son.
What's the matter with him?
He's blind and feeble-minded.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Come, sit down at the table. What will it be? Cards, tea leaves, crystal ball?
No, I'm more interested in herbs, I think.
What is it you want?
I want to have a baby. I was told that you might be able to help.
Who told you I can do things like that?
A friend?
That one out there?
No, someone else.
Mother, is that you?
Yes, Claude. Everything's all right. I tell fortunes. I give herbs for minor complaints. I do not deal in that sort of thing.
Is there a herb that might help me?
Of course not. Not without...
a spell.
Forget it. I've said too much already.
Mother love, I want desperately to have a child. The doctor says that I can't. The problem is my fault. I'll try anything, even if a spell is necessary.
It would be expensive.
I don't care.
There may be a way to help you have a normal baby with your own husband.
Please, that's all I want.
It will cost you $1,000.
I have to have...
Plus another $5,000 when you have conceived.
5,000?
I said it would be expensive, and I guarantee nothing. With these things, we can only try.
Will you tell me one thing?
Perhaps. Perhaps not.
Have you ever done this, or this sort of thing before?
I cannot answer that.
Quite a gamble for Paula. $6,000 and no guarantee. A long shot if there ever was one. Will she take the gamble? Is she desperate enough? We'll soon see. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
And now another tale of the ball and chain. At Kellogg's Special K.
Presents Overweight on an overnight train.
Is the seat taken?
Please, sit down. You have exceptional legs. But why is one of them attached to a ball and chain?
This ball and chain? It's a symbol.
Funny, I would have sworn it was a ball and chain.
I mean symbolic. Because carrying around a few extra pounds can be just like lugging around this ball and chain.
I see. May I suggest something? Try a bowl of Special K skim milk, orange juice, and coffee. It's the Special K breakfast.
Will it make me lose weight?
No. You must also exercise and eat smart at every meal.
I see.
Do you know the Special K breakfast is less than 240 calories, 99% fat-free, and delicious?
No, but if you hum a few bars...
And that's another tale of the ball and chain.
Your happy ending could begin with the Kellogg's Special K breakfast.
That's Kellogg's Special K. Good night.
This is WOR New York, your Mystery Theater station.
No matter what you're saving for, that's what Suburban Savings for Suburban.
Suburban Savings offers you a regular savings account with flexibility. You can add any amount to your account whenever you wish. Withdraw whenever you want. Suburban Savings pays a 5.25% annual interest rate on regular savings paid quarterly, which earns an annual effective yield of 5.47%. Interest is compounded continuously from day of deposit to day of withdrawal, as long as $50 is maintained in the account to the end of the quarter. Come into Suburban Savings and open an account with flexibility. Our regular savings account in New Jersey at Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, and Sparta.
Welcome again to the studio of Mother Love in a dingy part of New York City. A strange and eerie place where strange things are said to happen. Let's see if they do, as Paula Richards considers a bargain for a baby.
I'll have to think this over. I admit that I am desperate, but I'll just have to think about it.
It's for you to decide, of course.
Mother, who's there? Who is that?
Hush, Claude. I'll be with you in a moment. I'm sorry, he's very ill.
Thank you. Anyway, I'll be in touch with you if I decide that...
You'll be in touch. Yes. Claude, what's the matter now? Mother's here. Mother is always here.
Well, I thought you'd never come out.
What happened? Let's get out of here.
She really said that?
Well, she said she doesn't guarantee anything.
Paula, now listen to me. Forget it. She's a fraud and you know it. Well, you can't throw away $6,000 on a phony fortune teller.
But if she could possibly...
Oh, you'll have to tell George about this.
Heavens, no. He'd think I was completely crazy.
You know, I'm sorry I ever brought this up.
Don't be, Edna. Look, I won't lose my head.
Well, now, where would you get the money anyway without telling George?
Well, I have $1,000 in a personal account. It's all that's left of my father's inheritance. I'll worry about the rest later.
Mother has company. Why, it's you.
I have the 1,000. I want to try.
Come in. This way. I thought you'd be back. Mother Love knows.
Mother, is that you?
You have the money.
Here, in cash.
Good. I need it. For Claude. He needs medicine so badly. Poor Claude cost me so much. Are you sure you want a child?
I want a baby. Get on with whatever you have to do.
Yes, of course. Excuse me, I have to get some things. I had them already. I knew you'd be back. Now, first of all, this talisman. You must wear it around your waist. This package contains herbs. A special combination to relax you. That's the secret. To relax. Half a teaspoon in a cup of boiling water once a day. In the morning is best.
That's all?
For now. But one thing I must add about our arrangement.
Yes?
On the birth of the child, I will ask you one favor. You must promise to grant it.
A favor? But what?
I shall ask it when the child is born.
But I can't promise that when I don't know what it is.
It's a very small favor. Don't worry. But it's part of the bargain.
Very well, it's a long way off.
Yes, it is. Take the talisman and the herbs. And don't be alarmed if certain unusual things happen in the next few weeks.
Unusual things? What kind of things?
You'll understand. You'll recognize them. They will mean things are working. Have you told your husband about this?
No.
Good. Tell no one. No one. Now, the last thing I must have is your name.
Paula Richards.
Your husband?
George Richards.
Go now. And beware.
I'll be in touch with you.
Yes. 5,000. Remember when you conceive.
Mother! Who's there? Who's...
Lord, Mother's here now. Only Mother. See, Claude? $1,000 from the nice lady. The lady who's going to help us. You're going to get better, Claude. You won't be sick anymore. The lady's going to help us. Isn't that nice, Claude?
Penny, for your thoughts.
Oh, I wasn't thinking of anything, really.
You've been like that a lot lately. Distant.
I'm surprised you noticed.
Look, honey, I know I haven't been a lily to live with either. I mean, we've let our problem be too important. We're both disappointed, but we can't change the situation. I mean, we have to adjust to it. Sorry if I've been a pill, if I've done anything to make you so...
Edgy.
That's your word. Is that how you feel?
I guess. George, let's go to the show tonight. We haven't been out in weeks.
I'd like that, Paula. I'd really like that.
I've had a lot on my mind, and you're right. I've been thinking about myself too much.
I'll see what I can get tickets for.
Look at the time. I've got to shower and run.
Hey, will you look at that?
What is it?
It's a bird. At the window. I think it's a crow.
No, crows are bigger.
A blackbird?
No, I don't know.
I thought they all went south for the winter.
It looks awfully cold.
Well, don't invite it in. They know how to take care of themselves. I'll see you tonight, honey.
Bye, George.
I'll call you at the office about the tickets for tonight.
Okay. Shoo. Go away. Shoo. Oh, well, a few crumbs. Then I've got to get to work. You look so cold. Now, here's some bread. Get out of here! Get out! What am I going to do? Get off the floor, lad! Get out! Get out, oh, Lord! What am I going to do? Get out! Shoot! Go away! Hello? Mrs. Jensen? Is Mr. Jensen there? This is Mrs. Richards in 3A. No, it's not about the heat. It's about a bird in my apartment. I can't get it out. Well, I thought that Mr. Jensen might... No, I've got to get to work. All right. I'll leave... he can get in with the passkey. Maybe the bird will just fly out, and I'll leave the window open a little. Yes, all right. Thank you. Bye. Stop following me. Get out! What am I going to get rid of you? You wanted to see me, Mr. Jordan?
Yes. Sit down, Paula. How are you feeling?
Why?
Well, I know you've had a personal disappointment. You've been under strain.
You don't have to say it, Mr. Jordan. I know that my work has just been rotten lately, and I'm just all on edge. And today there's a bird in my apartment.
A bird?
Tapped on the window this morning, and stupid me opened the window and gave it some crumbs.
What kind of bird?
I don't know. It's black and shiny. Not too big. I asked the superintendent to get it out. It's so unnerving.
Well, I can imagine.
I'm sorry about the work, Mr. Jordan. I know I've been letting you down.
No, well, I'm sure it's just a passing thing. Your work has always been tops, Paula. But the books are important. And with the auditors coming in next month, well, everything just has to be in order.
I know, Mr. Jordan, and I promise I'll straighten up.
Yes? Yes, she's here. It's a call for you.
Oh, it must be George about tonight. Hello?
Mrs. Richards? You know who this is?
Yes, I know.
Tell me, Mrs. Richards, has a visitor arrived yet?
The visitor?
You'll know. You'll know when the visitor arrives.
You don't mean the bird.
Good. He has arrived. It's working. Yes, it's working, Mrs. Richards. Don't neglect the tea now, whatever you do. And take care of the visitor. It is most important. I'll be in touch with you again very soon.
Oh, Paula, is it trouble? You're white as a ghost.
No trouble at all. That is, I don't know.
Well, you mentioned the bird. Is that it?
Yes. The superintendent got it out.
Oh, good. Then there's nothing to worry about. Hey, honey, I'm home. Paula?
Don't touch it, George.
What?
Just let it alone.
Oh, good grief. How did it get in?
Look, I let it in by accident. It won't leave.
I'll get it to leave.
No, George, don't go near it, please.
Paula, we are not going to live with that in the house.
It has a broken leg. I was thinking of getting a cage for it.
You can't cage a wild bird, and I'm not going to sit around with one beady eye staring at me like that.
George, don't touch it, please. Just go along with me.
Oh, Paula, a pet is one thing, but this...
I have to take care of it.
Why a wild bird? I can't stand the way it stares at me.
It stares at me, too. Well, just get used to it.
Now, well, this gives me the willies.
I'll get dinner. You have to be back at the studio at 9, don't you?
Yeah, I'm sorry about our theater date, but with Pete's wife in the delivery room, I've got to cover the evening news.
Of course, Pete shouldn't be anywhere else when the baby is born. Do you want French fries or boiled potatoes?
Whatever's fastest. So you found a home, did you? Well, I'm not in favor of it, but it looks like you're part of the family.
Paula, come in. Come in. I haven't seen you, why, since your father's funeral, almost 3 years.
It was nice of you to see me, Mr. Martin.
And why wouldn't I? I'm only sorry I wasn't more attentive to you after your father passed away. Fred and I were good friends. I've missed him.
Thank you. So have I. I'm here to ask a favor.
Of course, Paula.
Mr. Martin, would you lend me $5,000, no questions asked?
5,000? Are you in some kind of trouble, Paula?
No questions?
Oh, yes, of course. You wouldn't ask me if you didn't need it badly. I will, Paula. I don't have that much on hand. Suppose I send you a check.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't need it immediately. Any time in the next few weeks will just be fine.
You'll have it in a few days.
I promise you I will pay you back.
Oh, I'm not worried about that.
Hello?
Mrs. Richards?
Oh, yes, it's you.
Things are ready. You'll be needing the 5,000 very soon.
I'd arranged that.
Good, good. How is the visitor? Still there? It must be there.
It is.
Good, good. $5,000, Claude.
What?
The lady will give us $5,000.
Mother?
You'll be going to get better, Claude. You'll be able to see again. Your legs won't hurt.
Mother?
Mother has to leave you for a while. But don't worry, Claude. We'll be together soon with $5,000. Everything will be all right. I promise you.
Everything will be all right for Mother Love and Claude, and presumably Paula. But when we tamper with the unknown, the results can be very unexpected. I'll return shortly with Act 3.
I'm Hy Brown, producer of Radio Mystery Theater. In recent weeks, I've invited listeners to enter a weekly prize drawing and to send along comments about our program if you wished. Well, you leave me just about speechless except to say thank you for the fantastic response. Thousands upon thousands of letters, and they're still pouring in. But although we couldn't feel more gratified, there is a problem. In addition to your kind words, many of you ask questions, and the volume of mail is so great that we can't get around to sifting through it for many weeks. But now that the drawing is over, if you have a specific question, please try us again, and we'll aim for a quick reply. Address, Mystery Theater, Box 5152, Radio City Station, New York, 10019. Mystery Theater, Box 5152, Radio City Station, New York, 10019.
This is WOR New York, 710 on your dial, your Mystery Theater station.
John Wingate with a reminder. Tonight at 10 o'clock, the Wingate News Digest. And question, you planning to drive this weekend? Great. New England? Forget it. The Poconos? Watch out. Upstate? Westchester? Rockland? You're in trouble there, too. A spokesman for the Auto Club of New York will tell you it's going to be a dry weekend coming up. And he'll also let you know how he feels about the gas shortage. It's short, he says, but why, he doesn't know. Then a special. Our White House correspondent, Clifford Evans, analyzing Richard Nixon's speech at 9 o'clock tonight. Mr. Evans on with me at 10 o'clock. Later, deafness. What are the early warning signs that you, at whatever age, may be going deaf? We'll find out from a top expert on hearing. He himself has a problem and knows. Tonight, 10 o'clock, John Wingate, WOR.
Let's return now to the plight of Paula and George Richards. You'll remember that Mother Love told Claude everything would be all right. But things are not quite so right for George. In fact, things for George are getting downright impossible.
Paula, I am not going to bed another night with the bird on the dresser.
It's been there every night for 2 weeks. All it does is sleep. You've got to admit he hasn't been any trouble.
I still don't like the look in its eye. The way it hobbles with that broken leg. It's grotesque.
Turn out the light, George. You won't see it then.
Oh, boy. I never thought I'd be sharing my bedroom with a bird.
Good night, Tommy.
the matter with that thing?
I don't know. It never acted that way before.
If it keeps that up, I'm going to shoot it.
Good night, George.
Good night, Paula. Paula! Paula, what is it? Paula!
It's pain in my
Oh, wait a minute. Let me get the light. There. I'll call Dr. Morton.
Wait. Oh, what's the matter with you? What's the matter with the bird?
Devil, take the bird. I'm concerned about you.
It's going. Stop it. What time is it?
It's 4:30. I'm calling Dr. Morton.
No. Not yet.
It might be appendicitis.
No. It's not that.
I'm going to kill that bird if it doesn't shut up.
Look, I'll be all right. I'll be all right. I'll see. God, I'll see Dr. Morton in the morning. George?
Yes, honey.
What time is it?
7 o'clock.
I fell asleep.
After the pain seemed to stop.
Oh, the pain. I'm so much better now.
Well, we're going to see Dr. Morton just as soon as you feel well enough to get up.
No, I'll be all right. I'll just stay home. I don't want to see Dr. Morton today.
Paula, you can't let it go. It might be something serious.
I promise I'll see him when it is necessary. I want to stay in bed today.
I'm going to call him and tell him about it after I make us some coffee.
All right. I'm going to wash.
I'll call Mr. Jordan also and tell him that you won't be in today.
He isn't going to like that.
Paula.
What?
Come in here.
What's the matter? You sound so...
I didn't do it, Paula. I know I threatened to, but I swear I didn't. I never gave the bird another thought after that pain itch. I never touched it.
Oh, George, it's all crumpled up.
It's dead, Paula. The bird is dead.
How long ago was this attack?
A little over a month ago, Dr. Morton.
Why didn't you see me right away?
Well, I wanted to be sure.
Well, Paula, there are some preliminary signs similar to pregnancy.
That's what I thought. I knew it would be.
Don't get your hopes up yet, Paula. I told you about the impossibility of your...
I know, but I think that...
And I said these symptoms are similar to pregnancy. They could be caused by something else. I'd like to run a few more tests.
All right, anything that you say, but this time... they're going to be positive. I know, Dr. Morton. I just know. A woman knows when life has started within her. Hello?
Mrs. Richards, I thought I'd be seeing you by now.
Oh, yes, well, the doctor hasn't confirmed it yet, but
But we know, don't we?
Yes.
The second part of our bargain is due, Mrs. Richards. $5,000. And after what we've already been through, I think you know I mean what I say.
Yes, I do.
Good. I'll be expecting you, Mrs. Richards.
I promise I'll keep my end of the bargain. I told you I arranged for the money. It just hasn't come in yet. I'll check on it today.
Good. I'll be seeing you soon, then.
Yes, I promise.
I hope so, Mrs. Richards. You know what I can do.
Hello, may I speak to Mr. Morton, please? No, Mr. Morton Sr. Yeah. What? Oh, God, when? Well, he can't be dead. He just can't be dead. Well, listen, do you know if he sent... Oh, no, you wouldn't know that. What am I going to do? Dear God. No, I don't want to speak to anyone else.
I expected you sooner.
I'm sorry. I had to turn to another source for the money.
It doesn't matter. You're here with it now?
It's all there.
Good. We're almost even then, eh?
I hope so.
You don't sound grateful, Mrs. Richards. You wanted a child, and you are pregnant. You should be grateful. I have lost my son.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Claude is dead. But he was so ill, perhaps it's better. Part of this will pay for the funeral. The rest is for the future.
I really must go now.
Of course. Go. And good fortune. You won't need the amulet anymore. Save it as a souvenir. And I'll be seeing you when the baby is born.
Paula, George, sit down.
Well, I'm sure glad Paula's finally decided to have you check on those stomach pains, Dr. Morton.
When I examined her last week...
Last week?
I didn't tell you, George. I wanted to be sure first.
Sure, what?
I'm going to have a baby.
What?
That's right, George. I wanted to see you both about the results of the tests. It's almost impossible for me to believe, but it's conclusive. Paula is pregnant.
I wanted it so much for you, George.
What? You said that Paula could never conceive or bear a child.
I did, but Paula proved us wrong. Believe me, many things happen to prove us wrong now and then.
You're happy, George?
Happy? Oh, Paula, now I know why you've been so irritable and distant. You know, I feel like I'm getting my wife back along with a baby.
Well, I want to see you every 2 weeks. We usually make it a monthly visit, but you're an unusual case.
A very wonderful case.
I wish you both much happiness.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Jordan?
Yes, Paula. How are you feeling?
I think fall is the word.
When is the big day?
The end of August. It's only 3 months. I'm going to spend an uncomfortable summer.
It looks that way. I don't know any way of saying this, Paula, other than just coming right out with it. You know we were audited last month at the end of the quarter.
Yes.
The auditors found a shortage of $5,000. I'll have to have an explanation.
Yes, I suppose you will.
Now, I know there must be a reason, Paula. You worked for me for 5 years. Never a mistake.
I'm going to tell you the truth. I just hope that you can believe it.
Why shouldn't I?
I simply couldn't get the money anywhere. I haven't told George, but we'll pay it back. Look, I promise you.
I hope so. But I'll go along with that.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
Right now, the baby's the important thing.
George, it's time. I know it.
I'll get Dr. Morton.
I'll get the suitcase.
Congratulations, Dad.
Everything's all right. Paula?
Paula's fine.
Boy or girl?
Only the mother can tell you that. Go on in.
Paula, honey.
George, isn't he beautiful? I've already named him George Jr. I hope you don't mind.
Mind? Oh, no. Honey. More champagne, Edna?
Silly question. A toast to the godmother.
Here.
Oh, you two. You know you're going to make a grown woman cry.
To Edna and to little George.
Oh, I'm so happy for both of you. And you don't know how relieved I am.
Relieved?
Oh, well, what I mean is
I think that Edna means that she's relieved she doesn't have to listen to my troubles at lunch anymore. From now on, everything's roses.
I'll get it. Hello? Yes. It's for you, honey.
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Richards. Congratulations on your new son.
Well, how did you... Thank you.
It's time now for the favor. The last part of our bargain.
Yes, I suppose it is.
Good. I'll see you here in my studio tomorrow with the baby.
Just to see him?
That's all. Just to see him.
All right.
Good.
Come in.
I don't want to seem rude, but I'd like to get this over with just as quickly as possible.
Come. Let me hold him. Ah, there we are. What a fine, healthy boy. Aren't you, Claude? Such a fine, strong legs now. They don't hurt anymore, do they, Claude?
Give me back the baby.
Mother told you everything would be all right, Claude. Yes, Claude.
Oh, my God, what did you say?
Mother told you that you'd be away for a little while. But now we're together again. And you won't be sick anymore, Claude. You have a fine new body now. And we'll take better care of it than we did with the last one. Mother will see to that, Claude. Mother will see to it.
So, little George, or little Claude, whichever you prefer, seems to have more than his share of mothers. Perhaps Paula and Mother Love will share the raising of the child. But whatever they do, I hope that you, if you're ever tempted to deal in spells, will remember some age-old advice and follow it. Caveat emptor. Let the buyer beware. I'll be back shortly.
And now, with another story of mystery and intrigue, here is Commander Neville Putney to keep you in anxiety. What's this story about, Commander?
Well, it concerns a middle-aged business executive named Fremont Witherton, who, after spending his entire career with the same firm, returned home one evening with his dreams suddenly shattered.
Is that you, Fremont?
It's me, Erica.
Fremont, you look so peaked.
Erica, I've been fired. That new plant manager, he's been trying to cut me out, and today he succeeded.
Well, you don't need to give me that hangdog look. Just go out and get another job.
I'm through, Erica. I'm 58 years old. Nobody will hire me for half the salary I've been making. My only hope is to kill the plant manager.
Fremont, I hate rough stuff, but if you've decided, your Roscoe's upstairs in the trunk. You load it, and I'll warm up the getaway car.
Hey, young man, I'll allow that for a story.
Well, that was a dilly, Commander, but you just can't leave us this way. How did it all come out?
Time's up for now, but tune in, Bob and Ray, on WOR 3:15 to 7, and maybe you'll find out.
This is WOR New York, your Mystery Theater station.
Good evening, everyone. This is Patricia McCann. Welcome back to the New York Times, Craig Claiborne, and to the McCann program tomorrow morning at 11:15 a.m. right here on WOR.
Ah, sweet mystery, magic, mysticism. These are the ingredients we mix well, chill, and serve nightly on Radio Mystery Theater. Come and enjoy our hospitality again when malice heads the menu and menace is our mead. Our cast included Joan Hackett, Vinette Carroll, Mason Adams, Leon Janney, Evie Juster, and Roger DeCoven. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Am I dead? Not quite. You're in a hospital with a bullet in your brain. As the saying goes, as good as dead.
And Sherry and Herb got away with it. Oh, it isn't fair. If I only had it to do all over again.
Suppose you had. Could you do better?
Of course. Of course, if I knew what I know now.
Naturally. That would have to be a precondition if you're asking for yesterday to live over again.
Oh, please. Please, give me the chance.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The WOR Mystery Theater was brought to you by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less, and Suburban Savings, with offices throughout New Jersey. The preceding Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS Radio Network. Next, a scene from tomorrow night's Edge of the Seat entertainment of the WOR Radio Mystery Theater.
Brain injury, boys. Handle with care. That's it. Nice and easy. Keep him flat on the cart. How is he, Doc? Still breathing, Sergeant. Touch and go. You want to stay with it as we take him in?
You don't seem to know what it is.
What's he saying? Search me.
Could hold up a minute so I can hear what he's
Not
saying.
a second, Sergeant. Anything this guy has to tell you will be after he's operated on, not before. If then.
Sounds like he's talking with someone. Asking for something. Yesterday. There's something about yesterday.
What this baby ought to be worrying about is tomorrow.
Listen for The Man Who Asked For Yesterday, another chilling tale on the WOR Radio Mystery Theater tomorrow night, right after the Fulton Lewis commentary at 7.
This is Sherry Henry, proud as a winning politician to announce my special guest tomorrow is Mrs. Malcolm Wilson, the wife of our new governor of New York. Now, you know, the truth is, even though the Wilsons have been at the pinnacle of state government for 16 years, we really know very little about them as people. And what fun, I promise you, it's going to be to meet this charming First Lady. That's Mrs. Malcolm Wilson on the Sherry Henry program. It's tomorrow afternoon, 2:15 on WOR Radio.
You're now set for news with John Scott, WOR New York.
Subscribe for more videos.
Sacred Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. We take you to Secret Agent K7's headquarters.
This is K7 speaking. Send in Special Agent M for assignment.
At once, K7.
Special Agent M, reporting for duty.
Agent M, last night, a girl described only as a beautiful blonde crossed this country's border and entered Switzerland. She carried a dispatch case full of valuable information. Intelligence officers who had been following her reached the border within a few minutes after she had passed. They discovered only that her destination was the city of Basel, just over the border. Her name is Ona Lahos. The document she carried must be recovered. An arrest on the soil of another country will probably be impossible. Keep me informed.
The next day, a man whom the border guards would have recognized as Ona Laho's chauffeur knocked on the door of her hotel suite.
Who is it?
Cheval, mademoiselle.
Come in. Is anything wrong?
I am not sure. I overheard some information in the cafe that I thought might interest you. Special Agent M is here in Basel.
Special Agent M? I have never heard of him. Why should his being here interest me?
He works with K7.
Oh, I see.
And what is more, he arrived but a few minutes ago. He came here from the city we left last night.
So, that is interesting. He is here at this hotel?
Yes, mademoiselle. I inquired at the desk. He's in room 401. Do you know what that means? He has come for us.
Perhaps. We shall soon find out. Hand me the telephone, please.
What are you going to do?
Hello? Would you please ring room 401? Yes, thank you.
What are you doing?
I am calling the special agent. I am going to invite him to come here and talk with me. Come in, Special Agent M. I hoped you would accept my invitation.
I don't understand, mademoiselle. I don't believe we've ever met.
No, that is true. Yet you agreed to come to my suite to talk with me. That at least proves you are interested, is it not so?
You invited me.
Sit down. Now should we talk of the weather and the political situation first, and then gradually come to the topic in which we are both interested? Or should I come out bluntly and ask, why have you followed me here?
Miss Lahos, I admire you for your directness.
Thank you. I have been admired before. And why should I not be direct? You cannot arrest me on Swiss soil.
That's true.
You did follow me here.
Yes. I want the documents you carried across the border last night.
You may have them. On my conditions.
What are those conditions?
That you pay me 500,000 francs before 5 o'clock this afternoon.
Why, mademoiselle.
That is my price. Accept it or not, Agent M. I suggest that you telegraph those who employ you. Unless the money is paid to me before 5 o'clock, it will be too late.
They'll never pay.
Perhaps they will. It has been pleasant meeting you, Agent M. I hope we shall remain friends. Goodbye.
While Agent M talked with the amazing spy, his assistant, Yvonne, waited for him in the deserted cafe downstairs. A man approached and tried to engage her in conversation. As he did, Yvonne saw M return. He signaled her to talk to the man.
Oh, mademoiselle, you're alone? So also am I. Why should we not be friendly?
I suppose there is no reason.
That's better. You have a beautiful smile, mademoiselle. You have been here long?
Oh, I only arrived today.
What a coincidence. I have been here only since yesterday myself. I think we are going to get on. You have seen the view from the mountaintop?
Oh, it must be beautiful.
You must let me show you. Or Perhaps you are with someone. Your husband, perhaps.
I'm not married.
Oh, it is my lucky day. Tomorrow I will drive you to the top of the highest peak. You will let me? I will meet you here.
Well, why not this afternoon?
Oh, if it only were possible. I am here with my sister. This afternoon I have promised to take her north. Say you would go tomorrow. Promise. I have just seen my sister go through the lobby. She will be looking for me.
Then tomorrow. I'll be here.
Oh, thank you, mademoiselle. And now I must leave you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, Yvonne, you seem to have made a conquest.
M, why did you signal me to talk with him? I was just going to send him away.
Yvonne, that man is the one who was with Ona Lajos. He drove her car across the border last night. What did he say?
Oh, the usual thing. He wants to show me the beauties of Switzerland from a mountaintop tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, then they're going to be here tomorrow.
Yes, but they're going somewhere tonight. He said that he was here with his sister, that tonight he had promised to drive her north.
North? It all fits in, Yvonne.
What do you mean, Em? What did you find out upstairs?
Ona Lajos is a very clever spy, Yvonne. She introduced herself, said that she knew that I was following her, and offered me the documents back if I paid her 500,000 francs before 5 o'clock this afternoon.
She wants to sell them back to you?
Before 5 o'clock. Don't you see how it fits in with what he told you? He's driving her north tonight. She offers to sell to me before 5 o'clock. That means just one thing. Unless I buy the documents, they will be sold to the officials of an aggressive state to the north. The border is less than 20 miles from here, and they could easily be back before tomorrow.
Then you'll have to buy them from her. You can't let the documents fall into the hands
Yvonne, I have a better plan. Now, you wait here. I'm going to get a road map.
A road map?
Yes. Ona Lajos is very clever. But I think that perhaps a very simple trick will prove her undoing.
A few minutes later, Agent M drove away from the hotel. A short time later, Yvonne, driving a rented car, followed him. Shortly after 5 o'clock, the spy, Ona Lajos, and her chauffeur also took the road that led to the northern border. As they drove, the spy talked.
I don't understand. After he visited me, the special agent disappeared. He's not at the hotel. I was sure he would get in touch with me before 5 o'clock. The documents are worth more than 500,000 francs to the country that employs him.
What does it matter? We know that others will buy them.
Yes, but they will not pay us that much money. We will be fortunate if we get 100,000. What's that blocking the road ahead?
Something is wrong. Wait. Yes. See? The arrow points left. Oh, there has been a landslide. The sign reads, landslide. Take left turn to main road.
Oh, it would delay us.
It is a no road, but not bad. We will probably be back on the international highway in a few moments.
I was sure he would meet my terms.
It is the luck of our business, mademoiselle. This road is not bad.
Well, I suppose I must forget it. After a time, it seemed that luck had played into my hands.
See, there's a car in the ditch. Someone is waving.
A girl? You would never miss a girl waving, would you, my friend?
It is the girl from the hotel.
Wait, I've seen her before.
What is wrong, mademoiselle?
Oh, I'm so glad you came along. My car's skidded. Oh, this is your sister. So you know her, and I am your sister. Perhaps you will let us send back assistance from the next town.
No, please. If it's not too much trouble, I'll drive with you. When we reach a town, you can drop me off.
Oh, it would be easier to send a garage man back.
What harm if we take her with us? Here, get in the back seat, mademoiselle.
Thank you.
We would have missed you if it had not been for the detour.
Would have been too bad if you had missed me.
What did you say? I didn't hear.
I said the road was bad. I wish we had missed it. Wait. Stop the car. What is that ahead?
It's the French border, Miss Lajos.
French border?
You turned left at the barricade we put across the road. Now drive across the border. I have a gun.
The French border?
No.
Drive across. Don't move, either of you. Now, you are again in front. Stop the car. I'll take the dispatch case you're carrying.
No, you don't. Turn the car around, Cavell. I've got her hand.
It won't work, Miss Lajos.
Ona, Agent M, he has two guns. You are trapped.
Yvonne, you step out of the car first.
I have the dispatch case, Em. Look out, they're getting away.
spy, Ona Lajos, have been recovered. Ona Lajos and the man who works with her were lured back onto French soil and arrested. Both will face military trial as spies. The case is closed.
It is estimated that during the World War, the Central Powers had more than 25,000 agents in the field, while the Allied forces employed approximately 20,000 agents. Today, it is estimated by reliable sources that the number of agents employed by all powers now exceeds the combined figures. If these figures are correct, there are now close to 50,000 active spies and agents in Europe. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers. And that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Well, what's the rush, Miss Kitty?
Come on, sit down and have a beer with us, Kitty.
I'd love to, Matt, but I just stepped out for some thread. I gotta get back to work.
Some thread? That sounds pretty domestic for you, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's an occasion. I'm making a wedding dress.
What?
Oh, no, Miss Kitty, not you. Oh, mine, no.
Well, it isn't for me, Chester. Worse luck. It's for artist Nash. It's going to be beautiful. If I say so myself.
Well, if I ever need a wedding dress made, I'll sure come to you for it.
Well, I'll be here, Matt. Let me know. See you later, boys.
So long, Kitty.
She's a fine girl, Mr. Dillon.
Kitty? Oh, yeah, she's great. She's...
Well, look who's back in town, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, Frank Craig.
Hello, Marshal.
Frank, I never expected you to come back. I don't know what to say to you.
You might say welcome home.
Yeah, I might.
At least you're honest, Marshal.
Sure. Where have you been for the last year?
Out west. Wyoming, to be exact.
And my sympathy for the peace officers of Wyoming.
Man can change, Marshal. If you grow up and get over his wildness and start to think about settling down.
Some men can.
Well, I'm one of them. I don't aim to cause any trouble, Marshal. Came back here to marry Artis and take her with me, that's all.
You heard from her since you left?
She's pretty as ever.
She'll pass.
Every man in Dodge was crazy about her. She was my girl from start to finish.
Things can change, Frank.
She's still my girl, Marshal.
Ben Martin might differ with you.
Ben Martin?
Mm-hmm.
That bullneck plowboy? He never had a chance in... What are you saying, Marshal?
You don't aim to cause any trouble, you say, and yet you just happened to roll into town 3 days before Artis is due to marry Ben. You claiming you didn't know about it, huh?
Artis wrote me a farewell letter, Marshal. It doesn't make any difference. Like I said, she's still my girl. She's not marrying Ben or anybody else. Not while I'm alive.
And like I said, Frank, Ben may differ with you.
I used to chase him home crying when we were kids.
I don't think he'll chase that easy now. Ben took over the Circle Bar B. He's got 25 boys riding for him. He's a big man around here. Swings a lot of weight.
Marshal, I said I wasn't looking for trouble, and I meant it. I came back here to get Artis, that's all. If any man tries to stop me, I'll kill him. I'll see you, Marshal.
Chester, see if you can find Ben Martin. Have him meet me over at the jail office.
I thought he was 1,000 miles away, Marshal. I didn't think he'd ever have the nerve to come back.
Well, Ben, the two of you are bound to run into each other, so I figured you'd better know about it.
What's he expect, Marshal? Artis forgot him a week after he left town. Does he expect to force himself on her?
Maybe, you know, Frank.
For my money, he's a crazy, half-wild saddle bum who should have been hung 5 years ago.
He says he's settled down, though, Ben.
He's not going to settle down here.
Look, Ben, I don't like killings. Now, hang on to that temper of yours.
Sure. I'll hang on to it, Marshal, just as long as Frank Craig stays clear of me and stays away from my girl. Otherwise, I tell you right now, Marshal,
Is that you?
Artis. We're in here, Connie. Come on in.
Someone said you were here at the jail. Evening, Mr. Dillon.
Miss Nash?
I'm sorry if I interrupted anything, but... Ben, you know who's in town?
Yeah, Frank Craig. That's what we were talking about, honey.
He says he's come back for me. Take me away with him.
What do you mean he says, Miss Nash?
He came to the house a while ago. He knew about Ben and me, that we were going to be married. But he came anyway. I sent him away.
That does it,
All right,
Marshal.
hold it, Ben. Now, there's no harm in him just talking to her.
A man's got a right to protect what's his, Marshal.
Protection's my business, Ben, and as long as I'm Marshal here, it'll keep on being my business. Now, in 3 days, you got a wedding coming up. I'd hate to see it ruined by a killing.
Well, I have nothing against Frank Craig, Mr. Dillon. I wouldn't want him killed.
Neither would I. Oh, good night, Miss Nash. Ben.
All right.
Think it over, Ben. Don't lose your head.
Yeah, sure, Marshal. I'll think it over.
How long are we going to have to keep on riding herd on Frank Craig, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, just till he and Ben meet face to face and have their say, I guess.
My, that Frank Craig sure is a fancy dresser. Silver spurs, red silk handkerchief, yellow boots.
Well, now, here's the marshal, right on the job.
Hiya, Doc.
Well, Matt, I hear we got ourselves a nice little killing coming up.
You hope we have you.
Oh, no, it's not the fee. It's the romance of the thing.
Yeah, sure.
Young man comes back in the West to see his girl, finds she's on the point of marrying somebody
Chester.
else.
Watch me for the play and keep me covered, huh?
I don't know what you mean.
Over there.
Oh.
Ben Martin and two of his boys, they just came in. I'm going to go over to the bar next to Craig. Now keep your head up.
Yes, Mr. Dillon. You better give me some room, Doc.
Al, how are you, Frank?
Yeah, I saw him come in, too. You've been standing over there watching me for 2 hours. And now you come up and speak. I fight my own battles, Marshal.
Frank, the way I'm playing it, there's not going to be a battle. Well, Ben, it's nice to see you.
Marshal, I'd rather you weren't here. I guess you know that.
Yeah, sure, I know that.
Don't worry, Ben. Dillon's neutral. That still gives you 3-to-1 odds. What more do you want?
Frank, we don't need you in this town. You were gone for a year, and we got along fine. So if you climb on that horse of yours and ride out again, we'll still get along fine.
My girl won't, Ben.
You haven't got a girl in Dodge City, Frank.
Sure I have. And I want to thank you for looking out for her while I was away.
As far as she's concerned, you're still away. I might as well warn you, there are a couple of my boys on guard at her house armed with rifles.
Ben, I never needed a guard to hold her.
If you come within 50 yards, they got orders to kill you. You'll be there from now until the wedding.
Oh, yeah. That wedding. I'm afraid that's been called off, Ben. You see, Artis and I have other plans. We got a wedding of our own coming up.
Well, you dirty darn!
Now, if either one of you draws, he's drawing against me.
I wouldn't draw on him, Marshal. I feel kind of sorry for him.
So help me,
Shut up,
Marshal,
both of you.
I'm gonna...
Now, you both had your say. And each knows how the other one stands. Well, here's my stand. If Ben wants to keep a guard at her house, it's all right with me. You've had a fair warning, Frank, so stay away.
I wish he would try to bother her.
And on the other hand, Ben, Frank's got as much right to the run of the town as you or me or anybody else.
Sure, as long as decent citizens hide their valuables.
You can't go by rumors, Ben. Nobody ever proved a case against him, you know that.
Piece of stout rope would prove
I wouldn't try it, Ben. If you and your boys want a drink now, go on over to the Longhorn. Stay out of the Texas Trail here from now on. You, Frank, stay clear of the Longhorn.
You're quite an optimist, Marshal.
Yeah, maybe so. Well, are you leaving, Ben?
Yeah. I'll be seeing you, Frank. Come on, boy.
Frank, you got nothing to gain here and everything to lose. Miss Nash has made a choice, and whatever was between you once is water down the river. Why don't you pull out?
Because she's still my girl, Matt. I know, and she knows, too. You wait and see.
Your move, Matt.
Yeah, let's see now. If I move there, you'll move there. Jump in my king, block the whole corner. No. But if I move here,
Mr. Dillon, you can move.
No, you don't, Chester. No, you don't. I'm playing Matt. Not the both of you.
Well, Chester and I kind of run together, Doc.
Enforcing the law, that's fine. Playing checkers, no. Matt, it's still your move.
Yeah, I know. All right. There.
Well, I'll be...
That's the move I was going to tell you to make, Mr. Dillon.
Thanks, Chester. Doc, you're beat. Let's call a game.
Yeah, you sneaked up on me. That's what you did. You snuck up on me. Oh, well, that's all right, then.
It sure is a quiet night. I figured one of them two would make a play before this.
Yeah. Well, if we can get past noon tomorrow with Ben and Artis married... Well, even Craig ought to know when he's beaten.
I don't know, Matt. He never did when he was here before.
Well, then he better learn. Trying to get a girl to change her mind is one thing. Bothering a married woman's another.
You know, Mr. Dillon, it seems to me Miss Artis Nash is the one that could put a stop to all this. If she'd just speak her mind out plain... There was... Oh,
Kitty.
now what's the matter?
Kitty, what's
Matt, they want you over at the express office right away. You too, Doctor.
What's wrong?
Hold up, Matt. Somebody shot the clerk. He's dying.
Will you let me through here, please? I'm sorry, mister. One side, please.
Yes, one side, please.
All right, stand back now. Give us some room. Can you get through, Doc?
Yeah, Matt, I can get it. Yeah, stand back.
Chester, will you move them back? Make them stand back.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. Yes, let me have a look now. Just let me have a look.
How does it look, Doc?
Well, there's a lot of bleeding, Matt. I don't know. I'll do what I can.
Mr. Dillon.
Easy now, fella. You're going to be all right.
It was one man, Mr. Dillon. Wearing a mask over his face. Red silk handkerchief.
A red silk handkerchief.
Oh, Frank Craig's the only man in town.
Yeah. I know.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, tomorrow night, Vaughn Monroe and his musical company settle down for an evening's melody making at Duke University. Eileen Woods is Vaughn's guest songbird. Band leader Vaughn, the Moon Maids, and the Moon Men join in playing and singing the top tunes of the week. Enjoy every bit of it tomorrow night on CBS Radio. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Pretty late, Mr. Dillon. Maybe he's not going to come back here.
His bedrolls here, Chester. All his belongings. Man doesn't leave his stuff in a rooming house unless he's planning to come back to it.
He might have got the wind up after he shot that clerk. Maybe he just hit the saddle and lit out.
No, not Frank. That's one thing about him. I've never seen him scared. He'll be here. Sooner or later.
I can't figure him, Mr. Dillon. He must have needed the money awful bad.
Yeah, I guess so.
My, this hiding out in the dark gets on a man's nerves, don't it?
Yeah, it sure does. Help some if we could just smoke. I don't suppose...
Shh. Somebody's coming, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I hear him. That's him, all right. Now watch it, Chester. All right, hold it, Frank, and don't move. It's Matt Dillon.
Thought it might be somebody else.
Light the lamp, Chester.
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Frank, I understand you left the Texas Trail right after dark. Nobody's seen you since. Where you been?
Just friendly conversation, Marshal, or is this official?
It's official.
Then I guess I won't answer that.
I see you're still wearing that red silk handkerchief.
Any reason why I shouldn't be? Marshal, what's it all about?
Murder. If that express clerk dies.
I asked you, what's it all about?
Where's the money, Frank?
The way I seem to get it, somebody held up the express office and shot the clerk. You're accusing me. I didn't do it, Marshal.
Where you been?
Sorry, Marshal.
You're under arrest, Frank.
No, I'm afraid not. See, that would ruin all my plans.
You better lay your gun on the table over there.
I'm sorry, Marshal.
Some other time. Look out for the lamb! Grab him, Chester. Don't shoot, but grab him.
Oh, he went through the window, Mr. Dillon.
Never mind, Chester. Grab a blanket. Let's get this fire out before it burns the whole place down. Come on!
Matt, don't look so sour. In an hour, it'll all be over.
Kitty, I'd be a lot surer of that if I had Frank Craig locked up in jail.
No trace of him, huh?
Not a sign.
Then forget about him, Matt. He could be halfway to Wyoming by now.
And I wish I could think so.
I wonder what artist Nash is thinking about him.
What business has she got thinking about him when she's going to marry Ben in an hour?
I'm afraid you'll just never understand women.
Well, who does? Frank Craig's a born drifter. He'll never settle down. He's wild as a range colt. Never been broken, never will be. And sooner or later, he'll come home tight across his saddle. How any girl can get herself interested in a man like that beats me.
Not me, Matt. I know exactly how a girl can get herself interested in a man like that.
What?
I'll see you at the wedding. I gotta help artist finish dressing.
Morning, Miss Kitty.
Morning, Doc.
Hey, good morning, Matt. You working up your courage?
What for, Doc? I'm not getting married. How's the express clerk?
Oh, he's bad. He's getting worse. I don't think he's going to make it. What about Frank Craig?
Nothing, not a sign. I think he's still around town somewhere, but we
Morning,
can't
Mr.
find
Dillon.
Well,
Doc?
Doc, look at that.
Well, look, it's an alpaca coat, a boiled shirt, green galluses, and a pink silk tie. Oh, well, Chester, I haven't seen a get-up like that since I hauled out of Boston.
Well, I figured it was only due respect to the bride.
Where's your gun, Chester?
Oh, goodness gracious, Mr. Dillon, you can't wear a gun to a wedding.
Well, at this wedding, even the bridegroom's wearing a gun, Chester. I'm wearing one, and so are you, so you better go get it. Meet me at the church.
Mr. Dillon, she is so pretty, I wish I was marrying her myself.
You better forget it, Chester. Ben's got enough worries as it is.
He sure does look fidgety, all right.
Yeah, he's got reason to.
Room for me here, Matt?
Oh, yeah, sure, Kitty. Here, slide right in here.
Yeah.
Here we are.
My dearly beloved friends and neighbors, it is the privilege of all of us to be gathered here together in the sight of the Lord and in the presence of one another for the purpose of uniting this man and this woman in the bonds of holy matrimony.
It won't be long now,
This
Mr.
fine
Dillon.
young couple,
Yeah, the sooner the better.
Barbara Artis Nash and Benjamin Martin. There is, I am sure, no need to emphasize the solemn and sacred nature of the great institution into which they are about to enter.
I never heard all of this before.
Stands above and
You
beyond
still want to marry her, Chester?
the wicked world, beyond and above the decay and corruption of the flesh and the devil. Your manifest presence as you come here together, and forsaking all others, stand hand in hand.
Look at the back of the church.
To have, and hold
Frank Craig.
stay forward.
He's just standing there, Mr. Dillon, just standing there and looking.
Slide out to the side aisle, Chester. Maybe we can get to him quietly without breaking up the meeting.
I think it's already broken up now.
Ardis fainted, Mr. Dillon. She fell right on the floor.
Yeah. Come on, Chester. Pardon me. Would you let me through, please? I'm sorry, lady. Would you... One side, please. Huh?
He was right here by the door.
Outside, Chester.
Hell, no sign of him.
Matt, did you find him, Matt?
Not yet, Ben. Put that gun away. You want to kill some bystander in the crowd?
There's only one man I want to kill. I should have done it 3 days ago.
Yeah, I know, Ben. What'd they do with Miss Nash?
They carried her into the minister's study. That dirty, walking right into the church. Scared her out of her wits.
Marshal Dillon.
Oh, over here, Reverend.
Marshal, a terrible thing has happened. He forced his way into my study, pushed me out the door.
Craig?
Yes, he had a horse tied behind the church. He's gone and taken her with him.
He's kidnapped her, Matt. He's kidnapped her.
Save your breath, Ben. Get your horse. Come on, Chester, let's ride.
I never did think we'd get back to town, Mr. Dillon. I'm saddled, sore, and beat.
Yeah, Chester.
100 men hunting him, and he slipped past all of them. I swear I just can't figure it.
Any trace of him, Matt?
Not a sign, Kitty. Some of the boys are still beating the riverbed south, but I don't know.
Guess he kind of made fools of us, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I guess so, Chester.
Nash,
What?
any luck?
Yeah, sure, Doc. Oh, bad.
Yeah, mine too, man. That clerk died a half hour ago.
So now it's murder, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Now it's murder. Come on, boy. Well, let's go into the office and get out a bulletin. A bulletin. What a good that'll do. Light the lamp, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir. There we are.
Hold it, Matt. You too, Chester, don't move.
The only place nobody'd ever think of looking. Right here in the jail.
Yeah, that's what we figured.
Well, Miss Nash, you seem to be in pretty fair shape for a kidnapped victim.
I'm not a victim of anything, Mr. Dillon. Unless it's my own foolishness. That's what most people would say, I guess. Maybe they're right. I only know this. When Frank came back to town, I knew then that it wasn't over and never would be. I'm Frank's girl, Mr. Dillon. For better or worse, right or wrong. I'm going with him to Wyoming.
He's wanted on suspicion of murder, Miss Nash.
He didn't do it. He couldn't have. He was with me when it happened.
What did you say?
He slipped past Ben's guards and came to see me. That's why he wouldn't tell you where he'd been. He didn't want to get me in trouble.
He's telling the truth, Marshal.
Yeah, maybe.
Mr. Dillon, you might ask Ben Martin what happened to my red silk scarf. I missed it right after he came to see me that afternoon.
Go on.
He didn't do it for the money. But to ruin me once and for all.
If we were lying, we wouldn't have come here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it makes sense, all right, but... Chester, who rode up out there?
It's Ben Martin, Mr. Dillon. Think he's coming in here?
Where's your horse, Frank?
In the corral back at the jail.
All right, go out the back way. Get it and head for Wyoming. Take one of my extra horses and leave it at Bison Flats. You can buy another horse from the Indians there.
Matt, I don't know how we can ever thank you for it.
Never mind that. Just get going before I change my mind. And, good luck to both of you.
Thanks, Mr. Dillon.
Anybody here?
Yeah, come on in, Ben.
Saw the light on. Figured you must be here. Any sign of him? What's the matter?
The clerk died. Why'd you do it, Ben?
I don't know what you mean.
Where's the red scarf you stole from Miss Nash? I gotta arrest you for murder, Ben.
I don't think so, Matt. I don't think I'm going to let you do that.
You've seen me draw before. Now you better give me your gun, Ben. Don't do it the hard way.
What you call the hard way, Matt, may be the easiest way of all. So win or lose, I guess...
Something fell out of his pocket there.
Yeah. His marriage license.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Herb Ellis, Vivi Janis, Tom Tully, and Barney Phillips. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. As colorful as a Western roundup and twice the fun. That's the Gene Autry Show, which comes your way every Saturday evening over CBS Radio. It's one of radio's most distinctive programs, flavored to taste with songs of the sagebrush and melodies of the mesquite country. The Gene Autry Show is 30 minutes you'll enjoy, packed full of comedy, songs, and the genial personality of the one and only Gene Autry. The whole Melody Ranch gang is on hand to entertain you tomorrow night, every Saturday night. So tune in the Gene Autry Show and hit the pleasure trail over most of these same CBS stations. Clancy Cassell speaking. And remember, Broadway is My Beat brings you startling mysteries Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Portions of the following program are transcribed. Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Is this the Diamond Detective Agency?
Well, what does the sign on the door say?
Yeah, Diamond Detective Agency.
And take a guess.
Are you Mr. Richard Diamond?
It depends. How much does he owe you?
Nothing.
You just want to speak to him?
I do.
You come as a client?
Yes, I do.
You have $100 a day in expenses?
Yeah, I do.
Then I now pronounce us man and client. Your name, please?
My name's Thomas Jason.
The stockbroker? You better pay cash.
Oh, I'm retired now, Mr. Diamond. And to end this nonsense, here's your $100.
Oh, thank you. Now, what's your trouble?
It's Carol, my adopted daughter. We adopted her when she was 12, but my wife died shortly after. Frankly, Carol has been trouble ever since.
And now?
Now, I'm afraid it is no longer a matter of delinquency. Well, there have been several incidents that make me suspect that she's trying to do away with me.
Oh, sweet girl. What's her reason?
My money. In my will, she is my only heir.
Why not change the will?
I said I suspected her, but I'm not certain, Mr. Diamond. And you understand, it would be terrible to disinherit her if I am wrong about my suspicions. I simply must be sure before I change my will.
She have any idea of your suspicion?
Yes. This morning I did speak to her. They mentioned the possibility of cutting her from my will. She flew into a rage, made several terrible threats.
Oh? What do you want me to do?
Well, sir, I want you to...
Oh, excuse me. Diamond Detective Agency, we have the only corpse with the lie-down design.
Oh, Rick. Why don't you answer the phone right?
Okay, Helen, baby. Diamond Detective Agency, Mr. Richard Diamond speaking.
What?
See, it throws you.
Mr. Diamond.
Honey, I'll see you tonight. I got a client.
She?
He.
Good.
Bye. You were saying, Mr. Jason, before I was so nicely interrupted.
Yes, I want you to either prove my fears to be true or groundless. If I am right, I will change my will, of course.
Where do I start?
Come to my house at 3 this afternoon. Here's the address. I'll introduce you to my stepdaughter, Carol, as a business acquaintance. After you've met and talked with her, I'll give you what details I have about her threats and actions.
Okay, Mr. Jason, I'll be at your place at 3 this afternoon.
Good day, Mr. Diamond.
I checked the time and found it to be nearly 12, so I beat it out to grab a bite of food before the noon rush began. Cafes in downtown Manhattan at lunchtime can only be compared to a can of sardines after all their relatives move in. When I had downed my daily bread, I went back to the office, did a little washing, and found myself with still time to kill. So being interested in my new client's problems and always liking a clear view of a new case, I dropped in at the 5th Precinct to see what Lieutenant Levinson had on the Jason family. When I walked into the squad room, I found Sergeant Otis tilted back in his chair with his number 14s crossed on the desk in front of him. From the sounds he was making, he was either sleeping or gargling with molasses. Sergeant Otis.
Oh, boy.
Sergeant Otis.
Calm down.
Otis, wake up.
What? Oh, it's you, Chalmers.
Patrol Leader Diamond with his stout-hearted brownies who were shocked by your dreams. Shame on you.
Hey, how'd you know I was dreaming about a dame?
I peeked. You know, I think I'll tell the lieutenant that you were sleeping on the job.
Well, no, please don't do that, Chalmers. You start me pounding the beat again. Please don't tell him.
Well, maybe I'll let you off the hook, but only if you tell Walt we're pals. That might stop him from giving me the devil about ribbing you.
Pals? You mean friends?
Buddies.
Oh, no, I couldn't stand it.
Hello, Walt.
Okay, so where's the body?
No body. You lost one?
Now, you stop that.
Well, get you. All mad because I can't find a body for you.
Oh, please, Rick. What do you want?
I just wanted any dope you might have on the Thomas Jason family.
Jason?
Yeah, the broker.
Oh, nothing on him, but plenty on his stepdaughter, Carol.
Like what?
Oh, she's a regular. Usually D&D, drunk driving, disturbing the peace. You want to see the file?
Yeah, it might be worth a look. Have my pal, Otis, bring it in.
Sure,
You what? My pal. What did you know? Otis and I are friends.
Is that why he tries to hide under the desk every time he sees you coming?
Call him in. See for yourself.
You think I won't? Otis, get the file on Carol Jason. Bring it in here.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Now we'll see. Friend, that's a laugh.
It's a laugh yourself. You better be feeling good.
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
You'll see.
Yeah, Lieutenant, here's the file.
I'll take it, Otis. Thank you very much.
Sergeant Otis, you have an opportunity to do me a great favor. Please, and without profanity, tell me what you think of Rick.
Oh, he's nice.
What?
You're turning blue, Walt.
I'll turn blue if I want to. What did you do to Otis? Dope him?
You heard him. He thinks I'm nice. We're pals, buddies.
I heard him all right, but I wouldn't believe it on a stack of police manuals. Otis, I'll give you one chance. What's this all about?
The shamus told you, Lieutenant. I think he's a swell egg. A great guy.
Thank you, Otis, my friend.
Always kidding, but a good pal.
Otis, do your feet ache?
My feet? Why, no, Lieutenant.
Well, they will. I'm sending you to a beat.
A beat?
Yes, in Yonkers.
Oh, no!
I went through the file on Carol Jason and found out Walt hadn't been kidding. She'd been picked up for everything from kicking dogs to slugging her boyfriend with a champagne bottle. Real nice girl. I left Walt trying to third-degree the truth out of Otis and headed for what I hoped would be a nice, easy case. In a few minutes, I was in front of my client, Jason's house on East 66th Street. It turned out to be a modest little shack of some 30 rooms with a brownstone cover. I was ushered in to wait in the library for Thomas Jason, but I got a surprise.
Mr. Diamond?
Well, now, I'll bet you're Carol. Your stepfather's told me so much about you.
You're a friend of my stepfather's?
Well, you might say we have things in common. Where is he?
I'm afraid you can't see him, Mr. Diamond. You see, he's become quite ill.
Oh, ill so quickly? I talked to him a few hours ago. He's about as sickly as Paul Bunyan.
Mr. Diamond, will you please leave?
Not until you tell me what happened to Jason, where he is, and why I can't see him.
Get out. Do you hear me? Get out.
Oh, put a cork in it, honey. Your father suspected trouble. Apparently it came quicker than he thought. Me, I want to know all your little secrets.
Just who are you? Policeman?
Private policeman, dear. Your father hired me this morning.
Well, I'm firing you this afternoon. Father's ill, and I will not allow him to be disturbed.
He paid me for a day's work. Tomorrow you can fire me. Is he here?
No. Now will you get out, or do I call the real police?
No, maybe you'd better, dear. There's a smell around here that isn't a room full of roses.
All right. If it's going to save trouble, I will tell you this much. Father had a serious mental condition. This afternoon, a couple of hours ago, he had an attack. And I was forced to have him taken to a place where he could be treated properly.
With what? Embalming fluid?
Why, you insulting.
Where was he taken? Who's the doctor?
I think I've answered all the questions I need to, Mr. Diamond. My actions are entirely legal. If you persist in your insinuations, I shall see that your license is revoked and that you are charged with defamation of character.
Oh, get you. You've been reading up on the law, and I'll bet I know why. All right, dear. I'll leave now.
Go on, and don't come back.
Temper, temper, temper. I'm going, but we'll see each other again. Hello, Pop. Got a minute?
I reckon so, mister. What's on your mind?
Oh, questions. Like how long you been out here mowing the lawn?
Most of the day. Why?
Did you, see Mr. Jason leave?
Oh, sure. Left in an ambulance, he did. He was wearing a funny white coat with the arms tied in back. My fashion certainly changed.
You didn't notice any name on the ambulance, did you?
Well, as a matter of fact, I did, mister. Oh, my, it was a silly name. About the silliest I've ever heard of.
Oh, the name, Pop. What was it?
Oh, don't be in such a dang rush. It was Home Sweet Home Rest Home. Oh, no. Ain't that silly?
I don't think my client agrees with you. If he was taken there for a rest, it may be a permanent one. Next stop, a drugstore with a phone book. Said book gave me the address, and I was soon in Baychester, looking at something pretty swank in the way of nut houses. Home Sweet Home was 2 acres of lawn, trees, and a square white blockhouse, and all surrounded by 15 feet of spiked steel fencing. By this time, the setup was really beginning to smell, and I decided that maybe a shamus might not be welcome. So, for a moment, I stood by the big gate debating how I could get in. The answer was fairly simple. I rang the bell. It caused a huge character wearing a white jacket and with arms like hairy telephone poles to appear.
Yeah? What can I do for you, mister?
Let me in.
Why?
This is a rest home, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I want to rest.
Oh, funny. Beat it.
I want to speak to the doctor, King Kong. Is he in?
Maybe, maybe not. Who wants him?
I do.
Who are you?
Let's just say I'm a patient. You going to keep me out here dying of schizophrenia?
Dr. Thorne is busy now. Come back later.
Look, in 1 minute I start throwing fits. Think how that'll ruin your trade.
Yeah, the doc wouldn't like that. Maybe you had better come in.
Now, that's right neighborly of you, friend. Wow. Nice place.
For nuts?
Please. I'm a patient, remember?
So, if you're a nut, I should care. If you ain't, why should you?
Now, that's a homely bit of philosophy. Tell me, what do you do here? Break skulls?
I don't think I like you. And I'm a nurse.
What a shock this will be to Dr. Kildare.
I don't know him.
Now, you wouldn't. His nurses are pretty. If he had to have you as a nurse, he'd quit medicine and take up playing the glockenspiel.
Sally, you're nuts. Wait here. I get the doctor.
Yes, nurse.
Dr. Thorne, you got a patient, I think.
All right, Brasso.
I am Dr. Thorne, sir. What can I do for you?
He's nuts, Doc.
Be quiet, Brazo.
Oh, he's right, Doc. I'm nuttier than a squirrel's hideout.
Well, I'm afraid I can be of no assistance, Mr.
Promise you won't tell?
Did I promise?
I am Sherlock Holmes.
What?
H-O-L.
I can spell. I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place, Mr. Holmes. This is a private sanitarium, and certain procedures must be followed.
I have money, I can pay, and I want to stay here.
But, Mr. Holmes, you must be examined by a doctor and committed by a relative.
You're a doctor. Examine me.
But your relative. You can't commit yourself.
Why not? I demand my rights.
Oh, this is preposterous. This is not a hotel. You can't just come in and register. Tell me, who's your doctor? Where is your home?
Well, look. Tell you what. You let me stay here for the day, and I'll tell you who my doctor is. And if you don't let me stay, I'll tell everyone what a bad place you have.
You said something about having money. Just how much money?
I've got a mattress full. Can I stay?
Perhaps it can be arranged. Though, of course, I must examine you.
Of course.
And there will be a certain fee, you understand?
I'm beginning to.
Tell me, Mr.
H-O-L.
Stop! You certainly are most annoying. Tell me, why do you want to stay here anyway?
Well, I've got to stop the plot.
The plot? You know about that?
Sure. You planned to rub out Fearless Fosdick, but I'm not going to let you.
Oh, I see. Tell me, do you have any dreams?
Well, of course. I have dreams about eating ice cream cones, and oh, what a mess they are.
What's so messy about eating an ice cream cone?
My mouth is always filled with BBs.
BBs?
For my air rifle, stupid. How else could I stand off the Indians?
Well, what Indians?
Well, the Indians who want to steal my ice cream cones.
Now, why would Indians want your ice cream cones?
Oh, they're mad about pistachio.
You are crazy, aren't you? Brazo, take Mr.
H-O-L.
Oh, never mind. Take him to observation room B, Brazo. I don't have time for the examination now.
Wait, can't I be with the other patients? I get lonely.
Later.
Come on, Sherlock. This way.
Well, I was in, thanks to the good doctor not being able to pass up a possible easy buck. The big ape Brazo led me to a small room with bars on the window and a spring lock on the door. When he left, I made like a smart gumshoe and went after the lock with my penknife. Due to my early training in picking locks at the automat, I was out like Alabama. I found myself in a long hall with 7 rooms, 3 on each side and 1 at the end. I knocked on every door. Nothing. Not even Bogart. The last one had to be Jason. Are you in there, Mr. Jason?
Diamond. Oh, I am glad to hear your voice. Please, get me out of here.
Just take it easy. I don't have a key, and this door has a padlock on it.
But you must get me out.
Sure, but give me time. First, tell me what's the score. Why did they lock you up?
Carol had it planned. She has paid Dr. Thorne to keep me here until I go crazy. She wants to have me judged legally insane so she can take the estate.
Yeah, well, maybe I can put a few kinks in her plan.
Wait, Diamond. Where are you going?
There's a phone in the doctor's office. If no one's there, I'll use it to get help.
Yes, but what if you can't get to the phone?
And I go out and get the Marines. If I can get by that ape man, that locked gate. Don't go away.
Oh, there you are, Sherlock.
Oh, don't pick on me. I was only 3.5 years old.
I'm upset with you, Sherlock. You oughtn't to be running around the halls like this.
Well, a guy's got to have his constitutional, Brazo.
Yeah, well, you're through with yours. The doc wants to examine you now.
I've changed my mind. I don't think I like it
I said
here.
the doc wants you. What the doc wants, he gets.
Well, bully for him, but this is one time he won't. I'm leaving.
I don't want to break your arm, Sherlock.
No?
So you don't leave until the doc says so.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint him, but certain things are necessary, like this. Oh.
Now, you shouldn't act like that. I might get mad.
Oh, my knuckles. What is your jaw made of, concrete?
Come on, Sherlock. Or do you want to try again?
No, thanks. One busted hand is enough.
And don't try to run. The gate's locked. And if I have to catch you, I'll fix your legs so you can't run again.
Oh, friendly little butcher, aren't you?
Right in here, Sherlock. The doc is waiting. Here he is, Doc.
Good. You can go back to the office, Brazo. I won't need you. Well, you seem to be well trained as a detective, Mr. Holmes. Do you always pick locks so easily?
I do better with my erector set. But you needn't examine me further. I've changed my mind.
You've changed your... This is odd. First you demand in, now you want out.
I just remembered I forgot to pick up my station wagon.
But the Indians, you want me to help you keep them from stealing your ice cream cones, don't you?
They already got them, and all my money, too. They're both gone.
Your money? You don't have any money?
Not a bolivar. Now, may I go, Doctor?
You're going to stay right here, Mr. Holmes. There's something peculiar about the way you've recovered from your illusions.
Doc, Miss Jason to see you. She's in your office.
Very well, Brazo. Stay here and guard this man, whoever he is.
Holmes, H-O-L...
Will you shut up? And make sure he stays put this time, Brazo. I've some questions I want to ask him.
He won't go no place, Doc. You go ahead to the office.
Well, Carol, this is a pleasant surprise. Come to visit Jason.
Thorne, our plans will have to be changed.
Changed?
Something has come up that may cause an investigation of stepfather's illness. We can't afford to take a chance of that.
But we can't let Jason go now.
I had no such intentions. He must be taken care of tonight.
Taken care of? But that's impossible. How could
He must be gotten rid of.
What? Oh, no. No, I didn't bargain for murder.
Look, Thorne, you're in and you stay in. I've paid you $10,000. Don't forget it.
But why all this sudden rush to change our plan? Why can't we
A private detective came to see me this morning. He was hired by stepfather. I knew he had suspicions, but I didn't know they'd gone so far.
A detective?
Oh, he can't act legally, but he's the sort to cause trouble.
Detective, private detective. Sherlock Holmes.
Rambling about.
I'm afraid we're in serious trouble. Come with me.
What?
Your private detective. I think he's already found Jason. Come on.
You wouldn't like to earn $100, would you, Brazo?
No.
It is you, Diamond.
Uh-oh, fun's over.
Thorne, you fool. How'd you get in here?
He said he was a patient, Carol, and I swear he seemed crazy enough.
He probably said he had money.
You seem to understand each other, honey, but do you mind? I'd like to take Mr. Jason home
For
now.
a couple of extra dollars, you let him walk right in. Oh, Thorne, you're an idiot. I suppose he's found Jason and talked to him.
Well, he did get out of his room and wander about.
Well, that's great. So now he knows the whole works.
Too bad, baby. Your plan is kaput.
Not quite, Diamond. You've just talked yourself into real trouble. This gun says for you not to get any bright ideas.
My IQ just dropped 30 points.
Shut him up, Brazo.
Sure.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Oh! Now, stay with him while Thorne and I make arrangements. We won't be long.
Do I get the...
Yes, Brazo, when we're ready. Come on, Thorne. I want to talk to stepfather.
Brazo's fist was made of the same stuff as his jaw. By the time I came around, darkness had painted the window, and the room was full of shadow and Brazo. The big hulk was squatting a few feet away, paying no attention to me. So I waited till my mind was clear while I eased off my right shoe. The heel was leather with a steel plate in it. I could only hope it was harder than Brazo's skull. With the shoe in my hand behind me, I was ready. Only to have him catch me stirring.
Coming to, Shamus?
Yeah, oh, yeah. Hand me my cigarettes, will you, Brazo?
You need a smoke, huh? Sure. Where are they?
Fell out of my pocket, over there behind you.
Oh, where? I don't see it. Say, that's not...
Need another?
Stop that.
Oh, come on, Buster, fall. Well, is little old Brazo finally getting sleepy?
Happy New Year, Buster.
Levinson, homicide. Walt, Rick, if you don't want me to be a customer of yours, get out to the Home Sweet Home Rest Home fast.
What? Hey, what kind of a gag is this now?
It's no gag, believe me. My client and I are the blue plate specials, and dinner is about to be served.
The Home Sweet... Oh, it still sounds like a gag. Who'd call anything that?
Now, don't argue, Walt. It's no joke.
Okay, Rick, what's the address?
1820 Allerton Avenue, Baychester. And bring a blowtorch to cut an iron gate. You may have to.
All right, I'll be there in 30 minutes.
Quicker if you can.
Stand right there, Diamond, or I'll use this gun.
Good afternoon. I represent the Sleep
Looks like
Tight
I came just in time. Only now that you've fixed Brazo, you have to dig your own grave.
Dig my own grave? Oh, honey, is this trip really necessary?
Keep moving, or I'll kill you right here.
I move.
Keep going. Over there behind those trees where Thorne and Jason are.
Well, is Jason...
He's alive, but not for long.
Where's Brazo? I thought he was going to...
Diamond knocked him out. They can dig their own graves. There, the shovels. Get busy.
Carol, please, you may have the money. I swear...
Shut up and dig.
Carol, this is...
Just work the shovel.
Can you imagine Richard Diamond, private detective, letting a sawed-off female make him dig his own grave? You can't? Well, she did. And for a good half hour. I stalled as long as I could to give Walt Levinson a chance to get there.
That's enough. I said that's deep enough.
Oh, please, I'm just started.
You're finished. Jason, get into that hole with him.
Very well. I guess this is it, Diamond. Sorry to have dragged you in.
Well, that's a horrible way to say it. Don't we get time for a last cigarette?
No. Thorne, take this gun.
What? Oh, no, I'm not going to kill them.
Shut up and take this gun.
Oh, don't do it, Thorne. Be a man about it.
Here, Thorne. Don't be such a weakling. 2 shots and it's over.
No, it was your idea. I'm no murderer.
Atta boy, stick up for your rights.
You shut up. Thorne, do you do the job or do I make you number 3 in that grave?
You wouldn't dare. You need me.
Atta boy, Thorne, tell her.
Go on, Thorne, take the gun.
No, I can't. I just can't. Not like this.
You weakling. I'll do it myself. Now, turn around, Diamond.
Oh, now look, baby, this thing's getting out of hand. You shoot me and the law will be all over the place.
Not until I've filled that grave in over you.
I called him, baby.
Oh, you're lying.
Am I? Well, just turn around and take a look at that lovely big fat policeman standing over there by that tree.
You really don't expect me to fall for an old stunt like that.
Well, if you don't, you'll fall for something. It's your funeral.
No, it isn't. It's yours.
All right, lady, drop it.
What? Why, you...
Smarty.
I'll kill you anyway.
Carol.
Rick, what the devil's going on here? What are you doing down there?
I'm looking at the girl. I think you shot her pretty bad.
Who are these 2 guys?
The guy with the castanet knees is Doc Thorne. Better put the cuffs on him as an accessory.
But you can't do this. I was the one that refused to shoot you.
Oh, stop licking my hand. You can tell it to the precinct judge.
Otis, snap the cuffs on them and take them out the car.
Sure. Come on, you.
Now, what about this other guy?
The girl's stepfather. How do you feel, Mr. Jason?
Sick, Mr. Diamond.
How about the girl, Rick? Shall I call the ambulance?
I don't know. Carol.
Well, Rick?
Take your time, Walt. She's not with us. I gave Walt the story, then took Jason to his house. Stayed there long enough to brush the dirt off my clothes, wash my hands, and then I headed for a delayed date. At 975 Park Avenue, I found a big fireplace and a lovely redhead waiting for me. A redhead wearing a dress that was part green silk and part... Well...
I'm the library, darling. Come on in.
Hello, Helen, baby. You sound like you found oil in the basement. What's with the cheer? Me?
Isn't it always? I like you.
I like the way you say that. Looking up at me with those big green eyes.
They're not green. They're hazel.
Oh, are they? Let me look closer.
Not until you sing for me.
Sing? Oh, honey, I'm tired. I want to rest.
No, you don't. No, over to the piano. Now, Rick, not here.
But, Helen, all I wanted to do was...
I know, Rick.
Oh, you've been using that Ouija board again. I don't want to sing.
Now, look in my eyes.
Close range?
Contact.
I'll sing.
That's better.
Like, you must have been a beautiful baby.
Oh, love it.
You must have been a beautiful baby. You must have been a wonderful child when you were only starting to go to kindergarten. I bet you drove the little boys wild. And when it came to winning blue ribbons, you must have shown the other kids how. I can see the judge's eyes as they handed you the prize. I bet you made the cutest bow. Oh, you must have been a beautiful baby. 'Cause, baby, look at you now. Like that?
That was wonderful, Rick. Come here.
About time.
Oh, Rick. Do you think you can do that and sing, too?
Honey, when you look at me like that, I could kiss you, sing, and knit a whole sweater at the same time.
Rick, could you?
Want to try?
The sweater will take years.
I'll buy that. Come here, we'll start with the neck.
Rick.
You know something?
What?
I may even knit you a whole suit.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Hy Averback, Betty Moran, Howard McNear, Edwin Max, and Jay Novello. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Tonight's story was written by Herb Purdom and edited and directed by Blake Edwards. Portions were transcribed. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. How much is your life worth? Think about that for a minute. Is it worth a little care? Well, that's all that's needed to protect it on America's streets and highways. Only your careful driving and your acceptance of personal responsibility for your own life can guard you from the dangers of the road. The price that you may pay for carelessness is a high one, and it's a price that thousands upon thousands of accident victims have already paid. Their gamble with death behind the wheel is a stark warning. A warning that an accident can happen to you. Last year alone, some 32,000 persons were killed in traffic accidents, and well over 1 million others were injured. Smash-ups have averaged more than 1 a minute, every minute of the day and night. These are the facts of traffic dangers. As for the facts of traffic safety, well, they all boil down to just 2 facts. Careful driving by automobile owners, careful walking by pedestrians. So drive carefully, walk carefully. The care you take may save a life, and that life may be your own. Saturday night is packed with entertainment when you stay tuned to NBC's star lineup of shows. Each Saturday, make it a point to listen to NBC. You'll hear Hollywood Star Theater, Ralph Edwards' Truth or Consequences, Your Hit Parade, A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, The Judy Canova Show, Grand Ole Opry, and songs by Morton Downey. Now, stay tuned for Lionel Barrymore and Hollywood Star Theater on NBC.
The shadow knows.
Ladies and gentlemen, The Shadow's latest adventure will be on the air in just a moment. Don't miss any of it because it's a thriller from the word go. And if you drive a car, don't miss this. It's the biggest news of the year for motorists. It's the inside story of the safest thing on wheels, the new Goodrich Safety Silvertown tire. This remarkable tire brings you something entirely new in tire safety, the Life Saver Tread. Developed after 2 years of exhaustive research, after grueling tests of tread designs by the hundred, this amazing Lifesaver tread stops you quicker and safer on wet, slippery roads than you've ever stopped before. Its never-ending spiral bars, like a battery of windshield wipers, sweep water from under the tire, force it out through special deep drainage grooves, make a dry track for the rubber to grip. Thus it protects you against skids in all directions, overcomes the hazard zone of motoring. Take my word for it, you'll never know what the word stop really means until you've felt the grip of the Silvertown Lifesaver tread on a wet, treacherous road. And that's not all. Silvertowns are the only tires in the world that give you golden ply blowout protection. And think of it, you get both of these priceless safety features, skid protection and blowout protection, at no extra cost. Tomorrow isn't a bit too soon to start riding on Goodrich, spelled Goodrich. R-I-C-H. Goodrich, Safety, Silvertown. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Using advanced methods that may ultimately become available to all law enforcement agencies, Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard. As haunting to superstitious minds as a ghost. As inevitable as a guilty conscience. The Shadow's true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, aboard the steamship Amazon.
Randolph Todd.
Come on over, Randy.
Join the party.
Hi, children. What's the celebration for?
Jane's been lucky. She's in the money. She guessed right on the ship's run for the day.
Yeah, come on and join us. Can't let Jane take all that cash you wanted to Rickawana when we dock tomorrow.
Don't mind me. I just supply the money. What'll it be, Randy?
Oh, nothing now, thanks. I'm looking for my stepmother. Anybody seen her?
Oh, sure. She's over there with Dr. DeVista.
Oh,
yes.
thanks.
See you later. Oh, say, we're going for a swim in the deck pool. Want to come
Oh,
along?
not this afternoon, thanks.
Oh, I don't think you like us.
Hey, it'd be a lot of fun, though, wouldn't it?
Hello, Mother. Afternoon, DeVista.
Sit down, Randall.
Oh, thank you, Mother. Well, tomorrow we'll be in Rickaguana. And from there on, it's going to be one great big party.
Lower your voice, my son.
Oh, no one can hear us in this corner. Time for the hush-hush is almost over.
Well, it will be shortly.
Well, I hope your little revolution is half as much fun as smuggling those munitions out of the United States has been.
It will be more exciting, I assure you.
And when the revolution is successful, you will be a hero, Todd. My countrymen will never forget what you have done for them.
Well, just as long as it's fun, I don't mind putting up the money.
But you will make a fortune also. The people of my blood will show their gratitude in practical ways.
You know, the more I think of it, the funnier it gets. The luxurious steamer Amazon on a pleasure cruise, with enough ammunition and guns down in its hold to overthrow 3 governments.
Be careful, Todd.
Oh, don't worry. Nobody knows about those boxes marked electric refrigerators.
No one but us and Tang Sui.
Yes. Your Japanese valet is more practical than you thought. He is interested in the money he is going to make.
Sure. Well, Mother, tomorrow should be a great day for you.
Yes. To rule the land I was driven out of, an exile.
Yes, Mario. The general has promised you great power.
Master. What is it now, Tang Sui?
Message come to stateroom. I bring it.
A message?
It is a radiogram.
Oh, let's have it, Tang Sui.
Here, Master.
Oh, that's all, Tang Sui. Oh, blazes, it's in code.
Code? Then it's from...
Headquarters, yes. From the general.
Oh, it may be important. We'd better decode it right away, my son.
Sure. Here.
No, not here, Todd.
Oh, well, hardly. I'm not a complete fool, Doctor. Anyway, the code book's in my cabin. I'll meet you at dinner time.
Your stepson. He thinks this is all a lark. He does not count the danger.
Randolph, he is a fool.
But he will not be quite so gay if an accident happens. If he is stood against a wall and shot.
That would be unfortunate, Dr. DeVista.
Yes, for him. But if he were... you would come into all his money. Have you forgotten that?
No, my friend. I have not forgotten that.
Nice swim, Margot?
Fun, Lamont.
Join me in a walk on deck.
I'd love to.
I didn't see young Todd doing his famous jackknife with debutante.
Now, Lamont, Randy's a nice boy. I've known him for years. A little too much money, but that's all.
And he travels around with a strange crew. His stepmother looks rather formidable.
Stop making deductions. You're on vacation.
See the devil. Hello, Todd.
Oh, hello. Hello, Margot.
Randy, what's the matter with him?
Oh, very polite, was
I
he?
never saw him act like that before. He was like a man in a daze.
Did look worried. He had bad news.
Bad news?
Yes, didn't you notice he had a radiogram in his hand, stuck in his pocket, and he saw it coming.
Well, he certainly shot out of his stateroom in a hurry.
Yes, and he wasn't really going anyplace. He stopped and standing there by the rail.
All by himself. That isn't like Randy either.
Margot, perhaps he needs help. Why not talk to him?
He wouldn't talk in front of you, Lamont.
All right, you go alone. I'll duck.
And if he does need help?
Maybe we can supply it. See you later.
All right, I'll go over and talk to him. Nice day, isn't it, Randy?
Huh? Oh, hello, Margot.
Randy, what's the matter with you?
Well, I'm in kind of a jam, Margot, but don't you worry.
What sort of a jam?
Oh, it's the worst darn mess
Suppose you tell me the whole story.
I can't do that.
Of course you can.
No. I'm an awful coward, Margot.
Coward? Nonsense. What is there to be afraid of?
Oh, nothing.
Randy, I believe you are frightened. Are you in danger?
Margot, what would you do if... No, I can't tell anyone.
Tell them what?
Oh, please, leave me alone, Margot.
Randy.
Stop pestering me, will you? I can't stand it.
Randy, come back here. Randy! Shadow,
Yes, Margot.
you heard everything?
Yes, I was here beside you. Randolph Todd must have some cause for his fear. I think I must talk to that young man. Talk to him soon. As the shadow.
Dr. De Vista, have you seen Randolph?
No, Maria.
I thought surely he'd be here dancing.
No, he did not even come to dinner. Tang Sui is looking for him.
De Vista, there is something wrong. Let's go to the boys' car. Come.
Here is Tang Sui now.
Tang Sui, my stepson?
My master has gone back to his stateroom.
Good.
He is worried. He walks up and down, up and down.
We must see about this. Please come, both of you.
That radiogram, Maria. Perhaps that is what upset him.
Here is the cabin, mister.
Open the door.
Hello? Oh, is it you?
Yes, Todd. It is so.
Shut the door, Tang Sui.
Yes, mister.
Well?
We thought you were coming to the dance.
Oh, I changed my mind.
Something bother, master, maybe.
No, I'm all right.
Randolph, stop handling that old dagger and look at me.
I'm interested in this knife. It's an ancient...
An ancient Indian knife, we know all that.
Randolph, we want to know why you are acting like this.
What did the general say in his radiogram?
The radiogram?
Yes. What was the message?
Well, nothing important. It's just good wishes.
Really? May I see the message?
Well, no, I tore it up and threw it overboard.
You destroyed it?
Well, yes, it wasn't important.
That message was from the general. We had a right to see it.
I'm sorry. I just didn't think.
Randolph.
What difference does it make? Hey, what are you all staring at me for?
Me think master lie.
Tang Sui is right, Randolph. You're lying.
I said I threw the message overboard.
You're a poor liar, Randolph. Give me that paper.
I tell you,
Grab him.
Oh, no,
Look out, he's grabbed the knife.
Hold him, Tang Sui.
Tang Sui, hold. Master, drop a knife.
Let me go. Twist his arm, Tang Sui.
I twist the... Stop! Drop a knife.
Stop! Drop the knife, you fool. Tang Sui's jiu-jitsu will tear your arm off. Good. Go through his pockets, Vista. I'll pick up the knife.
Hold him, Tang Sui.
No worry, Tang Sui handle.
This won't get you anywhere.
Find the radio message, Doctor, and the code book.
Here it is. In the book. And a decoded copy.
Read it.
Entire plan discovered by government. Blow up ammunition to prevent capture.
Master, lie.
Well, what if I did? You can't take that message seriously.
It is an order.
It's insane. Think of all the people on this boat. I won't do a thing like that. You set off the ammunition, they'd all be killed.
What is that to us? Fool.
We follow the general.
Listen, this isn't what I joined. This is mass murder. Innocent people. I didn't mind fighting in your penny ante war, but this...
You are a traitor to your people.
Your people, stepmother. Not mine. The passengers on this boat are my countrymen. I won't let you slaughter them. I'll show up the whole scheme.
You dare?
Well, watch me. Either you call the whole thing off, or I go to the captain.
No, master.
You can't hold me forever, Tang Sui.
Oh, you would betray us. Enrique Guana, this is the fate of traitors.
Mother, put down that knife.
The knife, it is for the traitors' heart.
Maria. You threw the knife.
Let him fall, Tang Sui.
Mistress, throw well. He is dead.
What, Maria? This is murder.
Do not be a fool, Davista. We had to silence him.
You cannot hide a murder.
It is not murder. The knife is Randolph's. His grip alone is on the handle. I threw it by the blade. My poor, distracted stepson killed himself.
Suicide?
Mistress is very wise.
Yes. We shall say when they ask questions that we three left him alone and went to dinner. Later, in the dark, we shall carry out the general's command.
Explode the...
Yes, my dear doctor. Blow up the ship.
Oh,
Margot. Hello, Mr. Cranston. This is Randy's cabin. He promised to throw a party at his last night on board, and he's walked out on us.
Doesn't answer?
No, and I'll bet he's sound asleep in there. Randy, you lubber, let us in.
I don't hear anyone inside. Oh, steward, come here a moment.
Yes, sir? Bottles, sir.
Do you know if Mr. Todd's in his cabin?
He was for the last I knew. His valet said Todd didn't wish to be disturbed.
There, what did I tell you? I'm going to keep on knocking till he pays some attention.
Oh, just a minute, Jane. Mr. Cranston has an idea.
Steward, have a pass key? Suppose you open the door for us.
Well, no, sir, I don't know that...
Of course you will. Mr. Todd's playing a joke on the young lady, and we mustn't let him. No one will know. You let us in. Come on.
Oh, thank you, sir. Of course, if it's all in fun, sir.
Oh, it's dark. Randy, where are you?
The light switch is by the door, sir.
Oh, yes. There we are.
Lamont, he isn't here.
Oh, yes, he is, sir. Look, he's lying on the floor.
Yes, come on, Randy, wake up.
Lamont, that knife in his breast.
Yes.
Is he...
Randy Todd is dead.
Oh, my poor Randolph.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Todd.
Oh.
Your stepson appears to have committed suicide.
You're sure, Captain McTeague?
Yes, I'm sure, Mr. Cranston.
There should be some reason for suicide, Captain.
I am afraid our young friend was bored with life. He was ill and depressed when we left him before dinner.
Exactly, Dr. DeVista. I had the ship's doctor check the fingerprints on that knife. They all belong to the dead man. No one else had touched it.
If only he had come to me.
You must not reproach yourself, Marie.
Captain.
Yes, Mr. Cranston?
I met young Todd this afternoon. He seemed worried about something.
Yes, I, too, noticed that he was troubled.
The question is, Dr. DeVista, what was he worried about?
Who knows? He was a moody youth.
Yes, poor boy will never know his reason.
Captain, Todd had a radiogram this afternoon. Missing now.
Randolph received many messages, Captain McTeague, concerning the estate.
Did he show you this one, Mrs. Todd?
I never interfered with his affairs.
We're wasting time, Cranston.
I think not, Captain. This message may have been important. Dr. Sue, did you see it?
Don't know nothing.
I'll ask the questions, Cranston.
Very well.
You might ask Mr. Cranston how he knows the radiogram is missing.
Yes, how about that, Cranston?
Todd was wearing the same suit when I found him, so I looked for it.
You mean you searched the body?
Yes, the steward was here as a witness.
Well, I must say you've got your nerve, Cranston.
Perhaps but suicide with a knife isn't very common, Captain.
Now, look here, Cranston. It's bad enough to have a suicide on board without you trying to twist it into something worse.
No one saw young Todd after his 3 traveling companions left him.
I resent that.
Captain McTeague, this is outrageous. Must we be badgered by this young man? I can't stand his manners.
I still say...
That's enough from you, Cranston.
I'm merely trying...
I've had more than enough of your impudence. Adams. Yes, Captain. Take this Mr. Cranston to his stateroom and lock him up.
Lock me up?
Yes, I am holding you as a material witness.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
And Adams. Yes, sir. Put a man on the deck outside Cranston's cabin window. He's to stay in his room.
Yes, sir. Come on, Mr. Cranston.
Coming. I'll see you again, Captain. Very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting for the Shadow's hair-raising story to reach a thrilling climax, let me say something about a new kind of rainy day driving safety that may save your life. Because who knows...
The Shadow knows. When there's wet, slippery film on the highways, there's always the grim uncertainty that your car may start sliding, swerving, spinning off the road. Why gamble with fate?
Yes, motorists, and why gamble on tires when the new Goodrich Silvertown, with its lifesaver tread, offers you such marvelous skid protection? And marvelous is the word for it, because exhaustive road tests of the regular and premium price tires of America's 6 largest tire manufacturers prove that the new Goodrich Silvertown gave greater skid protection than any of the other tires tested. And don't forget, motorists, those grueling road tests weren't made by Goodrich. They were conducted by absolutely impartial engineers from America's largest independent testing laboratory, the Pittsburgh Testing Laboratory. What's more, some of the tires the new Silvertown was tested against have list prices as much as 40 to 70% more. When you consider that, then the fact that this new Goodrich Silvertown gave greater skid resistance than any tire tested is even more remarkable. Remember, when you buy Silvertowns, you get Lifesaver Tread skid protection plus Golden Ply blowout protection, 2 exclusive Goodrich features at no extra cost.
Here. This go in that bag, Stewart.
All right, you are.
Think that is all.
Smart idea, Mr. Tang Sui, packing ahead of time. Most people leave it at the last minute.
Boat docks tomorrow.
Right you are, early in the morning. That was terrible, your boss, Mr. Todd, killing himself.
Most tragic. Tang Sui very fond of young master.
Yes, very tough break. I'll answer it. That's funny.
Funny? What is?
Nobody at the door.
No one?
The passage is empty.
Never mind, steward. You can go.
Right you are.
Shut door, please. Steward, I said go. Who laughed?
I did, Tang Sui.
You? Where are you? I cannot see you.
I am here beside you, Tang Sui.
Only voice.
Yes, Tang Sui. The shadow is a voice, asking for the truth. The truth about Randolph Todd's death.
Tang Sui know nothing.
Tang Sui lies. The shadow knows. Where is the radiogram your young master got this afternoon?
I not know.
You're a wicked servant, Tang Sui. Where is the radiogram?
I did nothing.
Where is it?
Here in pocket.
Put it on the table.
Yes, Shadow.
Why was it taken? What does it say?
I give it to you. Now, go away, please.
No, Tang Sui, not until I know the truth. Was Randolph Todd murdered?
Go away, please, go away. Tang Sui did nothing.
Tang Sui, get away from that door.
No, leave me alone. I run.
This is nonsense, Tang Sui.
Such a wild story.
No, true. Tang Sui talk with Shadow. No man, just Shadow.
I don't believe it.
It true, mistress. Shadow take radiogram from Tang Sui.
The radiogram? You gave it to him?
You coward.
Cannot fight Shadow, cannot see.
Fool. There is the answer to not seeing him. He hid in the fog.
No fog in Tang Sui cabin.
Well, we won't mind the fog a little later tonight. Doctor, you'd better shut the window. Look at the way the curtains are blowing in.
That is funny. There has not been a breath of air all night.
But the curtains were blowing, just for a moment.
This shadow, he may prove an obstacle.
How? He cannot know our plans, or what is in the hold of the ship. Now listen, we are only about 10 miles off the Ricaguana coast.
In a section friendly to the revolution.
Yes. In the fog, we can easily lower a boat and slip away.
But this a shadow.
You and your ghost stories, Tang Sui. He cannot do anything.
He has radio message.
Only the copy in code. I destroyed the decoded copy. How can he read the message without the code book?
And you have the code book saved, De Vista?
Of course. I have it on me.
Look in your pockets, De Vista.
Huh?
What's that? Who spoke?
Shadow. He's here.
Yes, my friends. The shadow is here.
Maria, the code book. It is not in my pocket.
I took
it is
from
gone.
You, De Vista. I took it. Now I can read the message that caused one of you to murder Randolph Todd.
Maria, if he reads that message...
First, he must decode it. By that time, he will be too late. Come, we act at once.
Half speed ahead. Half speed it is, Captain. Very good, Miss Pearson. Keep her on the course and keep sounding that whistle. Yes, sir. What night, sir? Blasted fog. Watch she doesn't get any closer to shore. There are shoals in there. Aye, sir.
Captain McTeague.
What was that?
I am here, Captain McTeague. Behind you.
Where? Get off the bridge. There are no passengers allowed up here.
Your ship is in danger, Captain.
Listen, whoever you are, get off the bridge. There's no danger. I've brought the Amazon through many a fog.
The danger isn't the fog, Captain. It's below decks.
Below? Say, come out here into the light so I can get a good look at you.
You cannot see me, Captain, but you must believe me. There are explosives in the hold.
You must be crazy.
There are munitions. Disguised. They're bound for revolutionaries in Ricaguana. There's a plan to blow them up.
Say, who are you?
They call me the Shadow, Captain. Believe me, you must go below before it is too late. Randolph Todd knew about the munitions, too. That's why he was murdered.
Murdered?
If you don't believe that, Captain, at least go down into the hold. Go now, and you will learn.
Mr. Pearson.
Yes, sir.
Take over. I'm going below. I want 2 men, armed.
Yes, sir.
box.
Yes, Maria. Tang Sui, hand me that hatchet.
Yes, sir. Here.
This one has the fuses.
Quickly, start tying one up to the powder. If one box blows up, they'll all go.
Yes, and the ship with them.
What is it? Someone come.
What? Tang Sui, quick, switch out the light.
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, Tang Sui, stay by the switch box. Don't turn them on till I give the word.
Yes, Mrs.
Quiet, quiet.
It's black as pitch in here. Got your flash, Peters?
Yes, Captain.
Find the light switch. If you ask me, this is the craziest...
Now, Tang Sui.
Hey, who turned on those lights?
Do not move, Captain.
Got a gun, sir.
So I see.
So is the woman.
And I am a good shot, sailor. Keep your hands up.
Mr. Todd and Mrs. Todd and Dr. DeVista. Say, what are you doing down here?
Good evening, Captain.
And young Todd's valet, too. Put down those guns. What the devil do you mean by...
You do not command now, Captain.
That's mutiny.
Throw your guns on the floor, gentlemen.
I'll be...
You'll be dead if you don't.
Throw guns.
What do you say, Captain?
Go ahead, boys. Not much we can do now. There's my gun.
The others, please, quickly. Line up facing the wall, gentlemen. Keep those hands up, Captain.
You don't expect to get away with this.
But we do. We will. There will be a certain loud noise, and you... Well, never mind. Tang Sui.
Yes, Mrs.
You will shoot the first man who turns around.
Yes.
Come, Dr. De Vista. We must hurry. Bring the hatchet with you.
Yes, I am coming.
You. What's your name? Tang Sui. What does she mean by a loud noise? Are there explosives in this hold?
Captain, no talk.
If anything happens to this ship...
One more word and Captain die.
I think not, Tang Sui.
Shadow! Let go! My arm!
Drop the gun, Tang Sui.
The man who calls himself a Shadow's got him.
Softly, Captain. Get the others.
I've got his gun, sir.
Oh, let me go, Shadow. Let me go.
Hurry, Captain. Rush the others. They're laying a fuse.
A fuse? Grab your guns, men. Come on.
Let go, Shadow. Tang Sui do nothing.
So, you don't like your jiu-jitsu when it's practiced on you. Come along the others.
Drop your hand. Grab your man. Hold it there. Now, easy, lady. We got you.
So, Shadow, this is your doing.
No, Mrs. Todd, yours. The Shadow merely helps the cause of justice.
Hey, these are munitions, all right. Look at that. Powder. High explosive shells. Enough to blow the ship right out of the water.
That was their idea, Captain.
Well, I hope you three are satisfied. Smuggling, piracy, assault with a deadly weapon, sabotage. You'll spend the rest of your lives behind bars.
No, Captain, not all three. Tang Sui will die for the murder of his master, Randolph Todd.
No, I did not.
You will hang Tang Sui.
I tell you truth, Shadow.
Don't you fool.
Be quiet.
The truth, Tang Sui.
Missy Todd, one time, Soccer's lady, she throw knife by blade.
You little traitor.
Look out!
She grabbed the hatchet, sir, and threw it. We had to shoot, sir.
The hatchet just missed Tang Sui.
Oh, she bad. She murder master.
The woman is dead.
Murray.
So, Captain, Mrs. Todd paid for her crime. She killed her stepson. She planned to destroy all the people on the ship. Instead, it was she who perished.
Peters and Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Take Dr. DeVista and Tang Sui to the brig.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, come on, now. Come on. Shadow, I'd like to thank you. Who are you, anyway?
Just the Shadow, Captain McTeague. I work in the shadows. Against crime.
You saved my ship. I feel the line should thank you publicly.
My power would be lost if I were known, Captain.
Well, there's a young man upstairs I owe an apology to. A lad named Cranston.
Really? Why?
Well, he sort of figured young Todd was murdered.
Mr. Cranston must be very wise. And now, Captain, I must go back into the shadows.
You have been listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Nina. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to cancel me out tonight, Angel. I just landed a new client. Mm-hmm. Of course, I wanted to turn down his business, but no matter how I talked, this boy insisted on giving it to me.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Big Talker. Sunday afternoon and time for another thrilling adventure of the Falcon. But first, a word about another kind of adventure, an adventure in flavor. For right now at your grocer's, there's a wonderful new salad oil for use in your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Now, Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil, a lighter-bodied oil to mix quickly and perfectly with all other ingredients. That's because it's not just refined. It's superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Yes, superfined, to put new magic into the salad dressings you make yourself, into those wonderful chiffon cakes you pride yourself on, into every home recipe that calls for liquid shortening. Don't wait to get acquainted with Kraft Salad Oil. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label tomorrow at your grocer's. Get Kraft Salad Oil. And now, the case of the Big Talker. It's Sunday evening in New York, and a trio huddles in the rear booth of the Pelican Club. Reading from left to right, they are Joe Greco, Danny Bell, and William Palmer. And from the deference accorded Mr. Palmer, it's obvious who leads this band, which is no more than Mr. Palmer deserves. All you have to do is listen, and you'll hear some of the slickest arrangements.
Well, of course, the big thing in our favor is the element of surprise. Weber's had everything his own way so long, he won't be expecting any opposition.
Yeah, that's smart operating, Palmer. We pulled the same deal in St. Louis.
Oh, did you, Danny?
Oh, sure. I just walked into this guy's place and gave him 24 hours to leave town.
Uh-huh, and what happened?
Well, he was gone in 4.
They play awfully rough in St. Louis, don't they?
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Maybe this league won't be fast enough for him, boss, huh?
There's always that possibility, Greco.
Why, I remember one time...
Much as I'd love to hear you reminisce, Danny, I'm I'm afraid it's getting late.
Oh, well, that's okay. Just remind me to tell you sometime about Lefty Wilson.
I'll make a note of it. But getting back to Weber...
You don't have to draw me a diagram, Palmer. I got the picture already. This Weber gets the big gambling play from the society crowd, and you want it.
Very much so.
Okay, I'll have a little talk with the man.
Oh, I don't doubt that you're a brilliant conversationalist, Danny, but Mr. Weber is also gifted. And let's assume that nothing you say moves him. What's your next step?
Well, we take over.
You see, Greco, nothing baffles him. We take over.
Sure. It's as simple as...
As falling off a log?
Yeah.
Wonderful. When can we expect this eviction to take place?
Hey, now, wait a minute, Palmer.
Don't tell me that you haven't an answer for that.
Well, don't forget, I'm a newcomer in town.
Oh, I've got news for you, Danny. The people in New York are exactly like those in St. Louis. They eat, they sleep, they breathe. And a little .38 caliber slug can stop all those vital functions.
You mean you expect me?
Uh-huh.
Well, you're crazy.
You hear that, Greco? I'm crazy. Here I voiced a simple suggestion.
Look, if you want someone to kill Weber, you better get yourself another boy.
What's wrong with the one I just hired?
Well, first of all...
Look, Palmer, never mind his phony. I'll do it.
Greco, this is not the Army. If I wanted to volunteer...
I only thought that I...
don't. Oh. Danny's going to come through for us, aren't you, Danny?
Well...
You see, Greco, you misjudged him. Why, the minute I spied Danny, I bet he was a man of action. And you know me. I only put my money on sure things.
You and your big mouth. No matter how many times I warn you, Danny.
Oh, cut it out, Martha.
I'll cut it out when you learn to keep your trap shut. We had to leave St. Louis because someone called your bluff. But Mr. Loudmouth doesn't remember that.
Now, look, honey, that's water under the bridge. What are we going to do now?
What are we going to do?
Well, you're my wife.
You don't have to remind me. The only thing that keeps me going is the hope that someday I may be your widow.
Now, look, Martha, suppose I talk to Palmer.
Did you say talk? That's how you got into this mess.
Oh, Martha.
Now, about this man Weber.
Yeah, well, he's nobody to mess with. Maybe we just better pack and go. Huh?
Oh, no. I'm not doing any more running. You can go if you want to, but I'm sticking right here. I like New York fine.
Oh, but baby...
Will you stop wagging your tongue and let me think?
Yeah, sure.
Wait a minute. I got an idea.
Oh, I knew I could count on you, baby.
Yeah. This Weber guy is loaded, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, suppose he was informed what Mr. Palmer was planning for him. Don't you think he'd be grateful?
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be worth all kinds of money to him to get the drop on Palmer. I bet he'd go 10,000, easy.
Well, what are you waiting for?
You mean?
Yeah.
But what'll I tell him?
What'll you tell him? You ask me that?
Oh, now listen,
What
Martha.
for? Weber is the man who should listen. And if you can't talk him out of 10 grand, don't bother coming back.
Yes?
Mr. Weber?
That's right, sir.
My name is Danny Bell. That's a nice gambling layout you got out there.
Oh, you're very kind.
Well, of course, it's not as big as a couple of places I've got back home.
Home?
Yeah, St. Louis. Greatest little town in the world.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I hated to leave, but I got a proposition I couldn't turn down.
If you'll excuse me, Mr...
Bell. Danny Bell.
Well, I'm very busy.
Take it easy, Weber. You see, this proposition concerns you.
I can't imagine how.
Oh, you think I'm running off at the mouth, huh?
That's rather an inelegant but accurate way to describe it.
Well, suppose I was to tell you that someone was planning to knock you off.
Now you have aroused my curiosity.
Well, is it worth 10 grand for the complete details?
Definitely.
Well, the name of your party is William Palmer.
Oh, Mr. Palmer, eh?
Yeah, he figures on taking over this place.
It just occurred to me, Mr...
Bell.
How do I know this isn't a hoax?
You don't know who you're talking to.
No.
Well, Palmer and me are just like this, see? He wanted me to knock you off. It's a lucky thing for you, you got friends.
Oh, have I?
Oh, sure. They told me you were a swell guy.
They were exaggerating.
Yeah, that's the only reason I came here.
Well, I appreciate it, Mr...
Bell.
Forgive me. I have a horrible memory for details.
What about that 10 grand? I'm running a big risk, you know.
Then you'd better start running.
Oh, look, Weber.
But perhaps you need something to send you on your way. Well?
All right, I'm going.
Thank you.
But don't you worry, Weber. I'll be seeing you.
I doubt that, sir. I don't ever expect to hear from you again. Is that understood?
Come on.
Hello?
That you, Martha?
No, Mrs. Bell ain't in.
Well, who's this?
Blanche West.
Oh, well, this is Danny Blanche. Where's my wife?
I don't know, Danny. She went out about an hour ago. She asked me to mind the house.
Anybody call?
Only a Joe Greco.
Joe Greco?
Yeah, he said you should ring Mr. Palmer when you got in. You want the number?
No, I'll call when I get home. When Martha comes in, you just...
What was that, Danny? There it goes again. It sounded like... Danny!
Second, Louise. Right with you. Hiya, Ain't.
Why, Mr. Waring.
I'm sorry. I was expecting someone else.
Little girl named Louise Mason?
How do you know?
Oh, I'm a guy who knows everything. Greco's the name. Joe Greco.
What do you know about Louise?
I know she had a date with you and she ain't gonna make it.
Why not?
Let's just say she was indisposed. If you're gonna call her, Waring, you'll be wasting your time. I don't think she'll answer. Believe me, friend, I know wherever I speak.
All right, Greco, where is she?
What are you getting so excited about?
What happened to her?
This is New York in broad daylight. What could happen?
Look, Greco.
Hey, holding on to my coat ain't gonna bring her back. If you really want her, all you gotta do is say the word.
What's the word?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, you work for Bill Palmer.
What are you talking about?
Did you read about this jerk, Danny Bell, getting himself knocked off last night?
Well?
Well, the cops think the boss did it.
Why?
Did you ever try to reason with a cop?
Yes.
You've been pretty successful. That's why Palmer wants you to work for him.
Was it his idea to grab Louise?
Who says anybody grabbed her? You jump to conclusions.
All right. When will she be released?
The minute I get your word, you go to work.
How do you know I won't break it?
That's where guys like us got the advantage over guys like you. We trust you.
I suppose I turn up evidence to prove that your boss did kill Danny Bell.
And he deserves to fry.
Okay, let's go see Palmer.
That's just what I was going to suggest. Lucky I got a cab waiting.
It's lighter-bodied. It's superfine.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared salad dressings. Yes, there is something new under the sun at your grocer's right now. A new salad oil, Kraft Salad Oil. The first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Wait till you try it in those wonderful salad dressings you make yourself. Those light-as-air chiffon cakes you're so proud of in all your special recipes that call for liquid shortening. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil. Superfined for better blending by a special new Kraft process. Because it's lighter-bodied, it mixes perfectly with all ingredients, puts new magic into dressings, cooking, and baking. Don't wait. Put this new salad oil on your shopping list right now. Remember,
It's lighter-bodied. It's superfine.
get Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Joe Greco dropped Mike Waring off at police headquarters. And surprisingly enough, Sergeant Corbett doesn't seem too pleased to see our hero.
Well, if it isn't that high-flying bird, the Falcon. What brings you to this nest?
Where's Bill Palmer? You know, for a second there, I thought you said Bill Palmer.
I did. Isn't he boarding here?
What do you want with him?
I'm working for him.
You're kidding.
Now, look, Sergeant.
You wouldn't actually take that bum for a client.
Well, wouldn't I?
Why, I've known you for almost 10 years.
Well, I guess it only proves you don't know the real me.
Maybe I don't. They say everybody's got his price.
Now, who's the they that's always doing all the saying?
Elliot, tell Palmer Mike Waring's here.
Look, Sarge, suppose I
Why
told...
bother, Mike? You don't owe me any explanation.
Oh, all right, as long as you're going to be pig-headed.
Hello, Waring.
Oh, come in, Palmer.
Well, I see Joe Greco got to you.
He certainly did.
Now, listen to me,
I wouldn't want to waste your valuable time.
Well, what's he sore about?
Oh, he feels I let him down.
I hope I never know that feeling.
Listen to me, Palmer. If anything happens to that girl,
Now,
the way...
Don't go hammy on me, Waring. Nothing's going to happen to her. She's probably back home now.
Well, if I find out you killed Danny Bell...
I know. You're going to let me fry.
I'll pull the switch personally.
Well, I hope you got a union card. How long will it be before they let me go?
Well, that depends on how much help I get from you.
You'll get everything you need.
All right. If you didn't kill Bell, who did?
Mike, I'm going to surprise you.
You have no idea.
No, I've got a wonderful one. What do you think of Weber?
Who?
Hans Weber. I understand Danny had some trouble with him.
Over what?
I couldn't say, but I know Danny threatened to kill him.
Well, maybe I ought to have a few words with Weber.
I don't care how many words you have. Just make sure they're the right ones.
You know what makes me feel badly, Waring?
No, what, Weber?
It's only on occasions like this you come up to the club.
Well, I can't afford it.
Even with Bill Palmer for your client?
Now we're right back where we started. He thinks you should be in his place.
Such ugly suspicions, Mike. Believe me, I hardly even knew this,
Danny Bell.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, by any chance, would you happen to recall if you killed him?
Well, I might remember that if I had a motive.
You did. Danny threatened you.
Then I could plead self-defense.
You could.
Well, thanks for the advice, Mike. If I decide to take it, I'll mail you a check.
Come.
Hello, Sergeant.
What are you doing here?
I brought a lady around to see you.
I'm not interested in any of your friends.
No, you will be in this one.
Now, look, Waring.
Mrs. Bell.
You want me?
Yeah. This is Sergeant Corbett.
We've met.
What's going on here?
Well, if you'll listen for a minute, you'll find out. Mrs. Bell, tell him the story you told me earlier today.
Where do you want me to begin?
Right at the top of the page. Remember the time of your husband's murder?
Yeah. It was 9:45.
And where were you at that time?
She doesn't need an alibi.
Well, why don't you give that mouth a rest? You happen to recall where you were, Mrs. Bell?
Yeah. I was at the Pelican Club.
Did anyone see you there?
Bill Palmer.
What?
That's right. I was with him from 9 to 10:30.
And if Palmer was with you, he couldn't possibly have killed your husband.
No.
Why didn't you tell me that before?
You didn't ask, honey.
You satisfied now, Sergeant?
No.
Well, maybe I can find someone who won't be so difficult. Come along, Mrs. Bell. We'll go see the DA.
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett.
Corbett, this is Wilson of the DA's office. A friend of yours was just around to see my boss.
Oh.
Mike Waring.
He's no friend of mine.
Well, he must be a good friend of the chief's. The DA wants Bill Palmer released.
Sergeant! Hey, Corbett!
Huh?
It's me. Can I give you a lift?
No, thanks. I'm discriminating about the kind of people I'm seen with.
Meaning I'm not.
Uh-huh.
Oh, listen, you idiot.
You ought to feel pretty proud of yourself.
All right, as long as you ask, I do.
Sure. I don't know many private detectives who could do what you did for Palmer.
You're darn right.
But then the detectives I know don't go in for perjury.
Hey, listen, who are you...
On your way, Waring. You're blocking traffic.
Hello, Mr. Palmer.
Well, as I live and breathe.
And you can thank me for both.
All right, Martha, thanks. Satisfied now?
Not quite. I like people to show their gratitude in a more tangible way.
I don't think I understand you, Martha.
I was supposed to get $5,000 for lying to the cops.
Oh, well, I've come to the conclusion I made a mistake. I could have had Joe Greco do it for nothing.
Then you know where you would have wound up. I saved your life, Palmer, and don't ever forget it.
If I do, I'm sure you'll remind me.
Yes, indeed.
Suppose I told you I didn't kill your husband.
Don't make me laugh.
Oh, they let me go.
And we both know why. So you better dig up that money, otherwise...
You'll... What?
Don't ever try that again.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that, Martha. I'm a gambler, and that's the kind of challenge that I can't resist.
Get it out.
There's no pleasing you. First you complain because I don't give you anything, then when I do, you yell twice as loud. I don't know what I'm going to do with you. Yes?
Is Mr. Palmer in?
Oh, who wants to know?
Hans Weber.
Oh. What's on your mind, Weber?
Oh, Palmer, I just thought I'd offer my congratulations on your release.
Thank you.
Frankly, I never thought you'd make it.
Well, I had a good man working for me, Mike Waring.
But he needed help.
Oh, you mean Danny Bell's widow?
Yes. And then to repay her kindness the way you did.
What do you mean?
Oh, she told me the whole sordid story. She probably thought I would be a little more appreciative.
Hmm. And were you?
Well, I'm ashamed to say this, Palmer.
You weren't.
Well, offhand, I couldn't see how that information was going to help me. So now I'm afraid Martha thinks as badly of me as she does of you.
And I didn't believe we had anything in common.
Oh, we have, Palmer. A great deal. Let's get together real soon and, compare notes.
Remember, tomorrow at your grocer's, you can get a wonderful new salad oil for your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil for home use ever offered by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft dressings. Kraft Salad Oil is a lighter-bodied oil, superfine to blend perfectly with other ingredients. Get a pint or quart bottle tomorrow at your grocer's. Ask for Kraft Salad Oil. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Several hours have passed since the extremely friendly conversation between Palmer and Weber. And now at the Falcon's apartment.
Hello, Mike.
What are you doing here, Sergeant?
I just dropped by to apologize.
You what?
Yeah, Louise Mason called me at home and told me why you agreed to work for Palmer.
Oh.
Why didn't you say something? I would have understood.
I tried to.
I know you did. Am I forgiven?
Yeah, sure, Corbett. Come on in.
Thanks.
Care to join me in a drink?
Yeah, I'm off duty. Start pouring, boy. You know, I never thought you were going to get Palmer out.
Well, strictly between us, Sergeant, I was a little surprised myself.
Of course, Danny's wife's perjury didn't hurt any.
What are you talking about?
Oh, didn't you know, Mike? She was reached.
You're crazy.
She admits it herself.
When was this?
About a half hour ago.
She's out of her mind. I don't know why she came to you with that story.
She's sore. She claims you wouldn't pay her off.
I wouldn't pay her off?
Uh-huh. She says you made the deal for Palmer.
She's lying. If she was bribed, Palmer did it himself.
Without your knowledge or consent, like they say.
Yes.
Still, it's kind of embarrassing for you.
Is it?
You get Palmer released, and according to the law, we can't pick him up again.
I know that. Just wait till I get my hands on him.
A couple of the boys downtown think you already did.
Now what are you babbling about?
Somebody put a slug through his brain. You'll die when you hear who that somebody is. Want to get a coat, Mike? Will you go like that?
Now, look. I don't know anything about Palmer's murder, and I know less about Martha's perjury.
You don't have to yell. I believe you.
Huh?
Of course, the opinions expressed here are my own and in no way reflect the opinions of my sponsor, the New York Police Department.
Now, listen, Corbett. You got to give me a break.
What do you want?
A chance at Martha Bell.
That can be arranged.
And I want to see Joe Greco.
You don't think...
Why not?
He worked for Palmer.
Yeah, so did Danny Bell, remember?
And while you're at it, pick up Hans Weber.
Hey, you don't want much, do you?
I don't think so.
Well, maybe you're right. There are 7 million people in New York, and you could have involved them all. All right, I'll get a call out to pick them up.
I beg your pardon. Is Sergeant Corbett...
Right here, Mr. Weber.
I was told you wanted to see me.
You were told right. This is Martha Bell. Or have you two already met?
No.
Well, have you, Weber?
I never contradict a lady.
Well, this is Joe Greco.
Yeah.
Likewise, I'm sure.
Listen, Sergeant, what's the big idea?
Yeah, what are we waiting for anyway?
The star of our show.
Thank you, Sergeant Corbett.
You just made it, Mike. They were ready to walk out.
I don't know what they would have missed.
Yeah, you're funnier than Groucho Marx.
And I don't even wear glasses. You tired, Weber?
No, just bored.
Oh. Well, we'll see if we can make it interesting for you. Gentlemen, and Mrs. Bell, we are gathered here together to determine the murderer of one William Palmer.
Here.
Now, would anyone care to hazard a guess?
Oh, is this an audience participation program?
Yes. So suppose I pass among our contestants. First, I have a question for you, Martha.
How nice.
Why did you tell Sergeant Corbett I was the one who got you to lie for Palmer?
You did.
And where did all this take place?
At your apartment the day before we went up to see him.
Now, that's a nice try, Angel. But it isn't the right answer, because I spent that entire day in Jersey on another case.
Listen, Waring.
Sorry, we're a little pressed for time, but don't feel badly. You win at least a 5 to 10 year stretch for perjury. Now, Greco, you're next.
Am I?
Yes. What were you doing at the time of Palmer's murder?
I was down at the Pelican Club.
And how long were you there?
From 6 to 11:30.
And Mr. Palmer died...
At 8:15.
Who told you that?
I did.
Okay, Sergeant. Now, let's get on to Mr. Weber.
Must you?
Well, I'll start you off with something easy. Do you remember Danny Bell?
This lady's husband?
Yes. May I ask if you have an alibi for the time of his murder?
So far back. Can you give me a little hint?
Yes, it happened at 9:45 on...
Oh, yes. Well, if memory serves me right, at that time I was at my club, greeting my guests.
And their names?
Perhaps Senator Burns might remember that evening.
Why should he?
Well, there was a little unpleasantness at 9:40 about one of his checks. It was made of rubber.
Well, that completes the first round. And we have a winner.
Have we?
Yes, Mrs. Martha Bell. Will the lady please stand?
Listen, you comic, what are you babbling about?
By killing your husband and Bill Palmer, you have hit the jackpot.
No.
Yes, you win that famous trip up the Hudson to Sing Sing with all expenses on the house. Oh, yes, I forgot to mention, Angel. That trip is only one way.
Say, Mike.
Oh, look, Sergeant, I'm tired. I need a rest.
Don't be ridiculous. We couldn't get along without you. Why did Martha kill Danny?
Well, simple. She was fed up with him. He never did anything right in his life. And when he tried to shake down Weber and didn't get a dime, that was the final straw.
What kind of a motive is that?
Well, the newspapers are full of stories about wives who have murdered their husbands for less.
And what about Palmer?
Well, she killed him because he wouldn't pay off after she bailed him out with her alibi.
Did she dream up that alibi deal?
Well, sure.
That was a smart piece of work.
Smarter than you think. Because Palmer didn't need the alibi. He was with Joe Greco at the time.
Why didn't he say so?
Who would have believed it? No, she was shrewd. You see, she sold Palmer the idea that she could help him. And at the same time, she helped herself.
I don't see how.
Well, if Palmer was with her, naturally it follows that she must have been with him. And if he didn't kill her husband, neither did she.
Well, the thing that gets me is why you took this case in the first place.
Well, I told you, Sergeant. One of Palmer's boys abducted my girlfriend.
I know, but that's no reason.
What?
If you ask me, she's a lucky girl.
Oh, are you out of your mind?
Well, the way I look at it, being kidnapped is bad enough. But she'd have been in a lot more trouble if she'd kept that date with you. Good night, Mike.
There comes a time in the life of every homemaker when she has to fix a dinner fast, and that's when Kraft Dinner is such a help. You see, in just 7 minutes cooking time, Kraft Dinner makes delicious macaroni and cheese. Wonderful, tender macaroni with fine cheese flavor all through, just like I said, in only 7 minutes cooking time. That's because every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick-cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated for that grand cheese flavor. So tomorrow, get a couple of packages of Kraft Dinner. The Case of the Flaming Club. The Case of the Flaming Club. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon. When Mike Waring learns that if a man tries to make things hot for someone who has a knife, he's likely to get stuck. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with a hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening, over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Jimmy Durante and Ethel Merman visit the Big Show later on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is sky. S-K-Y.
Really? You bet your life.
The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present the best of Groucho. Yes, friends, it's a Groucho summertime. By popular demand from your letters, from rating histories, and the acclaim of critics, the DeSoto Plymouth dealers bring you selected shows from You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. Groucho Marx is on vacation, friends, and will return in the fall. Until then, it's fun and laughs each week this summer as we proudly present some of the best of Groucho's past shows. And here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples. Bannerman, who's first to try for the $2,000?
Well, we invited some beekeepers and some girls who arrange weddings to the program tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Myrna Cole and Mr. Herbert Hunt. And here they are. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And you say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. A beekeeper and a wedding arranger, eh? Mr. Herbert Hunt, you keep bees?
Yes.
I see. Where you from? Honolulu?
No, I'm from Utah, Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake, eh? Now, Myrna Cole, the sweet man is calling me. What's your hometown, Myrna?
Billings, Montana.
Billings, Montana.
That's right.
How are the Billings in that town?
Oh,
Are they
just
pretty
fine.
good? Well, give them my regards when you see them, eh? Now, you're the wedding director?
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Well, any married woman can claim that title. What sort of work does your husband do?
I'm not married.
Now you're talking, huh? You mean you don't patronize your own business?
Oh, I'm all for it. And
Well,
I'm
during
engaged.
Prohibition, bootleggers never drank their own stuff, you know. You approve of it, though.
Oh, I
huh?
think it's wonderful. I really do.
How come you direct weddings and yet you're still single? Don't you believe in marriage?
Oh, yes, and I plan on getting married real soon.
You do, huh?
Yes.
Well, that takes care of me. Well, let's talk about bees, Mr. Hunt. How many do you have?
Well, I have about 800 colonies.
800 colonies?
Yeah.
George Washington only had 13 colonies, and he was the father of our country. Now, just what is a colony, Mr. Hunt?
Oh, a colony is a swarm of bees in a hive.
Oh, then actually you have the hives, is that it?
Well, not lately.
Well, do you scratch for a living now that you have the hives?
No.
How many bees are there in a colony? Look how she looks at me. She's fascinated by me. Or is that revulsion? Fascinated. Thanks for lying, anyhow. How many bees are there in a colony, Mr. Hunt?
About 15 pounds.
And how many bees are there in 15 pounds?
About 75,000 bees. About 5,000 to the pound.
How do you know? Did you ever count them?
Oh, no.
I see. Well, how many bees do you think there are in 15 pounds of bees?
I have no idea.
You have no idea?
No
huh?
idea.
I'm surprised you don't know. As a wedding director, I would assume you know all about the birds and the bees. Now, Miss Cole, where do you direct your weddings?
Forest Lawn Memorial Park.
No wonder she was scrutinizing me so closely. And I thought it was love. Huh? That's a cemetery, isn't it?
Yes. However, we have weddings there also.
Mm-hmm. Specifically, what is your job, Maida?
We counsel brides and grooms and help them in any way that we can. And we give them rehearsals and instructions and help them to make their wedding just as lovely as possible.
You rehearse them, you say?
That's right.
I noticed the word heist is in there. Well, let's get back to your bees, which is a natural sequence from marriage. How does a bee go about getting the honey?
Well, she flies out in the sunshine. When the flowers are producing nectar, gathers the nectar, flies back to the hive, transfers it to a young bee that's about 4 days old. And this young bee...
Well, now, wait a minute. How do they know the bee is 4 days old? Has it got a calendar on its tail or something?
They don't... That is not known except by the bees.
I see, and they're not talking, huh? All right, now, are bees alike? Don't they have kings and queens and dukes, etc.?
Oh, no. They have workers, drones, and a queen bee.
Mm-hmm. They have to have a queen, huh? Is she the boss?
No. She just lays the eggs.
Just sits there on her hives all day, huh?
And
she does nothing but lay eggs, huh?
That's all.
And you think that's nothing, eh? Have you ever tried to lay an egg?
No.
Now, how about the drones? What do they do?
The drones are the fathers in the hive.
Now you're talking. The old man just sits around in his slippers all day and lets the little woman do the work. Is that it?
But it doesn't live long.
Maybe not, but he has a great time while it lasts. Vive la vie, that's all I can say. Well, you're a very interesting couple, and if I have a choice between matrimony and beekeeping, I'll take the hives. Now, in just a minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at $2,000. First, here's something important to you.
Friends, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer wants you to take the wheel of the mighty DeSoto Fire Dome 8 or the DeSoto Powermaster 6. He invites you to take the 5-mile trial so you can judge for yourself the new power of the Fire Dome 8 under all road conditions. Here's what you'll discover. The DeSoto 160 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine means more driving pleasure, quicker response, greater acceleration, easier hill climbing, and the ability to pass safely on the highway. It means more driving economy, more power from every drop of gas, and on regular gasoline. Also, in the 5-mile trial, you'll have the chance to try DeSoto Full Power Steering, the sensational development that lets you turn the wheel as easily as you dial a phone. Ask your DeSoto Plymouth dealer to let you take the 5-mile trial in the new DeSoto 160 horsepower Fire Dome 8 or the handsome Powermaster 6. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car most like high-priced cars.
George, would you mind explaining the rules of the game?
Of course.
Because I don't understand them.
Well, each of our 3 couples has $20, and they bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected modes of transportation. How much are you going to bet on your first question?
16? 16, okay? Is that okay?
Okay.
16? Okay, here we are. Early settlers from the east crossed the plains and deserts en route to the west in an oxen-drawn wagon. What was it called?
Covered wagon.
Covered wagon is right.
Now, you folks are on your way, too. You have $36.
I once had a covered wagon. I had an automobile with 3 mortgages on it. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $32 will you bet on your second? $36. You're a perfect 36. How much you going to bet on your second question? 32? All right. What's the boat called that conveys passengers across a river?
Ferry.
The ferry is right.
You people are really climbing. You have $68.
How much you betting?
50.
$50? $50. What is the electric railway under the streets of a city called?
Subway.
Subway is right.
You have climbed to $118.
Got $118. Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much are you going to bet?
Shoot the work? Okay.
Here we go. What's the name of the sealskin boat that Eskimos use?
Kayak.
Kayak is right.
And you wind up with a grand total of $236. Groucho, the secret word is still the same. It's sky. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a nurseryman and a housewife, and here they come. Folks, come on over here and meet Groucho Marx, Mrs. Mary Duffy, and Mr. Robert Stansfield.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Mary Duffy, you're the housewife. Where are you from?
I'm from Alvord, Iowa.
Alvord, Iowa. Where's that near?
It's in Iowa, near Minnesota and South Dakota, near this...
It's in Iowa, but it's near Minnesota?
It's right near the South Dakota-Minnesota line.
Oh, well, you've got me fairly well confused, Mary. Your name is Robert Stansfield?
That's right.
And you're the nurseryman, eh?
That's correct.
Aren't you pretty old to be in a nursery? Which one are you from, Bob?
From Paul J. Howard's California Flowerland.
Oh, and what is your hometown?
Tunbridge Wells. That's in Kent, England.
Oh, you come from England, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And you were transplanted to California, is that right?
That's right, yes.
I'm surprised you don't have more of a pot. Are you married?
Yes, 2 children.
How did you meet your wife?
Well, it was during the war. I was in the British Navy, and...
What were you, a sailor?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm pretty shrewd, huh? How'd you meet your wife?
Well, while in San Francisco, I went to a United Services Club, and she was a hostess there.
You said you were in the British Navy, and what were you doing in San Francisco?
Well, we pulled in there for a little vacation.
Oh, and you met your wife there?
Yeah.
How did you meet your husband, Mrs. Duffy?
I met him in Sioux City, Iowa, in the stockyards.
What was he doing, throwing the ball down there? What was he doing in the stockyards?
Well, he was working there.
At what?
Well, his job was to sort out the cows as he came into the yards. He'd put the old cows in one pen and the young cows in another pen.
He was sorting out the old cows and the young cows, and that's how he met you?
Sure. He was standing there waiting for some cows to come in, and I come along.
And you gave him a bum stare, I suppose, at the beginning.
Well,
what happened?
I was walking along the fence on some grass, and
what were you, grazing?
I guess I was gawking around, trying to see everything, and I was looking around, and so I stepped into a mud puddle, and I practically fell at his feet. I slipped in the mud and fell right in front of him. And he looked down and he said, "Well, you're the clumsiest cow I ever saw."
He always had a flair for romance, this fellow. Well, let's talk about nurseries. For example, why do they call them nurseries, Robert?
Well, the plants are just young little things, and, well, they have to be nursed along just like a baby.
Is that so?
Sure.
We'll have to drop around your place at mealtime. I'd like to see you bape a petunia. What is your job at this nursery, Bob?
Well, I'm a seedsman, or I work in the seed department at the store.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting work.
And you advise the customers about their problems?
Yes. Oh, yes, that's one of our services.
Well, I have a lemon tree in my backyard, and the top half of the lemon is always kind of mushy and soft, and the bottom half is fine. And what's the matter with that tree?
Well, you probably didn't fertilize it at... fertilization is very important with citrus, and you probably didn't fertilize it at the right time of the year.
Now, suppose I told you that there were two trees next to each other, and the one tree is doing wonderfully, and the other one has these lemons on that are half rotten and half good. Oh. Riddle me that.
Kind of hard.
Come on, you're an expert now. I want an expert's opinion.
Well, you probably just bought a lemon.
That's very funny, but you're not helping my problem, man. That's true, you know. I'd like you to come out and look at those.
Well, I'd be very glad to do that.
Okay, I'll give you the address later. Huh?
All right.
And bring that girl that was at the forest lawn with you. Huh? You can forget about the lemons. Now, there's something else I'd like to know. All my life, I've heard of shrinking violets. Now, honestly, do violets really shrink?
No, they definitely don't.
How do you know? Have you watched them hanging on a line? You rascal, you. I trap you like a fox traps a hare. Let's try it again. Now, careful now. Is it true that roses are always red?
No, roses are many colors.
Obviously, he knows rose better than I do. Now, specifically, what are some of your best sellers?
Well, you trapping me again?
No, I'm not trying to trap you this time. Right?
Well, we have shrubs. There's the pittosporum, or pitastrum, as some people call it.
What's a pitastrum?
Well, it's a pittosporum.
Well, that clears that up. Well, okay, now I know all about spring planting. Now, you two are going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance of $2,000. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The beekeeper and the wedding arranger won $236.
All right, here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected wives of nobility. Here's your first question. How much are you going to bet?
15.
15. Okay. What do you call the wife of a czar?
An empress.
You agree with that?
Czar?
No, I'm sorry. It's Tsarina.
You now have $5.
How much of the 5 you going to bet?
Well, go on. Let's go 5, yeah.
$5. Okay. What do you call the wife of a duke? You ought to know that.
Duchess.
A duchess is right. Well, you're finding again. $10 now. Here's your third question. How much of the 10 you going to go for?
Okay.
Okay. What do you call the wife of an emperor?
An empress.
Empress is right.
You're back. You have $20 now.
$20. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 20? What do you call the wife of a baron? Baroness is right.
And we wind up with $40.
You made a comeback, and we'll see you later.
Groucho.
The secret word is still sky. We invited some junior high school boys to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Howard Brody. His partner is a member of the Parent Teachers Association, also chosen by the studio audience, Mrs. Priscilla Stell. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. You say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Now, let's see. Mrs. Priscilla Steele. Stella? Stell. I call you Priscilla, huh?
Yes.
And you can call me John Alden. You're a member of the PTA?
Yes, in Glendale.
You're from Glendale?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And Mr. Howard Brody, that's
Yes,
you, huh? How long have you been living in Los Angeles?
Oh, about 7 or 8 years, sir.
And where'd you live before then?
New York City.
Whereabouts?
New York City itself.
Oh, well, whereabouts in New York City?
Let's see, I can't think now.
That's close enough. Huh? Where'd you live before then?
Oh, well, Cloud 7, I suppose.
Where?
Cloud 7.
Cloud 7? He's going to be difficult, I think. How old are you, Cloud 7?
13, sir.
18, huh?
Yes, sir.
And what sort of work does your wife do, Mr. Brody?
I don't have a wife.
You don't have a wife? And you're from New York City?
Yes.
What sort of work does your father do?
Well, he sells Dr. Scholl's corn pads.
He does?
Yes.
How did you meet your husband, Priscilla?
Well,
Speaking of corn pads.
Yeah, I met him in the post office at Trona, California.
How many children do you have?
2, a boy and a girl.
And how'd you meet your husband?
In the post office at Trona, California.
Well, I mean, you just made a practice of going to the post office and picking out a husband?
No.
And now you have 2 children?
Yes.
You must have been hanging around general delivery. That worked out pretty well, didn't it? And you have 2 children?
Yes.
And how many children do you have, Mr. Brody?
I don't have any.
You don't have any children?
No.
Why not?
I'm not married.
Pretty happy about it, too. Have you got a girlfriend?
Well, sort of.
What do you mean, sort of? You're not sure she's a girl?
Well, she's a girl, all right.
She is, huh?
Yeah.
What does this charmer look like?
Well, she's about as tall as me or a little bit shorter. And,
She's not one of the 7 dwarfs, is she?
And she has blonde hair and blue eyes and green dress.
Don't ever get that confused, you know. How old is she?
She's 12 and a half.
12 and a half. How did you meet this femme fatale?
Well, she and I were in the same class at school.
Did you take her to the post office occasionally?
No.
Are you romantically inclined, Mr. Brody?
Well, I don't think so, but in a couple of years, I suppose.
You can bet on that, Mr. Brody. What is romance, anyway? How would you explain it? I mean, this inexplicable attachment that arises between a man and a woman.
Well, it's, well, when a man and a woman like each other and they buy a house.
Oh, if it were only that simple, huh? You mean that's all there is to it? They look at each other and the quick runs out and buys a bungalow.
No, they like each other a lot and they want to live with each other and they get married and they buy a house and they live.
Oh, I see. You may be only 13, but I must say you've really lived, Howard. Now, let's talk about the PTA. Just what is it precisely?
It's an organization of parents and teachers designed to bring the home and the school closer together.
Well, that's a worthy objective. Mr. Brody, what do you think?
Well, I think it's pretty good.
Do you think the home and the school should be brought closer together?
Yes.
Why do you think so?
Because it's too far for me to walk every morning.
I shouldn't think you'd mind that with this blonde charmer you've got with the green dress. Now, Mrs. Priscilla, which way is the PTA working? Are you planning on moving the schools or moving the boys' house?
Well, I think that's a silly question.
Priscilla, that's right. It is a silly question. But if I didn't ask silly questions right now, you'd be sitting at home listening to the weather report. What are the requirements for joining the PTA?
An interest in the welfare of children.
Mm-hmm. Well, are there any dues?
50 cents a year.
50 cents a year. Can men belong as well as women?
Oh, yes.
Mr. Brody, do you belong to the PTA?
No, sir.
You don't, huh? If you had 50 cents, would you join the PTA?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm not old enough.
What's the age limit for the PTA, Priscilla?
There is no age limit.
Takes care of that, Mr. Brody. Now will you join the PTA?
No.
Why not?
I haven't got any kids. Children.
Now, don't come running to me with your problem. How many men would you say there are in your PTA, Mrs.
Well, I'd
Stell?
say that 80% of the parents were women.
Is that so? Well, things have certainly changed since I was a lad. Well, you've been an interesting pair, and I'm sure that our schools are in good hands. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other two couples, and you'll get a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much our other couples won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The beekeeper and the wedding arranger are still leading with $236.
You ready? Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected nicknames of famous people. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to try?
15.
15. What great boxer was known as the Manasseh Mauler?
Jack Dempsey.
Jack Dempsey is right.
And you're on your way. You have $35.
You got 34. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the 35 are you going to try?
30.
What president was known as the Great Emancipator? Abraham Lincoln.
Now you have $65.
Now, how much will you bet at the 65?
60.
60, huh? Did you consult Priscilla?
Yes.
I see. You can be drunk with power here. What famous ball player was known as the Sultan of Swat?
Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth is right.
You guys are really climbing. You have $125.
$125 is your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 125 are you going to bet?
All of it.
All of it. Okay.
Wait a second.
Wait a minute.
All right, 100.
100. What fighter was known as the Brown Bomber?
Oh, Joe Louis.
Joe Louis is right.
And you wind up with $225. And that means the beekeeper and the wedding arranger with $236 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question.
That's a shame.
When your car needs the attention of an expert, there's one place to take it, to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. You see, the master technicians at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers know your car, and they know their business. They get continuous training, supervised by factory service executives. For example, more than 6,000 of these DeSoto Plymouth dealer mechanics just recently attended 252 special training schools in all parts of the nation. They got additional training in all phases of repair and maintenance and studied new service techniques. Continuous training like this, in addition to their years of experience, naturally makes the skilled mechanics at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers the best qualified men to service your car. It means your car gets the finest care at a real saving to your pocketbook when you take it where you see the famous sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's the beekeeper and the wedding arranger.
Where is the beekeeper?
They're going to be here right here.
Well, why do you say they're here when they're not even out here?
This is our winning couple, Groucho.
The beekeeper hasn't got his mind on those hives either.
All set for the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question.
Okay, and don't be so somber, Fenneman.
It's an exciting moment, believe me.
Not for you, it won't be. You won't get a quarter out of it. Here we go for $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and no help from the audience, please. Here it is. James Madison's opponent for the presidency was a man whose picture millions of people see every day on cigarette packs. Who is it? I'm sorry, it's DeWitt Clinton.
Oh, on the,
Yes, it's on the little green thing there, on the government stand. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much?
$236 in the quiz.
Well, that ain't hay, it's not even bees. And congratulations and thanks to both of you, and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Best of Groucho from the You Bet Your Life series. Don't miss the Best of Groucho on television, too. Also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see the DeSoto Fire Dome 8 tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. There's no trick to safety. It's just common sense. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Wild Bill Hickok! Hi, you folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. 'Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. When Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles rode toward the little town of Flat Rock City, they had a warning that their old friend Pappy Sparks was headed for real trouble. But Pappy wasn't worried about it as he sat in the railroad station teaching his grandson Clay how to send a message on the early day telegraph.
That's it, boy. That's it.
There. How'd I do, Pappy?
Clay, boy, you did just fine. Just like I taught you. You got that message through without a single mistake.
Boy, oh boy, sending messages on the telegraph. Hey, can I do it again sometime, Pappy?
Sure thing, Clay. But now you're going to do some practicing on that bugle of mine. You're going to learn all those Army calls just as well as I know them, and...
Hey, Pappy?
Yeah, boy?
Is Wild Bill Hickok really coming to Flat Rock City?
Of course he is. I sent for him myself. We got to have somebody around here who's man enough to cope with that sidewinder Pete Jennings and his gang.
And I'll get to meet him personally?
And shake his hand, boy, you sure will.
Hi, Pappy. Hello, Clay.
Oh, hello, Sheriff.
Well, what do you want around here, Sheriff?
Now, don't act so all-fired grumpy to me, Pappy, just 'cause I ain't going out single-handed and trap that Jennings gang.
Yeah, if I was younger, just a few years, mind you, I wouldn't be sitting around here like you are. I'd be out after them hombres.
It's suicide to go after them men alone, and if you wasn't so stubborn, you'd know it. I'd go after them if I could get a posse together. But you can't get a man in this town to ride after the Jennings gang. And to tell you the truth, I don't blame them.
I never seen such a bunch of cowards as this town's got. Well, Hickok will be along soon. You'll see a man.
That's what I come to talk to you about, Pappy. Ain't heard from him, have you?
Nothing to hear about. He'll just show up, that's all.
Well, I hope so.
What's the matter? What are you so worried about?
Pappy, I was out riding earlier today. I seen a lot of dust rising out of Devil's Pass, and you know what that means. Jennings and his gang's out riding again. They're going to strike someplace, that's for sure.
I was expecting this. Been too quiet lately. The calm before the storm.
Maybe they're going to ride into Portersfield. Maybe Canyon City. Or here.
Well, don't just stand there. Let's round up some men.
Hey, listen to that, Pappy.
Horses. And lots of them. Pete Jennings and his gang.
They're shooting up the town.
Hey, look, you can see them out the window.
Keep away from that window, boy.
Hey, they're not more than a few feet away from the building. building here, Pappy. You can see Pete Jennings as clear as day.
And take a couple of boys and clean out that bank. Anybody gets in your way, make them sorry.
They're robbing the bank, Sheriff. Well, don't just stand there. Do something.
There's 8 men out there, mean men. I step out that door alone, I'll have a hole in me quicker than a gnatkin bat is on.
Blackie, take the boys and see what money you can find in the store. If anybody goes for a gun, you know what to do.
Well, I don't care none about you, Sheriff. You stay inside here and protect your skin. I've had enough of this from that Jennings outfit. Give me that rifle.
Don't be a fool, Pappy. You're an old man.
I may be old, but I ain't no coward like the rest of the so-called men in this town. This Winchester will teach that Jennings coyote a thing or two.
Don't go out that door, Pappy. Wait till Hickok gets here. He'll know what to do.
Hey, please, Pappy, the sheriff's right. Come back.
Jennings! Pete Jennings!
Get back inside that office, old man.
We've had enough of you and your kind about these parts, Jennings, and now I'm going to take care of you.
Why, you stupid old...
Oh, Pappy! Hey, Sheriff, Jennings shot him. He's lying on the ground.
All right, men, come on. Let's clear out.
Jennings' gang is pulling out. Come on, son. Let's take a look at Pappy.
Yes, sir.
Pappy. Pappy, you all right?
I missed him, Sheriff. I clean missed him. My eyes ain't what they used to be at all.
Pappy! Pappy!
Easy, son, easy.
Is he dead, Sheriff? Is my grandpappy dead?
I don't know, Clay, but I do know that Jennings gang has started something that nobody can stop.
Listen here, Wranglers. We got a mighty big Wild Bill Hickok show to do. So if you listen real close, I'm going to make this kind of short. Telling about corn pops is as simple as this. Kellogg's Corn Pops are the two-way cereal. You eat them out of the box or out of the bowl. They're already sweetened for you. Just dig in and enjoy them right out of the box. But come breakfast time, you eat them in a bowl with a little milk. Now, no sugar, mind you. No, sir, the sweetening's already on Corn Pops, and plenty of it. They're sweet, crisp, and crunchy, and mighty good for growing young ranch hands. Saying that silvery bag inside keeps Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. It's made of pure aluminum, and it's really nice for storing foods in the refrigerator, too. So if you aren't already settled back enjoying Kellogg's Corn Pops right now, get a load of them tomorrow. You'll need plenty, because the whole family's going to be getting into them and maybe leave you without enough. Well, that's just about the whole story. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Now, let's listen.
Now, let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles. They've ridden into Flat Rock City and were immediately told of the Pete Jennings gang shooting up the town and shooting down Pappy Sparks.
Pappy's in the bedroom here, Mr. Hickok.
Thanks, Clay. Come on, Jingles. Let's see the old fella.
Hey, Pappy, look who's here.
Bill. Wild Bill.
Hi, old-timer.
I knew you'd come. I sure as shooting did.
Pappy, this is my sidekick, Jingles.
Howdy, Jingles.
Well, what's this we hear about you trying to let daylight through Pete Jennings?
I would have, too, if I was a mite younger. As it was, he parted my hair instead. I was out for some time, but when I come to, my feelings ain't changed. Somebody's got to get that Pete Jennings gang behind bars, and you're the man to do it.
Well, what about the sheriff in Flat Rock City, Pappy? Seems to me he could be doing something about it.
He's worse than nothing.
I resent that remark, Pappy.
I'll resent it all you want, Sheriff.
If you wasn't sprawled out there in a bed like that,
Hey, ease off, you two. You're supposed to be fighting the Jennings gang, not each other.
That's what I'm trying to get him to do, but he won't raise a finger.
That ain't fair, Pappy, and you know it.
There's nothing unfair about it. A man fights for his rights, that's why.
They don't need a marshal, they need a referee.
Here's the situation, Marshal. I can't get a posse together. The Jennings gang got the town scared out of its wit. They're mean, and I don't mind admitting it. They're the meanest outfits I ever seen.
Well, knowing Pete Jennings, I can believe it.
Fact is, the town folks hope if they leave the Jennings gang alone, that they'll leave the town alone.
Fat chance. They busted into town today, didn't they? And they'll do it again. You can't count out no bad man or he'll have you crawling in the mud. And that's what this town's doing.
Yeah, Pappy's right in a way. But folks are scared, and it's hard to blame them. Killing comes as natural to that Jennings outfit as breathing.
Then it's time they stopped breathing.
Where they hold up, Sheriff?
Devil's Mountain. They don't care who knows it. There's one trail in and one trail out. Take an army to roust them out.
Come on, Jingles.
Well, where are we going now, Bill?
Take a look at Devil's Mountain. Take care of Pappy, Clay.
Sure will, Mr. Hickok.
And don't go fussing, Pappy. Rest up like the doc said, and you'll be okay.
Rest up? Who can rest up now? Not when Wild Bill Hickok's going to teach the men in this town how to be men. Yeah, it's going to be something to see.
Well, there's Devil Mountain yonder, Bill. Looks as mean to me as a wet bobcat.
Sure does, Jingles.
Well, if those coyotes are dug in there like the sheriff says, don't know how we can ever get them out.
There's a way, Jingles. There always is.
Wild Bill Hickok, sharpshooter, marshal, and optimist.
Well, you got to look at the rosy side, Jingles. Come on. Let's ride up that ridge there. We'll look at Devil's Mountain from the side over there.
We can work our way up that trail over there, Bill, and... Hey, somebody shot my hat off.
Nobody else but me, Pete Jennings.
There he is, Jingles, standing up there on those rocks.
Yeah, with a smoking Winchester in his hand. I'll learn him to put holes in people's hats.
Hold it, Jingles. He's got the drop on us.
Hiya, Hickok. Hiya, Jingles.
Hiya yourself, you no-good, lily-livered polecat.
Ease up, Jingles. That's no way to talk to me. Remember, I'm the one who's holding a gun.
I'll talk any way I like. What's the idea of putting a hole in my new hat? Cost me $20. Might as well put a hole in a $20 bill, you...
That's better than putting a hole in you, wouldn't you say? And I could have done it just as easy.
Huh?
Never mind the talk, Jennings. What's on your mind?
Thing or two. And don't make the mistake of going for your gun. I got some of my boys hiding up in the rocks just waiting for you to do that.
You got something to say, Jennings. Say it while you can. Then be on your way. But you might as well know I'm coming after you.
That's exactly what we're going to talk about. I don't like you coming after me. Me and my boys got a good setup here. We got a hideout in the mountains. It's like a fort. And we don't want no interference from anyone, especially you.
Well, you're going to get it, Jennings, whether you want it or not. From Hickok and from me, too. And you know what? Before it's all over, you're going to pay me $20 for my new hat.
Can't you shut this man up, Hickok, so we can talk business?
They've got no business to talk.
All right, now, Hickok, listen to me. I want you to spin your mounts around and take that left trail there and ride into the sunset out of Flat Rock City.
And if we don't?
Well, I'm not going to be fool enough to say I'll drill you, because I know nobody scares Wild Bill Hickok that way. I got a better scheme, and you might as well know it. If you ain't gone by sunup, I'm going to take me 2 hostages from Flat Rock City.
I always knew you were lowering a skunk, but taking innocent folks...
Let him talk, Jingles.
And if you ain't gone by the next day, 2 more hostages. Women and kids. Don't matter none to me. Now, think that one over, Wild Bill Hickok.
All right. Quiet down, folks. Quiet down. Let's get some sense out of this meeting. Marshal Hickok has told you about his meeting with Pete Jennings, and he's told you what Jennings said. Now the marshal has put it up to you. He wants to stay, but he wants you to know it's dangerous.
Well, I got something to say on the matter, Sheriff.
All right, Mr. Jagger, let's hear your piece.
Well, I say it's too downright dangerous. Jennings means what he says. I'm in favor of the marshal leaving right now, tonight.
Now, hold on. Anybody else got anything to say?
Darn tootin', someone else has got something to say.
Hey, what's he...
Pappy, why aren't you in bed? You shouldn't be up yet.
That's a darn good thing I did get up. Is everybody around here yellow? The marshal's here to fight Jennings and his gang. We can't send him away.
Jennings and his gang can't be fought against. They're too strong.
Oh, that's poppycock. That's what they want you to believe.
Oh, sure, it's all right for you to talk, Pappy. You're an old man. But we got women folks and kids. And we know Pete Jennings isn't fooling when he says he's going to take them as hostages.
I got a young'un, too. I got my grandson, Clay. And I sure ain't going to teach him how to be a coward.
Let's take a vote right now.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. This is getting out of hand. Let's have a vote on the matter.
You betcha right.
Now, the question is, shall Marshal Hickok and his partner Jingles leave town by sunup like Pete Jennings says, or shall they stay on and try to figure out a way to get the Jennings gang in spite of the danger of hostages? All who says the marshal shall leave, say aye.
Aye.
All who says he should stay, say aye.
Aye.
You're the only one, Pappy. And I reckon that's it.
That's it, all right. It was a Democratic vote.
You mean you're going to leave, Bill?
Not much else to do, is there? Folks want me to go. Think it's safer that way. They think they can work out some kind of a settlement with Jennings.
They can't work out no such thing.
Well, maybe not, but everybody voted. Jingles and I are going to leave. So long, old-timer.
Well, reckon that's the last we'll see the town of Flat Rock City.
Reckon.
Don't make no sense to me nohow. Spend 2 days of hard riding to get here and then just turn around and leave without doing nothing. Bill, are you sure you're feeling all right?
I'm feeling fine, Jingles.
Well, you sure don't act it. Turning tail without a fight? Well, that's what it looks like you're doing.
Does it?
Well, I admit there's danger to the folks of Flat Rock City if we stayed, but there's always danger when you're fighting polecats.
This trail here, Jingles. Get over, boy. Over.
Well, maybe you figured the town folks ain't worth saving since they don't want to do nothing about it themselves.
Don't figure that at all. Matter of fact, I figure they need saving more than ever. They're scared and need saving not only from Pete Jennings and his gang, but also from themselves.
Yeah, well, then why don't
Let's
you...
make for that clump of cottonwoods.
Cottonwoods? What for? Hey, now, this ain't the trail out of town. This trail doubles back and... What's that? Somebody whistling? And you whistle back. What's going on here? Doggone it, nobody tells me nothing.
They're over here, Bill.
Hey, that's Pappy. Well, what's he doing out here in the middle of the night?
Come on, and you'll find out. Whoa,
whoa.
Hi, Marshal. Hello, Jingle.
Hello, Mr. Hickok.
The sheriff and Clay, too. Doggone, looks like we're having a convention.
Pull the horses into the brush, Jingles. We don't want to be spotted.
Oh, here, I'll give you a hand, Jingles.
Well, somebody better give me more than a hand. Somebody better give me some information.
Everything all set, Bill?
Yeah, I guess so, Pappy. You got the horses hidden?
Yeah, they're tucked in so good an eagle couldn't spot them with a spyglass.
I brought the dynamite along just like you told me to do, Marshal.
Good.
And I brought my old army bugle, but I can't figure out what you'd want with it.
You'll see.
Dynamite bugle? I'm going to bust if somebody
You
doesn't...
didn't think that Wild Bill was just going to ride out of town without helping us none, did you?
No, I couldn't believe that, but it sure looked like we was riding out of town.
Yeah, that's what I wanted everybody to think, including Pete Jennings and his gang.
And Bill planned ahead a time for us to meet him here.
I can figure that out all right. I ain't ignorant. But, Bill, the folks voted that you leave, and you can't go against the way they voted.
You forget, Jingles. They voted for us to be out of here by sunup.
Yes, sir. And we still got some hours of darkness for that. We got dynamite and a bugle, and Bill's got a plan. I don't know what it is, but Jingles, I'll bet a silver saddle against that shot-up hat of yours. It's a corker.
What we're going to do, men, is charge the Jennings gang in their hideout.
What? With just a few of us?
Right. Now, here's the way I got it planned. We're going to surprise them. Oh, it'll be dangerous, of course, but the first thing...
Pete. Pete, wake up. What is it? What's the idea of waking me up in the middle of the night?
I just seen something you got to know about, Pete.
Yeah. Well, what is it, then? Make it snappy. I want to go back to sleep.
You won't be going back to sleep after I tell you this. Hickok and Jingles didn't leave town like we thought.
Huh?
I saw them take the trail that doubled back toward town. And if you ask me, they're planning on surprising us tonight.
That's it, all right. Wake up the boys.
Yeah, sure.
Put half of them on the back trail to guard it, the other half on the front trail.
All right.
If Hickok and that partner of his think they're surprising us tonight, they're going to be surprised with lead.
You know, buckaroos,
I get to laughing at myself sometimes. When it comes time for me to say a few words about Kellogg's Corn Pops, I catch myself right on the edge of my chair. I get all riled up at the bad fellas and want to help Wild Bill and Jingles so much I almost butt in and join the shooting. No, instead of that, I take it out on my Corn Pops, chomping on them as fast as my jaws will work. Yep, right out of the box is the way I eat my Corn Pops, because the sweetening's already on them. Come morning, though, I go for Corn Pops at breakfast in a bowl with milk. Hey, but back up there. Hold the sugar, partner. The sweetening's already on Corn Pops, and milk is all you need. And Kellogg's Corn Pops, delicious as they are, contain lots of things that are good for you. B vitamins, vitamin D, with important minerals and food energy, too. That means you can eat all you want of those golden hearts of corn puffed up big and crisp. Yes, sirree. The best cereal of all, and already sweetened for you, are Kellogg's Corn Pops. You know who loves Pops. Let's say it together. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Right. Now, back on the edge of my chair for Wild Bill Hickok.
Now, let's get back to today's Wild Bill Hickok story. Bill, as we know, is planning on storming the outlaw stronghold in Devil's Mountain. But what he doesn't know is that Pete Jennings is planning something himself.
What time do you say it was, then?
It's about 2, I'd say, if I can judge by that moon.
Yeah, we've been waiting like this for over 2 hours.
Seems like it's been 2 days.
Yeah, and I don't like it.
Yeah, me neither. And the boys are getting kind of edgy, too.
You sure you saw Hickok double back to town?
Well, of course I'm sure. I wouldn't say I did if I didn't.
Well, something funny's going on. Where are they? I figured sure they'd be busting up here by now with guns blazing.
Yeah. Well, maybe they ain't going to come. Maybe they ain't crazy enough to think they can attack us in this stronghold.
Yeah, maybe not. Sure seems like a foolish thing to do. Yeah. What's that?
Well, that sounds like a dynamite blast.
Dynamite? But who would be blasting this time of night? There it goes again. What in thunder's going on?
Hey, Pete.
Yeah, what is it, Blackie?
Someone's blasting the back trail. The mountains are coming down. The whole trail is closed in solid.
What's that mean, Pete?
I don't know.
Well, at least it means Hickok and his partner can't come in that way since it's closed up solid.
But it also means we can't get out.
Yeah, but why?
A bugle.
That's the Army charge call.
The Army?
Yeah.
Well, where'd it come from?
I don't know.
Charge! Wait a minute, that Hickok's voice.
He's leading the charge.
Well, how can we fight against the U.S. Army?
And there ain't no escape. The back trail's blocked in by that blast.
Yeah, and the boys are throwing down their guns.
Well, they can give up, but I ain't. Give me that rifle.
Put down that Winchester, Jennings.
That's Hickok. He's right above us.
Let me get a shot at him. Oh, my arm.
Get it, Jennings? Ain't no man ever lived fast enough to outshoot Wild Bill Hickok.
All right, you men. Line up. Jingles, take their guns.
I'd consider it a pleasure. Come on, you hombres. Kick those guns over here.
All right, Hickok, you got us, but it took the U.S. Army to do it.
The U.S. Army? Are these coyotes in for a surprise?
You want to meet the U.S. Army, Jennings? Come here, Clay.
Here I am, Mr. Hickok.
Show these gents a bugle, Clay. That was the U.S. Army, Jennings.
And us, too, the sheriff and me.
Why, you tricked us.
He sure did. Your whole pack of bad men captured by 3 men, an old-timer and a kid. Pete Jennings, you ought to hide your head in shame.
Sheriff, I want to apologize to you. You're not a nanny goat at all. You done real well.
Well, thank you, Pappy. And the folks of Flat Rock City will do well to learn from you and from Wild Bill Hickok. Even though you're outnumbered, you got to fight for your rights. And you'll get them.
Come on, Sheriff. I'll help you take these men to the lockup.
Come on, you polecats. Move along. Now. Get on.
Hey, now, just a minute. I almost forgot something. Now, let me at that Pete Jennings.
Hey, take your hands off of me. What are you doing?
Just fishing in your pocket for something. Now, let me see. And here's what I want.
Hey, that's a $20 bill.
Why, Pete, that ain't money. That's my brand new hat.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Well, folks, hope you'll be around again next week.
Doggone it, Guy. Why can't we find a nice, quiet town with law and order and plenty of good eats?
I don't know about the eats, but you can bet we'll find trouble.
Trouble, always trouble. Guy, I gotta have food with my fighting.
All right, Andy. All you have to do is remember to load up with Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Hey, sure. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir. Be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Colleen Collins, Barton Yarborough, Fred Shields, Stan Farrar, Bill Boucher, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops. Moms love Pops. Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
My gun was handcrafted to my specifications. I rarely draw it, unless I mean to use it.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Paladin. Good evening, George. My key, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. Paladin.
Good evening, Mr. Paladin.
Good evening, my dear. How nice to see you.
Is it?
Of course.
Haven't you been avoiding me lately?
No, not at all. I've been out of town.
Mr. Paladin! Mr. Paladin!
Over here, hey, boy. You'll pardon me, my dear, but wait for me in the lounge.
Well, if you don't take too long.
I won't. Hello, hey, boy.
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Paladin. I look for you. I get you papers from all places in West, like always.
Fine. Put them in my room. I'll be up later. Right now, there's a young
I
lady.
think something you want to see in this journal from New Mexico. I mark. Here. You read.
Huh.
Yeah, it looked like they need Mr. Paladin and his gun, eh?
Yes, maybe so, hey, boy. Get me pen and paper.
Oh, yes, sir. Right away. Good. You send card, say, have gun, will travel.
Dandruff bothers most men, most women, too, so listen. Today you can get rid of embarrassing dandruff in just 3 minutes. Yes, with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo, unsightly dandruff's gone in 3 minutes. It's the quickest, easiest of all leading shampoos. That's not all. Using Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away. Simply apply in the unique Fitch manner. Before you wet hair, rub in 1 minute. This way, Fitch shampoo penetrates right down to the scalp. Next, add water. Lather 1 minute to wash every trace of dandruff out of your hair. Then rinse 1 minute. All that loosened dandruff goes down the drain. In 3 minutes, with Fitch, 1 rubbing, 1 lathering, 1 rinsing, dandruff's gone. And never forget, gentle Fitch can also leave your hair up to 35% brighter. To get rid of dandruff problems forever, brighten hair too, use Fitch regularly. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today, only 59 cents. I'll get it, Mr. Reed.
Oh, never mind. I could still walk to my own door. Well?
My name is Paladin. I got your wire.
Wire? What wire?
Well, your name is Jesse Reed.
And what about her?
You and 20 of your men tried to take the town of Perdido below the border in Mexico. And only 5 of you came back, not in very good shape. I see that you're still hobbling on one leg.
Yeah, well, come on in.
Thank you.
Now, how do you know so much?
I saw it in the San Francisco papers, and I sent you a card, like this one.
Huh? Have gun will travel. Wire Paladin, San Francisco. But I sent no wire.
I have it right here.
Gotch?
Yes, sir, Mr. Reed.
Did you send this man a wire?
I figured maybe Mr. Paladin could help us, Mr. Reed. At least till he was able to sit a horse again.
Oh. You're a fast gun, huh?
Fast enough.
What do you figure you can do for me?
Dave Enderby's wanted for murder, and he's holed up in an outlawed town in Mexico. And more important, he took your daughter with him, and when he went after her, he ambushed your men and shot you. I guess you'd like to see him again.
But if I couldn't bring him back with 20 men, how do you think you'd do it all alone?
There are all kinds of tactics, Mr. Reed.
Tactics? You one of them ex-army officers?
Among other things.
I know your breed. Got to have action and money.
Which brings us to my fee.
I didn't ask you here. I ain't paying nothing.
For Dave Enderby delivered to you, breathing?
How much?
$1,000.
That gun comes high.
It's a good gun. Crafted to my own specifications.
Let me see it. Now, what do you think of that? I ask a man for his gun and he gives it to me. Why, you overdressed tin soldier, you'd have about as much of a chance with Dave Enderby as a ribbon clerk.
I'll have my gun back, Mr. Reed. Or I'll put a hole between your eyes. This Derringer may not look as impressive, but it's just as effective at short range. Thank you. Now, what about Dave Enderby?
A Derringer in your waistcoat. You're a cool one. All right, then. You bring me Enderby alive, and you'll get your 1,000. But nothing on account, only my word.
I don't ask anything more.
Enderby shot his first man when he was 15, in the back. That's where he tried to shoot me, and that's where he'll shoot you if he gets the chance. It's the only way he knows to fight.
I'll remember. What do I do about your daughter?
She went with him of her own free will. Let her stay.
Mr. Reed.
I said let her stay. All I want is Enderby.
I'll get him.
You're a fool, Paladin. You might get in, but you won't get out. The whole Mexican government can't get an outlaw out of Perdido. I couldn't, and you won't.
We'll see. Good day, Mr. Reed.
Welcome to Perdido, senor.
Senor, quite a welcoming committee. Do they always ring bells?
To tell us a stranger is in the pass, it is guarded.
I saw them. They didn't look very friendly.
Not every stranger is a friend, senor.
My name is Paladin.
And mine is O'Brien. I am the alcalde here.
A red-headed Mexican with an Irish name?
In Perdido, what matters is not a man's nationality, but his disposition. If he is, shall we say, is simpatico, then he is welcome.
For as long as he can pay.
It is a poor business, senor, that does not make a profit. You have friends here, Senor Paladin?
I'm looking for Senor Enderby. Can you tell me where to find him?
He is usually in the cantina.
Thank you.
Oh, Senor Paladin.
Yes?
I must tell you about our bell. If it rings when one leaves Perdido, that one is always met in the pass. Stay with us, senor, and be comfortable. And when you leave, I hope the bell does not ring for you.
Good day, Senor O'Brien. Hey, what you...
Senor, don't shoot. The knife was not meant for you.
Oh.
That's a fast draw, mister, but you can holster your gun. We only thrown at that circle on the wall beside you. Like this. Well, amigo, I win again.
Your pleasure, senor.
Huh? Oh, tequila.
Si, senor.
You've been thrown at a man, amigo. You'd be dead now.
I do not miss when it is a man.
Double the bet, then?
Well, see, but this time I use your knife.
Hand it over, amigo.
I permit you to use mine.
Hey, senores. There is one law in Perdido. We do not fight each other.
Well, now, I thank you for reminding me. I ain't going to be the one to spoil the fun. Go ahead, amigo. Throw.
Dead center. It was a good
Look
job.
at that.
Senor. You tried to cut me in the back.
Just letting you know, I don't mind giving something away, but nobody takes nothing from me. Nothing. Here's your knife, amigo.
Pig.
You'll know better next time.
Enderby.
How'd you know my name?
I had a good description of you, of how you fight. I've come looking for you.
For me?
Mm-hmm. Seems I have to take you back across the border.
That's so? Julio.
That is still against your neck, senor. So don't try anything or you will not leave, eh?
Now, I'll take that gun of yours, mister. You won't be needing it anyway.
No, because I can't shoot you. I don't get paid unless I bring you back breathing.
Who to?
Jesse Reed.
That old vinegaroon still alive and kicking?
Very much so. And he wants you alive.
What's your name, mister?
Paladin.
You want me to take care of him, Senor Enderby?
Nah, let him go, Julio. He ain't got a chance.
Bueno, senor.
Thank you. You know, I'd like to meet the young lady who caused all this.
Nancy? Sure, why not? Nancy get a real boot out of you. Come on, Mr. Paladin.
Like a season ticket to the ballpark, CBS News admits you to every major event going on. Please note, too, that where CBS News is concerned, the world is the stadium, and the season of excitement knows no end. Regular features like our World News Roundup, broadcast 7 mornings a week on CBS Radio, and its evening counterpart, The World Tonight, heard nightly over most of these same stations, make you spectator to the most spectacular events of our time. They take you right to where the news is happening, let you learn the details from experts who've watched the news develop. Every morning on CBS Radio, join CBS News correspondents on the World News Roundup for reports from the major news centers of the world. Every evening, let The World Tonight take you to the scene of the news for on-the-spot reports and lively interviews with people in the news. No matter what is happening, no matter where it's happening, you'll be well informed if you follow the story on CBS Radio every time.
Excellent coffee, Mrs. Enderby. Served on excellent china in a delightful patio. You must be very happy here.
Tell him, honey.
I am.
I see.
My father wasn't honest with you, Mr. Paladin. All he wanted was to set you against Dave. Did he tell you the way everybody back home talked about Dave?
And all those scrapes he got into? He was forced?
You're raking me with them spurs again.
If you think you're going to turn me against Dave...
He came for me, honey. Your daddy don't even want to see you again.
That's true. He doesn't care if he ever sees me again.
How do you know?
She knows her, old man. Got a hide thick as alligator.
Dave!
You managed to put some lead into that tough hide.
He what?
Now, don't you believe that, honey. I told the boys to let your daddy be. I saw him right away without a scratch.
And your father saw Dave bushwhack him.
Now, honey, don't that prove he'll say anything to split us?
You've got quite a problem, Nancy. Who's the liar? Your husband or your father?
Dave's wild, but he's no murderer.
If I'd done half the things folks say, I'd been dancing at the end of a rope long ago.
There's still time.
Dave, he's trying to make you fight. Don't let him.
He has to fight, or come along with me. He's got my gun, but still he won't fight. He's yellow.
It's not true.
If you had a belly for fighting, you'd have finished off that fellow in the cantina. You'd have finished me. But you couldn't, because we were face to face with you.
Shut up.
You're a rotten little coward. You can only bushwhack men. Stab or shoot him in the back.
Why, you...
Dave!
He's only knocked out. He'll wake up soon enough.
I wish he'd killed you.
But he didn't. Now...
What are you doing?
Just getting my gun back. And
No, stop.
I'll have to finish him.
No, please.
I haven't a chance of getting out of Perdido alive otherwise.
Don't kill him, don't. I'll do anything you say, please.
Help me get out of Perdido. Come with me through the pass.
All right.
No trouble, no tricks. I have your word.
Yes, you have my word.
All right, let's go.
I'll turn back here. You're almost out of the pass.
A little farther. I can still see the guards.
You're perfectly safe now. I got you out of Perdido.
Nancy, why don't you come back with me?
You're crazy.
You're wrong about your father. He wants you back. You've hurt him, but he loves you. Why not come back with me?
No.
You'd rather stay in Perdido with Enderby?
Yes.
Then I'll have to take you.
Stop it. Let go of the rein.
Don't worry. If he really loves you, he'll come after you. Sounds like he's worked himself free.
And you'll soon be sorry you ever saw Perdido.
They'll have to catch us first. Yeah. Yeah. Come on.
Are we going to ride all night?
The idea is to lose Dave, isn't it? We go on.
Please, can we slow down?
After we cross the Rio Grande.
Oh, please. Can't we stop and rest?
I guess we can. He'll be catching up with us about now. Between the two of us, we've left a clear enough trail.
Between the two of us?
You think I didn't notice you dropping things along the way? If the trail was any longer, you'd have had a problem in modesty. Come on. We'll make camp here and have breakfast.
You wanted him to follow us.
Of course. I don't get paid without him.
Time was when the sedan chair was considered the height of luxury. When you think of all the places you go and all the things you now do by radio, a sedan chair doesn't seem like much of a luxury at all. Tuned to a radio network like the CBS radio network, you can, in a matter of moments, travel to foreign capitals to learn what's happening to individuals or whole nations at a time. Because a network like CBS radio is made up of many stations, stations like the one you're listening to now, the smartest supper clubs from New York to San Francisco invite you to dance to the music of their big-name bands night after night. Because CBS Radio's vast network facilities extend in every direction, you can laugh with the funniest comedians in Hollywood or on Broadway. Then move on to a serious discussion of space-age problems, and all in the course of an evening. By all means, use that sedan chair if you have one. But if you want to go places fast, take CBS Radio along.
Have some more bacon? No?
You simply used me to bring him out of Perdido.
No. Let's say I accomplished two purposes with one action. To take you back to your father where you belong, and to get Enderby to the gallows where he belongs.
There's more of your lies about my father still warning me, about Dave shooting him.
Dave tried to shoot him in the back, the way he'll try to shoot me, now that he's here.
What do you mean?
He's up there in the rocks behind me, isn't he?
How did you know?
I've been watching your eyes, depending on them to warn me. Now, if you...
No, Dave!
See how he works? If there's a way of crawling around to a man's back, he finds it.
You're wrong. Besides, I don't care how he does it, just so he kills you.
But that last shot might have killed you.
You're crazy. He's my husband. He came after me.
Not because he loves you, but because nobody takes anything away from him.
He doesn't know. He thinks... Dave! Dave, I didn't leave you. He forced me. Come and get him.
You get down. You wasted your breath. He won't come. You won't face a fair fight even for you.
You're wrong.
I'll prove it. All right. Enderby. Here I come. All right, Enderby. You've got a good shot at me now. And so have I at you. You want to finish it? You're welcome to try.
No. No, I give up.
Dave, are you all right?
Listen, Paladin, I make a deal with you. It's really her the old man wants, not me. You take her and let me go.
Dave!
What about it, Paladin?
No deal. I'll take you both.
Gotch! Gotch!
Yes, sir, Mr. Reed.
Someone just rode into the yard. You better get on outside there and...
Mr. Paladin.
And Enderby.
Delivered. Breathing.
Oh, not for long.
Wait, you can't shoot me. I got a right to a hearing.
Mr. Reed.
Just a minute, Mr. Reed. $1,000 first. I like things orderly. A bank draft will do.
Well, I have it all written out. There's your blood money, bounty hunter. Now get out.
Thank you for sticking to the letter of our agreement. I'll do the same.
You did. I paid you. Hey, give me my gun.
I didn't agree to become an accessory to murder.
You're in cahoots, the two of you. Suckered me for $1,000 and gonna ride off laughing.
Not Dave. The law will take care of him.
And you figure to pick up the reward, too.
No. That belongs to Nancy.
Nancy?
Outside. But there's no use bringing her in. You said you never wanted to see her again.
You had the nerve to come back here, did she? I'll give her what for. Nancy! You come here! All right. Look up at me. Come on.
Dad, your leg.
Oh, I'm all right.
Are you sure? How do you feel?
Well, how do you think I feel? With a daughter ain't got no more sense than to stand out here in the sun when she's got a house to go into. Now, go on. You get to your room. You get washed up. You look like you've been in a stampede. Now, go on. Get Nancy, girl.
All right, Dad.
Mr. Paladin, so happy to see you back in San Francisco. All okay.
Hello, hey boy.
Oh, I brought lots of papers to your room, Mr. Paladin. And pretty lady leave letter.
Oh? Well, it's nice to be home.
No one we know of approves of wasting money. In spite of that, however, we Americans are often guilty of wasting our money by the uses we make of our government facilities. Take the operation of the post office, for example. Mostly out of habit, many offices and individuals post outgoing mail at the end of the day. In so doing, they leave post office employees with too little work to do at other times of the day. In addition, we forget to include zone numbers as part of the address. In both ways, we're slowing down the entire system for delivering mail and adding to the cost of our postal operation. The problem is simple enough to solve. Start solving it tomorrow. If you will arrange to post letters and packages earlier in the day and include zone numbers on the return address as well as the outgoing address, you'll help our post office operate more efficiently for you and at less cost, too. Remember, for faster, more economical service, mail early in the day and include zone numbers. Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed by Norman McDonnell, and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Sam Rolfe and adapted for radio by John Dunkel. Featured in the cast were Paul Dubov, Gene Bates, Joseph Kearns, William Allen, Don Diamond, Howard Culver, and Lillian Byatt. Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week for Have Gun, Will Travel.
Thank you all for tuning into Golden Age Radio today. We hope you enjoyed the classic tunes and captivating stories from the past.
Absolutely. It's been a delightful journey through time, and we truly appreciate each and every one of you for joining us.
We have a fantastic lineup prepared for tomorrow's broadcast, filled with even more nostalgic melodies and thrilling dramas from the golden era of radio.
So mark your calendars and set your alarms because you won't want to miss it. Join us again tomorrow at the same time for another unforgettable session of Golden Age Radio.
Invite your friends and family to come along too. Let's make it a delightful gathering filled with timeless entertainment and warm memories.
Once again, thank you for being part of our wonderful audience today. We look forward to having you with us again tomorrow as we dive into the enchanting world of the past.
Until then, take care and have a fantastic day ahead. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Attention all business owners and aspiring database wizards. If you want to take your data management to the next level, G3PL.com is your ultimate destination for expert Microsoft Access support and training.
That's right. G3PL.com believes that every successful database journey starts with a dedicated individual guiding you to success. That's why we're proud to introduce G3PL.com, a Microsoft Access expert.
Whether you're just starting or looking to enhance your access skills, G3PL.com's personalized training will set you on the path to mastery. G3PL will be with you every step of the way, providing hands-on guidance and real-world examples.
But don't just take our word for it. Hear what a satisfied client has to say.
Thanks to G3PL.com, I've become a Microsoft Access Pro. The personalized training was exactly what I needed. I learned to create and optimize databases, run powerful queries, and automate tasks with VBA. Now, I'm confidently handling complex projects with ease.
It doesn't stop there. G3PL.com is your go-to for top-notch support and solutions.
Exactly. If you're struggling with your existing database, G3PL will troubleshoot, optimize, and fine-tune it to perfection.
G3PL.com designed a custom database that transformed our business operations. We needed a streamlined system to manage our services and customer data. Their expertise delivered a tailor-made solution that exceeded our expectations. I can't thank them enough.
G3PL.com understands that every project is unique, and we're here to offer individualized attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark to learn more and get started.